Chapter 1. Linjiang County. Room 1001. New Bamboo, Resettlement Community. In the stillness of the night, within the confines of a small, old bedroom, Zhao Yi leaned against the headboard, observing his wife, Lin Wan, diligently striking the keys of her keyboard. At a sudden wave of guilt and self-reproach surged within him. 2 years prior, he had been involved in a severe car accident due to drunk driving. Though he survived, he emerged with crippled legs, rendered disabled. As the primary culprit, he not only forfeited the chance for insurance compensation, but also faced the daunting task of compensating other victims with a substantial sum. Consequently, their family was plunged into dire straits. Their savings depleted, his parents' retirement funds exhausted, their vehicle lost, their home vanished, and the small business they had painstakingly built together crumbled. Now, they were burdened with considerable debts. The four of them were confined to a resettlement unit of less than 60 square meters, living in a state of constant financial strain. In the face of such adversity, he and Lin Wan had made vastly different choices regarding this trial of life. While Lin Wan devoted herself to caring for their children and attending to him, spending her days fishing to earn money and working part-time online at night, he, in stark contrast, had succumbed to despair. Despite being the architect of his own misfortune, he retreated into a shell, spending his days either sleeping, drinking, or idly scrolling through his phone. Rendered physically incapacitated, he felt even more mentally defeated. Watching Lin Wan's delicately beautiful face, steeped in Eastern classical grace, grow increasingly haggard each passing day, Zhao Yi was suddenly jolted awake. He could no longer evade reality. If this continued, the wonderful woman he married would be worn to the bone by his negligence. The thought of Lin Wan lying in a cold coffin one day, their son and daughter weeping inconsolably, sent a tremor through his heart, and his eyes involuntarily moistened. Taking a deep breath, he rubbed his eyes, hastily dispelling the horrifying image from his mind. With a slightly hoarse voice, he slowly uttered, "Wife, tomorrow morning, may I accompany you to go fishing?" Aren't you afraid of being mocked when you go out?" Lin Wan paused her typing momentarily, then, maintaining her composure, replied with a question. "Well, let them see." Zhao Yi shook his head, revealing a look of relief as he said, "These past 2 years, I have done nothing but burden you, and I fear that if this continues, I may lose you. In comparison to losing you, what is my pitiful pride worth?" "All right, do as you wish." Lin Wan gazed deeply at Zhao Yi, nodded, and refrained from saying more. The hardships of the past 2 years had extinguished any illusions she held about Zhao Yi. Would be wonderful if he could regain his spirits. If not, she had already grown accustomed to it. "Well then, they'll head to bed now. You should rest early too. Good night." Zhao Yi opened his mouth, intending to express his remorse, but upon seeing Lin Wan resume her relentless typing, he wisely wished her good night instead. The icy depths of despair do not form in a single day. He was acutely aware that over the past 2 years, he had deeply wounded Lin Wan's heart. Merely uttering sweet words would be insufficient. He needed to take tangible actions. The night passed in silence. The following morning, just past 7 o'clock, Lin Wan had just sent the children off to school when Zhao Yi emerged, limping like a character from a video game, carrying a small white bucket and a stool. As he walked through the community, Zhao Yi thought he was mentally prepared. Yet upon encountering the bewildered and peculiar gazes of the neighbors, he could not help but lower the brim of his sun hat in embarrassment. Even the sun above seemed uncomfortably bright at that moment. He reminisced about his former self, impeccably dressed and exuding an aura akin to Zhao Zilong, filled with vigor and charm. Now, however, he could only look at his frail, zombie-like appearance and felt a sense of despair. He genuinely feared that someone might strike up a conversation, and even more so, that an acquaintance might see him. His somewhat proud, fragile heart could not withstand the pity or ridicule of others. "Today we shall fish here. If you can adapt to this spot, we may venture farther tomorrow," Lin Wan stated flatly as they reached the riverbank outside the community, devoid of any dramatic incidents. She then selected a spot for herself, set down her fishing box, and skillfully unzipped her rod bag, retrieving a short fishing rod to begin her preparations. Hailing from a coastal island city, Lin Wan had grown up in a family that made a living from fishing. With the subsequent ban on fishing in Blue Star, her family transitioned to becoming professional anglers, which honed her fishing skills to an impressive level. It was indeed remarkable that she could sustain a family of 4 solely through fishing. Soon, she adeptly tied the line and adjusted the float before handing it to Zhao Yi with a stoic expression, saying, "This tumtorate rod is my spare. You may use it for now." The rod is of decent quality, paired with a PE 1.0 double hook setup, which should suffice for catching fish around a pound. "Thank you, my dear wife," Zhao Yi replied warmly, reaching out to take the fishing rod, his voice filled with gratitude. Though she appeared cold and distant on the surface, it was evident that she still cared for him. Otherwise, she would not have gone to such lengths to prepare the fishing rod for him. This river doesn't have significant fish use worms for bait and either rice wine or corn for ground bait. You may manage it from here, Lin Wan instructed, nodding as she turned to retrieve a box of worms and some ground bait, placing them at Zhao Ye's feet. She then disregarded him, focusing instead on her own equipment. Observing her, Zhao Yi nodded and refrained from further chatter, opting to use the rice wine to create 2 bait spots. He then grabbed the fishing rod, attaching a piece of worm to cover the hook. Positioning himself, he prepared to cast his first line. Just as he was about to make his move, a chilling metallic voice echoed suddenly in his mind. Beep, dear Mr. Zhao. The artificial intelligence system 9527 has detected that you meet the employment criteria for the Multiverse Fishing Group, Blue Star Branch. Would you be inclined to join us as a professional angler? Huh? Have I been selected by the system? Momentarily taken aback, Zhao Yi widened his eyes in disbelief. During the past 2 years spent at home, he had indulged in numerous online novels. In fact, during his recovery period, to alleviate Lin Wan's burdens, he had even penned a couple of his own. Although he did not earn much, he had grown quite familiar with the concept of a system. That it could be said that with a system, an underachiever could rise to become a champion. A fool could transform into a genius. Even a beggar could find himself with a goddess. Now, he possessed a system. Was it still an insurmountable challenge to heal his injured leg and rise again as the pillar of his family? Even if, by some misfortune, his leg could not be restored, acquiring some funds to ensure a comfortable living for his mother and himself should not pose much difficulty, right? With this thought, Zhao Yi could no longer contain his excitement and shouted fervently in his mind, System, I wish to accept the position. I want to join. Ding. Dear host, congratulations on successfully accepting the position at the Multiverse Fishing Group, Blue Star Branch. Your employee information form is now being generated. Ding. The employee information form has been completed. Please review it at your convenience. Company, Multiverse Fishing Group, Blue Star Branch. Employee, Zhao Yi. Employee level, fishing intern 0100. Salary, 100 yuan per hour. Physique, 5 normal is 10. Skills, none. Inventory, none. Catch currency, 0. System, please provide me with an overview of the company and guidance on my responsibilities. After perusing the information form, Zhao Yi suppressed the urge to burst into laughter and quickly inquired within his mind. This was a matter of utmost importance regarding his ability to stand again. There was no room for error. Ding. The Multiverse Fishing Group is a super conglomerate engaged in fishing ventures, with branches spanning across parallel universes. The Blue Star Branch, of which you are a part, has recently been established and is one of these branches. Your task is to diligently fish, earn fishing experience points, and enhance your employee level. The employee levels within the branch are divided into 10 tiers: fishing intern, fishing regular, fishing team leader, fishing supervisor, fishing deputy director, fishing director, fishing deputy general manager, fishing general manager, fishing vice president, and fishing president. Your current rank is fishing intern, with an hourly wage of 100 yuan. As you ascend in level, your hourly pay will increase 2-fold, 5-fold, or even 10-fold. Furthermore, with each promotion, the company will bestow promotional rewards upon you. Additionally, as your level rises, you will have the ability to recruit employees to assist you in completing project tasks assigned by the company, which also come with rewards upon completion. Moreover, every fish you catch will be converted into catch currency, which can be utilized to purchase a variety of goods in the company's store. Hiss, remarkable. This company is truly exceptional. Upon hearing the system's introduction, Zhao Yi could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. As a mere intern, earning $100 per hour, if one were to fish for 10 hours a day, the earnings would amount to $1,000. Moreover, with promotions come the prospect of salary increments by 2, 5, or even 10-fold. If one were to ascend to the position of president, how much wealth could be amassed? Could it be thousands or even tens of thousands in mere moments? I have struck gold. I am truly fortunate. I shall no longer worry about financial burdens. System, is there any way to heal my legs? With financial concerns alleviated, Zhao Yi's thoughts turned to his legs. After all, he was a man who valued his pride. Walking like a zombie was simply intolerable for him. Ding. As long as the host enhances his physique to 10, complete recovery is attainable. Alternatively, one may purchase divine-level medical techniques in the system's marketplace for self-treatment. Oh, how might I enhance my physique? Upon hearing the system's words, Zhao Yi hastily inquired, furthermore, how many fish currency coins are required for that divine-level medical technique? Ding. Each time the host is promoted, the company dispenses promotion rewards, which include physique-enhancing elixirs that, when consumed, will augment one's physical condition. Additionally, upon completing project tasks, there's a chance to receive such rewards, and they can also be acquired in the system's marketplace, AS for the prices of the elixirs and medical techniques. The host may consult them at his discretion. Ding. With the sound of a ding, a translucent azure screen suddenly materialized before Zhao Yi. The display resembled a typical online shopping platform. At the top was an overview, featuring categories such as items, consumables, skills, and more. Instinctively, he clicked on the items section. As the screen transitioned, exquisite images appeared one after another. From small fishing hooks to large fishing boats, a plethora of fishing gear was available. Flipping through the pages, he discovered outdoor supplies as well. From tents and cookware to mobile food carts, RVs, and even helicopters, an impressive variety was listed. However, glancing at the prices, Zhao Yi realized that for the time being, he could only contemplate the more modest fishing equipment. Closing the items section, he turned to the consumables, mindful that healing his legs remained his primary objective. Upon opening the consumables section, an array of fishing baits greeted him. Earthworms, corn, snail meat, fresh shrimp, plant-based fish pellets, meat fish pellets, and sea fish, among others, were all present. The bait options were comprehensive, with specifications for various fish species, and the prices were reasonable. After skimming past the bait, he continued scrolling to find a selection of dishes. Zhao Yi noted that beyond fish, there were various meat and vegetable dishes, both substantial and light. The variety was extensive, and the prices remained low. Moreover, according to the descriptions, all these dishes were entirely natural and uncontaminated, devoid of any technological interference or harsh processes. Continuing to scroll, Zhao Yi finally found what he sought. Low-level physique-enhancing elixirs, which when ingested could augment the physique of individuals with a score below 20 by 1 point, were priced at 10,000 fish currency coins. Intermediate physique-enhancing elixirs were priced at 100,000 fish currency coins. Advanced physique-enhancing elixirs, top tier. Gazing at the long string of zeros following the one, Zhao Yi felt utterly bewildered. With a bitter smile, he shook his head and stubbornly ventured into the skills section. Upon exploration, his dismay deepened. The skills were undeniably formidable. Each could elevate an individual to the pinnacle of their field, yet the prices soared to astronomical heights. The most basic ones required a starting investment of 50,000 fish coins, while the cost of divine medical skills reached a staggering 7 digits. With his current wealth of fish coins, he lacked even the qualification to make a purchase. Sighing, he muttered, "Patience is a virtue. If I diligently focus on fishing, my shortcomings shall transform into strengths." Closing the marketplace, Zhao Yi offered himself a moment of solace and chose not to dwell on it further. Having endured 2 years, why fret over a little longer? Good things take time as long as the outcome is favorable. That suffices. In the past 2 years spent at home, he had learned nothing but the art of enduring solitude. With this thought in mind, Zhao Yi eagerly cast his first line. Whoosh blop. The hook, adorned with bait, landed precisely in the freshly made spot, sending ripples that spread outward. Beep. The system detected the host had clocked in, and the salary began to accumulate. Beep. A task for confirmation was issued. Within a day, catch 100 miscellaneous fish. Completion rewards, cash of 1,000 yuan, 100 fish coins, and a lottery entry. A lottery? Zhao Yi paused and, after a moment's reflection, inquired with curiosity, "System, what are the prizes for this lottery?" Returning to the host, items in the company's marketplace are eligible for random selection. The higher the value, the lower the odds. Oh, so does this mean I have a chance to win divine medical skills or vitality elixirs? Indeed, host, though the odds are quite slim, the ha ha ha. Low odds are of no concern as long as there is a chance. What if my luck soars? Zhao Yi felt a surge of excitement. He resolved silently that he would fish until midnight if necessary to complete this task. Huh. Were those red dots in the water? Am I seeing things? After the initial excitement, Zhao Yi could not resist rubbing his eyes, staring in astonishment at the water's surface. Before him, he noticed a series of slowly moving red that had seemingly materialized from nowhere. Seeing this, he couldn't help but question whether there was something amiss with his vision. Beep. There is no need for alarm. Host, this is a standard fishing assistant skill provided to every employee radar fish finder. Those red dots represent fish, aiding the host in locating fruitful fishing spots. Ditto? Such a boon? Zhao Yi paused briefly, then swiftly reeled in his hook and deftly cast toward the nearest red dot. Whoosh blop. The hook plunged into the water. Before Zhao Yi could fully grasp the situation, the float abruptly submerged, vanishing from sight. Wow, incredible. Zhao Yi was momentarily taken aback, but soon hurriedly raised his rod to catch the fish. This was indeed the legendary instant strike on a big black float. If he had been even slightly slower in his action, it would have shown a lack of respect to the fish beneath the surface. With a swift motion, as Zhao Yi lifted his fishing rod, the tip began to tremble violently, accompanied by a splash of water. Within moments, a small fish measuring a dozen centimeters was drawn onto the bank. That instant, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have caught a miscellaneous fish, earning 1 promotion experience and 1 fish coin. Current progress towards full-time task completion, 1100. Upon hearing the notification, Zhao Yi couldn't help but grin. Although the small fish only provided 1 point of promotion experience and 1 fish coin, it was a gratifying start. Yet, one cannot resist the allure of this pastime. With a single cast and a swift pull, a fish is landed. The sensation is simply exhilarating. It is no wonder that seasoned anglers often proclaim that the humble bait fish is the fisherman's true delight. Indeed, the words of the fishing aficionados ring true. Onward, onward. With the aspiration of catching 100 bait fish before dinner. With a broad grin, Zhao Yi, brimming with enthusiasm, rebaits the hook with a segment of earthworm and casts toward an area abundant with vibrant red spots. Splash! The hook plunges into the water, and Zhao Yi swiftly prepares to lift the rod for a strike. Just moments ago, a solitary red dot could trigger a swift bite from a hefty fish. Now, with 7 or 8 red dots in sight, surely a double catch would not be too much to expect? It has been demonstrated that although Zhao Yi did not entirely guess correctly, he was not far off. He observed that his fishing hook, having barely touched the water for 5 seconds, caused the float to move ever so slightly, yet continuously. The movement was subtle, but unceasing. With a swift motion, Zhao Yi, disregarding whether the fish below had firmly taken the bait, abruptly lifted his rod to strike. After all, his technique was rather rudimentary. Whether he succeeded in hooking a fish was entirely contingent upon the fish's misfortune. With a splash, the underwater fish indeed faced misfortune. Following a faint sound of water exploding, 2 tiny fish, no longer than a pinky finger, were pulled from the depths. Congratulations, master. You have caught 2 miscellaneous fish, earning 2 experience points and 2 fish currency. Current task progress, 3100. Laughter erupted from Zhao Yi. At this pace, he anticipated completing the task by midday, eagerly looking forward to the reward draw. As time passed, the hour spent fishing swiftly came to an end. Zhao Yi's bucket now overflowed with no fewer than 30 small fish, a bountiful harvest indeed. Congratulations, host. You have worked for 1 hour. A salary of 100 yuan has been transferred to your China bank account through legitimate channels. Please check your account. At that moment, the system's notification concerning salary resonated at an opportune moment. Hearing the sound, Zhao Yi promptly retrieved his phone to check. China Bank, 6789, balance, 103. 5 indeed. His previously meager balance of 3.5 yuan had surged to a remarkable 103.5 yuan. Witnessing this transformation, Zhao Yi was filled with elation. He understood that from this moment forth, the position of the wealthiest individual in Linjiang County was destined to be his. Suppressing the urge to burst into laughter, Zhao Yi swiftly tucked his phone away and rebaited the hook, casting his line once more. His journey had only just commenced, and he needed to exert twice the effort. Otherwise, he would not do justice to the system's choice of him. As time meandered on, 2 more hours slipped by, following 3 transactions of 100 yuan each. The number of small fish Zhao Yi had caught reached an impressive 99, just 1 short of completing his task. With anticipation bubbling within him, Zhao Yi cast his line into the water once again. Before long, the float began to dance once more. Seizing the moment, he quickly lifted his rod. With a gentle splash, a silvery fish, shimmering with iridescent hues, broke the surface. Congratulations, host. You have caught 1 miscellaneous fish, earning 1 experience point and 1 fish currency. Congratulations, host. You have caught a total of 100 miscellaneous fish, completing the regularization task. You are now awarded 1,000 yuan in cash, 100 fish currency, and 1 lottery draw. Please check your account. Congratulations, host. Your experience points have reached 100. You have successfully been promoted to a formal fishing worker. With your salary adjusted to 200 yuan per hour, the next promotion requires 1,000 experience points. You are now awarded 10,000 yuan in cash, 500 fish currency, a set of low-level freshwater fishing gear, 1 low-level vitality elixir, and 1 lottery draw. A gentle reminder, the awarded items have been stored in the system space and are available for retrieval at any time. As the shimmering fish was reeled in, a cascade of notifications from the system echoed in Zhao Yi's mind, filling him with unbridled joy. Unable to contain himself, Zhao Yi suddenly rose, laughing heartily towards the heavens. After all, who wouldn't he be exhilarated by such a windfall in just a few short hours? Who can resist the urge to laugh? Certainly, he cannot. With a sudden burst of laughter from Zhao Yi, Lin Wan and the elderly fisherman nearby were taken aback. In that fleeting moment, every gaze was directed towards him, their expressions akin to those who have seen a ghost. Young man, you lack ambition. Is it truly worthy of such joy merely to catch a few insignificant fish? Remarked an elderly gentleman seated opposite Zhao Yi, shaking his head in disdain. Indeed, you are rather naive. It is evident you have never caught anything substantial. In my day, when I landed 100-pound beast, I did not react with such exuberance. Quite right, indeed, chimed in another elder. This youth is clearly a novice, having never witnessed the grandeur of the fishing world. As soon as the first old man finished his sentence, the others seemed to find a channel for their grievances, launching a barrage of sour remarks at Zhao Yi. Their envy and jealousy were palpable. They too were fishing in the same river. Yet how could he be so fortunate as to reel in a bounty while they struggled with but a few small catches? Perhaps we would remain silent if luck had simply not favored us, but your audacity in standing and laughing is a slap in our faces, grumbled one elder. While I can bear it, my wife cannot. If we do not give you a proper scolding, how can we continue fishing joyfully today? Zhao Yi, oblivious to the undercurrents of animosity, felt his laughter abruptly cease at their words, nearly choking on his surprise. Embarrassed, he rubbed his nose, inwardly pondering, goodness, is a mere chuckle so offensive? To label me a novice in fishing? Such slander, indeed. Though my skills may not be exemplary, I have certainly caught my share. Oh, jealousy, he mused. They must be envious of my good fortune. With this realization, Zhao Yi clenched his fists, ready to engage in a retort. However, upon observing the elderly men, all graying and older than his father, he sighed and muttered softly, alas, these old men are unreasonable, lacking both skill and decorum. Even a simple laugh is unwelcome. Never mind, a good lad ought not to quarrel with the elderly. Today, I am in good spirits. I shall not hold it against them. Instead, I shall focus on my lottery draw. After this quiet murmur, Zhao Yi offered an awkward grin to the crowd before plopping back onto his small stool. Delving into his thoughts, he commanded the system, I wish to draw it. Let us commence with the first round. Ding. Acknowledged, commencing the lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the divine culinary skill. As the system's announcement faded, Zhao Yi's mind was instantly inundated with a plethora of culinary knowledge. In an instant, he transformed from a novice incapable of boiling water into a master chef of unparalleled prowess. Goodness, have I struck an extraordinary fortune? Upon absorbing the culinary skill, Zhao Yi was overwhelmed with joy. Previously, he had observed that the divine culinary skill in the marketplace required a staggering 500,000 fish tokens. To his astonishment, he had now acquired it in one fell swoop. Such luck was unparalleled. System, let me draw again without delay. Eagerly rubbing his hands together, Zhao Yi implored with excitement. If the first draw was so extraordinary, how could the subsequent ones possibly be any less? If I were to draw the divine medical skill, wouldn't I be striding with confidence in no time? Even if I do not obtain the divine medical skill, a bottle of advanced vitality elixir would be quite reasonable. Wouldn't it? Ding. Acknowledged, commencing the lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn 2 pounds of beef, now stored in the system space. Available for retrieval at any time without spoilage. Goodness, is this a joke? From the previous divine culinary skill to now receiving beef? Is this beef meant to soar to the heavens or plunge into the depths? Zhao Yi rolled his eyes, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood. The beef was being sold in the system marketplace for 10 fish tokens per pound, totaling 20 fish tokens for 2 pounds. From a first draw of 500,000 to a measly 20 on the second, this stark contrast was quite difficult to accept. Oh, how I wish to draw again to redeem myself, yet alas, I only have 2 attempts. Who knows when I might be able to draw again? It is truly frustrating. At this moment, Zhao Yi was somewhat intoxicated by the thrill. Primarily, the first draw of the divine culinary skill was irresistibly enticing. He could not escape the allure of its undeniable charm. Ding. The host may exchange fish tokens for a lottery opportunity. At a cost of 1,000 fish tokens per attempt. The first exchange is at a half-price discount, requiring only 500. The host currently possesses 700 fish tokens. Would you like to exchange for a lottery attempt? Oh, there's this option. Zhao Yi was momentarily taken aback. but quickly regained his composure and declared without hesitation, "Exchange. Hurry and exchange. I feel certain that this time I will secure a grand prize." Ding. Congratulations, host. You have spent 500 fish tokens to exchange for a lottery attempt. Would you like to draw immediately? Draw. Right now, without delay. Ding. Acknowledged, commencing the lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 10 potatoes, now stored in the system space, available for retrieval at any time without spoilage. Uffed. Potato stew with beef? My goodness, how considerate. It has arranged my lunch so clearly. Alas, my 500 fish tokens. The pain is excruciating. Zhao Yi, with a sorrowful countenance, feels as though his heart is bleeding. For a mere potato, he expended a staggering 500 to acquire just 10. One must wonder, who else would do the same? In this very moment, he has ample reason to suspect that the system was enticing him to spend recklessly. Subsequently, it seems to have covertly manipulated his currency, although lacking concrete evidence. An instinctive suspicion lingers within him. However, matters devoid of proof are beyond the jurisdiction of the police, and even more so for a system that lies outside their purview. Thus, he can only lament his own avarice. This serves as a poignant lesson, one that ought to be firmly etched in memory. However, despite the admonition, should sufficient fishing tokens be at hand, he would undoubtedly redeem them for a chance at the lottery without a second thought. Do not inquire as to why. The answer is simply that it is utterly enticing. My dear, the time has come for us to return. You go ahead to pick up the children while I procure some groceries. I shall prepare a delightful meal for the three of you at noon. Exiting the system, Zhao Yi tidied his fishing rod while calling out to Lin Wan. The riverbank has lost its allure for him, as there is no longer any necessity to fish here. The entire morning was spent catching nothing but small, insignificant fish, with not a single crucian carp or larger catch in sight. These trivial catches can no longer fulfill his aspirations for advancement. Thus, a change of venue is imperative for the afternoon. As the clock nears 11, it is time to prepare lunch. In the past, Lin Wan would rush home after picking up the children to prepare meals, often in a flurry of activity, which was quite taxing. Now, armed with extraordinary culinary skills, it is undoubtedly his responsibility to take over the cooking duties. He has already planned a hearty dish of beef stew with potatoes, and he intends to purchase 2 vegetable dishes and a barrel of spring water from the marketplace, creating a meal consisting of 1 meat dish, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup. Today, he is determined to ensure that the 3 of them enjoy a delightful and satisfying meal. As the saying goes, to win a person's heart, one must first capture their stomach. In these past 2 years, having hurt the hearts of the 3 women in his life, he resolved to first capture their stomachs before gradually reclaiming their affections. You cook? Have you forgotten the time you almost set the kitchen ablaze while sought vegetables? Lin Wan scoffed coldly upon hearing this, beginning to tidy up her belongings while nonchalantly stating, "Let me handle the cooking. If you are inclined to step outside, you may procure some fresh vegetables." That was merely an accident, not a reflection of my true abilities. You needn't concern yourself. I assure you, by noon, I will prepare a delightful meal for the 3 of you. Zhao Yi replied with an awkward laugh, waving his hand dismissively. He then pointed to the small bucket filled with insignificant fish, attempting to divert the conversation. My dear, what shall we do with these little fish? Perhaps we should release them? The small fish, lacking in flesh and abundant in bones, were hardly worth the effort to process in Zhao Yi's eyes. The thought of selling them had never crossed his mind. After earning over 10,000 in a single morning, he deemed these trifles beneath his notice. Humph, do you still think you are the boss? Lin Wan rolled her eyes in exasperation, retorting, these little fish can fetch 5 to 6 yuan per pound. And this catch could easily yield 30 to 40. Wouldn't it be wiser to buy a few pounds of pork to nourish the children? Well, all right then. Let us sell them, Zhao Yi said, awkwardly rubbing his nose. He realized he had been thoughtless, failing to consider Lin Wan's feelings. Over the past 2 years, she had been meticulously budgeting every penny for the family's needs. When he suggested releasing the small fish, it must have struck Lin Wan as a sign of ignorance about the value of household expenses. Perhaps his earlier comment had further deepened her disappointment in him. Sighing, he realized he needed to concoct a reason to quickly inform Lin Wan of his ability to earn money. He did not wish to continue witnessing her frugality. After gathering their belongings, the couple swiftly returned home. Once they had settled in, Lin Wan took the small fish, grabbed the electronic scale, and rode off on the old electric tricycle toward Linjiang Primary School. Every day, she set up a stall at the school gate, where parents picking up their children in the afternoons and evenings would often choose to buy a few lively fish. Thus, she had no worries about selling her catch over the past 2 years. Returning to their rented apartment, soon after Lin Wan's departure, Zhao Yu promptly retrieved the set of basic fishing gear he had received as a promotion reward. This fishing gear is quite comprehensive, including a 3.6-meter rod capable of catching fish weighing up to 10 pounds, a double hook line set, a tackle box, a landing net, and a fish keeper. With this ensemble, Zhao Yu no longer needs to rely on that 2.8-meter short rod in the afternoon. After all, such a short rod is only suited for fishing at close range, which inevitably yields no substantial catch. Once the equipment was arranged, Zhao Yi quickly retrieved a vial of vitality elixir and unhesitatingly downed it in one gulp. As the elixir coursed through him, a warm sensation enveloped his entire body. Instantly, he felt invigorated, his mind sharpened, and even his previously lame legs showed signs of improvement. How delightful it was, yet regrettably only a single vial remained. Unable to resist, Zhao Yi smacked his lips, savoring the lingering taste. It wasn't so much about the flavor, but rather the exhilarating rush akin to consuming tiger bone. It was truly exhilarating. Upon reaching 30, one often finds themselves in poor health, struggling with physical exertion. The awkwardness of 3 minutes is universally understood. After consuming this vial, Zhao Yi knew without a doubt that he could now endure 5 minutes of foundational effort. With 3 or 5 more vials, he would wager that he could regain his former vigor, perhaps even surpass it. Chuckling to himself, he admonished his thoughts, reminding himself to hasten to prepare lunch, ensuring his wife would enjoy a satisfying meal, thus paving the way for an enjoyable evening. Amidst his peculiar laughter, Zhao Yi busied himself in the kitchen. Time flew swiftly during his endeavors, and before long, nearly an hour had passed. Just as he placed the final dish on the table, the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed from the door. With a crisp click, the door swung open, revealing Lin Wan accompanied by 2 elementary school students. The children, a boy and a girl, were clad in light blue short sleeves and black and white long trousers, both around 6 or 7 years old. The little girl sported a neat ponytail, her slender frame complemented by large, expressive eyes that conveyed a sense of cleverness. The boy, with his tidy short hair, also appeared lean, his sharply defined features exuding a cool demeanor. These 2 were Zhao Yi's children, a pair of fraternal twins, aged 6, attending 1st grade. The girl, Zhao Xiaomi, was the elder, while her brother was Zhao Xiaoli. They had inherited the striking looks of their parents, becoming well known for their beauty within the community, albeit a tad undernourished. "Wow, Mommy, it smells amazing. Are you sure this is Dada's cooking?" Zhao Xiaomi inquired, peeking from behind Lin Wan, licking her lips. Her wide eyes fixed eagerly on the aromatic dishes on the table. Her gaze reflected both a craving for the delectable food and a hint of trepidation toward Zhao Yi, leaving her momentarily indecisive. "Xiaomi, do you really think our lazy dad would cook?" Before Zhao Xiaomi could respond, Zhao Xiaoli confidently chimed in. "I'm certain he must have stolen Mom's money to order takeout." Ahem. Defamation, defamation. This little rascal is slandering me. Hearing his own son speak so disrespectfully and ridicule him to his face, Zhao Yi felt a surge of anger, yet he was utterly helpless. After all, who could blame him when he had indeed committed such acts in the past and had been caught red-handed? "Oh wow, Dad, you are simply too cool. I've made up my mind. From now on, I shall be your fan." "Oh wait, no, I am your idol." "Well, that doesn't seem quite right either. In any case, I admire you and want to learn culinary skills from you." 3 minutes later, just as Zhao Yi was regaining his composure, his son Zhao Xiaoli's exuberant and incoherent words suddenly erupted from behind him. Opening his mouth, Zhao Yi was just about to turn around and respond with a clever retort. At that moment, the excited voice of his daughter, Zhao Xiaomi, followed closely behind. "Daddy, Daddy, you are amazing, so handsome. I want to learn cooking from you too." With a playful puff, she mimicked the flames, while her little hands imitated Zhao Yi's recent tossing of the pan, shaking enthusiastically. It was indeed quite an endearing sight. "Haha, my dear daughter, as girls, we don't need to learn cooking, let your brother take that up. In the future, you can ask him to make whatever you desire." Zhao Yi initially intended to play along, but upon seeing his daughter's adorable demeanor, his heart melted. He hurriedly set down the spatula, turned around, and embraced her frail body. His expression softening as he said, "Sweetheart, it was my fault in the past. From now on, whatever you wish to eat, just tell Daddy, and I will prepare it for you." "Daddy, Xiaomi doesn't he blame you? I know your leg hurts, and it makes you sad, which is why you've been sleeping all the time." "Daddy, I asked the doctor, and he said if you eat well and exercise, your leg can get better. Can Xiaomi accompany you to exercise from now on? Zhao Xiaomi wrapped her arms around Zhao Ye's neck, her big eyes brimming with tears, feeling heartache for her father. Yes, yes, yes. From now on, Daddy will exercise, and Xiaomi will be right there with you. You will definitely get better. One day, Daddy will take you and Mommy to travel the world. Zhao Ye's eyes also glistened with unshed tears. He truly wished to give himself a couple of slaps. Such a wonderful daughter, yet he fails to cherish her properly, allowing himself to fall into despair. Truly deserving of reprimand. Fortunately, he has come to his senses in time. There will be ample opportunity for atonement in the future. Indeed, father is truly magnificent. Xiaomi adores her father. Zhao Xiaomi buried her face in Zhao Ye's embrace, greedily inhaling the scent of her father. After 2 long years, she can finally hold her father again. It's delightful. Father, you show favoritism, loving your daughter more than your son. When you grow old, I shall remove your oxygen tube. Cough, cough, cough. Zhao Xiao's sudden, faint voice nearly caused Zhao Yi to choke on his own saliva. This truly is an impressive child. At merely 6 years of age, he contemplates severing my oxygen supply. Such audacity is unmatched. One might ponder whether a preemptive strike is in order. Alas, I shall refrain for now, choosing instead to exercise patience and kindness, biding my time until he is suitably robust for a proper reckoning. Yes, let this be a delightful resolution. With this thought in mind, Zhao Yi reached out, gently tousling Zhao Xiaoli's hair, his voice softening as he said, "My son, these past 2 years, I have been rather neglectful. I am immensely grateful to you for looking after your mother and sister. Thank you for your support. In the future, whatever you wish to eat, do not hesitate to tell your father. I will ensure you grow up healthy and strong. Oh dear, I must go eat now. I shall be late otherwise." Confronted by Zhao Ye's unexpected tenderness, Zhao Xiaoli became flustered, his words tumbling out in disarray. His face flushed crimson as he hurriedly waved his hands and dashed back to the dining table, burying himself in his meal. At this moment, he resembled an ostrich, lacking the courage to lift his head. Ha ha ha. He he he. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Yi and Zhao Xiaomi exchanged a glance and could not help but burst into laughter. Lin Wan, standing nearby, also found herself unable to suppress a smile. With that smile, all the negative emotions accumulated over the past 2 years dissipated, replaced by a warm sense of harmony. After dinner, Lin Wan accompanied the 2 children to school, while Zhao Yi took care of the dishes and tidied up the house. Just as Zhao Yi finished cleaning, Lin Wan returned home after dropping off the kids. Upon her arrival, she inquired, "Will you still go fishing this afternoon?" "Of course. Fishing will be my profession from now on," Zhao Yi affirmed with a nod, then quickly shifted the subject. "However, I won't be fishing at the river by the entrance this afternoon. There are only small fry there, and it's rather pointless. Then let us go to Shanwan River. It has a variety of fish species and can serve as a year-round fishing spot." Lin Wan agreed, nodding in approval. "All right, let us hurry and set off." Zhao Yi responded, grabbing the low-level fishing gear set rewarded by the system. He had already concocted an excuse for the fishing gear, culinary skills, and the small funds he had, waiting for Lin Wan to inquire. "Okay, let's go." Little did he know, Lin Wan simply nodded and took the lead out the door with the fishing gear, showing no intention of asking. "Ah, dear. Don't you have anything you wish to ask me?" Zhao Yi paused, quickly limping after her. He found it puzzling that Lin Wan seemed completely unfazed by his situation. "Hiki, what should I ask?" Lin Wan replied with a smile, countering his question. Aren't you curious about how I acquired my culinary skills? Aren't you curious about where I got the money to buy the fishing gear and groceries? Well, I am curious. So where did it come from?" "Wow, dear. Your reaction is rather subdued. Isn't it?" "Oh, is it? What reaction should I have? Should I be saying, 'Wow, husband, you are amazing. Where did you learn to cook? And where did your little money come from? Honey, I'm sorry for the hardships you've endured these past 2 years. I promise to make it up to you." Hearing Lin Wan's long-lost playful tone, Zhao Yi couldn't help but feel his eyes well up with tears. In the past, Lin Wan loved to tease him with that playful voice when they were alone. Unfortunately, during these 2 years of his neglect, her smile had faded, and so had her playful tone. Now, however, with Lin Wan showing signs of her playful spirit returning, it indicated that she was beginning to forgive him. What a wonderful woman! After enduring 2 years of grievances and hardships, now that he was showing a slight improvement, her heart softened. Zhao Yi felt as if he must have saved the galaxy in his past life. Otherwise, how could he be blessed with such a remarkable wife? In this day and age, people are often realistic. How many women could serve a husband who has given up on himself for 2 years without seeking retribution? Thus, such a woman deserves boundless love and affection. Husband, you need not apologize. As our little one said, you have also suffered in your heart. So I do not hold it against you. Previously, I harbored a certain resentment, which led me to disregard you. However, having reflected on the matter, I no longer hold any grievances. From this point onward, let us embark on fishing together to earn a livelihood, ensuring the welfare of our 2 children, which would bring me immense satisfaction. Lin Wan paused, turning back to regard Zhao Yi with a serious expression. She epitomized the traditional woman, valuing unwavering loyalty, especially with the ties of 2 children. As long as life persists, she would not relent. She held a steadfast belief that tomorrow would bring better fortunes. Fortunately, her perseverance bore fruit. Ha ha ha. My dear wife, rest assured. With my culinary skills, I guarantee to nurture you and the children into plump and healthy beings. Giggling, she retorted, I'd rather not gain weight. It would be utterly unappealing. With their hearts laid bare, the couple's affection blossomed swiftly. Riding together on an electric tricycle, they shared the driver's seat, exchanging playful banter and laughter that drew envious glances from passers-by. The topics of culinary prowess and finances were left unspoken, for there was no need to delve into such matters. My dear, we have arrived. Let us enter here. A short stroll of about 10 minutes will take us to the riverbank. Indeed, let us proceed. Time is of the essence. We must hurry to fish for a couple of hours. After a journey of over 20 minutes, the tricycle reached the foothills of a lush, green mountain. They parked the vehicle, shouldered their gear, and ventured forth. Following a narrow path carved by human footsteps for approximately 15 minutes, they finally arrived at the riverbank. This is a meandering mountain stream, which at first glance resembles a silver serpent, stretching across the lush, verdant forest. Its broad, sinuous form seems endless, evoking the essence of a winding waterway with numerous twists and turns. This is the renowned Shanwan River in Linjiang County, from which the name of the county is derived. The river flows in a north-south direction, converging with the sea to the south and connecting to the Yangtze River to the north. A boat ride from the southern pier of the town can lead one to the urban area of Shanghai via waterway. In the days of unrestricted fishing, the southern part of the town was as bustling as the urban center of Shanghai. Even now, it remains the most affluent area in the neighboring counties, a coveted residential locale for many. The pier is brimming with an array of fishing boats and yachts, with anglers and tourists coming and going in a steady stream. The Shanwan River boasts abundant fish resources, rich in variety, where virtually all known freshwater fish can be found. Even some migratory marine fish are frequently caught here. Additionally, due to the numerous rocky river segments with perennial waterfalls and the prohibition of fishing with nets by Blue Star, various recreational fishing companies and angling enterprises have established themselves in this locale. Thus, Linjiang County has gained a formidable reputation in the realm of fishing, and in the southeastern provinces, as well as throughout all of China, discussions of fishing invariably mention this place. Darling, how are your legs holding up? There likely aren't many fish here. Shall we venture further in? All right, let's proceed. I'm fine, Zhao Yu replied, nodding. At that moment, he activated his fish-finding radar, revealing only a few scattered red dots nearby. In the distance, however, there appeared to be a dense cluster, but unfortunately, his 3-meter-6 short rod was inadequate to reach them. Wife, this spot seems promising. Let's fish here. After walking along the riverbank for several minutes, Zhao Ye's eyes suddenly brightened, prompting him to halt. The current here is gentle, lacking both a sharp point and an eddy. How did you deduce this is a good spot? Lin Wan inquired, her face betraying confusion. She then shook her head and pointed to a protruding area not far off, suggesting, Darling, that point is sharp. Generally, there are more fish there. Shall we fish there instead? No, you go there. I will fish here. I have a feeling there are plenty of fish here. How about we make a bet? Whoever catches more fish will have the other fulfill a request. Zhao Yi asserted confidently, waving his hand dismissively. As he spoke, he began to set up his equipment. Fine. Let us wager. I can hardly believe that such a prime sharp point could yield fewer fish than your spot. Lin Wan retorted. Her expression won a defiance as she strode toward the sharp point. Haha, my dear, you're bound to lose. Tonight I intend to unlock new pleasures. Zhao Yi chuckled, unable to suppress his grin upon hearing Lin Wan agree to the wager. He had already resolved that not only would he indulge in a feast tonight, but he would also relish in a variety of delights. Shameless, Lin Wan exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing crimson. She scoffed and hurriedly quickened her pace to escape. This shameless husband is utterly disgraceful. In broad daylight, what if someone overhears? Wouldn't that be utterly embarrassing? Ha ha. Zhao Yi, witnessing the situation, could not help but burst into boisterous laughter. His beloved wife was simply adorable, even after 6 or 7 years of marriage. She still found it difficult to let go of such intimate matters. With a swift motion, Zhao Yi continued his task. Before long, he had expertly tied the fishing line and attached a segment of earthworm purchased from the system's marketplace, casting out his first line. Ding. The system detected that the host had commenced work, and the timer for wages began. Ding. A project task was issued. Catch 100 pounds of freshwater fish. The reward would be distributed based on the host's efficiency: 1 day for excellent, 2 days for good, 3 days for acceptable, 5 days for average, and more than 5 days for poor performance. Oh, another task has arrived? Alas, it seems that the feast of meat would have to be postponed. Completing the task was of utmost importance. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Zhao Yi subdued his desires and resolved to engage in night fishing later. Meat could be savored at any time, but earning money through tasks was an urgent necessity. The current living conditions at home were deplorable, and he needed to relocate promptly. Furthermore, he owed his relatives nearly 500,000 yuan. It had been 2 years, and while they had not pressed him, he needed to repay the debt swiftly. One must be free of burdens to feel light. Swish. Here it comes. Before long, the vertical float in the water began to move. Zhao Yi quickly rose, sharply lifting the rod to strike the fish. Swish. With a resounding splash, the fish was hooked, and his rod bent into a perfect arc. Goodness. Please don't snap the line. Feeling the intense tug on the rod, Zhao Yi was filled with both excitement and anxiety, fearing a sudden snap that would scatter the rod into pieces. Fortunately, despite the rod seeming on the verge of breaking, it held firm. Relieved, Zhao Yi finally allowed himself to relax, beginning to deftly maneuver the fish, occasionally backing away while bracing himself with his abdomen. As the seconds ticked by, after several minutes of struggle, the fish finally surrendered, slowly surfacing. Wow, dear, you're incredible. You caught a big grass carp weighing 7 or 8 pounds on your first cast. Lin Wan had already rushed over with a landing net, eagerly awaiting the catch. Upon seeing the large grass carp surface, she couldn't help but beam with joy. The market price for wild grass carp was approximately 10 yuan per pound, meaning this fish could fetch 70 to 80 yuan. What a delight. Hee hee. This is just the beginning. The best is yet to come. My dear wife, just you wait. Today, I shall achieve an extraordinary catch. In response to Lin Wan's praise, Zhao Yi wore a smug grin. Hearing such commendation from his wife was an exquisite sensation, akin to a euphoric rush of adrenaline. In an instant, the fatigue that had settled in his body from a day of fishing seemed to dissipate, replaced by renewed vigor. Indeed, my dear husband, you are truly remarkable. The possibility of us repaying our debts promptly rests entirely upon your shoulders. Lin Wan nodded earnestly. Although she suspected Zhao Yi was boasting, she offered her praises generously. It was a rare moment for her husband to step outside their home, and he desperately needed encouragement. She would not douse his enthusiasm with cold water. Haha, dear wife. You need not worry. I will repay our debts swiftly, and then we shall acquire a new home, a sanctuary for you and our children. I am a man of my word, Zhao Yi declared, one hand gripping the fishing rod while the other pounded against his chest with confidence. With the support of the Universal Fishing Guild, financial concerns were trivial for him, as long as he applied himself diligently to fishing. It was not far-fetched to envision a future where he would secure a place among the wealthiest in China, if not the world. I believe in you. In my heart. You have always been the best, provided you are willing to strive. Even if we were to reside beneath a bridge, I would have no regrets, Lin Wan replied, nodding as she tended to the fish. Her expectations were modest. As long as Zhao Yi remained determined and did not succumb to despair, she would be content. She firmly believed that through their united efforts, hardship would eventually fade away. With a splash and a flurry of excitement, the couple engaged in joyful conversation as a sizable grass carp was hauled ashore. Congratulations, host, you have caught an 8-2-pound grass carp, earning 80 experience points and 200 fish tokens. Current task completion progress, 8 to 100 pounds. Huh. Not only is this grass carp exhilarating to catch, but the experience and tokens are equally rewarding. At this rate, if I manage to reel in 12 or 13 more, I will achieve another promotion and fulfill my project objectives. Let us persist. I aim to complete the task by afternoon, ensuring our evening is not deprived of a hearty meal. Delighted with these thoughts, Zhao Yi eagerly removed the hook and, with Lin Wan's assistance, returned the grass carp to the water. He promptly baited the hook and cast his line once more. With a swift plop, the baited hook, adorned with earthworms, soared through the air and landed precisely in a spot teeming with fish. Hurry back, dear wife. I've hooked another one, and it's larger than the last. Within mere seconds, Zhao Yi exclaimed with exuberance, raising his rod once again to set the hook. He had not anticipated such swift success. Indeed, the earthworms provided by the system were exceptional. He had previously thought the tokens earned per catch were pricey, but now they seemed quite reasonable, even a bargain. Already? My dear husband, your luck is extraordinary. Upon hearing Zhao Ye's call, Lin Wan, who had just ventured partway, paused in surprise. Once she regained her composure, she promptly turned around and hurried back, her smile unabated. She genuinely did not anticipate that her husband would possess such remarkable luck, reeling in fish one after another. Simply splendid. Had it not been for her concern about disturbing his fishing, she would have been tempted to bestow a kiss upon him. My dear wife, this is not mere luck. It is skill, you know, Zhao Yi replied, his tone brimming with pride. I had a premonition that fish would be abundant here. And look, I was right, wasn't I? Unbeknownst to him, Lin Wan was oblivious to his thoughts. As he maneuvered the fish, his expression exuded a sense of triumph. After all, who could blame him for feeling so accomplished? Yes, you possess skill. You truly understand fishing. You are the best. Lin Wan nodded enthusiastically, her smile radiant. Ha. Undoubtedly. You are my most beloved wife. You truly understand me. Zhao Yi roared with laughter. He was aware that his wife likely harbored doubts. Yet her unhesitating agreement delighted him immensely. After all, who does not cherish a partner who aligns with their every sentiment? After a vigorous splashing sound persisted for over 20 minutes, it eventually subsided. A few moments later, a plump, golden fish broke the surface of the water. Oh dear. It's a carp. Upon seeing the large fish, Lin Wan couldn't help but pout, displaying a face of disappointment and disdain. Carp were considered undesirable, rarely consumed by the locals, except during the new year when used for ancestral offerings. Thus, their market value was quite low. Even this wild carp, weighing around 7 or 8 pounds, could only fetch 3 to 5 yuan per pound, and selling it was no easy task. Come now, my dear, do not scorn this large carp. Just because we here do not relish it does not mean it cannot be prepared well. As long as it is properly cleaned and not raised in polluted waters, its flavor will not disappoint. Consider the yellow river carp. It is also a carp, yet it commands a high price. Why? Because it is delicious. Our local carp may not rival the yellow river variety, but it is certainly not far behind. We shall not sell this big carp. When we return, I will prepare a sweet and sour carp for you and the children. Its tangy sweetness will surely delight you all, Zhao Yi assured her, eager to please. Seeing Lin Wan's expression, Zhao Yi hastily made his promise. With his culinary prowess, he could transform anything, even the most unassuming ingredients, into a delectable feast that would leave diners yearning for more. Is that true? You can make sweet and sour carp? Lin Wan asked, her face a picture of astonishment. Though she had never tasted sweet and sour carp, she was aware of its status as a renowned dish in Shandong cuisine, much adored by northerners. Ha, my dear wife, do not underestimate my culinary skills. There is nothing I cannot prepare, provided you have not heard of it. After a moment's pause, Zhao Yi, with an air of arrogance, declared, it's not that I'm bragging, but even if you handed me a few dung beetles, I could conjure up a culinary masterpiece. Ugh, that's utterly disgusting. How could dung beetles possibly be gourmet? Why don't you just fly to the heavens? Laughter erupted as he continued, don't doubt me. One day, I shall prepare a stir-fried dung beetle for you. It's a specialty from the southern regions, and I assure you, once you taste it, you'll crave more. Please stop. If you continue, I might just vomit. My mind is overwhelmed with images of dung beetles rolling their dung balls. Zhao Yi chuckled heartily. Well, aren't dung beetles rolling their dung balls rather adorable? At his words, Lin Wan couldn't help but laugh as well, her reminder prompting him to visualize the amusing scene. Amidst their playful banter, they soon managed to pull a large carp onto the shore. Upon closer inspection, the fish bore scales that were half gold and half silver. A truly remarkable sight. A notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have caught an 8.5-pound two-colored carp. The weight of the catch is doubled, earning you 500 promotion experience points and 1,000 fish currency. Current task progress complete. Goodness, this carp grants far more experience and currency than the grass carp. Zhao Yi exclaimed in astonishment. He had presumed that the carp would be less popular and therefore yield lesser rewards. To his surprise, it was indeed a dark horse among fish. System, what does the two-colored carp signify? Why is the weight doubled? And why are the promotion experience and fish currency so abundant? In line with his habit of consulting the system when faced with uncertainty, Zhao Yi promptly reached out for clarification. Notification to the host. In the parallel multiverse, fish species are classified into 9 colors. The more vibrant the colors of the scales, the superior the flesh and nutritional value. The vitality elixirs sold in the company store are crafted from fish flesh of 2 colors or more, which is why the rewards from your catch are substantial. Additionally, due to the rarity of 9-colored fish, the company has stipulated that the weight is calculated at multiples according to the number of colors. Ah, I see, Zhao Yu pondered, then instinctively inquired. But aren't there plenty of fish with various colors in the ocean? The host has misunderstood. The 9-colored fish refers to the scales on the fish's body that exhibit 9 distinct hues, which are an external manifestation of the nutritional substances within, rather than a mere assortment of colors. In the ocean, many multicolored fish are primarily single-colored, commonly referred to as natural-colored fish. Although their bodies are resplendent and their colors diverse, their nutritional value is rather ordinary and widespread. In contrast, the 9-colored fish is exceptional. Each specimen is exceedingly rare, with even the lowest grade, the 2-colored fish, being a rarity among thousands. Ah, so that is how it is. Zhao Yu nodded, unable to suppress a quiet admiration for his fortuitous luck. To catch a 2-colored fish, which is a 1 in 1,000 rarity, on his second attempt is indeed remarkable. System. How should I process this 2-colored carp to refine it into a physical essence? After his moment of reflection, Zhao Yi posed another inquiry to the system. Beep. In response to the host, you are unable to refine the physical essence on your own. However, by incorporating various medicinal herbs such as ginseng, reishi, and cordyceps into a stew, you can achieve health-boosting effects. Note, the older the medicinal herbs, the more potent their effects. Oh, I must certainly try this when I return home tonight. It is perfect for nourishing my wife and children. Zhao Yi then asked, by the way, system, does the company store have these herbs for sale? Beep. In response to the host, the company store has a comprehensive selection of products, including not only medicinal herbs but also those aged 10, 100, or even 1,000 years. As the system's words concluded, a sound echoed, and the store interface materialized before Zhao Yu. The interface displayed images of various medicinal herbs, clearly labeled with their ages and prices. After casually browsing the prices, Zhao Yu subtly shook his head. Too expensive, truly, it is beyond my means. The herbs aged over 10 years start at a minimum of 4 digits. And with his current meager accumulation of over 1,000 fish currency, he could only afford a 10-year-old ginseng. The herbs aged 1 to 3 years, however, were reasonably priced, hovering around 100 fish currency. If one can afford it, then one should purchase it. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Yi accessed the system and spent over 800 fish-catching coins to procure the necessary medicinal herbs for the next 3 years. His wife had suffered from poor health over the past 2 years, and the children were malnourished, as thin as bean sprouts. It was imperative to nourish them well. Oh, darling, we've struck it rich. It seems we are on the verge of fortune. Just as Zhao Yi completed his purchase, he was startled by Lin Wan's excited exclamation ringing in his ears. What is happening? What is this fortune? Quickly exiting the system, Zhao Yi glanced at Lin Wan, who had inexplicably crouched down, and asked in confusion. Could it be that Lin Wan recognized the 2-colored carp? Darling, did you see that? The scales of this carp shimmer with both gold and silver. If I'm not mistaken, this is a 2-colored carp. Lin Wan pointed at the shimmering scales, her face glowing with excitement. My father once mentioned that the rarest fish in the world possess 9 colors on their scales, known as the 9-colored fish. I thought it was merely a tale, but it turns out to be true. Giggling, she continued, if this truly is a 2-colored carp, it could fetch at least $1,000 per pound. Don't you think we've struck it rich? Oh no. I must quickly take a picture and send it to my father to confirm if this is indeed a 2-colored fish. Without waiting for Zhao Yi's response, Lin Wan eagerly pulled out her phone and began snapping pictures. Zhao Yi, observing Lin Wan's exuberance, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had just secured the medicinal herbs, eagerly anticipating cooking a nourishing soup that evening, but judging by Lin Wan's fervor, it seemed she might be reluctant to part with the fish. Such a rare and nourishing fish, selling it to others felt like a grave loss to Zhao Yi. Money, he mused, would not be a concern if he persevered for some time, but this fish, who could say if he would ever catch another? The thought of not being able to catch it again filled him with regret. Alas, he needed a more convincing reason to keep it for himself. If all else failed, perhaps he could find an opportunity to let the fish perish. In the sweltering summer heat, a dead fish wouldn't last long. And surely Lin Wan wouldn't insist on selling it. Pleased with this cunning plan, Zhao Yi silently commended himself, thinking, what a clever little rascal I am. He resumed his fishing, hopeful that luck might grant him another catch today. If that were the case, he could eat one and sell the other. Truly a win-win situation. With a grin, he disregarded Lin Wan's tinkering and removed the fishhook, attaching a worm before casting it into the water with a swift motion. Suddenly, the ringing of Lin Wan's phone pierced the air. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was her father, Lin Jiangwo, and hurriedly answered. As soon as she picked up, her father's voice boomed from the speaker, filled with excitement and disbelief. The volume was so loud that even Zhao Yi could hear clearly. Hello, Xiaowan, you're not pulling my leg, are you? That two-colored carp you filmed wasn't he caught by someone else or from a video online, was it? Dad, how could I ever deceive you? This fish was truly caught by your son-in-law. If you don't believe me, I can have him speak to you right now. Wait a minute. Isn't my son-in-law the one who stays home all day like a recluse? Why is he out fishing today? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi couldn't help but twitch his lips at the accusation. What did it mean to be a homebody? Such slander. He merely preferred to avoid embarrassing situations. Not that he was ashamed to go out. Dad, it's not that he is incapable of socializing. He just felt a bit shy. But now he has come to terms with it and is willing to fish alongside me to support the family. Lin Wan, hearing her father refer to her husband, quickly chimed in. Dad, you wouldn't believe how well he performed today. He fished all morning, came home to prepare a delicious meal for me and the kids, and then joined me again this afternoon. I haven't even caught a thing yet, while he has already reeled in a hefty grass carp and this two-colored carp. Pausing for emphasis, Lin Wan continued with a hint of pride. Dad, it's not just empty flattery. My husband seems to have a remarkable knack for fishing. If he pursued this as a career, I believe he could match your skills. Ah, what a wonderful wife you are, speaking so highly of me. Zhao Yi thought, relishing the compliment. Upon hearing Lin Wan's words, Zhao Yi could not help but smile broadly. If his father-in-law were present at that moment, he would surely cast a disdainful glance his way. You dare to speak ill of me? Your precious daughter is now my closest confidant. You can only watch helplessly as I wear her warmth while you shiver in the biting cold. How does that make you feel? On the other end of the line, Lin Jiangwo remained oblivious to Zhao Yi's thoughts. Upon hearing his daughter's words, his mouth twitched in a manner reminiscent of Zhao Yi's earlier expression. After nurturing his cabbage for over 20 years, only to have it devoured by a pig, he was left bewildered. Why did the cabbage turn its back on him and favor the swine? Could it be that his years of diligent care were overshadowed by a mere boy's flowery words? Is it true that a daughter once married is akin to water spilled? This thought filled him with frustration, yet he felt powerless. With a heavy heart, he could only declare, "You two wait for me. I shall set sail immediately." Before hastily hanging up the phone, he feared that if he continued speaking, his beloved daughter would be driven to despair. Dear, did you hear that? My father is coming over, Lin Wan said, exasperatedly showing her phone to Zhao Yi as the busy signal echoed in the background. Her father had not changed one bit. Still quick to hang up in a huff. Oh, is he coming over now? Zhao Yi feigned surprise, inquiring, is it for this koi fish? Yes. He wants to confirm whether it is indeed a two-colored koi. If so, he can help us find a buyer, Lin Wan replied, her excitement palpable. Dad said if it is a two-colored koi, we could sell it for at least 10,000. Finally, we can settle the rent for the second half of the year. Oh, really? Zhao Yi nodded, pondering for a moment before his eyes gleamed with an idea. My dear, don't you think selling such a rare and precious fish for merely 10,000 might be a loss? I propose we keep it for ourselves instead. Look at us, a family in need of nourishment. This fish would provide a substantial boost to our health, perfect for the four of us. What? Absolutely not, Lin Wan exclaimed, shaking her head vigorously. You would feast on a fish worth over 10,000? I can't bear to do that. We still owe so much money. And the rent is unsettled. We need every penny we can get. This fish must be sold. If you're that desperate to eat it, then you might as well break my ribs and make soup. The fish must be sold for cash. Oh dear, what are you saying? Zhao Yi responded, incredulous. No matter how expensive the fish, it cannot compare to your worth. Breaking ribs for soup? How could you even suggest such a thing? He shot Lin Wan an exasperated glance. How had he not realized before that she was such a miser? I don't care. The fish cannot be eaten. It must be sold. If you dare touch it, I shall break my own ribs to make soup and personally feed you. Lin Wan's lips curled into a smile, her tone laced with a hint of playful arrogance. All right, let us sell it. Let us make some money. Is that acceptable? Zhao Yi feigned annoyance and replied. I initially intended to verify the ancient dietary therapy to see if it could cure my leg, but upon witnessing your money-driven demeanor, I think I shall reconsider. What ancient dietary therapy? My dear husband, are you suggesting that eating this fish could heal your leg? Lin Wan abruptly stood up, her eyes wide with astonishment. If it could indeed restore her husband's leg, she would gladly consume dragon meat, let alone fish. Indeed, I am aware of an ancient recipe that can enhance physical vitality and promote circulation. If it can be prepared and consumed, my leg should fully recover. Zhao Yi was spinning a tale, weaving his words with deceptive ease. His lies, though benevolent, were crafted to ensure that his wife and child would benefit from the nourishment, while also laying the groundwork for his own recovery. For someone who had been limping for 2 years, if his leg were to suddenly heal, it would be difficult to explain. However, if he consumed this fish, he could ultimately attribute his recovery to it, leaving no one able to refute his claims. Is that truly the case? You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Lin Wan scrutinized Zhao Ye's profile with skepticism. After a brief silence, she said, When my father arrives, I will inquire further. If this fish truly possesses such properties, then I shall let you have it. After a pause, Lin Wan added with a fierce determination, However, should I discover that you are deceiving me, I will ensure you regret it. My dear wife, how could I ever deceive you? You shall taste it yourself and witness the remarkable effects. Zhao Yi reassured her hurriedly. He then shifted the conversation, feigning a profound sense of wonder as he remarked, When I first learned this ancient recipe from my master, I thought he was merely boasting. Who would have imagined that such a thing as the 9-colored fish truly exists, and that I would be fortunate enough to catch one? My luck is unparalleled. It seems even the heavens do not wish to see a promising youth like me remain crippled. At this moment, Zhao Yi exhibited remarkable acting skills. The gratitude reflected in his small eyes, coupled with his slightly trembling body due to excitement, truly showcased the prowess of a seasoned actor. If given the opportunity to perform, the title of Best Actor could very well be up for grabs. Darling, do you have a master? I had no idea, Lin Wan inquired, a mix of surprise and curiosity evident in her voice. She had already come to believe most of what Zhao Yi had just said. Yet the sudden mention of a master left her puzzled. They had been in love since their first year of university, both experiencing their first romance, and upon graduation, they married. How was it possible she had never heard of Zhao Ye's master? Of course, I have a master. How else would I have acquired my culinary skills? Zhao Yi grinned, his expression brimming with pride. Moreover, my master has taught me not only cooking but many other skills as well. However, he has a rule. I must perfect my techniques before showcasing them publicly. At present, I have only just passed in cooking. The other skills are still in practice. When I reveal them, you mustn't be astonished. Zhao Yi had considered revealing the existence of the system to Lin Wan, but the system forbade it. Thus, he had no choice but to conjure an imaginary master. After all, how could he explain acquiring other skills later on? Is that true? When did you take on a master, dear? And where is he? I've never met him. Lin Wan, not typically one to pry, was genuinely intrigued now. I took on this master quite some time ago, back when I had just outgrown my toddler years, so you obviously wouldn't have met him. After a pause, Zhao Yi feigned a sorrowful expression. Unfortunately, he has long since passed away. Otherwise, I could have taken you to meet him. If he knew I had married such a wonderful and beautiful wife, he would surely have laughed heartily. Oh, I see. What a pity. Lin Wan nodded, not probing further. Just then, the bobber in the water stirred. Seeing this, Zhao Yi swiftly raised his rod to catch the fish, simultaneously feeling relieved that he had managed to evade further questioning. Dear, don't you think your husband is impressive? Look at this, it's another sizable catch. Much larger than the previous two. Amidst the vigorous splashing of water, Zhao Yi, while reeling in the fish, remarked with a smug expression. If I were to catch another 9-colored fish, that would be absolutely delightful. Impressive indeed, but the likelihood of catching another 9-colored fish is slim. They are so rare. Just landing one is a stroke of extraordinary luck, and to catch 2? That would require an unbelievable fortune. You never know. Today, my luck is quite favorable, and I may very well catch another one. Let us hope so. Lin Wan nodded gently, a smile gracing her lips. Although she longed for Zhao Yu to catch another fish, she understood the improbability of that happening. As time ticked away, the two engaged in conversation while leisurely reeling in their catch. After nearly half an hour, the fish in the water finally exhausted its strength and floated to the surface. The moment they beheld the fish, Zhao Yi and Lin Wan's eyes widened in unison, filled with disbelief, as if they had encountered a ghost. After a brief moment of astonishment, Lin Wan's uncertain voice broke the silence. "Darling, I can't be mistaken, can I? Did you really catch another one? Am I dreaming?" "Honey, you are neither mistaken nor dreaming. I saw it too," Zhao Yi replied. "How is this even possible? My father has fished for years and has never caught a 9-colored fish. Yet you managed to catch 2? This luck is simply extraordinary. Hee, I have no idea. I'm still a bit dazed. I was merely boasting earlier, never truly believing I would catch one," Zhao Yi said, freeing one hand to scratch the back of his head. Gazing at the fish in the water, its scales shimmering with golden and silver hues on its plump belly. He couldn't help but break into a foolish grin, reminiscent of a lovesick fool. This is yet another splendid 2-colored carp, which upon estimation appears to be even larger than the previous one. Recalling the promotion experience in the fish-catching currency earned from the first catch, Zhao Yi's lips curled into a grin that reached the back of his ears. If all goes as anticipated, once this fish is landed, he shall be poised for another promotion and salary increase. Achieving 2 promotions in a single day surely marks him as exceptional, does it not? With this thought in mind, he promptly grasped the rod with both hands, stepping back cautiously. Meanwhile, he called out to Lin Wan at his side, urging her, "My dear, don't just stand there and daze. Prepare the net. Let us secure the fish first. This is a substantial accumulation of experience and fishing currency. There must not be the slightest error. If it were to regain its strength and escape, Zhao Yi would surely faint on the spot." "Oh." Lin Wan suddenly came to her senses, responding promptly as she hurriedly grasped the net, bracing herself for action. Splashing sounds echoed. A few minutes later, the couple, working in unison, successfully brought the large carp onto the shore without any mishap. While it was still in the water, they could not see it clearly and were filled with a sense of apprehension. Yet upon its arrival on land, the sight of the prominent golden and silver scales on the carp made them exchange glances, unable to suppress their joyous smiles. At this moment, a series of prompts resonated in Zhao Yi's mind. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully caught a 9-pound 2-colored carp. The weight of your catch is multiplied by 2, granting you 550 promotion experience points and 1050 fish coins. Current task completion progress, 43, 2,100 pounds. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your promotion experience has reached 1,000. You have been elevated to the position of fishing team leader, with a salary adjusted to 500 yuan per hour. The next promotion requires an experience of 13,010,000 points. Ding. Congratulations on your promotion to fishing team leader. You are now authorized to recruit 1 formal employee at a salary of 5,000 yuan per month, funded by the company. Ding. Presenting your promotion rewards. 100,000 yuan in cash, a mid-level fishing rod, including line assembly, capable of catching up to 30 pounds. 2 low-level physical elixirs, and 2 lottery draws. My goodness, what a lavish reward. After hearing the system's announcements, Zhao Yu quickly pulled out his phone to check. Upon seeing the 6-digit balance, a broad grin spread from ear to ear. This morning, he had merely 3.5 yuan in his account, and now it had transformed into over 110,000 yuan. Wow, the speed at which he is accumulating wealth must have surpassed that of 90% of the nation. However, monetary gain is but a secondary concern. What truly elates him are the 10,000 fish harvest coins, 2 bottles of vitality elixir, and 2 opportunities for a lucky draw. The value of the 10,000 fish harvest coins speaks for itself. Whether utilized for a draw or for purchasing vitality elixirs, they are exceedingly desirable. As for the 2 bottles of vitality elixir, consuming them would enable him to walk like an ordinary person, even if his legs do not fully recover. At the very least, there would be no outward signs of his previous limp. Regarding the 2 lucky draw opportunities, he has been eagerly anticipating them for several hours. With the chance finally at hand, he is filled with joy and cannot contain his excitement. Spirits of heaven and earth, manifest your power. Grant me a divine medical skill or a superior vitality elixir. Rubbing his hands together, Zhao Yi silently prays. After concluding his prayer, he promptly instructs the system. System, I wish to draw. Let us do both at once. Beep. Acknowledged, host. Commencing the draw. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have won 1 bottle of intermediate vitality elixir. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a divine stock trading skill. Well, This is astonishing. My luck today is truly beyond belief. Hearing the results of his draws, Zhao Yi cannot help but gasp in astonishment. There is no denying that these two prizes are incredibly beneficial to him at this moment. The intermediate vitality elixir. For those with a vitality score below 20, enhances by 5 points, while those with a score between 20 and 50 receive a boost of 1 point. Upon consuming this potion, Zhao Yi would instantly bid farewell to his lameness, and his physique would transcend that of ordinary individuals in a heartbeat. Additionally, his extraordinary stock trading skills would be remarkably potent, enabling him to foresee the trajectory of every stock over the course of the coming year. Armed with this ability, he would not only amass wealth swiftly, but also elucidate the origins of his fortune with clarity. It must be said that this skill appears to be tailor-made for him. It is simply magnificent. My dear wife, let us return home. Today's fishing expedition concludes here. We shall go home and prepare a fish stew to nourish ourselves well this evening. The longing to return is palpable. At this moment, Zhao Yi had lost all interest in fishing. He needed to hurry home and prepare a stew of the two-colored carp, which he intended to savor. Thus, he could stand tall once more with a sense of rightful dignity. The thought of soon being able to stride with vigor ignited a fervor within his heart, rendering him unable to wait even a moment longer. What? It's not even 3 yet, and you're heading back? Upon hearing Zhao Yi's sudden call, Lin Wan, still enveloped in excitement, wore a look of bewilderment. Once she regained her composure, she reluctantly said, "Darling, the fishing conditions are so favorable, why not continue for a while? What if we are fortunate enough to catch another 9-colored fish? No more fishing, enough has been caught for today. Besides, have you forgotten that our father-in-law is coming over soon?" Zhao Yi replied, packing up their gear without lifting his gaze. "Your father-in-law has made the effort to visit. As a son-in-law, I must showcase my skills properly. Trust me, my dear. Hurry and gather your things. It's time for us to return home." "Very well." Lin Wan sighed in resignation, shaking her head but ultimately complying and beginning to pack. As she tidied up, she couldn't help but mutter softly, "What a wasteful husband. Such excellent fishing opportunities, how regrettable." Hearing her, Zhao Yi chuckled and quickened his pace. Before long, they had finished packing and began their journey back along the same path, carrying their catch. After half an hour, they finally returned to their electric tricycle. Together, they placed the fish into a large white bucket, added water, and activated the oxygen pump. At this moment, Zhao Yi was drenched in sweat, panting heavily, while his injured leg began to throb with discomfort. Similarly, Lin Wan was also perspiring profusely, her cheeks flushed and breath quickened. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Yi felt a pang of sorrow for her. However, he refrained from voicing his concerns. He resolved that after tonight, he would shoulder such burdens himself, ensuring his beloved wife would no longer endure such hardships. The journey continued in silence. After more than 20 minutes, the couple returned to their community on a tricycle. Once they had carefully carried the 2 precious koi fish into their home for nurturing, Zhao Yi and Lin Wan devised a plan, splitting their tasks. Zhao Yi would take on the responsibility of purchasing groceries and cooking, while Lin Wan would fetch their child and sell the remaining large grass carp. When it came to grocery shopping, Zhao Yi did not need to visit the market. After Lin Wan departed, he promptly spent 100 fish catch coins in the company's online store, acquiring a plethora of ingredients. Chicken, duck, beef, lamb, everything was accounted for, along with a substantial amount of vegetables. With such an array of ingredients, it was sufficient to host an impressive banquet. Once the groceries were secured, Zhao Yi swiftly set about preparing the 9-pound koi fish. If they were to feast, it was only fitting to indulge in the larger catch, allowing for more meat and broth to savor. In no time, he skillfully processed the fish, then retrieved the herbal ingredients he had previously purchased, cleaned them, and placed them in a pot to simmer into a rich soup. With the pot on the fire, Zhao Yi could focus on his next tasks without worry. He adeptly washed, chopped, and cooked the vegetables. Despite the abundance of ingredients, his extraordinary culinary skills ensured that everything proceeded in an orderly fashion, bustling yet calm. As time ticked by, when the clock on the wall approached 5 o'clock, the sound of the front door creaking open resonated through the house. "Daddy, I'm back. Wow, it smells so good. What delicious food have you made for us?" Zhao Xiaomi's innocent and melodious voice chimed in, echoing like a lark at the entrance. "Ah, my sweet daughter has returned." Zhao Yi turned with a gentle smile. "Today, Daddy has prepared quite a feast. There's chicken, duck, fish, and meat. Make sure to eat heartily. Yum, yum. I'm going to eat until my tummy is as round as a watermelon." Zhao Xiaomi exclaimed, patting her stomach and licking her lips, her adorable demeanor truly delightful. Dad, your good son is back too. Can you please not just focus on your daughter and forget about your son? At this moment, Zhao Xiaoli's discontented voice rang out. Huh, you little rascal. Hurry and wash your hands. Then come help your father serve the dishes. A young man like you shouldn't be competing with girls for attention. Aren't you ashamed? Zhao Yi was far less gentle with his son. With a playful reprimand, he called him over to lend a hand. Mom, just look at Dad. His favoritism is so blatant. Why don't you get me a different father? Hey, you little brat. Are you itching for trouble? If your father doesn't teach you a lesson today, you truly won't realize that I am, after all, still your father. Upon hearing Zhao Xiaoli's words, Zhao Yi immediately turned off the stove, set down the spatula, and approached. Upon reaching his son, he extended his right hand and firmly grasped Zhao Xiaoli's ear, executing a complete 180-degree turn. How audacious! After 3 days of neglect, one dares to stir up trouble. To even suggest that my mother replaced my father is an outrageous display of boldness. Is this not a lesson? Are you saving it for planting green onions? Oh dear. Father, I was merely jesting. You are my most beloved dad, even surpassing the likes of Ma. Humph, a jest? I perceive you, young lad, weigh a mere 50 pounds. With 49 pounds of rebellion, one finds solace in maternal affection. Zhao Yi huffed softly, then extended his left hand to grasp the left ear of his elder brother. And with both hands in motion, he chanted, I shall exchange fathers, I shall incite rebellion. Today, dear father, I shall uphold righteousness by vanquishing you, this unfilial elder brother. Oh dear, child abuse. Mother, come quickly. Your husband seeks to slay your son. With a chuckle, Lin Wan could not help but burst into laughter upon hearing Zhao Xiaoli's tragic wail, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered. This young man certainly deserves a reprimand. From whence do all these peculiar remarks originate? So small in stature, yet the clash between man and woman is truly deserving of reprimand. Zhao Xiaomi, please come to my rescue. Father dotes on you the most. Ouch, it hurts. Noticing that her mother was unresponsive, Zhao Xiaoli quickly turned to the ever-curious Zhao Xiaomi for help. Heh. Zhao Xiaoli, if you want me to save you, you must call me sister, otherwise I shall let father continue his lesson. Ouch. Dear sister Xiaomi, please save me. My ears are about to fall off. Ha. You truly are adaptable. Seeing her eldest son so compliant, Zhao Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter. This young lad possesses quite a mischievous temperament, though it remains a mystery from whom he inherited it. Oh, what delightful commotion is unfolding within your family. Your laughter resonates from afar, creating an atmosphere of joy and merriment. At that moment, a voice of surprise suddenly echoed from outside the house. Ah, Grandpa, please save me. My dad is abusing children, mistreating your beloved grandson. Upon hearing the voice, Zhao Yi and his companions were momentarily taken aback, instinctively directing their gazes toward the door. When they beheld the newcomer, Zhao Xiaoli's face instantly lit up with joy, and she began to cry out pitifully at the arrival. Oh dear, Zhao Yi. Let go of me at once. If you damage my grandson's ears, I swear I shall not spare you. The person who had arrived was none other than Lin Wan's father, Lin Jiangwo. Upon hearing his cherished grandson's plea for help, Lin Jiangwo was immediately incensed. He set down the gifts he was carrying and rushed forward to offer assistance. As a devoted and protective grandfather, how could he stand idly by while his beloved grandson was being bullied? Not even his son-in-law would be exempt from his wrath. Dad, we were just playing around. I wasn't using any force. Zhao Yu quickly retreated a couple of steps, his expression sheepish as he released his grip in response to his father-in-law's imposing demeanor. This father-in-law is no ordinary man. Though approaching 60, his temper remains as fierce as ever. When he speaks of delivering a beating, he truly means it. I recall an incident involving his unfortunate brother-in-law, who, in a moment of misjudgment, tugged at his son's ear a tad too hard, causing the boy to cry. In an instant, my father-in-law delivered a resounding slap that left his brother-in-law utterly dazed. He stood there, bewildered for what felt like an eternity before regaining his senses. Can you imagine the sensation of such a massive hand, akin to a paddle, striking the head of a hulking figure over 6 feet tall? Although Zhao Yi did not witness this firsthand, the mere thought sent shivers down his spine. He once entertained the notion that his brother-in-law might be somewhat simple-minded, perhaps a result of having faced their father-in-law's wrath. Thus, each encounter with the elder was approached with utmost caution, as Zhao Yu feared following in his brother-in-law's footsteps. Oh, the little one's ears are delicate. Next time, refrain from twisting them so carelessly, lest you regret it. Upon noticing Zhao Yu relax his grip, Lin Jiangwo merely snorted and chose not to elaborate further. After all, he was a son-in-law, not a son. If he were a son, his large hand would have struck out long ago. It's all about spoiling him, isn't it? All right, I promise I won't do it again. Dad, please take a seat and have a word with Lin Wan. I still need to stir-fry a couple of dishes. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu nodded repeatedly. He shot a glare at the imposing son, then hastily retreated to the kitchen to continue cooking. For him, his father-in-law was the most fearsome presence. It was best to maintain a respectful distance unless absolutely necessary. After all, he could neither retaliate nor argue back. If he provoked him, any punishment would be in vain. What could he do? After all, he had courted the man's daughter. Moreover, given his rather unimposing physique, a single blow from his father-in-law would likely necessitate a feast for the entire village. Xiaowan, why does your husband still fear me so? Lin Jiangwo asked, observing Zhao Yi flee without a backward glance. His brow furrowed in confusion as he turned to his eldest daughter, Lin Wan, a look of discontent etched on his face. He prided himself on being affable. Both the children at home and those in the village adored him. Yet, why did his own son-in-law fear him so? Every encounter resembled that of a mouse encountering a cat. Barely 2 words exchanged before he scurried away. Was his charm only effective on young children? Dad, have you forgotten? You once slapped my elder brother right in front of him, and that terrified him. Lin Wan couldn't contain her laughter upon witnessing her father's bewildered expression. Did I? Lin Jiangwo scratched the back of his head awkwardly and murmured, your brother had it coming. He tugged on my grandson's ear and made him cry. I'm not one to hit people indiscriminately. Besides, no matter how irritable I might be, I would never strike my own son-in-law. Giggling, Lin Wan replied. I've told him that before, but the psychological shadow you cast on him was simply too vast. He still trembles at the mere recollection. He told me that his slight frame could hardly withstand a slap from you. If you were to strike him, the whole village would be feasting. Recalling her husband's anxious demeanor back then, Lin Wan couldn't help but laugh heartily. Oh dear, your son-in-law is far too timid, and you, my dear daughter, should have clarified things for me. Lin Jiangwo shook his head in exasperation. You know very well that despite my fierce appearance and somewhat volatile temperament, I am actually quite gentle and affectionate. Just look at how well the village children get along with me. When I catch a large sea turtle while fishing, I even help clean off the barnacles. Forget it. Let him be afraid. If that keeps him from bullying you, it's for the best. Oh, by the way, Xiaowan, Lin Jiangwo, having shifted his focus, paused for a moment before inquiring. When did your husband learn to cook? I am unsure as well. Today, he unexpectedly showcased his skills, claiming to have learned from a master in the village long ago. Nonetheless, his culinary prowess is indeed impressive. The flavors are exquisite, surpassing even those of high-end restaurants. Oh, is that so? I shall eagerly savor it later. Lin Jiangwo nodded, opting not to dwell on the matter. He swiftly redirected the conversation, his face alight with excitement. Hurry, Xiaowan, take me to see that 2-colored koi. I once encountered it in my youth. Back then I didn't recognize it, and in a daze, I cooked and ate it. The taste was simply divine. I salivate at the thought now. Oh, really? Lin Wan replied, nodding as she led the way, her face beaming with delight. Father, you are in for a treat. It is currently simmering in the pot. I will prepare some for you to taste shortly. What? Upon hearing this, Lin Jiangwo halted abruptly, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, Daughter, you haven't actually stewed that 2-colored koi, have you? Without waiting for Lin Wan's response, he hastily advanced towards the kitchen. Father, what is the matter? Zhao Yi was busy cooking over a high flame when he suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps. Turning around, he was startled to see his father-in-law rushing towards him like a man possessed, nearly causing him to drop the frying pan. Fortunately, he managed to regain his composure just in time, thus preventing the waste of an entire pot of food. Where's the fish? Zhao Yi, where's the fish you stewed? Lin Jiangwo glared, his expression fierce enough to intimidate. The fish? Zhao Yi was taken aback, instinctively pointing to the pot on the left side of the stove. It's right here, what's wrong? With a clatter, Lin Jiangwo exclaimed, Oh my goodness, how could you bear to stew it? My word, ginseng, reishi, cordyceps. Oh dear, it seems you are not planning to live well. With a loud bang, he lifted the pot lid and was met with the sight of the fully stewed large koi alongside a plethora of precious medicinal ingredients. Instantly, he slapped his thigh in dismay. Over 10,000 worth of fish, just like that, wasted. If you were still running a business, perhaps this would be acceptable. But now, burdened with debt, how can you indulge in such extravagance? Oh no, This cannot stand. A serious lesson must be imparted. Such wastefulness, how can one continue living like this? It is unwise to reprimand a son-in-law, yet a daughter is beyond reproach. Contemplating this, Lin Jiangwo forcefully slammed the pot lid shut, spun around abruptly, and glared at Lin Wan, demanding, "Xiao Wan, did I not mention in our previous phone conversation that this fish could fetch over 10,000? Yes," Lin Wan replied, a hint of guilt in her voice, yet she mustered the courage to nod. Good. You are aware it is worth over 10,000. Yet you are willing to consume it? Lin Jiangwo's anger intensified upon hearing this, and he raised his voice. Are you not cognizant of your family's current predicament? Can you truly afford to indulge in such extravagance? I ask you, are you prepared to abandon all hope? With so many debts hanging over your heads, do you not intend to repay them? And what of this fish? Will it ascend to the heavens or sink into the earth? Why are you so gluttonous? Would it not be better to sell it and pay off the debts? Oh, you infuriate me. After traveling 2 hours by boat, all I find is a pot of soup. I am utterly exasperated with both of you. With that, he pushed past Lin Wan and started to exit, his frustration palpable. Oh, father, please do not be hasty. Lin Wan pleaded. Zhao Yu caught 2 fish, and we were contemplating eating one and selling the other. Seeing his distress, she quickly grasped Lin Jiangwo's arm and continued gently. Zhao Yi learned an ancient culinary method from his master. Consuming this fish could heal his leg, which is why I agreed to eat one. Pausing, Lin Wan shook Lin Jiangwo's arm playfully and added with a hint of reproach, Oh, you have raised your daughter since childhood. Surely you know my character? How could I be wasteful? If it were not for Zhao Ye's leg, I would rather brew soup with bones than consume fish. Oh, what ancient recipe possesses such miraculous properties? Lin Jiangwo halted, momentarily taken aback, his expression turning skeptical. You are not merely concocting tales due to your cravings, are you? Well, I cannot say for certain. It's what your son-in-law mentioned. You should inquire with him. Lin Wan shook her head, feeling a twinge of doubt. Previously skeptical, her father's words now made her feel as though she had been misled by Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi, do enlighten me. Is this so-called ancient recipe truly capable of healing your leg? Do not deceive me, or I shall be compelled to break your third leg. Father, it truly works. If you doubt me, I shall demonstrate my speed to you tomorrow morning. You may struggle to keep up. Zhao Yi confidently replied, instinctively tightening his legs. Holding a bottle of intermediate physical enhancement elixir and 2 bottles of lower-grade elixir, he thought, healing his leg would be a mere trifle. Perhaps it would even transform it into a formidable one. All right, you said it, so I won't be going back tonight. Tomorrow morning, I shall see if you truly can run as swiftly as you claim, Lin Jiangwo remarked, a hint of uncertainty creeping into his mind upon hearing Zhao Ye's unwavering confidence. The primary concern was that the nourishing 9-colored fish could indeed enhance one's vitality, and with the plethora of herbs Zhao Yi had utilized, perhaps it could genuinely remedy his leg issues. Rest assured, Dad. Tomorrow morning, we'll have a race to see who is the faster one, Zhao Yi replied, nodding earnestly. Very well, let us compete in the morning, Lin Jiangwo agreed. But suddenly, he smacked his forehead in disbelief and asked, I just remembered. Didn't Xiaowan mention that you caught 2 colored fish? Yes, indeed, Dad. I caught 2, both 2-colored carp. One weighed over 8 pounds, and the other 9 pounds. The one in the pot weighs 9 pounds, Zhao Yi answered promptly and truthfully. Goodness gracious, your luck is truly extraordinary. Come, take me to see it right away. Lin Jiangwo exclaimed. Of course, Dad, follow me, Zhao Yi responded eagerly, leading the way without even finishing cooking. There was no helping it. One simply could not provoke a formidable father-in-law. Yes, indeed, it is a 2-colored carp. Lin Jiangwo confirmed as they reached the fish tank in just a few steps within their modest abode. Upon seeing the 2-colored carp in the white bucket, his eyes lit up. He quickly extended his hand, flipping the fish over, examining it as one would a rare beauty, scrutinizing it from every angle. He nodded in appreciation, exclaiming, Stunning! The scales of this fish are truly magnificent. It rivals the sea fish I caught in my youth. Oh, Dad, will you be able to find a buyer for this fish? Lin Wan asked eagerly, her anticipation palpable. These are carp worth tens of thousands. If they were to perish in my hands, I would surely weep inconsolably in the restroom. Until now, it still feels somewhat surreal. After all, having grown up, the carp I've encountered typically cost merely 3 to 5 yuan per jean. I have never seen one priced in the tens of thousands. Not only have I never seen one, but I have not even heard of such prices. Perhaps only when I witness the money being pocketed will I truly believe it. Ha ha. As your father, I have been a fisherman for decades, I possess certain skills. Observing his daughter's astonishment, Lin Jiangwo laughed heartily with confidence. I'm not boasting. But if I were to record a video and share it, buyers would come knocking at our door immediately. You can just wait to collect the money. With that, he pulled out his phone and began snapping pictures of the fish in the bucket, then opened a group chat and clicked send. He then raised his phone, looking assuredly at Zhao Yi and Lin Wan, and said, just wait. Within a minute, the phone will ring. Dad, why don't we sit at the table and eat while we wait? Zhao Yi suggested softly, sensing the situation. Truth be told, he felt his father-in-law was boasting. A minute? Opening a phone, watching a video, and then making a call? This entire process may indeed prove to be time-consuming. This fish is hardly comparable to dragon meat. Why the urgency? Others may feel differently, but if it were him, he certainly would not be so animated. There is no need to rush. We can wait a minute until the phone call concludes. Lin Jiangwo waved his hand dismissively. While the meal can wait. Such a splendid opportunity to showcase his connections in front of his daughter and son-in-law is a rare occurrence. Thus, he must treat it with the utmost seriousness. Very well. We shall wait until you finish your call before we dine. Zhao Yi cast a resigned glance at Lin Wan. He initially intended to spare his father-in-law some face, fearing that a minute might pass without any contact. How delightful this is. If no one contacts us shortly, how painful would it be for our dignity? Speaking of which, will my father-in-law feel his pride wounded and take it out on Lin Wan? Perhaps we should feign a need to use the restroom and discreetly escape? Alas, as a devoted husband, how could I possibly abandon my wife and flee? I sincerely hope that someone reaches out within the next minute. Otherwise, I shall be at a loss for alleviating this awkwardness, and that would be quite a predicament. The seconds ticked by. And just as Zhao Yi was about to speak in an attempt to ease the tension, Lin Jiangwo's phone unexpectedly rang. What do you think? Father wasn't exaggerating, was he? Upon hearing the ringtone, Lin Jiangwo raised his phone triumphantly. This moment undoubtedly possesses profound significance, instantly elevating one's stature in the presence of both daughter and son-in-law. This sensation is utterly delightful. Kiki, father, you are truly impressive. You know so many prominent figures. Upon hearing this, Lin Wan quickly began to flatter him with a cheerful smile. My father is quite proud, so it is essential to shower him with praise. Ah, indeed, father. It is all thanks to you. Your network is absolutely remarkable. Zhao Yi also eagerly joined in, giving a thumbs up and nodding in admiration. At this moment, Zhao Yi suddenly realized that his father-in-law was rather endearing. In an instant, the lingering shadows of fear that had accumulated in his heart dissipated like mist. When he looked at his father-in-law again, his gaze was no longer filled with apprehension, but rather with warmth and affection. In truth, one cannot fault his father-in-law. After all, during the car accident, he lent Zhao Yi's family 200,000 yuan without a hint of hesitation and has never once pressed for repayment. Furthermore, he often brings gifts of fresh seafood and various delicacies. Indeed, every time he visits, he arrives with an abundance of provisions, just as he did today, bringing a substantial assortment of food and drink. In the past 2 years, we have been immensely grateful for the warmth that my father-in-law's family has graciously bestowed upon us from time to time. Without their kindness, it is certain that their family would have endured even greater hardships. Zhao Yi observed everything keenly, etching it into his memory. In the past, he lacked the means. Now that he has them, he certainly feels compelled to reciprocate. Everything is set. Shortly, 3 affluent gentlemen will arrive, expected to make their appearance in a little over an hour. After connecting several calls, Lin Jiangwo, with a smug expression, turned to Zhao Yi and his companion. Boasting. Let me tell you, these are all prominent figures, each worth no less than 10 million. We often go fishing together, and our rapport is quite strong. I will handle the pricing. You need not concern yourselves with that. He paused for a moment, then patted Zhao Yu on the shoulder. Adopting the tone of an experienced mentor, Zhao Yi, when they arrive, I will introduce you. You must seize the opportunity, be articulate and sociable. Building connections can greatly facilitate your path to prosperity, understand? All right. Dad, I understand. Should we eat first, or wait for your friends? Zhao Yu felt indifferent towards these so-called millionaires. After all, he now possesses the capability to earn substantial wealth and has no inclination to ingratiate himself. However, he appreciated his father-in-law's goodwill and intended to engage with these individuals. Of course, it would be a meeting of equals, not one of sycophancy. If they looked down upon him, holding themselves in high esteem, he would not deign to acknowledge them. Although life may be challenging at present, he still maintains a sense of dignity. The reason for my despondency over the past 2 years, my reluctance to confront reality, stems from a certain pride within me, a fear of being looked down upon. Even for the sake of my beloved, I hesitate to temporarily relinquish my dignity. Yet, deep down, I remain that proud and unyielding youth. I possess neither the ability nor the desire to navigate the intricacies of social interactions. Perhaps, after experiencing the vicissitudes of life, I may change, but certainly not at this moment. Let us dine first. There is no need to wait for them. We are all good friends, and such formalities are unnecessary. We can invite them for a fishing trip another time, I suggested. Upon hearing Zhao Ye's inquiry, Lin Jiangwo dismissively waved his hand and strode toward the dining table, exuding an air of self-importance. One might assume he shared a deep camaraderie with these individuals. Yet unbeknownst to them, they were merely his clients, having accompanied him on a fishing expedition once or twice. Come on, darling, let us go eat, Zhao Yi urged. All right, I will fetch the fish soup. We shall enjoy it before our meal. Zhao Yi nodded, limping towards the kitchen. Soon, he returned with a pot of fish soup. The moment the lid was lifted, an indescribable aroma wafted through the air, enveloping the entire room. Wow, it smells divine. Daddy, I want some soup, Zhao Xiaomi exclaimed, swallowing hard and eagerly raising her hand. Zhao Xiaoli was not to be outdone, quickly chiming in, Daddy, my dearest daddy, I want some too. Just a sip. No. This pot of fish soup is for Daddy. It is meant to heal his leg. Once I drink it, I will be well again, and you cannot have any. Zhao Yi interjected before he could respond to the children's pleas. Oh, then I won't drink it. Daddy, you drink it quickly so your leg can get better. And you can play with me, Zhao Xiaomi urged. Yes, Daddy, drink up. Once your leg is better, you can take me and Xiaomi to school. I want to tell my classmates that my daddy is not a cripple. Hearing their mother's words, the two children unhesitatingly relinquished their desire for soup and urged their father to drink, prioritizing his recovery over their own cravings. Sweethearts, Daddy will drink, and you will too. Your mother and grandpa will also have some. There is plenty of fish soup, and I cannot consume it all. The fish meat is of no use to me. So you should eat. Zhao Yi felt deeply moved. How fortunate he was to have such a wonderful wife and children. Reflecting on his actions over the past 2 years, he felt utterly remorseful. For the sake of his meager pride, he had allowed them to endure so much suffering, a transgression deserving of the gravest punishment. From now on, he vowed to care for them diligently, ensuring they would never again face even the slightest hardship. Honey, are you serious? Lin Wan questioned with a hint of skepticism. You're not just saying that to spare some for us, are you? Certainly not. What I have stated is entirely true. I only require 2 bowls of soup. Any excess would be futile as my body cannot absorb more, rendering it a waste. As for the fish and meat, their nutritional value has diminished significantly, making them suitable for you to consume and replenish yourselves. Zhao Yi spoke with unwavering conviction. Forgive him for yet another fib. There was no alternative. As this soup was originally intended for his wife and children, and his consumption merely served as a pretext. Very well. Lin Wan scrutinized Zhao Yi for a prolonged moment. Finding no flaws in his tale, and thus nodded in agreement, you have consumed all these medicinal herbs. No more excuses are permissible. Indeed, I shall partake. Zhao Yu affirmed with a resolute nod, devoid of any hesitation. After all, these herbs bore little nutritional value and were rather unpalatable. They would merely serve as refuse in his stomach, sparing his family from tasteless fare. Slurp. In no time, the distribution of the soup was complete. Zhao Yu received 2 bowls, while the other 4 each received 1, subsequently engrossed in their consumption. The soup was exquisitely delicious, and as they drank, their eyes narrowed in bliss, rendering them oblivious to any further conversation. In an instant, the living room fell into a profound silence, save for the sounds of slurping. The flavor of this soup is truly exceptional, and upon finishing, a warm current flows within me, such comfort. Lin Jiangwo was the first to finish, emitting a satisfied sigh. Indeed, the taste is remarkable. I feel invigorated after drinking it. The prior sense of weakness has vanished. At that moment, Lin Wan set down her bowl, equally content, and expressed her admiration. In this moment, she held no doubt that this soup could indeed heal her leg. Even if it failed to do so, it would still provide significant benefits to her body. Darling, what if we decide not to sell the remaining fish? Should the nourishment be insufficient to mend your leg, you could always drink it once more. Lin Wan hesitated for a moment as she glanced at Zhao Yi, who wore a pained expression while consuming the medicinal herbs. Before speaking, she had a fondness for money, yet she harbored a deeper desire for Zhao Yu to regain her ability to stand tall. Aware of Zhao Yi's proud nature, She recognized the burden of living with a limp. Though Zhao Yi wore a smile, it was merely a facade, a forced cheerfulness that Lin Wan found unappealing. No need. 2 bowls of soup suffice. I can already feel a warmth coursing through my legs, mending them. Perhaps soon I shall be able to stand straight again, Zhao Yi replied, waving her hand dismissively. As she chewed on the ginseng tastelessly, she pointed towards the fish in the pot and instructed, "The 2 little ones have finished their soup. Quickly serve them the fish. You and Dad should eat as well. It will do you some good, but do remember to be cautious of the bones." Upon finishing, Zhao Yi disregarded all else and promptly extracted the remaining medicinal herbs from the pot. He then unceremoniously stuffed them into his mouth, chewing briefly before swallowing them down. After consuming the herbs, Zhao Yi suddenly clutched his abdomen, uttering the words, "I need to detox in the restroom," before limping into the bathroom and locking the door behind him. Once secured, he stripped down completely, standing bare before the mirror. Eagerly, he retrieved 3 bottles of physical enhancement elixir and downed them all in one go. A howl escaped his lips at that moment, a primal sound that echoed with the vigor of a wolf. It was a howl so intense that onlookers might mistake him for a werewolf. Of course, transforming into a werewolf was out of the question. After all, since the establishment of the nation, animals could not attain sentience, let alone humans becoming monsters. Yet, even if he could not metamorphose into a werewolf, Zhao Yi's appearance underwent a dramatic transformation in that instant. His previously crooked legs straightened and gained strength in the blink of an eye. His emaciated frame began to swell with visible muscle, a phenomenon akin to inflating a balloon, extraordinarily surreal yet undeniably real before his eyes. Time passed, second by second. After approximately a minute, the effects of the elixir finally waned, bringing an end to Zhao Yi's physical metamorphosis. He surveyed his rejuvenated physique, nearly 6 feet tall, with a robust and broad frame. Defined musculature reminiscent of a fierce tiger or cheetah. Gazing at his face, he noted the sharp brows and striking eyes, a prominent nose, and slightly thin lips, all framed by a mane of medium-length black hair. In sum, he embodied an aura of striking charisma, reminiscent of the legendary Zhao Zilong of ancient times. His gaze drifted downward, and a confident smile crept across his face. With his newfound appearance and assets in hand, the path to fortune no longer seemed daunting. Thus, the pinnacle of his life officially commenced at that moment. With this thought, Zhao Yi squared his shoulders, standing tall and straight as an arrow. In this moment, he exuded an innate confidence that radiated from within. Standing there effortlessly, he created an imposing presence that conveyed both grandeur and serene assurance. With a chuckle, he hurried to cleanse himself, eager to wash away the remnants of the day, anticipating the delightful surprise he would unveil to his wife and children. He couldn't help but wonder how they would react to his remarkable transformation. The thought filled him with excitement. In the living room, Lin Wan and the others craned their necks in anticipation as Zhao Yi dashed into the bathroom. However, when an unexpectedly soulful howl echoed from within, their expressions morphed into one of bewilderment. "What is going on with Dad? Why is he howling like a wolf?" Zhao Xiaoli inquired, her curiosity piqued. Lin Wan, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, shook her head and replied, "I truly have no idea. If you wish to know, perhaps you should ask your father." At that moment, she silently chastised Zhao Yi in her mind, her thoughts brimming with exasperation. This odious man, truly, is he unaware of the poor sound insulation of the restroom? Is it really necessary to display such desperation over merely a month's absence? In broad daylight, he dares to act with such impropriety, showing no regard for the impact of his actions. While the 2 children may be oblivious, one would expect better from their father. This despicable man, utterly devoid of shame, has caused me great embarrassment. How mortifying. Once my father departs, I shall thoroughly extract every ounce of his strength, leaving him to lament in a pitiful state. Clutching his waist. Indeed. Stomping away. Father, why are you howling like a wolf?" Zhao Xiaoli, oblivious to his mother's intentions, rushed to the bathroom door on his little legs without hesitation when she instructed him to inquire. If one does not understand, one must ask. Especially when it is a directive from mother that must be executed promptly, for we are obedient children, after all. Oh dear, why is this child so exceedingly earnest? Upon witnessing Zhao Xiaoli's earnest inquiry, Lin Wan's expression darkened considerably. This father and son duo are truly exasperating. Fortunately, this household is blessed with her presence. Otherwise, it would have surely fallen apart. As the common folk engage in their daily routines, today brings an unexpected joy. Meanwhile, Zhao Yu luxuriates in the bathroom, showering while humming a cheerful tune, his spirits soaring. Suddenly, he is startled by a loud inquiry from outside, causing him to pause. He opens his mouth, poised to ask when his child had learned to howl like a wolf, but the child repeats the question. Dad, I'm asking you, why are you howling like a wolf? The little rascal, when did we ever learn to howl like a wolf? I am currently bathing. What nonsense is this? With an exasperated roll of his eyes, Zhao Yi scolded, hurry up and scram. I am a dog in the zodiac, not a wolf. If you wish to learn, I shall take you to the vast grasslands another day, and you can howl to your heart's content. Dad, you're lying. Just now, you clearly howled like a wolf. Why won't you admit it? The teacher says that liars aren't good children, and you're not a good child. Hey, you little rascal. Are you determined to smear my reputation today? All right, you claim I am lying. What evidence do you have to prove that I, your father, am deceitful? Zhao Yi chuckled in disbelief. What nonsense. Has my mind gone awry? Howling like a wolf? Dad, you are indeed lying. You howled like a wolf. Mom, Grandpa, and I, along with Xiaomi, all heard it. What nonsense. You all heard it. Zhao Yi was momentarily taken aback, instinctively preparing to retort. However, before he could finish his rebuttal, he suddenly smacked his forehead, recalling the moment he consumed the essence elixir. It had been so exhilarating that he might have inadvertently let out a howl. Could it be that his call resembled that of a wolf? Oh dear, he remembered shaking slightly at that moment, howling with such fervor. Could this be misconstrued by my father-in-law as me engaging in inappropriate behavior? Goodness, how should I explain this? Should I tell my father-in-law that he wasn't involved in any such actions? Oh dear, how could I possibly articulate that? Just thinking about it is utterly embarrassing. At this moment, Zhao Yi felt a profound resemblance to Xiangyu by the Wu River, overwhelmed by a sense of shame in facing the elders of Jiangdong. Father, why do you remain silent? I have summoned both mother and grandfather. If you doubt me, you may inquire yourself. At this moment, the voice of the young lad resonated once again from outside the door. Observing the boy's relentless pursuit of answers, Zhao Yi felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. Initially, they had all agreed to let the matter rest, allowing it to fade into pleasant forgetfulness. Wasn't that the most agreeable course? Yet, this little rascal insisted on persisting. And to his astonishment, he had even summoned his father-in-law and wife to the scene. Alas, it seems that there is no escape for him. Oh heavens and earth, I, Zhao, firmly believe I have committed no heinous acts. How have I found myself entangled in such a predicament? By the way, is there any possibility of a return? It seems impossible. Father, your imitation of a wolf's howl is quite remarkable. I heard it distinctly, without a shadow of doubt. If you remain skeptical, I can replicate it for you. At this moment, Zhao Yu was engulfed in his own melancholy when the voice of his son resonated once more. The finals. Soul-stirring howl was particularly devastating, leaving Zhao Yi utterly flabbergasted, involuntarily shaking his head in disbelief. Yet, the situation was far from over. As soon as the wolf's howl subsided, a series of sounds erupted from outside, followed by a chorus of boisterous laughter that reached his ears. Upon hearing this mirth, Zhao Yi could surmise, without a doubt, that it was his beloved wife, daughter, and father-in-law. Well, it seems I am utterly doomed now, and any explanation would be futile. Ahem. My dear wife, please cease your laughter. I forgot to bring my clothes. Kindly fetch me a set, and remember to bring the larger size I used to wear. If clarity eludes me, so be it. As long as I remain unembarrassed, the awkwardness shall fall upon others. Besides, I have not truly engaged in any wrongdoing. So why should I fear? Giggling, she replied, All right, I shall retrieve the right ones. You truly howled like a wolf. I shall bear witness. Hearing Zhao Ye's words, Lin Wan burst into laughter, and she could not resist delivering a witty jab at him. My shameless husband, look what has happened. You've been outdone by our son. Serves you right. Upon hearing Lin Wan's final remark, Zhao Yi nearly choked on his own blood. He could endure his son's antics, but to his astonishment, even his beloved wife had joined in on the teasing, delivering a sharp blow to his pride. The blade struck with a force of 999, inflicting damage that nearly breached his defenses. Fortunately, he now exuded confidence and composure, his thick skin rendering him unafraid of the knife. Knock, knock. Darling, open the door. The clothes have arrived. Soon, Lin Wan presented the garments, rapping on the bathroom door. Creak. Are those the old clothes you used to wear? Zhao Yi inquired, peeking through a crack in the door. Given his robust physique, the clothes purchased this year had become too snug to wear. Only the old garments from before the incident remained somewhat wearable. Why do you want the old clothes? Lin Wan asked, perplexed. Those garments have long since deteriorated. They become rags. She placed the clothing in Zhao Yi's outstretched hand, shaking her head in confusion. Previously, she had heard Zhao Yi request the larger-sized clothes from before and had assumed she misheard. Now, it appeared her understanding was indeed flawed. Oh, very well. Then I shall wear them for now. Zhao Yi accepted the clothes, shaking his head in resignation. The garment is so snug that wearing it must be quite uncomfortable. Especially the undergarments. One wonders if they might compromise one's physique. My dear husband, you are quite peculiar, first howling like a wolf and then requesting larger attire. Could it be that you were transforming into a werewolf named Brooke? Upon hearing Zhao Ye's words, Lin Wan couldn't help but voice her thoughts. Why opt for old clothes when there is a perfectly good new outfit available? While the transformation into a werewolf is impossible, I am certain you will appreciate my current physique. Do not become overly excited when I emerge. Zhao Yi teased, rustling as he began to dress. Indeed, once donned, the clothing felt constricting in every aspect. A glance in the mirror revealed a white t-shirt tightly enveloping his robust form, with prominent pectorals and faintly visible abdominal muscles. The lower garments were similarly tight, particularly around certain areas, which felt somewhat uncomfortable. Fortunately, a pair of loose shorts was worn over them. Otherwise, venturing outside might have proven challenging. My dear husband, are you ready? Dinner awaits. Creak. Coming. At the sound of Lin Wan's urging, Zhao Yi ceased his delays, tugged at his clothing, and, despite the discomfort, opened the door and stepped out. My husband, you. Lin Wan's eyes widened in disbelief, instinctively covering her mouth as she gazed at Zhao Yi, who approached her step by step, resembling a specter. How do I look? Surprising, isn't it? Zhao Yi was quite pleased with Lin Wan's reaction. He grinned and said, My love, I am ready. Not only have my legs healed, but I have also regained all the weight I lost over the past 2 years. Isn't it marvelous? Pausing for effect, he winked and added with pride. I did not deceive you. That ancient dietary regimen is remarkably effective. With that, he quickly closed the distance between them and enveloped Lin Wan in his arms, speaking softly. My dear, you have endured much these past 2 years. From now on, I shall bear the burdens of this household. I promise to make you the happiest woman in the world. My husband, am I dreaming? This is truly astonishing. Wrapped in Zhao Yi's embrace, Lin Wan instinctively returned the hug around his sturdy waist, her expression one of utter bewilderment. It was utterly unbelievable. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes? She would never have believed that 2 bowls of fish soup and some herbs could not only heal a limp but also miraculously restore one's figure. This somewhat subverts her understanding and slightly contradicts scientific principles. Hiki. I too find it rather magical and astonishing. Previously, I gazed at myself in the mirror, watching as I gained weight like an inflatable doll, which startled me into a howl, nearly causing me to faint. Zhao Yi displayed a hearty smile, scratching the back of his head and softly remarked, Nevertheless, regardless of how incredible it may seem, isn't it a good thing? Indeed, it certainly is a positive development. As long as you are well, everything else is of little consequence. Upon hearing this, Lin Wan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in agreement. Truly, no matter how astonishing it may be, it is ultimately a blessing. Her husband's leg has healed, and he is now in excellent shape. Muscled and fit, just the way she likes him. Why dwell on the reasons behind it? She is not a scientist, nor does she possess such curiosity. All that matters is that he is well. Well then, let us hasten to have our meal. The 2 little ones must be famished. Zhao Yi nodded emphatically, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. The profound transformation brought about by these 3 vials of vitality elixir was entirely unforeseen by him. He was aware that relying solely on the excuse of fish soup lacked substantial credibility. Fortunately, Lin Wan did not possess an inquisitive nature, thus alleviating his need to fabricate further deceptions to evade scrutiny. Well, let us hasten to dine. I am quite famished. My dear, I must tell you. After drinking the fish soup, I feel invigorated, though a bit ravenous. I believe I could consume 3 bowls of rice, perhaps even 5. Upon the mention of a meal, Lin Wan instantly perked up, licking her lips as she took Zhao Yu by the hand and made her way to the dining table. At this moment, she resembled a young girl in the throes of her first romance, exuding the gentle warmth of a devoted wife and mother, while embodying the charming innocence of youth. Indeed, she was utterly enchanting. With a chuckle, I realized I needed to prepare another pot of rice. My stomach was growling with hunger, and I felt I could devour an entire cow if it were placed before me. Zhao Yi allowed Lin Wan to lead him. His heart softened as he observed her rosy cheeks, flushed from the consumption of fish soup. Soon, they settled at the table, joined by 4 family members and an esteemed father-in-law. and embarked upon a fervent dining experience. Lin Jiangwo was momentarily taken aback by Zhao Yi's transformation. Nevertheless, being a man of worldly experience, he refrained from probing further, despite his incredulity. He advised Zhao Yi and Lin Wan to keep the matter discreet, for the transformation was rather astonishing. Should it fall into the ears of the wrong individuals, unforeseen complications could arise. The two children merely noted that their father appeared more handsome and that his legs had improved, expressing pure joy without concern for the reasons behind these changes. Zhao Xiaoli, the older child, resumed his playful teasing of Zhao Yi until he finally confessed, at which point he relented. The delightful mealtime passed swiftly, and before they knew it, over an hour had elapsed. Thanks to the nourishing two-color fish soup, the physical well-being of the five had notably improved, resulting in increased appetites. Zhao Yi, in particular, demonstrated an alarming capacity for food. The initial pot of rice proved insufficient, necessitating the preparation of another, along with 2 additional dishes, before they finally felt satiated. Just as everyone began to set down their chopsticks, leaning back in their chairs with satisfied expressions, a knock echoed at the door. It must be Mr. Li and his associates, I thought. At the sound, Lin Jiangwo, who had been engaged in a toothpick ritual, sprang to his feet, hastily placing the toothpick aside as he darted to answer the door. Moments later, he returned, ushering in a middle-aged man of around 50 and a younger gentleman in his late 20s. Both were impeccably dressed and exuded an air of distinction, clearly not ordinary individuals. Come here, Xiao Yi, let me introduce you, Lin Jiangwo called to Zhao Yi, who was preparing to clear the table. He pointed to the middle-aged man, saying, "This is Mr. Li Guotao, who owns several star-rated hotels. In the future, if you have good catches, you can sell them to him." After a brief pause, he gestured toward the younger man, adding, "This is Mr. Li's son, Li Mingqi, who often accompanies me on fishing trips. He is quite skilled. You two can exchange fishing tips." Mr. Li's son, he continued, turning to introduce Zhao Yu to the pair. "This is my son-in-law, Zhao Yu. You may call him Xiao Zhao or Xiao Yi. I trust you will take good care of him." "Hello, Mr. Li." Zhao Yi promptly extended his hand, greeting with a demeanor that was neither obsequious nor haughty. Observing his father-in-law's humility on his behalf stirred a mix of emotions within him. He felt touched yet somewhat troubled. He chided himself for his own shortcomings, realizing that if he were more capable, he would not have to witness his elder bending down for him. If he were truly impressive, it would be others seeking his favor rather than relying on the warm welcome of his father-in-law. He resolved to strive diligently, not for the sake of ostentation, but to stand tall for his family. "Ah, greetings. Your father-in-law speaks highly of you. I possess a few respectable hotels, and should you ever come across any promising catches, do not hesitate to contact me. I assure you, my prices will not exceed market rates." Li Guotao remained oblivious to Zhao Yi's inner thoughts. Upon seeing Zhao Yi, tall and handsome, and noting his composed greeting, Li Guotao formed a favorable first impression of him. He smiled slightly and extended his hand for a shake, exhibiting no arrogance and maintaining a humble demeanor. "Very well, should there be any good catches in the future, I will reach out to you first." Witnessing Li Guotao's amiable attitude, Zhao Yi's discomfort dissipated entirely. This individual presents himself as quite a respectable, affluent person. At least on the surface, the initial impression is favorable, and Zhao Yi is inclined to engage with him. Whether a collaboration can be forged in the future will depend on the availability of quality opportunities, will it not? "Hey, my friend, your physique is impressive. What is your regimen? What do you consume? Protein powder or beef?" After Zhao Yu exchanged pleasantries with his father, Li Mingqi suddenly reached out and patted Zhao Yi's shoulder, exhibiting a familiar demeanor. I've never trained, it's all natural," Zhao Yu replied, momentarily taken aback. "Seriously? Is that true?" Li Mingqi exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. "You haven't trained, and yet your muscles are so developed? Are you involved in heavy labor?" I'm a professional fisherman. Perhaps fishing contributes to building muscle." Zhao Yu chuckled, promptly steering the conversation elsewhere. He then turned to his father-in-law, saying, "Dad, why don't you take Mr. Li and the others to see the fish? I'll help Lin Wan with the dishes, as she is quite overwhelmed." As he spoke, Zhao Yi offered an apologetic smile to Li Guotao and Li Mingqi. "I'm sorry, I need to tidy up after the meal." Pausing for a moment, adhering to the etiquette of a guest, he courteously inquired, "Oh, by the way, have you all eaten? Would you like me to prepare something for you?" Anticipating that the Li father and son would politely decline, he was surprised when Li Mingqi responded without hesitation, "Sure. My father and I want tea hold back." Just make whatever you like. Thank you, Zhao Ge. Oh, all right. Zhao Yu nodded, momentarily caught off guard. This fellow truly does not regard himself as an outsider in the slightest. Is this what they call the legendary social prowess? Casting a peculiar glance at the bushy-browed and big-eyed Li Mingqi, Zhao Yi, feeling disheartened, turned and made his way to the kitchen. Having already uttered the words, there was no turning back. He resigned himself to the task of preparing a couple of dishes and boiling some rice. My goodness, Yi Gu, your cooking is simply exquisite. Soon, the 2 dishes were served, and as Li Mingqi took his first bite, he was utterly astounded. Coming from a family that owns a hotel, including a 5-star establishment, he had tasted an array of cuisines throughout his life. Yet, it was the plate of shredded potatoes prepared by Zhao Yi that nearly caused him to bite his own tongue in astonishment. This is absolutely delectable. Indeed, Xiao Ye. Your culinary skills are truly remarkable, surpassing even the 5-star chefs at my family's hotel. At that moment, Li Guotao took a sip, and his eyes suddenly sparkled. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Xiao Yi, would you be interested in working at my hotel? If you are willing, I can offer you a salary of 1 million annually. Hiss. Upon hearing Li Guotao's words, Zhao Yi displayed little reaction, while Lin Jiangwo and Lin Wan, seated beside him, widened their eyes in astonishment, gasping in disbelief. At this instant, they felt as though a pie had fallen from the sky, striking them on the head, leaving them somewhat dazed. One could remain at home, yet $1 million salary would come knocking at the door. Such a remarkable stroke of fortune has unexpectedly unfolded before me, and it involves my own husband, son-in-law, which feels almost surreal. Haha. I apologize, Mr. Li, but I find great contentment in my current role as a professional angler and have no intention of returning to work at this moment. Should I decide to seek employment in the future, I will certainly reach out to you, and I hope you will not think less of me then. Unbeknownst to Zhao Yi, who was unaware of the thoughts shared by Lin Jiangwo and the others, he merely smiled in response to this unexpected windfall and promptly declined without hesitation. Becoming a chef is simply out of the question, at most. He would cook for family and friends. The idea of serving others daily, regardless of $1 million salary or even a modest goal, is utterly unthinkable to him. After all, he is a man equipped with a system. How could he debase himself for mere monetary gain? Xiao Yi, why not give Mr. Li's hotel a try? If it doesn't suit you, we can always reconsider, Zhao Yi suggested. Just as he finished speaking, before Li Guotao could respond, Lin Jiangwo could no longer contain himself. Having fished since his teenage years, he has spent the last 40 years drifting upon the sea. Yet, despite his extensive experience, he often returns empty-handed, struggling to support a family of 5 or 6, and earning merely 100,000 a year. This perilous endeavor is fraught with danger. One can never predict when the sea might unleash its wrath, leading to total disaster. Given Zhao Ye's promising opportunity to work in the kitchen, sheltered from the elements with $1 million salary, Lin Jiangwo could hardly fathom why Zhao Yi would turn it down. Dad, I caught 2 colorful carps this afternoon. Surely they're worth at least 20 to 30,000. Moreover, I am also investing in stocks, and during this period, I have already earned over 100,000. Rest assured, I can provide for this family without a conventional job. Observing the anxious demeanor of his father-in-law warmed Zhao Ye's heart. This is true love, constantly thinking of him at all times. However, as touching as it is, work remains work. Now is the perfect opportunity to mention that he is dabbling in stock trading. In this manner, the funds in the bank account can be openly withdrawn from my wife's expenses. What? Dear husband, you have made over 100,000 from stock trading? Is that true? You mustn't be deceiving me. This time, it was Lin Wan who felt a surge of excitement. She had never anticipated that her husband, who spent his days nestled at home, was engaging in stock trading and had managed to earn over 100,000. This sensation seems even more astonishing than $1 million annual salary. Indeed, Xiao Yi, do not take advantage of my illiteracy. Trading stocks is fraught with peril. People leap from buildings daily, and yet you have managed to earn over 100,000? Surely, you must be deceiving me. Lin Jiangwo wore a skeptical expression. Haha. Dear wife, father, I have thoroughly studied the stock market over the past 2 years. As long as one avoids excessive risks, it is generally safe. If you don't believe me, look here. Do I not possess over 100,000? As he spoke, Zhao Yi retrieved his phone, opened a message detailing his bank balance, and presented it to Lin Wan. Wow, over 11,000? Husband, am I seeing this correctly? Lin Wan's eyes widened in astonishment at the 6-figure balance. Goodness, there really are over 100,000. Lin Jiangwo leaned in for a closer look and fell silent for a moment, murmuring, so one can earn money while lounging at home? How about that? Now you believe me, right? Dear wife, father, rest assured, our family shall never lack for money. You can look forward to a life of comfort. Silence enveloped the room. Hearing Zhao Ye's confident declarations, Lin Wan and Lin Jiangwo were left in contemplative quietude. They were unsure whether to trust Zhao Yi, as the stock market is notoriously volatile. One could become immensely wealthy or lose everything. Cough, cough. Brother Yi, you mentioned you caught 2 koi fish today? Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Li Mingqi could no longer contain himself and broke the silence. He was someone who thrived in lively company and dreaded sudden quietude. Yes, I caught 2. One weighed over 8 pounds, and the other 9. Oh, and what about the 9-pound one, Xiao Yu? Upon hearing Zhao Ye's response, Li Gutao, who had been dining gracefully, interjected, I ate it. You ate it? The Li father and son exchanged a glance, then shook their heads in bemusement. They had anticipated a delightful surprise, only to discover it had been consumed. Truly a lamentable tale. Brother Yi, may I ask where you caught these 2 koi? After a brief silence, Li Mingqi inquired hopefully. Ha, what is there to be secretive about? I fished them at Shanwan River, just a 20-minute journey from my home. Oh, Brother Yi, do you go night fishing? I would like to join you and see if I can catch 1 or 2. After a pause, Li Mingqi earnestly continued, Brother Yi, my grandfather is quite ill and urgently needs koi for his recovery. Thank you. All right. As it happens, I plan to go night fishing as well. If you wish to come, feel free to join. Zhao Yi was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded in agreement. His motivation was not out of pity for the other party, but rather he had originally planned to go night fishing. With over 50 pounds still required to complete his task, he intended to finish it that very night. After all, the rewards for achieving an excellent rating would undoubtedly be superior. Haha, thank you, Brother Yi. I must hurry to eat. Your cooking is exquisite. If I cannot savor your dishes in the future, I fear I might starve. He chuckled. Hee, it's not as exaggerated as you say, if you enjoy it. You're welcome to visit often, came Brother Yi's light-hearted reply. Zhao Yi smiled gently. He did not mind this forthright individual and was open to the possibility of friendship. Ha, that has settled then. Just don't find me bothersome when the time comes. Ha, I won tea, he assured. Amidst their casual banter, Li's father and son soon finished their meal, and at that moment, 2 other bosses arrived. Consequently, the 3 proprietors engaged in a brief bidding war. Ultimately, Li Guohao triumphed over the other 2, acquiring the 8-pound and 2-ounce 2-colored carp for the substantial sum of 20,000 yuan. The other 2 bosses, having failed to secure the fish, departed with displeased expressions, while Li Guohao exchanged a few pleasantries before hastily leaving with the prized carp. This left only Li Mingqi, who intended to accompany Zhao Yi for night fishing. My dear, you keep the 20,000 for household expenses, and I'll retain the funds on my card for stock trading. I won't be giving you any more. Zhao Yi stated as he returned to his room to change clothes, speaking to Lin Wan. Venturing out for night fishing required long sleeves and trousers, lest he fall victim to mosquitoes. Yes, darling, be prudent with your stock trading and avoid leverage or borrowing money, understand? Lin Wan cautioned, assisting him in organizing his attire. She had considered joining him for the night fishing, but Zhao Yi insisted she rest well in the evening. Rest assured, I will exercise caution. For you and the children, I will not take reckless risks, Zhao Yi replied, nodding as he gently kissed Lin Wan on the forehead before stepping outside with his notebook in hand. He intended to carry it along, both to manage his stock trading and to prevent Lin Wan from overworking herself by taking on more orders late into the night. He was determined to generate income, alleviating any burdens from his wife. Once everything was in order, the trio set off on a tricycle towards the Shan River. Why 3? You might ask. Naturally, there was also his father-in-law, who wished to seize the opportunity presented by such valuable resources. As they bantered and joked along the way, they quickly arrived at the vacant lot they had visited earlier that day. To their astonishment, while there had been no vehicles during the daylight, now more than 10 were parked, including several luxury off-road vehicles worth millions and an abundance of electric bikes. Wow, it seems the competition is quite fierce tonight. By the way, Brother Yi, I hope the news of your catch earlier wasn't leaked? Observing the multitude of vehicles, Li Mingqi smacked his lips and, with a gloomy expression, remarked, with such an expanse as the Shanwan River, what competitive pressure could there possibly be? After Zhao Yi parked the car, he gathered his equipment while shaking his head, stating, as for the possibility of information leakage, that seems unlikely. It was just my wife and me here this afternoon, so there's no chance of a breach. Perhaps this place is more suited for night fishing. After all, with the sun so harsh during the day. Few would choose to endure such discomfort. As he spoke, Zhao Yi beckoned to his father-in-law, utilizing the beam from his headlamp to navigate the mountain path they had traversed earlier, making their way toward the riverbank. Soon, the trio arrived at the riverside, where the light from the headlamp revealed a dense congregation of anglers. No more than 3 to 5 meters apart, numerous individuals were engaged in fishing, stretching far into the distance. "Hello, sir. How's the fishing tonight?" Li Mingqi, feeling quite familiar, squatted down beside an elderly gentleman with silver hair, who was dressed notably well, and struck up a conversation. "Alas, it's not going well. I've been at it for over 2 hours and have only caught 2 small crucian carp and 1 little carp." The old man paused momentarily, then waved his hand in frustration, adding, "If it weren't for someone catching 2 colored carps here during the day, I wouldn't have come at all. I truly regret it." "Someone caught 2 colored carps here? Why haven't I heard about that?" Li Mingqi shot a peculiar glance at Zhao Yi and continued to extract information from the old man. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi's expression darkened. He and Lin Wan had not seen any other anglers in the afternoon. How could such news have spread? Was it perhaps his wife who had mentioned it? That seemed implausible, as she was no fool. Why would she divulge such a prime fishing spot to others? "Heh, young man, you clearly aren't aware. You seem to be a novice at fishing. We seasoned anglers are quite well informed." The old man paused, glancing around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before leaning closer to Li Mingqi and whispering, "Let me tell you, but don't share this with others. We anglers are part of a feeding group. Today, someone posted a video showing that in just 1 hour, they caught 2 colored carps. That's why we all came." "Oh, I see. Well, I won't tell anyone. Please enjoy your fishing, sir. I shall find a spot to cast a few lines myself." With the information successfully gathered, Li Mingqi bid farewell and prepared to depart. At that moment, Zhao Yi, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Pray tell, sir, do you know who posted the video?" The old man chuckled lightly. "Alas, I do not, for I am not acquainted with the individual." He cast a glance at Zhao Yi, shaking his head with a smile. "Oh, then, sir, do you have any inkling as to how this video was captured?" Zhao Yi pressed further, his curiosity piqued regarding the video's origin. The old man responded with a chuckle. I do indeed know. It was filmed by a drone." Pausing for a moment, he regarded Zhao Yi with a look of puzzlement and remarked, "By the way, Haven T, I seen you somewhere before? You appear remarkably familiar." "I must be a face that blends into the crowd. You may have mistaken me," Zhao Yi replied. "Well then, sir, we shan't intrude on your fishing any longer. Farewell." Zhao Yi shook his head, offered a quick farewell, and swiftly departed. If someone recognizes him and compares him to the video, what a predicament that would be. This young man truly possesses a humble disposition, with a countenance that surpasses even the likes of Andy Lau and Wu Yanzu. He dares to claim he has a common face. Yet, I can't help but wonder where I have seen him before. Logically, such a handsome visage would be unforgettable. How peculiar indeed. Suddenly, the old man struck his thigh with vigor, exclaiming, "By heavens, this is the young man from the video. Although he appears more robust than in the footage, that face is unmistakable." After his exclamation, the old man sprang to his feet, grabbing his gear and sprinting after Zhao Yi. His loud call caught the attention of those nearby, who, driven by curiosity or the desire to purchase fish, began to rise one by one and follow suit. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded by the riverbank. A tall youth, carrying a rod bag and a tackle box, darting into the depths, pursued by a throng of elderly men with graying hair. Each wore a headlamp that flickered as they ran, creating a spectacular sight. "Hey, young man. Slow down. Wait for us old fellows," called one. "Indeed, why are you running? We mean you no harm," another chimed in. "All right. Don't run off, young man. We merely wish to inquire if you caught the 2-colored carp, with no ill intentions." "Exactly. If it was you, I would pay 10,000 to taste one." The elderly men huffed and puffed as they chased after him, all the while shouting at Zhao Yi's retreating figure. "Yi Ge, why are you running? We need to clarify things." Li Mingqi also trailed behind Zhao Yi, thoroughly puzzled by the turn of events. What could possibly be the reason for such a frantic dash? Could this group of elderly men truly pose a threat? "Indeed, son-in-law, why are you fleeing? The fish you caught are not stolen. What harm could they inflict upon you?" Lin Jiangwo, equally bewildered, found himself running alongside. What began as a hopeful night of fishing had devolved into an unanticipated marathon by the riverbank. He too bore the burden of this absurdity. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed. "Father, Mingqi, let us not linger with questions. We must hasten our escape lest we be ensnared by these old men." Zhao Yu dared not pause. By day, he was a gaunt, limping figure. By night, he transformed into a tall, robust man. Such a transformation was truly inconceivable. If entangled in this predicament, a mere comparison of the video could spell disaster. It is not inconceivable that he would soon be whisked away by those in white coats, confined for research. Contemplating such a possibility, he felt a surge of urgency, propelling him to run even faster. As Zhao Yu accelerated, the elderly gentlemen behind him began to falter, one by one, as they fell behind. Only a few with commendable stamina managed to keep pace, while the rest gradually came to a halt. Finally, after approximately 10 minutes, Zhao Yi came to a stop, exhaling heavily in relief. At that moment, not a single elder remained behind him, save for Li Mingqi and Lin Jiangwo. At this moment, the two were utterly exhausted, their clothes thoroughly soaked with perspiration. Particularly, Li Mingqi was in a dire state, nearly fainting from fatigue. "Phew, Brother Yi, I must commend you. How can you run so tirelessly?" Li Mingqi gasped. "Indeed, son-in-law, your physical endurance is truly remarkable. After running for so long, you hardly seem to be out of breath." Zhao Yi chuckled in response. "I suppose it's manageable. Most ordinary individuals today are in a state of suboptimal health, with a physical constitution scoring around 10 points being considered exceptional among the general populace. However, Zhao Yi's own constitution had reached an impressive 13 points. Such a distance would hardly leave him breathless. Just moments ago, he had deliberately restrained his pace to allow the others to keep up. Otherwise, he would have long since vanished from sight. Nevertheless, Li Mingqi's physical condition was commendable as well, likely hovering around the 10-point mark. As for his father-in-law, while not surpassing Zhao Yi, he was still quite robust, considering his stature. The elderly gentleman nearby, however, lagged considerably, with scores barely reaching 7 or 8 points being quite good. "Brother Yi, you truly are something else. By the way, are we still going to fish?" After catching his breath, Li Mingqi couldn't help but roll his eyes in jest. "I was initially hoping to catch a 2-colored fish for Grandpa, but I nearly surpassed him in the process. I'm truly impressed by you. Of course we will fish. Yet, I must assert that it is your physical condition that is lacking. You need to train." Zhao Yu laughed heartily. "As anglers, what do you think is most essential?" "It is, without a doubt, strength. Without a modicum of power, should one encounter a sizable fish, they would surely be dragged into the water." As he laughed, Zhao Yi activated his fish-finding radar, scanning for schools of fish. Soon, he identified a promising location and pointed it out to his father-in-law and Li Mingqi, asking, "Dad, Mingqi, what do you think of this spot?" "No, if you think it's good, then you should fish there by yourself." Lin Jiangwo and Li Mingqi responded in unison. Almost incredulously, they were seasoned anglers themselves and possessed considerable insight into the preferred habitats of fish. Upon examining Zhao Yi's chosen location, they instinctively recognized that the likelihood of finding fish there was rather slim. Instead, they exchanged glances and swiftly made their way left and right to a more promising area, leaving Zhao Yu standing in the middle, bemused. "Haha, impressive. Just don't come begging me to switch fishing spots later." Zhao Yu gave a thumbs up, then set aside his gear and began to tinker with it. Initially, he thought that since the two had come fishing with him, he should at least ensure they did not leave empty-handed. However, as they seemed unappreciative, he felt no obligation to cater to them. With a swift motion, Zhao Yi expertly prepared his fishing rod and cast it out for the first time. The rod, a new 5-meter form model gifted by the system, was capable of catching fish weighing up to 30 pounds, and the bait was earthworms purchased from the company store. With a soft splash, the hook adorned with the worms sank into the water, and the upright luminous float gradually steadied itself. Under the watchful gaze of his fish-finding radar, red dots swiftly darted about, resembling a battlefield in chaos as they scrambled for something. Tick-tock. The second hand of his wristwatch turned slowly, each second ticking away. Approximately 30 seconds later, the float in the water suddenly twitched a few times before vanishing in the blink of an eye. At this sight, a smile involuntarily crept across Zhao Yi's lips. He promptly took his stance and, with a vigorous motion, jerked the rod to set the hook. Swish. The tranquil night sky was pierced by the melodious sound of water being sliced as Zhao Yi lifted his rod. At that moment, an immense force surged from the tip of the rod into his hands. The pull was akin to that of a wild stallion breaking free. Bending the rod into a perfect arc, Zhao Yi was compelled to rise, gripping the rod with both hands, fully focused on the struggle. Breathless, fortune indeed smiled upon him. His first cast had yielded a hefty catch. After enduring the initial surge of the fish's power beneath the surface, Zhao Yu exhaled a long sigh of relief. He estimated that the fish below weighed no less than 20 pounds. Fortuitously, he had strengthened his physique and upgraded his rod. Had he still possessed the frail constitution of the day before, the rod might have snapped, and he would surely have been dragged into the water. Frog fun. Brother Yi, you're quite something. Is there really fish in this spot? Upon seeing the commotion Zhao Yu was causing, Li Mingqi couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. "Ha! Did you think I was joking?" Zhao Yu replied, laughing heartily while he played with the fish. "I'm not boasting. I possess considerable insight when it comes to finding fishing spots. Hee, Brother Yi, you're out of breath from the exertion, and I still don't believe you," Li Mingqi said skeptically. "You just happened to get lucky with a passing fish. The real test lies ahead." Ha. Well then, I look forward to witnessing your prowess." Zhao Yu chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to argue. After all, those with true skill often let their actions speak louder than words, relishing the satisfaction of proving themselves through prowess rather than mere talk. Meanwhile, on the riverside path just traversed by Zhao Yi and his companions, Zhang Guqing ambled along with a bemused expression. He could not fathom why the young man had sprinted away so hastily. All he sought was to purchase a bicolor fish. It was not as if he intended to commit robbery. After all, despite his former stature as a high-ranking official prior to retirement, he possessed a cordial demeanor and was far from intimidating. No, for the sake of his wife's health, he must not relent. Today, he was determined to locate that young man and acquire the bicolor fish. Muttering to himself, Zhang Guqing began to shuffle along at a brisk pace. Back with Zhao Yi, he remained oblivious to the fact that the elderly gentleman he had encountered earlier was now in pursuit. At this moment, Zhao Yu leisurely strolled while tending to the fish, engaging in conversation with his father-in-law, who was assisting him in preparing to net the catch. Time slipped by, and before long, nearly half an hour had elapsed. The fish beneath the surface had finally exhausted their strength and began to rise slowly to the surface, illuminated by the overhead light. A shadowy silhouette of a fish undulated in the water, though it was difficult to discern clearly. "Xiao Yi, do you see what kind of fish it is?" Lin Jiangwo inquired curiously, observing the elongated, dark shape gliding through the water. It seems to be a grass carp," Zhao Yi replied, recalling the information. His physical conditioning had not only enhanced his bodily strength but also sharpened his cognitive abilities and eyesight. Thus, even in the darkness, aided by the light, he could vaguely distinguish that it was a modest-sized grass carp. "A grass carp?" Lin Jiangwo echoed, instinctively asking, "What is the approximate price per pound?" Due to his profession, he had an ingrained habit of inquiring about the price whenever he encountered unfamiliar catches. Having grown up on an island, he was rather uninformed about the prices of freshwater fish. "About 20 yuan per pound, I believe," Zhao Yu reflected before responding. 20 for 1 pound? That's quite reasonable. I estimate that this one weighs around 20 pounds, which would amount to 400 yuan. Not bad at all," Lin Jiangwo exclaimed, calculating the weight of the grass carp and revealing a look of delight. Previously, he had thought that fishing for freshwater species would yield little profit. To his surprise, his son-in-law demonstrated impressive skill, reeling in 400 yuan with his first cast. If this continued, earning 1,000 yuan in a day would not be an insurmountable task. Although it paled in comparison to a chef's annual salary of 1 million, it offered the advantage of independence, providing enough to support a household. Yet, he wondered whether this was merely luck or genuine skill. "Indeed, it's quite commendable," Zhao Yu nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment. 400 yuan held little significance for him. What mattered was that the grass carp weighed 20 pounds, thus greatly advancing him toward completing his task. He felt a sense of satisfaction. "Hey, young man, I finally found you. You really can run." Zhao Yi opened his mouth, prepared to say more. Suddenly, a somewhat reproachful, aged voice emerged from behind. Instinctively turning around, Zhao Yi beheld the elderly man who had been trailing in front, now inexplicably positioned behind him, gazing at him with an expression of profound melancholy. Esteemed sir, it appears that I do not owe you any money, do I?" Zhao Yi mused, momentarily taken aback, while casting a look of perplexity at the old man. The persistence of this fellow is truly remarkable. Half an hour has elapsed, and yet he continues to pursue me. What could he possibly desire? Young man, though you appear tall and composed, your demeanor is surprisingly restless." Zhang Guqing rolled his eyes, his expression one of dissatisfaction, as he remarked, "I merely seek to purchase 2 koi fish. I nearly lost my life in this endeavor. What on earth are you running around for? Do I look that intimidating? Apologies. Sir, I regret to inform you that I have already consumed one of the 2 koi, and the other has been sold." if you wish to acquire one. You will have to await my next stroke of fortune, Zhao Yi replied with an apologetic smile, internally stifling a sarcastic remark. Why pursue so fervently? Who could possibly know your intentions? And if you merely wish to buy fish, must you be so clandestine? Shouting so loudly. Are you afraid of competition driving up the price? You accuse me of being unstable, yet it appears that you are the one acting foolishly and extravagantly. Sigh. My dear companion, I am late. I apologize, old Zhang, for the suffering you have endured. Unbeknownst to Zhang Guoqing, Zhao Ye's internal musings went unheard. Upon hearing Zhao Ye's words, Zhang Guoqing deflated like a punctured balloon. His spouse's health had been deteriorating, requiring her to wrap herself in blankets even during the sweltering summer. A variety of tonics had been administered, yet her condition showed no signs of improvement. Eventually, a royal physician from the capital was consulted, who prescribed a regimen involving 7 9-colored fish, to be consumed alongside various medicinal herbs over 7 courses, without interruption. Though 9-colored fish were elusive, their family's connections in both official and commercial circles were extensive. In merely a month, they had managed to procure 6. If only one more could be found, they could commence treatment. Hence, upon learning that Zhao Yi possessed 2, his excitement was palpable. Alas, he was too late. The fish were no longer available. Young man, do you possess any means to assist an old man like me in catching a fish? Even the most basic koi would suffice. Rest assured, money is not an issue. And I, Zhang Guoqing, can owe you a favor. As long as your requests remain lawful, I can find ways to assist you in this county and even throughout the city of Shanghai. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Guoqing steadied his emotions, forcing a strained smile as he gazed at Zhao Yi with hopeful anticipation. The young man is capable of connecting 2 lines within an hour. Regardless of whether it is luck or skill, it is certainly worth his while to set aside his pride. His elderly companion's health is deteriorating, and other avenues have yielded no results thus far. Who knows if he can still find a solution? Hence, as long as there remains a glimmer of hope, he will not easily concede. Ha ha, he chuckled. Sir, you jest. You are undoubtedly more aware than I of the rarity of the 9-colored fish. How could one simply fish for it at will? However, should fortune smile upon me and I happen to catch one, I shall certainly reserve it for you. Zhao Yi, feeling helpless, laughed lightly and began to exert himself in reeling in the line. Although he could discern the significance of the 9-colored fish to the distinguished-looking elder before him, he was powerless to assist. If there were a way, would he not fish for it? Who would willingly forego the opportunity for profit? Indeed, I recognize the scarcity of the 9-colored fish, yet my companion's urgent need leaves me little choice, he replied. Young man, I entrust this to you. Once you reel in that fish, I shall provide you with my contact information. Should you successfully catch it, you must save it for me. I, Zhang Guoqing, will ensure you are generously rewarded. What? Your name is Zhang Guoqing? Are you perhaps the retired official from the city? Upon hearing Zhang Guoqing's introduction, Zhao Yi and Lin Jiangwo exhibited little reaction, but Li Mingqi, standing nearby, suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment. Oh, young lad, you have heard of me? However, that was many years ago. Now I am merely a leisurely old fisherman. Zhang Guoqing waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor calm and untroubled, in contrast to his nonchalance. The expressions of Zhao Yi and the others varied. Li Mingqi, having lost his previous bravado, now appeared quite reserved. Lin Jiangwo, equally taken aback, occasionally stole glances at Zhang Guoqing, resembling a simple farmer encountering a dignitary, cautious and apprehensive. As for Zhao Yi, he was initially surprised, but swiftly regained his composure. It is said that one who is free from desire is steadfast, whether it be the former or current official, as long as he harbors no requests. There is no need for him to act with trepidation. Moreover, given that the other party seeks his assistance, there is even less reason for anxiety. Splash. Father, quickly help me net the fish. As the fish was pulled to the shore, Zhao Yi noticed that his father-in-law still appeared cautious and somewhat dazed, prompting him to call out a reminder. Oh, yes, certainly, Lin Jiangwo replied, snapping back to reality and hastily agreeing to help net the fish. Do not blame him for lacking ambition. As a mere fisherman from a small island, he had never encountered a city official before. Although he is now retired, he remains beyond the reach of such lofty heights. After all, these are the figures that grace television news. To encounter them so closely is nothing short of astonishing. However, this certainly elevates our status. When I return, I shall boast about this encounter. I have met the former prominent figure of the Xia family and even shared a fishing experience with him, and now he has a request from his own son-in-law. Hee. Imagining the incredulous expressions on the faces of Lao Wu and Lao Yang upon my return, Lin Jiangwo could not help but let out a silly chuckle. "Father, what is it?" Zhao Yi asked, perplexed. What could his father-in-law be pondering that brings such delight? "Oh, nothing, nothing," Lin Jiangwo replied dismissively, shaking his head. He then called over the somewhat awkward Li Mingqi. "Xiaoli, come over here and lend me a hand. This blue fish weighs at least 25 pounds. "Ah, coming, coming." Li Mingqi responded as though granted a reprieve, eagerly rushing over to assist. The struggle began as they wrestled the hefty blue fish, weighing over 20 pounds. Out of the water, its strength comparable to that of a small calf. After considerable effort, they finally managed to haul it ashore. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have caught a 26 per pound two-colored blue fish. The catch weight has been doubled, granting you 1,300 experience points and 3,000 fish currency. Current task completion progress, 96,100 pounds. Wait, this blue fish is a two-colored blue fish." Upon hearing the system's notification, Zhao Ye's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the fish in the net. His expression one of sheer disbelief. In this moment, he found it utterly absurd that his mother had opened the door to such absurdity. Hadn't it been said that the nine-colored fish was exceedingly rare? Why, then, did it seem as though they were plentiful, even abundant, in his vicinity? System, could you kindly elucidate why the two-colored fish is so effortlessly caught? Adhering to the principle of inquiring of the system when faced with uncertainty, Zhao Yi directly posed his question within his mind. "Beep. There is no need for surprise, host. The reason I selected you as the host is due to your latent high luck attribute, coupled with the bait purchased from the company S market. It is entirely unsurprising that you were able to catch the nine-colored fish with such ease." "What? A high latent luck attribute?" Zhao Yi rolled his eyes in disbelief and retorted, "Before you were bound to me, I was a victim of a car accident that left me crippled. How is that lucky?" "Beep. That was due to your violation of regulations by driving under the influence. The fact that you survived that accident is indeed a testament to your high luck attribute. Had it been someone with a lower luck attribute, they would have certainly perished on the spot." "Ah, you have a point," Zhao Yi mused. The memory of that harrowing crash surfaced, and he couldn't help but grimace. At the time, he was traveling at 80 miles per hour when he smashed into the guardrail, subsequently being rear-ended by several vehicles. Surviving that ordeal was genuinely fortunate, indeed. "Uncle Lin, do you not think the color of this green fish seems off?" Just as Zhao Yi was reveling in his good fortune, Li Mingqi appeared to have noticed the anomaly of the green fish and quickly crouched down to investigate. "Ah, it does seem so," Lin Jiangwo responded, promptly joining him in examining it under the headlamp. Upon seeing the fish scales, he widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "Holy cow, this green fish is a two-colored green fish. Indeed, half green and half dark. This is unmistakably a two-colored green fish," Li Mingqi echoed, his excitement palpable, as if he were the one who had caught it. "What? A two-colored green fish? Are you certain you haven't misidentified it?" Hearing their exclamations, Zhang Guoqing, who had previously appeared despondent, suddenly perked up. He dashed over, squatting between the two, eager to take a look. Upon seeing the evenly distributed dark green scales, he felt an exhilarating flush rush to his face. "Hey, young man, you must sell me this fish. I'll offer 50,000, no, 100,000. Along with a favor in return." "No way, old Zhang, this fish cannot be sold to you. Brother Yi has already promised it to me." Before Zhao Yu could interject, Li Mingqi leapt up, brimming with excitement. "My grandfather is at home waiting for this fish to prolong his life. How could I possibly let it go?" "Retired old man. That won't do either." "What do you mean by that, young friend?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Guoqing's gaze sharpened. He fixed his stare on Li Mingqi, an overwhelming aura of authority emanating from him. "Old Zhang, my grandfather is gravely ill and urgently requires the nine-colored fish for sustenance. Before I left with Brother Yi tonight, we had an agreement that I would take responsibility for the fish he catches. As a leader, if you choose to assert your status over me, I shall have no further words." Although Li Mingqi felt a surge of anxiety within, he stood tall and unwavering. He was a dutiful grandson, willing to offend this powerful figure for the sake of extending his grandfather's life. Silence enveloped the atmosphere. Faced with Li Mingqi's declaration, Zhang Guoqing could only temper his imposing presence and respond with quietude. He was motivated by love, just as Li Mingqi was by familial duty. Both were driven by their devotion to family. What could he do? Could he truly wield his status against him? Indeed, he possessed the power to do so. Yet if he chose this path, would he still remain the uncorrupted Zhang Guoqing? Would his beloved accept this fish? Perhaps you might wait a while longer? After all, the night is still young, and who knows, I might be fortunate enough to catch another. Zhao Yi interjected, sensing the tension that had settled between the two men, neither willing to yield. He feared that if he remained silent, a confrontation over the fish might ensue, leaving him, the rightful owner, to navigate the aftermath. Both Zhang Guqing and Li Mingqi were taken aback by Zhao Ye's suggestion. Once they regained their composure, they instinctively shook their heads, skeptical words nearly escaping their lips. However, considering Zhao Ye's formidable track record, they hesitated, ultimately opting for silence. They were at an impasse regarding the distribution, and thus could only acquiesce to Zhao Ye's suggestion to wait. Zhao Yi, it was indeed wise of you to refrain from becoming a chef. With your luck, fishing might yield you as much, if not more, remarked Lin Jiangwo, observing the peculiar tension as the two men fell silent, offering Zhao Yi an approving thumbs up. In this moment, he genuinely felt happiness for his daughter, accompanied by a touch of pride. After all, having a son-in-law who excels is an unspoken source of bragging rights. Is it not? Rest assured, Dad. Whether it's fishing or cooking, I'm confident I won't fall short in earnings, Zhao Yi remarked, flashing a smile at his father-in-law while reattaching the bait to cast his line. Indeed, previously I might have dismissed your words as mere bluster, but now I am convinced, Lin Jiangwo replied, assisting in placing the fish into the catch. Suddenly, his expression turned serious as he cautioned, while earning money is commendable, one must not become blindly confident. Especially in stock trading, it is best to avoid it altogether. Though it may seem lucrative, many have faced dire consequences. We are merely ordinary folk. Having enough money to live is sufficient, and there is no need to gamble for wealth, understand? Always consider your wife and children, as well as your parents back in the countryside. Never engage in activities that might cause your family concern. And if you ever buy another car, remember, never drink and drive again. We simply cannot endure another episode like that. Understood, Dad. Your words resonate deeply with me, and I shall remember them well. Zhao Yi nodded solemnly, taking the advice to heart. His father-in-law's counsel was indeed precious wisdom. Had he heeded such advice 2 years ago, perhaps he would have avoided the hardships he endured. Thankfully, those times are behind him, and everything is progressing towards a brighter future. As long as he continues to strive, his future will undoubtedly shine brilliantly. Of course, despite the trials of the past 2 years, he has reaped rewards as well. At the very least, he has gained clarity on who is worthy of cherishing and who should be distanced. Take, for instance, his father-in-law and his family. They are to be treasured. Likewise, those relatives who extended a helping hand during his hardships deserve gratitude. As for those so-called friends, it is best to leave them unmentioned. They are no longer part of his journey and will not cross paths with him again. All right then, as long as you're aware, I want to elaborate further. I'll return to fishing and see if I can catch a 2-colored fish. Indeed, Zhao Yi nodded in agreement. Yet, before he could utter a yes, the float that had only recently been cast disappeared beneath the water once more. Observing this, Zhao Yi swiftly raised his rod to hook the fish. Swish! The delightful sound of water splashing echoed again, loud and vigorous. Though not quite rivaling the previous catch of a catfish, it was still no small catch. Remarkable, Zhao Yi. Your speed in catching fish is truly enviable. Upon witnessing this, Lin Jiangwo retracted the foot he had just stepped forward with. It seemed more prudent to watch Zhao Yi fish than to remain idle with his own rod. In this manner, one could assist in fishing rather than merely idling about. Wouldn't that be more enjoyable? Hee. I have previously mentioned that this spot is quite promising, yet you all seem skeptical. How about waiting for this fish to bite and allowing you, esteemed elder, to come over and fish? Zhao Yi smiled with satisfaction and promptly extended the invitation. Having already caught 2 fish, it felt unfair for his father-in-law to merely watch. After all, with his fish-finding radar, selecting a prime fishing location was but a trivial task. Ah, that sounds splendid. Once you reel in this catch, I shall join you, Lin Jiangwo replied eagerly, rubbing his hands together and nodding in agreement without hesitation. This is my own son-in-law. There is no need for formality, especially since he has no intention of taking the fish he catches. All right then, Zhao Yi nodded, choosing not to elaborate further as he focused intently on the struggle with the fish beneath the surface. His fishing rod was capable of handling 30 pounds, and the fish lurking below was evidently smaller than the last one, alleviating any concerns he had about snapping the line. Thus, channeling all his strength, he managed to tire out the fish in a mere 10 minutes. What kind of fish is it? Could it be a 2-colored fish? As the fish broke the surface, Zhang Guqing and Li Mingqi in unison voiced their inquiries. Although they harbored doubts about Zhao Ye's ability to reel in another catch, a flicker of hope remained. Just like before, they refrained from fishing themselves, standing beside Zhao Yi with their eyes fixed intently on the water's surface, silently wishing for another stroke of fortune to grace him. In a manner of one person, one fish, there is no need for further entanglement. After all, we are all rational beings. No one wishes to sever ties over a mere fish. Of course, if it comes down to just one, then one must indeed contend for it. There is no alternative. For the sake of one's cherished affection, selfishness is a universal trait, and they are no exception. Oh, Xiao Yi, with your keen eyesight, can you discern what kind of fish it is? Is it possible that it is indeed a two-colored fish? At that moment, Lin Jiangwo could not suppress his curiosity and inquired as well. Haha, you are all overthinking it. It is merely a common grass carp. The instant the fish flipped its belly, Zhao Yu could see it clearly. It was just an ordinary grass carp. Its size was quite impressive, estimated to weigh no less than 15 pounds, making it a considerable specimen among grass carps. To be honest, he felt a tinge of disappointment, as he had harbored fantasies of it being a two-colored fish. Sigh. Upon hearing Zhao Yu's words, Lin Jiangwo did not exhibit a strong reaction, perhaps feeling only a slight disappointment. However, Zhang Guqing and Li Mingqi could not help but exhale deeply. The adage, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment, aptly described their sentiments. With a flurry of splashes, the fish was soon dragged closer by Zhao Yi and subsequently netted ashore by Lin Jiangwo. Ultimately, it was confirmed that Zhao Yu's observation was indeed accurate. It was merely a large grass carp. At this moment, Zhang Guqing and Li Mingqi were truly dejected. Just moments ago, when visibility was poor, they could still entertain the notion that Zhao Yi might have misjudged the situation. However, the reality now lay starkly before them, leaving no room for disbelief. Unbeknownst to Zhao Yi, who was preoccupied with his own thoughts, the exquisite sound of the system's notification echoed in his mind. Beep. Congratulations to the host for catching a 15-pound grass carp, earning 150 experience points and 500 fish currency. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the project task with outstanding efficiency. Rewards are now issued. 5,000 yuan in cash, 500 fish currency points, and 5 lottery draws. Father, the position is yours, Zhao Yi remarked, suppressing his eagerness to immediately participate in the lottery as he tidied his gear and called out to his father-in-law. Finally, he turned back to the still-dazed Zhang Guqing and Li Mingqi, offering them a subtle smile. Gentlemen, why not cast a line yourselves, rather than placing your hopes upon me? Wouldn't it be better to tempt fate on your own? With that, Zhao Yi did not wait for their response. He grabbed his equipment and made his way to the fishing spot previously occupied by his father-in-law. Under the watchful eye of the fish-finding radar, he noticed several red dots in this location. He had no intention of fishing for long, so the quantity of fish was of little consequence. Setting down his gear and baiting a hook with a segment of earthworm, Zhao Yu cast his line with a swift motion. On this occasion, he refrained from casting directly at the red dot. Instead, he positioned himself a short distance away, firmly planting his fishing rod atop the tackle box, allowing the fish to bite on their own accord. Meanwhile, he seized this moment to peruse the employee information sheet. Company, Wanjia Fishing Group, Blue Star Branch. System binding, ID 9527. Employee, Zhao Yi. Employee level, Fishing Team Leader, 158010000. Subordinates, 0. Can recruit 1 formal worker. Salary, 500 yuan per hour. Attendance, 1 day. Physical condition, 13. Normal is 10. Skills, Master Chef, Master Stock Trader. Items, none. Fishing gear consumables not counted. Lottery, 5. Fish catch currency, 15. 0.50. With his fish catch currency accumulated to over 15,000, how should he spend it? Perhaps purchasing a vial of physical essence? After reviewing the information sheet, Zhao Yu pondered for a moment and murmured to himself, well, perhaps not. My current physical condition suffices. There is no need to hasten improvement. It would be wiser to save it for future purchases. With a rustle, he rubbed his hands together with excitement, then delved into his mind, instructing the system. System, I wish to draw a lottery. Let us start with a warm-up. Beep. Acknowledged. The lottery commences. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have won a set of collapsible stainless steel kitchen utensils, now stored in the system space. Zhao Yu found himself at a loss for words. How could he possibly draw kitchen utensils? However, upon further reflection, it didn't seem too bad after all. This kitchenware set is remarkably comprehensive, encompassing a stove, small canisters of gas, as well as an array of pots, bowls, utensils, and knives, everything one could possibly need. Most importantly, the stove is designed to be foldable, requiring minimal space and facilitating ease of transport. In the future, when I go fishing with Lin Wan, I can prepare our meals myself, which seems quite delightful. With this thought, Zhao Ye's earlier gloom dissipated entirely. The system proceeded to draw, this time executing a direct for consecutive draws. After eagerly rubbing his hands together, Zhao Yi resolved to go all in, determined to win a grand prize. Ding. Acknowledged. The 4 consecutive draws have commenced. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won a cash prize of 1,000,000, which has been transferred to your bank account. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won a luxurious riverside penthouse at Jianglan Banquet House. The property deed and purchase contract are stored within the System S space. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won a modified off-road pickup truck, which is now parked in your exclusive space at Jianglan Banquet House. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired elite driving skills. All driving licenses have been securely stored within the System S space. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Zhao Yu was so overwhelmed with excitement that he scarcely knew how to react. All 4 draws yielded grand prizes. It was simply astonishing, leaving him in disbelief. The cash prize alone would liberate him from his burdensome debts, allowing him to return to his village with pride and greet his fellow villagers. As for Jianglan Banquet House, it is undoubtedly the finest residence in Linjiang County, without exception. Located by the riverside in the southern part of the city, it is surrounded by the best hospitals, schools, and amenities in the entire county. This place is a dream for many in Linjiang County, and wealth alone may not be sufficient to secure a home there. Living there is a testament to one's status. I recall when I had just married, I once pointed to one of the buildings and told Lin Wan that I would surely buy a unit for our family in the future. Little did I expect that today, this aspiration would come to fruition, and it would be a grand penthouse. At this moment, Zhao Yi could vividly envision the sheer excitement that would envelop Lin Wan upon her first glimpse of the house, undoubtedly causing her to dance with joy, perhaps even move to tears. The anticipation is simply exhilarating. As for the Falcon, those who possess a passion for automobiles are surely aware that it is the coveted dream car of anglers. Furthermore, this particular model has been meticulously modified, boasting enhanced power, bulletproof capabilities, and remarkable durability. Its only discernible drawback might be its high fuel consumption. However, given his current pace of financial gain, he could afford to drive it from dawn till dusk. Ultimately, what truly sets him apart is his extraordinary driving prowess. This skill extends far beyond mere driving. It encompasses the operation of fishing boats, yachts, aircraft, tanks, and even aircraft carriers. As long as it involves steering, there is virtually nothing that cannot be managed, which is truly remarkable, though the prospect of commanding an aircraft carrier remains a distant dream for Zhao Yi. The company's marketplace does boast luxurious cruise ships that rival such vessels, perhaps offering a future opportunity to acquire one and test his mettle. Zhao Yi, why are you grinning like a fool? You've hooked a fish. Hurry and lift your rod. Zhao Yi, lost in reverie over the thought of navigating a carrier-sized yacht across the boundless ocean, was abruptly jolted back to reality by his father-in-law's voice ringing in his ears. Reflexively, he glanced up towards the bobber in the water, only to find it absent without a trace. Huh. Oh. Realizing the situation, he quickly responded, lifting his right arm to raise the rod and strike. Whoosh. The familiar sound of the line slicing through the water echoed throughout the area once more. Zhao Yi had once again become the most dazzling figure beneath the night sky. Alas, the disparity between individuals can be quite disheartening. I had been fishing here for ages without a single nibble, yet you arrive and immediately catch a fish. It truly bruises one's pride to fish alongside you. Listening to the resounding splash and witnessing Zhao Yi's vigorous efforts with the rod, it was apparent he had hooked yet another sizable catch. Seeing this scene unfold, Lin Jiangwo couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy and a hint of frustration. It was hard to tell whether Zhao Yu was simply exceptionally lucky or if he himself was merely unfortunate. Despite the change in circumstances, he remained utterly still. While Zhao Yu continued to reel and fish with remarkable ease, it was impossible not to feel a pang of jealousy and admiration. Fortunately, he is his son-in-law. Had it been the likes of old Wu or old Yang from the village, he would undoubtedly be spitting blood in frustration. Ah, Dad, you cannot blame me. When it rains, fish bite the hook, and I have no control over that. Hearing his father-in-law's complaints, Zhao Yi felt quite helpless. He had only managed to catch a few fish, deliberately avoiding the prime spots, yet they still seemed to bite quickly. What more could he do? Meanwhile, his father-in-law had at least a dozen or two fish in sight, the bobber standing firm in the center, yet remained utterly motionless. What could he possibly say? To be honest, Zhao Yi was also curious if his father-in-law had touched something he shouldn't have before leaving home. Otherwise, how could he be so unlucky? Humph. Don't get too cocky, young man. Your father merely lacks experience with freshwater fish. Next time, when you accompany me on a sea fishing trip, you shall witness my prowess. Lin Jiangwo huffed, refusing to concede in front of his son-in-law. Very well, I look forward to our maritime adventure, Zhao Yi replied with a smile. Then deftly changed the subject, asking, Dad, I've heard that sea fishing can be quite profitable. Is that true? Well, it's decent. It should yield better returns than freshwater fishing, Lin Jiangwo nodded nonchalantly. For instance, your mother-in-law and I, along with your uncle, can earn a good 100,000 a year, though a portion of that comes from guiding fishing clients. After a brief pause, he added, however, sea fishing carries significant risks. It's akin to gambling with one's life. A misstep could mean a feast for the entire village. Indeed, the sea does pose dangers, Zhao Yi replied solemnly, nodding thoughtfully. After a moment, he asked, Dad, given the dangers of the ocean, have you ever considered fishing for freshwater fish here in Linjiang? Although Zhao Yi had not ventured much to the sea, he had heard tales of those who perished in its depths. If he were to fish in the ocean, he would need to invest in a technologically advanced fishing boat capable of weathering storms. Otherwise, he would only venture close to shore, firmly avoiding the open sea. The car accident 2 years prior had taught him the value of life. He could not afford to be reckless. Luck could only carry one so far. Deliberate folly could lead to dire consequences. I honestly hadn't considered that, Lin Jiangwo sighed, a wry smile on his face. Xiaowan's 2 younger brothers have reached marriageable ages, and with Xiaoro needing to attend school, expenses are mounting. A decrease in income is simply untenable. Oh, speaking of Lin Wen and Lin Wu, they are 26 and 24, right? Do they have partners yet? When it comes to the family of my father-in-law, it is indeed a bustling household. Lin Wen is the 3rd child, with 2 elder brothers, 2 younger brothers, and a sister. Both elder brothers are married, yet the younger brothers remain single. On another note, having so many sons, an annual income of over 100,000 is not particularly substantial. After all 4 sons are expected to establish their own families. In today's society, marrying off even one son can be quite taxing, let alone 4. For an ordinary person, even if they manage to provide for them, it might result in raising a bachelor. Thus, in this regard, Zhao Yi genuinely admires his father-in-law. If it were him, without a system in place, he would not dare to guarantee the ability to support 4 sons and 2 daughters. Furthermore, aside from the eldest, all have attended university. Indeed, one is 24 and the other 26. I want to even mention those who are in relationships. It's the singles that truly concern me. Haha, what is there to be anxious about? In this day and age, young people tend to marry later. Some are in their 30s and still single. Nonsense. Back in my day, I was not even 20 when I got married. You were merely 23 when you wed Lin Wen. If Lin Wen and Lin Wu reach 30 and remain unmarried, it would surely cause me great distress. Haha, that one tea happened. Your Lin family possesses commendable genes. Each member tall and handsome, marriage should not pose a challenge. Haha, I concur with this sentiment. Your mother-in-law was renowned for her beauty in her youth, and your father-in-law was also known as a striking young man. So indeed, the genetic legacy is undeniable. Upon hearing Zhao Yi's words, Lin Jiangwo nodded proudly. After a moment, in the spirit of mutual flattery, he praised Zhao Yi, saying, however, I must say, the Zhao family genes are also quite impressive. Especially you, my boy. In terms of height and appearance, you can certainly hold your own against my Lin family. I remarked back when you married Xiaowan that you two were a perfect match, and your next generation would surely be even more striking. Time has proven my words to be true. Just look at my grandchildren. They are like porcelain dolls straight out of an animated film, truly beautiful. Yes, Dad. Not only do you possess good genes, but your discernment is also commendable. Your son-in-law is in awe. Zhao Yi, having fully committed to this charade, lied without so much as a blink. As for the 3 women of the Lin family, their beauty is beyond reproach, each one more stunning than the last. Especially his wife, who was undeniably a stunning beauty during her school days, akin to a campus belle. However, Her father and 4 uncles were an entirely different story. It would be inaccurate to label them as unattractive, yet they certainly did not possess any charm. Each of them was tall and robust, with broad shoulders. Resembling a mold cast from the father-in-law himself, they exuded an intimidating presence at first glance. I still recall the first time I accompanied Lin Wan back home. Her father led the way, with the 4 uncles following closely behind. It was autumn, and to my astonishment, all 5 of them donned impeccably tailored black suits and sunglasses, nearly causing me to flee in terror. I genuinely thought Lin Wan's family belonged to some sort of underworld organization. Yet, as time passed, I discovered that beneath their fearsome exteriors, these men were actually quite endearing and simple-hearted. Hey, Shaoli, do you find Uncle Lin attractive? In what sense are you referring to? His face. Well, it certainly has character. Oh, Shaoli, do you get Araboka vibe from him? Indeed, a little bit. Listening to Zhao Yi and his father-in-law engage in a mutual flattery session, Zhang Guiqing and Li Mingqi exchanged glances. One was an oblivious father-in-law, while the other was a son-in-law lacking any sense of restraint in his praise. This pair truly made for an amusing combination. If not for the prospect of catching the 9-colored fish, they would undoubtedly rush forward to compare their genes, eager to see who was the most dashing of them all. Time flowed slowly, and the resounding splashes of water continued for over 20 minutes before gradually subsiding. The fish beneath the surface finally revealed its true form. What kind of fish is it? Could it be the 9-colored fish? Fixated on the shadow in the water, Lin, Zhang, and Li spoke almost in unison. Don't be hasty. We'll find out once we get closer. However, don't hold your hopes too high. The chances of it being a 9-colored fish are slim. Upon hearing their inquiries, Zhao Yi shook his head while reeling in the line. Though his eyesight was sharp, all he could discern was a long dark shadow, rendering it impossible to identify the fish, let alone determine if it was a 9-colored fish. Wait, that seems to be a black fish. As the fish drew nearer, Li Mingqi's gaze sharpened, and he murmured to himself. Being younger, his eyesight was relatively better, but the darkness still obscured his view. Yes, indeed. It appears to be a large black fish, weighing no less than 10 pounds. Li Mingqi struggled to see clearly, but Zhao Yi had no such difficulty. The dark scales, speckled with tiny white dots, and the cylindrical body with a head reminiscent of a python left no doubt that this was indeed a sizable black fish. So, it was a black fish. No wonder it wasn't very large, yet possessed such strength. Speaking of which, this fish would make a delightful dish for sour fish soup. The black fish is renowned, particularly the dish of sauerkraut fish, which is well known to all. Even Lin Jiangwo, who typically shuns freshwater fish, is familiar with it. Haha, Dad. Do you enjoy sauerkraut fish? Upon hearing Lin Jiangwo's words, Zhao Yi chuckled while hanging up the phone, responding, Then I shall prepare it tomorrow. Let us indulge in some fresh sauerkraut fish. No. Such a large black fish can fetch at least 30 or 40 yuan per pound. How can we possibly eat it? That would be extravagant. Lin Jiangwo hastily waved his hand in refusal. Haha, it's fine, after all. It was caught from the water without any cost. What is the harm in enjoying it? Zhao Yi shook his head with a smile. With a substantial sum of 1,100,000 yuan in his bank account, what is wrong with savoring a sauerkraut fish? Not only could he afford one, but he could indulge in them daily if he wished. Alas, you young ones, earning a bit of money makes you so carefree, utterly unaware of the importance of frugality. To casually spend hundreds on fish is quite something. Lin Jiangwo sighed helplessly. Haha, Dad, money isn't saved, it is earned. If saving money could lead to wealth, then all the elderly in the village would be rich. One must not be too hard on oneself. Everything else can be compromised, but not when it comes to good food. With money, one should enjoy fine dining instead of pinching pennies. It won't lead to wealth. Zhao Yi's character was thus. To put it bluntly, one might call it reckless spending. To put it more elegantly, one might say he was generous. In his previous venture with a small company, he earned several 100,000 a year and frequently took Lin Wan out to dine. Now, the same principle applied. When one has money, one must spend it to enhance the quality of life. Otherwise, why let it sit in the bank for others to spend? That would be foolish. Alas, you truly follow this unconventional path. No wonder Shaowan often remarks on your lavishness. We older generations have always been thrifty, making every penny count. It's you youngsters who live for today, spending money as if it were inconsequential. When the time comes to need it, you will find yourselves in a bind. Lin Jiangwo rolled his eyes in exasperation. With so many sons in the family, must they all be frugal to the point of hardship? Haha, enough of this talk. I am determined to have that black fish. Not even Jesus could take it from me. All right, if you wish to eat, then eat. After all, it is your catch, and I have no say in the matter. Lin Jiangwo, exasperated, rolled his eyes and muttered, I'll return home first thing in the morning. Out of sight, out of mind. Whether you eat or not is none of my concern. Haha, Dad, if you're heading back, you must eat the sauerkraut fish before you leave. Such a large black fish is not something you can just decide to eat whenever. Zhao Yi said with a smile, unfazed. Eat, eat, eat. I'm not foolish. Why would I pass up something so delightful? Ha ha ha. Precisely, one must indulge in delectable food and drink. To do otherwise is to lack respect for oneself. Lin Jiangwo. The two engaged in an animated discussion on this topic for quite some time, and finally, the elusive black fish was reeled into the shore. With a splash, the net was cast, and amidst a cacophony of sounds, the black fish was brought ashore. As the fish emerged onto the bank, Zhang Guoqing and Li Mingqi promptly gathered around, crouching to inspect their catch. Alas, it was merely a common large black fish, leaving them rather disheartened. Dad, don't dwell on it. You have a fish on your line as well. Hurry, your rod is running. Noticing the three still engrossed in examining the black fish, Zhao Yi shook his head in disbelief. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon his father-in-law's fishing rod, which was dancing with excitement, prompting him to call out a warning. Huh, I've hooked one too? Oh wow, I really have. Upon hearing Zhao Yi's alert, Lin Jiangwo hesitated briefly, but when he saw his rod pulling away, he let out an excited exclamation and dashed over to seize it, lifting it vigorously. Whoosh! The melodious sound of water slicing through the air resounded throughout the area once more, rivaling the earlier commotion caused by Zhao Yi's black fish. Oh dear! These two sons-in-law are truly ungrateful. One for you, and one for me. I can't help but feel envious. Indeed, while they reel and fish, we can only watch in longing. It's rather disheartening. Observing Lin Jiangwo also catching a fish, Zhang Guoqing and Li Mingqi wore expressions akin to having bitten into a lemon, their hearts heavy with envy. After a moment of hesitation, Li Mingqi turned to Zhao Yi. Brother Yi, how about we switch places for a while? I'd like to have my turn as well. Rest assured, whatever I catch will belong to you. I want to take it. Hey, Xiao Zhao, I too wish to experience the thrill. How about I go first? Zhang Guoqing, albeit a beat slow, quickly joined in with a shameless request. On a night like this, who wouldn't want to enjoy the thrill of reeling in a big fish? All right then. The position remains here. You two may proceed as you wish. Zhao Yi was momentarily taken aback, but soon he gathered his equipment and departed. As for the fishing spot, he thought, whoever desires it may take it. He preferred not to involve himself, thus avoiding displeasing either side. Before long, Zhao Yi had chosen a new position. There were only a few red dots scattered about, but that was sufficient for him, as he had no intention of catching more fish. He casually cast his fishing rod, propping it against the tackle box, and left it unattended. He merely awaited the moment when his father-in-law would reel in a fish, allowing him to return home and enjoy a peaceful slumber with his wife. During the wait, he busied himself by opening his laptop to engage in stock trading. Previously, he had opened an account, but back then, his endeavors were modest. He neither gained significant profits nor incurred substantial losses. Now, however, he had streamlined the process, directly transferring 1 million from his bank account to his trading account, ready to commence operations. As he maneuvered the mouse, stock codes flashed before Zhao Yi's eyes. He discerned the future trajectories of each stock with clarity. Soon, he had selected a high-quality stock and decided to invest all in. With his exceptional trading skills, he felt no anxiety about potential losses, confident that he would simply sell at the right time. It was that impressive. Even the legendary investor Warren Buffett would have to concede. As time drifted by, Zhao Yi heard a familiar sound in his mind, signaling that his salary for the second hour of the evening had been credited. Upon calculation, he realized he had fished for 3 hours in the morning, earning 100 per hour, totaling 300. In the afternoon, he fished for 2 hours, now as a formal employee earning 200 per hour, which amounted to 400. Presently, as the fishing team leader, he earned 500 per hour. After 2 hours, he had accrued 1,000. In total, he had fished for 7 hours, resulting in a salary of 1,700. This income rivaled that of the elite professionals in the bustling cities. Not to mention, he also received bonuses for promotions and tasks. The sizable black fish he had just caught awarded him over 200 experience points, propelling him further along the path to promotion. Having previously received a reward of 100,000 for becoming a team leader, Zhao Yi eagerly anticipated how much he would earn upon being promoted to supervisor. How many times would his salary multiply? The mere thought was exhilarating. As Zhao Yi contemplated his earnings for the day, Lin Jiangwo was nearing the conclusion of his own fishing endeavor. A dark shadow splashed reluctantly in the water as he dragged it to the shore. Wow! Incredible! Zhao Yi, come quickly. Your father-in-law has caught a two-colored carp. Upon bringing the fish to the bank, Lin Jiangwo focused intently and was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. He truly had not anticipated that he could catch a two-colored carp as well. This is indeed a remarkable stroke of luck. What? A two-colored carp? Upon hearing Lin Jiangwo's excited exclamation, Zhao Yi had not yet reacted when Zhang Guoqing and Li Mingqi sprang to their feet in exhilaration. They then dashed fervently to Lin Jiangwo's fishing spot, crouching by the riverbank to gaze into the water at the magnificent carp. Upon catching sight of the shimmering golden and silver scales of the carp, the two of them erupted into a fervor of excitement, dancing with joy as if they had just won the lottery. Haha, father, your luck is truly impressive. At this moment, Zhao Yi approached with a leisurely gait. Having just learned that his father-in-law had caught a two-colored carp, he felt a sense of joy, yet remained composed as he tidied up his equipment. After all, he had already caught 3 of the two-colored fish himself, so there was little to be overly excited about, was there? Haha. Oh, not at all. I'm merely fortunate to bask in your glory and have stumbled upon such a windfall. Upon hearing his son-in-law's praise, Lin Jiangwo humbly waved his hand. However, the expression on his face betrayed his modesty, brimming with pride. Hee, one cannot say that. Your fortune is merely a product of luck, and it has nothing to do with me. Zhao Yi also waved his hand dismissively before shifting his gaze towards Zhang Guoqing and the other individual still crouched nearby, inquiring. So how is it? You have 2 fish now, do you want them? Yes, of course. The two abruptly stood up, responding with unwavering certainty. Very well. Then discuss amongst yourselves who will take the green fish and who will take the carp, and then quote a price. If it seems reasonable, you may transfer the funds and take them away. Zhao Yi nodded, picking up the landing net beside him to assist in bringing the two-colored carp ashore. Zhao Yi, this fish is yours. I'm just indulging myself, so please don't pay me later. Noticing that Zhang Guoqing and the other individual had moved aside to confer, Lin Jiangwo quickly leaned closer to Zhao Yi to express his sentiments. Although he had an affinity for money, he could not accept his son-in-law's funds. This fishing spot originally belonged to Zhao Yi. Had Zhao Yi continued to fish here, he would not have been able to catch this exquisite two-colored carp. Thus, he felt that this fish rightfully belonged to Zhao Yi rather than to himself. He chuckled softly. Let us discuss this later. While assisting in packing up the equipment, Zhao Yi waved his hand and said, Dad, it's getting late. Let us call it a night. All right. Lin Jiangwo nodded in agreement, hastening to help with the packing. Xiao, we come to an agreement. I will take the blue fish, and Xiao Li will take the carp. Just as Zhao Yi and his companion finished tidying up, Zhang Guoqing and his companion approached. Zhang Guoqing raised a finger and declared, it's still the same price. I'll offer you 100,000, plus a favor. 100,000 is fine, but the favor can be set aside. This is merely a transaction. There's no need for favors, Zhao Yi replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. He then took out his phone and added, of course, if you, sir, hold the younger generation in esteem and wish to forge a friendship, I would gladly welcome that. Haha. Very well, then, it's 100,000. Plus a chance to make a friend. Let us exchange contact details. I'll transfer the money to you, and we can plan a meal and fishing trip together soon. Zhang Guoqing laughed heartily as he pulled out his phone. At this moment, he held an exceedingly favorable impression of Zhao Yi. Knowing his own identity, Zhao Yi remained composed and dignified, exhibiting neither servility nor arrogance. Such a person is indeed worthy of friendship. He contemplated whether he should bring his grandson over one day for an introduction. Ha. Very well. Let us plan a day to share a meal and go fishing together. Zhao Yi, however, remained oblivious to Zhang Guoqing's inner thoughts. He simply acted in accordance with his true nature. The individual had already overpaid by a considerable margin, investing 100,000 for this two-colored bluefish. How could one expect a favor in return? Soon, the two men exchanged messages and completed the transaction with a transfer. With a chime, Zhao Yi's net worth increased by 100,000 coins. How delightful. Brother Yi, this two-colored carp is slightly larger than the one you had before. So I am offering you 30,000. Do not find it insufficient. Having just completed a transaction with Zhang Guoqing, Li Mingqi approached with a quoted price. Haha. 30,000 is already quite substantial. I am certainly not one to complain. Thank you, my friend. Zhao Yi chuckled as he tucked away his phone, then turned to his father-in-law with a beaming smile, saying, Dad, it's time to collect the money. Hey, you rascal. Did I not say that this fish belongs to you? I was merely assisting you in the catch. I cannot accept this money. If I do, your mother-in-law will surely make me kneel on a washboard when we return. Please don't put me in such a predicament, Lin Jiangwo exclaimed, one hand shielding his pocket where his phone was stored, while he retreated, shaking his head vigorously like a tambourine. Well, if you refuse to take it, then just give it to Li Mingqi. I have no objections, after all. It wasn't I who caught it. With that, Zhao Yi cheerfully tossed this remark over his shoulder, one hand carrying his equipment and the other holding the fishing net containing a sizable grass carp and a hefty black fish. He nodded to Zhang Guoqing and strode away, his silhouette exuding an air of nonchalance, devoid of any lingering attachment. Oh dear, why must you be like this? Lin Jiangwo exclaimed, hopping anxiously behind him. This young man is indeed remarkably generous. 30,000 yuan, and he seems utterly unfazed. Nevertheless, this son-in-law is truly commendable, warming his heart and making his previous sacrifices feel worthwhile. Oh, Uncle Lin, do hurry and take out your phone to accept the transfer. Simply regard it as your son-in-law's filial piety. Very well, I shall accept it for now and transfer it to my daughter tomorrow. Upon hearing Li Mingqi's words, Lin Jiangwo, both resigned and gratified, took out his phone and accepted the transfer. Having such a generous son-in-law puts me in quite a predicament. Yet, why does my heart feel so light with laughter? He chuckled softly, shaking his head to dispel the jumbled thoughts in his mind. He picked up his gear and hastened to catch up. The four of them returned along the same path to the parking lot, then parted ways. Clang, clang. Riding a tricycle that made noise everywhere except for the horn, Zhao Yi swiftly returned home with his father-in-law. Upon entering, he exclaimed, What time is it? Why are you still awake? Upon their arrival, Zhao Yi noticed Lin Wan and the two children still engrossed in a television show and couldn't help but ask with curiosity. I can't sleep. I don't know what's going on tonight. Everyone is full of energy. But since tomorrow is Saturday and the kids have no school, it's fine to let them watch a bit of Bald Chong, Lin Wan replied lazily, shaking her head. Oh, that must be the effect of the two-colored carp. Just look at your cheeks, all flushed and healthy, Zhao Yi observed, his face lighting up with joy as he scrutinized the trio's complexions. No amount of money could surpass the health of my wife and children. Seeing their rosy faces brought him genuine happiness. Oh, really? No wonder I felt so warm. Lin Wan instinctively touched her face, noticing it felt somewhat smoother. Turning her gaze to the two little ones engrossed in the television, she found their cheeks flushed, resembling adorable red apples. This soup indeed works wonders. Next time we catch some, we should keep them for ourselves instead of selling them. Zhao Yi set down his gear and approached the corner with the large black fish, preparing to place it in water for care. What nonsense. This fish is so difficult to catch. Reeling in one is sheer luck. There won't be a next time. Lin Wan shook her head, then stood up excitedly upon seeing the black fish Zhao Yi was holding. Wow, you caught such a large black fish tonight. It must weigh around 10 pounds, right? Hee. That's not all. Once I raise it well, I'll have a surprise for you. Don't get too excited. Zhao Yi smiled enigmatically, keeping the secret. A surprise? Upon hearing this, Lin Wan grabbed Zhao Yi's arm, shaking it eagerly and playfully urging, What surprise? You must tell me. Hey, don't rush me. I'll let you know once the fish is well cared for. Glancing back at Lin Wan, she appeared in a white silk nightgown, modestly styled with short sleeves and long pants. Yet, combined with her classical, gentle beauty, she exuded an irresistible charm, especially under the dim light. Zhao Yi found himself utterly captivated. He swallowed hard and quickly shook his head, attempting to dispel the impure thoughts swirling in his mind. With his father-in-law staying over tonight, the modest size of the house rendered any soundproofing nearly non-existent. Indulging in such thoughts would only lead to his own discomfort. Zhao Wan, I have transferred the money your man earned from selling fish tonight. Please check. Unbeknownst to Zhao Yi's lecherous thoughts, Lin Jiangwo engaged with the two little ones before promptly transferring 30,000 to Lin Wan. Originally intending to wait until tomorrow, he realized she was still awake, making it the perfect moment to send the funds. In this way, can we not bring joy to our daughter? What harm is there in that? The money from selling fish? Lin Wan, upon hearing this, looked at her father in astonishment and instinctively asked, Dad, how much is it? 30,000. Lin Jiangwo replied, holding up 3 fingers. How much? Lin Wan was taken aback, her speech becoming somewhat disjointed. 30,000, you heard me correctly. Hurry and accept it. Ah. Upon hearing her father's confirmation, Lin Wan quickly dashed to the sofa and picked up the phone from the coffee table. Her hands trembled as she unlocked the screen and opened the message. When she saw the transfer notification of 30,000 in her father's message, she could hardly believe it. Covering her mouth in disbelief, afraid that her excitement would lead her to exclaim aloud, "Dad, is this really the fish that Zhao Yi caught for me?" After a moment, Lin Wan finally regained her composure, gazing intently at Lin Jiangwo as she asked, "Yes, you should accept it quickly. I'm going to take a shower now." Lin Jiangwo nodded and turned to head towards the bathroom. "Dear, please don't accept it. This is the fish Dad caught himself. It has nothing to do with me." Zhao Yi interjected urgently. "If this is accepted, there will be no turning back. He certainly does not wish to take advantage of his father-in-law." Huh, what is happening? One moment you're fishing, and the next, it's Dad who's reeling them in. It's all rather confusing for me. Zhao Yi, while explaining to Lin Wan, took out his phone and promptly transferred the sum of 100,000 yuan from the sale of the bluefish. With a proud smile, he said, "Hee, my dear wife. This is indeed my catch, a full 100,000. Rest assured, accept it." "How much? 100,000? You're not deceiving me, are you?" Lin Wan stammered again, her excitement surpassing the last time. "Goodness, 100,000. That is truly a substantial amount. Only 2 or 3 hours had passed since they went out. Can one really believe they caught 100,000? She certainly found it hard to believe. Hee, why would I deceive you? It's genuinely 100,000. If you don't believe me, just check my messages, and you'll see." Zhao Yi chuckled lightly, finding his wife's current demeanor utterly adorable. "Oh, it really is 100,000. Her fingers trembled as she clicked on Zhao Yi's recent message, and upon seeing the glaring figure of 100,000, Lin Wan could not contain herself and let out an exclamation of surprise. This exclamation, filled with disbelief and a delightful surprise, is indeed quite complex. Ha! How about it? Are you surprised? Is it unexpected? Are you happy? Upon witnessing Lin Wan's expression, Zhao Yi couldn't help but burst into laughter. Perhaps this is the motivation for a man to earn, to bring joy to his wife and family. In those moments of astonishment from his loved ones, one also experiences a profound sense of fulfillment. This may very well embody the allure of wealth. The thrill of surprise and delight. "My dear husband, do tell me, how many fish did you and father catch tonight? How did you earn such a fortune?" Upon hearing Zhao Yi's response, Lin Wan nodded her head eagerly, much like a chick pecking at grains. It wasn't much, merely 3 fish in total, 1 bluefish and 1 blackfish for me, while father managed only a carp." "Oh, so you caught 9 colored fish?" "Well, they are all 2-colored. Wow, darling, you are simply marvelous. I must bestow upon you a kiss as a reward." With that, Lin Wan leaned in and planted a sweet kiss on Zhao Yi's cheek. "Hee, my dear wife, this 100,000 is merely an appetizer. Tomorrow, I shall take you and the children to a place filled with surprises, grand ones, indeed." Touching the spot where Lin Wan had just kissed him, Zhao Yi said with a beaming smile, "You must think carefully about how to reward me then." "Oh, is there a surprise even greater than 100,000 yuan? What could it possibly be? My love, do hurry and tell me, or I shall be unable to sleep tonight." "Hee, that simply cannot be. As we agreed that surprises must remain a mystery until tomorrow. Just wait. I assure you and the children will be utterly astonished." Imagining the expressions of Lin Wan and the 2 children, wide-eyed and speechless, Zhao Yi couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Oh dear, you are truly insufferable. Do you not realize how curious I am? Your hints make me feel as though something is tickling my insides. It's most unbearable. Hee, my dear wife. You cannot blame me for this. The surprise is simply too grand to disclose in advance. You must patiently await tomorrow." "Very well then. But let me make this clear. If this surprise fails to astonish me, there shall be no reward. If it truly delights me, I shall grant you a new favor." With that, Lin Wan leaned close to Zhao Yi's ear and softly whispered 2 words. My dear wife, you said that. Please do not renege on your promise, or else I will." Upon hearing Lin Wan's final 2 words, Zhao Yi's face flushed with excitement, nearly lifting her up and rushing back to their room for immediate. "Hiki, I, your wife, never go back on my word. Whether or not you unlock that favor depends entirely on the magnitude of your surprise." Lin Wan bit her lip and cast a flirtatious glance at Zhao Yi before gracefully turning around to beckon the 2 little ones to bed, leaving Zhao Yi standing there, entranced, nearly drooling. "You little enchantress, I shall deal with you tomorrow night." The night passed in silence. The following morning, Zhao Yi awoke early, stretching his limbs. Observing his father-in-law sleeping soundly, snoring softly, he shook his head in bemusement. A fragrant wife has been replaced by a snoring father-in-law. I am truly at my wit's end. However, there was little he could do, as the house contained merely 2 rooms, and the dilapidated sofa was too small for anyone to sleep on. He had to make do. Fortunately, his robust physique allowed him to feel invigorated even after just a few hours of sleep. After changing clothes, Zhao Yi emerged from his room, swiftly began his morning routine, and prepared breakfast. By the time everything was ready, it was already 7:30. He called everyone to rise and join him for the meal. "Honey, where are you taking us?" Lin Wan asked curiously as Zhao Yi mysteriously ushered them into a taxi. "Are we going to an amusement park, Daddy?" Lin Wan's words prompted Zhao Xiaomi to gaze at Zhao Yi with hopeful eyes. "Hee, don't rush. You'll find out when we arrive." Zhao Yi reassured his wife and daughter, waving at the driver with an air of mystery. After a half-hour journey, the taxi arrived at the entrance of an upscale residential area in the southern part of the city. One by one, they disembarked, and to their astonishment, they stood before the most prestigious community in Linjiang County, Jianglan Yinfu. "Honey, why have you brought us here?" As Zhao Yi attempted to enter, Lin Wan quickly grasped his arm, reminding him, "Don't you remember? Outsiders aren't allowed in here. Do you have a friend in this place? Relax. Just follow my lead," Zhao Yi replied, patting Lin Wan's hand as he strode confidently towards the entrance. "Good day, sir. Outsiders are not permitted entry here. If you have a friend, please inform them," the security guard challenged as Zhao Yi approached the gate. "I am the owner of a property here. I just purchased a house." Zhao Yi, unfazed, retrieved the property deed from his briefcase, which he had brought specifically for this purpose, and handed it over. The security guard, a resolute man in his 40s, straightened his posture even further upon hearing this. He promptly extended his hands to accept the property deed from Zhao Yi. After the other guard inside verified its authenticity on the computer, he returned to Zhao Yi with a salute, saying, "Welcome home, Mr. Zhao. We have already registered you. There will be no further issues." Pausing for a moment, he noticed that the group had no vehicle and inquired, "Mr. Zhao, would you like us to arrange a vehicle to take you home?" "Well, that's agreeable," Zhao Yi nodded, internally commending the property security of this community. Truly, it deserves to be the finest residential area in Linjiang County. With such security and refinement, living here will undoubtedly provide peace of mind. Soon, Zhao Yi and the others boarded the property's sightseeing vehicle, making their way towards the row of houses situated closest to the river. As they gazed at the towering buildings, each exceeding 20 stories, surrounded by lush greenery and the picturesque scenery, Lin Wan, Lin Jiangwo, and the 2 little ones wore expressions of utter bewilderment. They remained in a daze, uncertain of the events that had transpired. It was only after disembarking from the sightseeing vehicle and entering a building, ascending in the elevator to the top floor, that they began to regain their senses. "Honey, what on earth is happening?" Lin Wan inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Yes, Zhao Yi, what is the situation?" Lin Jiangwo echoed. Both standing before the door of a spacious apartment designed for one family, their minds still reeling from Zhao Yi's conversation with the doorman, which lingered in their ears. Utterly incredulous. "Dad, is this your new house? Is it our new home?" The little ones chimed in, their excitement palpable as they tugged at Zhao Yi's clothes from either side. "Dad, have you struck it rich? Are we moving to a new place?" The delightful scenery they had witnessed from the sightseeing vehicle, along with the small amusement park, had captivated their hearts. If this is their new home, how blissful it would be. "Yes, indeed, this is our new abode. Come, let us step inside and see if you like it." Zhao Yi nodded, approached the front door, entered the code, and opened the door. With a grand gesture, he stepped inside first. According to the property deed, this spacious flat comprises 6 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 3 bathrooms, and 1 kitchen, with a total area exceeding 400 square meters. Additionally, the top floor boasts a large outdoor garden. The place is fully furnished and equipped with appliances, ready for immediate occupancy. Upon entering, Zhao Yu squinted slightly. This house truly resonated with his desires. The entire space is adorned in warm tones, devoid of ostentatious displays, exuding understated luxury that feels incredibly inviting. "Wow, it's so beautiful," exclaimed the 2 little ones in unison. Following closely behind, Lin Wan and Lin Jiangwo, who entered next, were equally awestruck, especially Lin Wan, whose eyes sparkled with delight. "Honey, is this really our new home?" she asked softly, cautiously touching the creamy leather sofa as she surveyed the living room. Yes, this is our new home. I promised I would buy a house here. And now I have fulfilled that promise. What do you think? Do you like it? Zhao Yi affectionately brushed Lin Wan's delicate nose, gazing into her eyes with warmth. I love it. I adore it. Let me explore our new home first. I'll reward you tonight. Lin Wan replied enthusiastically, nodding vigorously and returning a tender glance before fluttering like a butterfly, guiding the two little ones through the various rooms. Their laughter filled the air, interspersed with spirited discussions, adding vibrancy to the house. Zhao Yi, how much did this house cost? And where did you procure such a substantial sum? Lin Jiangwo casually inquired after glancing around, his voice a mix of pride and concern. He feared that Zhao Yu might have engaged in some illicit activities to amass such wealth. Father, it wasn't too much. The money is from my stock trading, entirely legitimate. You need not worry, Zhao Yu reassured him, sensing his father-in-law's apprehension. Stock trading? Lin Jiangwo paused, taken aback. Is it truly that profitable? Yet, didn't you previously mention that you only earned around 100,000? How then does a house suddenly appear? Are you going to reveal a car next? He chuckled. Actually, the house was purchased earlier. I've just been renovating it all this time. I kept it a secret to surprise you all today. As for the car, well, there is indeed one in the underground garage. Zhao Yu gently rubbed the back of his head, feigning a bashful demeanor, yet inwardly he was immensely pleased. Goodness gracious, there really is a car? Lin Jiangwo exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. What kind of car is it? It can't possibly be a Mercedes or a BMW, can it? No, it's a pickup truck. Zhao Yu replied with a smile. It has ample space, can accommodate passengers, and is perfect for carrying gear for fishing trips. Oh, then that pickup must cost around 100,000, right? Lin Jiangwo sighed in relief, albeit with a tinge of disappointment. The relief stemmed from Zhao Ye's judicious choice not to splurge on a luxury vehicle, while the disappointment arose from the realization that, having purchased a house, Zhao Yi likely had little money left. Well, approximately, Zhao Yi replied vaguely. Truth be told, he was uncertain of the truck's actual worth. The base price for a Raptor alone was several 100,000, not to mention the enhanced value post-modification. Nevertheless, in an effort to remain unpretentious, he was reluctant to boast before his father-in-law. You truly are quite capable. You managed to secure such a splendid house and car while lounging at home. By the way, just how much have you earned in these past 2 years? Not much, Zhao Yi admitted, after buying the house and the car. I hardly have anything left. Pausing for a moment, he added softly, by the way, Dad, regarding the 200,000 I owe you. I will transfer it from my stock account in a couple of days. If you need the money urgently, feel free to let me know. But didn't we agree that I wouldn't need to repay that? Lin Jiangwo waved his hand dismissively. That was meant as pocket money for Xiao Wan. Let's not dwell on it. He then shifted the conversation, inquiring, so, is stock trading really that lucrative? Well, it's been decent for me. Perhaps I have a knack for it. I haven't incurred any losses thus far, Zhao Yi responded, nodding. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, Dad, if you're interested, you could invest a bit and open an account. I can recommend a couple of quality stocks. While I can't promise guaranteed profits, losses are highly unlikely. Zhao Yi thought of the 200,000 that his father-in-law dismissed, hoping to help him earn some returns as a gesture of gratitude. Naturally, if his father-in-law was reluctant, he wouldn't press the matter. Well, let me think about it first. I'll discuss it with your mother-in-law when I get back, Lin Jiangwo replied, still uncertain and unwilling to make an immediate decision, as he had no knowledge of the subject and felt it necessary to consult his family. All right then, Zhao Yi nodded, refraining from further persuasion. In the realm of stock trading, who besides him could truly claim to have a foolproof strategy? Thus, it is entirely understandable that the father-in-law harbors concerns. After exchanging a few casual remarks with him, Zhao Yi gracefully joined the throng of house hunters. The party of 5 meticulously explored every corner, from the smallest bedroom to the master suite, and inspected the bathroom and kitchen. Ultimately, they ascended to the rooftop garden to gaze upon the picturesque river view and the entire town of Lingjiang. My goodness, Zhao Yi. How can you spin such tales without so much as a blink? Lin Jiangwo exclaimed. Is this a pickup truck? This is a Raptor. It surpasses the likes of ordinary Mercedes and BMWs, and you dare claim it costs merely over 100,000? Are you attempting to deceive me into thinking I know nothing about cars? Upon leaving the house and descending to the parking lot, Lin Jiangwo's eyes widened in astonishment at the imposing Raptor. He circled the vehicle, carefully caressing its exterior, and shot an incredulous glance at Zhao Yi. It's just a means of transport, It's not that significant, Zhao Yi chuckled, before embracing the two little ones and climbing into the vehicle. The vehicle's chassis is elevated, making it somewhat challenging for the two little ones to climb aboard independently. Zhao Yi pondered whether he should consider acquiring a sedan on another day, as it would facilitate the transportation of the children. After all, this residence came with an additional 5 parking spaces, providing ample room for parking. Indeed, how remarkable. Yet, I must admit, I find it difficult to comprehend your rapid transformation. It has been astonishing. In the blink of an eye, you have acquired both luxury cars and opulent residences, truly impressive. Lin Jiangwo smacked his lips in admiration and couldn't help but give Zhao Yi a thumbs up. Silence may be golden, but when one does speak, it is indeed astonishing. At this moment, he found himself genuinely enamored with Zhao Yi. With such a son-in-law, wherever he goes, he would undoubtedly receive accolades and be praised for having chosen an exemplary partner. As for old Lin, he could indeed take pride in his standing throughout his life. No, these are merely my obligations. As a husband and a father, having allowed Lin Wan and the 2 children to endure hardships in that temporary housing for 2 years fills me with remorse. I truly feel unworthy of your commendation for this meager achievement. Zhao Yi humbly waved his hand in response. While he expressed such modesty, his heart resonated with the same sentiment. These rewards were obtained through a system lottery, rather than through genuine skill, rendering any sense of pride both unnecessary and unwarranted. Very well, I shall refrain from praising you, as the past is behind us and the accident was not your intention. However, henceforth, it is imperative that you refrain from consuming alcohol while driving. Lin Jiangwo nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further, and instead patted Zhao Yi on the shoulder as a gentle reminder. All right, Dad, let us embark. Zhao Yi affirmed with a firm nod, subsequently inviting his father-in-law to enter the vehicle before igniting the engine. Vroom. The powerful roar of the engine, a product of the system's modifications, was akin to the ferocious growl of a beast, exuding an overwhelming strength. A gentle press of the accelerator unleashed the formidable beast, causing it to surge forward with an exhilarating speed. The occupants within instinctively leaned back, as the legendary sensation of being pushed into their seats enveloped them. This car is truly magnificent. It boasts ample cargo space, robust protection, and the dynamic power akin to a sports car. Zhao Yi was utterly enamored with it. Upon departing from the Jianglan banquet hall, Zhao Yi and his companions first returned to their rental residence, promptly organizing their essential belongings while disposing of the remainder to scrap collectors. Following this, they ventured to a mall, where each individual procured several sets of new attire, both inside and out. Subsequently, Zhao Yi treated the group to a sumptuous feast at a grand hotel. Upon their return to the Jianglan banquet hall, the clock had already passed midnight. Leaving Lin Wan and the children at home, Zhao Yi wasted no time in ushering his father-in-law towards the riverside dock. While merriment was in the air, the daily 6-hour fishing session remained a non-negotiable commitment, as he sought to achieve perfect attendance. The dock was a mere 10-minute drive from the Jianglan banquet hall, and they arrived shortly thereafter. After parking the vehicle, the 2 men carried their equipment towards Lin Jiangwo's fishing boat. Zhao Yi, let us wait for about 10 minutes. I shall see if I can bring in some guests, Lin Jiangwo suggested as they boarded the fishing boat. He retrieved a sign reading "Fishing with Guests" from the cabin and hung it on the mast. Understood. Zhao Yi nodded in agreement, without objection. The fishing boat belonging to his father-in-law measured over 20 meters in length, capable of accommodating more than 10 anglers simultaneously. Such a spacious vessel undoubtedly incurred considerable expenses for each outing, making it somewhat wasteful for just the 2 of them. As time passed, 20 minutes slipped away in the blink of an eye. By this point, the fishing boat had welcomed 10 guests, with Zhao Yi and his companion included. The total count reached 12. Observing this, Lin Jiangwo decided not to delay further, promptly setting sail. With 10 individuals on board, each contributing 200 yuan, the voyage would yield a total of 2,000 yuan. Though not as lucrative as going out to sea, it was still commendable. The most significant advantage was the swift boarding process. It was midday, yet they had managed to gather 10 patrons so quickly. Had it been morning, the pace would undoubtedly have been even brisker. Contemplating this, Lin Jiangwo piloted the vessel while pondering whether it might be prudent to develop this area further. The family remained confined to the island, while he, as the elder, was indifferent. His son and grandchildren could not afford such a lifestyle. With only a limited number of young women on the island, how could his 4th and 5th sons find wives if they spent all their time at sea? Moreover, His grandchildren faced the daily challenges of schooling, having to rise early to board the boat, which was exhausting to witness. Lost in thought, Lin Jiangwo couldn't help but glance at Zhao Yi, who was observing the fishing conditions from the deck. After a moment of deliberation, he made a firm decision. "Dad, stop the boat. Let us fish right here." Zhao Yi suddenly called out to the cockpit. After more than 20 minutes of navigation, he noticed an abundance of red signals on the fish radar in this section of the river, prompting him to urge his father-in-law to halt the vessel. Upon hearing Zhao Yi's call, Lin Jiangwo wasted no time. After sounding a few blasts on the horn, the fishing boat gradually came to a stop, and the anchor was dropped into the water. "Little Yi, are there fish here?" After exiting the cockpit and greeting the guests, Lin Jiangwo approached Zhao Yi and whispered, "Yes, there should be fish," Zhao Yi replied with a nod, then swiftly cast out the bait adorned with a worm with a flick of his wrist. The preparations for fishing had already been meticulously completed. They could now commence without delay. "Oh, I am quite curious. How did you discern that there were fish here?" Lin Jiangwo inquired, casting his line while harboring curiosity about Zhao Yi's insights into locating fish. He had noticed last night that Zhao Yi possessed a remarkable knack for detecting fish, and despite his efforts to suppress his curiosity, he could not resist. After all, who among fishing enthusiasts would not desire the ability to sense the presence of fish? Well, how should I put it? Perhaps it's merely good fortune. Or possibly a sixth sense, Zhao Yi replied with a chuckle, casually fabricating a response. "I simply observe a spot and feel an instinctive sense that fish might be present. Sometimes luck is on my side, while at other times, I may come up empty-handed. It's not always accurate." "Oh, you possess such a talent?" Lin Jiangwo exclaimed, astonished. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. "This could very well be what is referred to as a sixth sense." "Haha, possibly. However, this is something you should keep to yourself. I fear I might be subjected to scientific dissection," Zhao Yi jested lightly. "Rest assured, I am not one to indiscriminately share what should remain confidential. I know the bounds of discretion," Lin Jiangwo assured him. "Indeed," Zhao Yi nodded, preparing to deliver a compliment. But before he could utter a word, the bobber in the water began to move. With a swift motion, Zhao Yi raised his rod to hook the fish. As he did, the melodic sound of water splashing resonated, accompanied by a powerful tug transmitted through the rod. "Impressive, Zhao Yi. Here in the river's center, we typically use specialized rods or sea rods for lure fishing, yet you, with a simple hand rod, have managed to catch a fish so swiftly. Truly remarkable." "Haha. I suppose I'm just fortunate," Zhao Yi humbly replied while deftly reeling in the fish. After all, he had cast his line directly at the red spot. It would have been strange not to catch anything swiftly. "Indeed, I concur, your luck is certainly commendable." Zhao Yi smiled, beginning to exert more effort. The fish beneath the water did not seem particularly large, making it an easy catch for him. The delightful sound of water splashing continued, and moments later, a shimmering silver figure broke the surface. "Goodness, is that a quillback? It must weigh around 3 to 4 pounds. Yes, at least 3 to 4 pounds. What incredible luck he has. I wish it were my catch." "Indeed, but it matters not. If he can catch it, so can we." "Ah, yes." As Zhao Yi's catch emerged from the water, the previously tranquil fishing boat erupted into lively chatter. The passengers aboard the vessel were all abuzz with excitement, as if invigorated by some unseen force. "Zhao Yi, is the big-mouthed fish particularly valuable?" Lin Jiangwo inquired curiously while assisting Zhao Yi in netting the fish. Listening to the conversations around him, "Well, it should be quite valuable. Although, I'm not entirely certain about the prices," Zhao Yi replied, nodding, then hesitating slightly. His understanding of fish pricing was indeed limited, especially regarding wild big-mouthed fish, about which he knew nothing. "Haha, boss, as a fishing guide, how can you not know the price of big-mouthed fish?" An elderly man with graying hair, sitting nearby, couldn't help but chuckle at their exchange. "Ah, forgive me, old man. My father specializes in sea fishing, and I'm merely a novice. So it's not surprising that I'm unaware of freshwater fish prices." Zhao Yi explained with a slight grin. "Oh, I see. Then I was indeed presumptuous," the elder responded, nodding in understanding before elaborating. "The price of wild big-mouthed fish primarily depends on the size of the catch. Generally, fish weighing between 2.5 pounds can fetch around 5 yuan per pound, while those weighing around a pound might sell for about 10. If you manage to catch one weighing 2 to 3 pounds, it becomes quite valuable, starting at 50 yuan per pound. And if you can reel in one over 5 pounds, then the price could soar to 1 or 200 per pound without a second thought." "My goodness, the price of fish fluctuates so dramatically?" Lin Jiangwo exclaimed in astonishment. However, in the blink of an eye, he pointed at the big-mouthed fish in the net, grinning widely. This one looks to weigh at least 3 pounds. Could it not be worth 200 yuan? Indeed, it could fetch such a price. The elder, known as Su Wanshan, nodded with a hint of envy. His envy was not directed at Zhao Yi for the potential earnings, but rather at the fact that he had managed to catch such a sizable big-mouthed fish. After all, what angler doesn't dream of reeling in a large big-mouthed fish? This is indeed one of the favorite fish species for anglers. Haha, Xiaoye, did you hear that? You've just earned another 200 yuan. Hurry and keep going. Your luck cannot afford a break. Upon hearing Su Wanshan's affirmative response, Lin Jiangwo grinned widely and quickly assisted in removing the fishhook, urging him on. Such fortunate luck. Such splendid catches, even a moment's pause is a loss. Hiki. Father, you truly possess the potential to be a shrewd negotiator. Zhao Yi teased with a mix of amusement and exasperation, then took the fishing hook, baited it, and cast the line back into the water. Hey, young man. I'm doing this for your benefit. At such a tender age, with both capability and fortune, you ought to seize the opportunity. Work with alacrity. Don't dawdle like an old man, or you'll miss out on the fish. Oh dear, how can you speak like that? Boss, are you implying something about me? Zhao Yi remained unfazed by Lin Jiangwo's words, but Su Wanshan could not contain his indignation. Old man, dawdling, and missing the fish. Aren't you describing me? You might as well name me directly. Ah, brother, what do you mean by that? Why would I point you out? Don't be overly sensitive. I was referring to my son-in-law. Lin Jiangwo was momentarily taken aback and quickly clasped his fists in apology towards Su Wanshan. The customer is king. One must not offend for no reason. All right. Although I suspect you were alluding to me, I have no proof, so I shall let this slide this time. But it cannot happen again. Su Wanshan waved his hand with a look of suspicion, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. Very well. I shall be more mindful in the future. With a quiet sigh of relief, Lin Jiangwo winked at Zhao Yi, who was watching the spectacle unfold. Hee. Zhao Yi couldn't help but smile at the scene. The father-in-law is quite adorable indeed. Soon, Zhao Yi felt another tug on his line. As he lifted his fishing rod, a melodious sound of water splashing resonated once more. Fishing in the river is truly a delightful endeavor. One seldom encounters small fish here, and whenever one catches a fish, it is bound to be a substantial catch. Judging by the sound and the force transmitted through his hands, he could tell that this fish was significantly larger than the last. Young man, your luck is extraordinary. Despite our large group, none of us have had any bites. Yet you are reeling them in one after another? Su Wanshan remarked, feeling a twinge of envy as he observed Zhao Yi land another impressive catch. Oh, I simply have good fortune. If you believe my fishing spot is advantageous, once this fish is in, we could switch places, Zhao Yi humbly replied, shaking his head upon hearing Su Wanshan's words. The boat was anchored in an excellent location, and he noticed that nearly every fishing spot yielded fish. In fact, Su Wanshan's spot boasted even more fish than his own. The reason for Su Wanshan's lack of success was merely a slight miscalculation in casting. Isn't that a bit presumptuous? Su Wanshan said, his interest piqued, but feeling somewhat bashful. Not at all. You are the guest, and the customer is king. Just remember to prioritize our boat next time you wish to fish, Zhao Yi said with a smile and a shake of his head. Previously, when he was promoted to group leader of fishing, the system had registered a travel company named Ime Li Travel Fishing on his behalf. From then on, whenever he signed a contract with someone, that person would become his subordinate, with their salary covered by the system. Currently, he had only one official employee position available, which he intended to offer to Lin Wan, thereby increasing his income. Of course, the 5,000 yuan monthly salary was not a concern for him. The primary benefit of having a company was that it allowed him to legitimately recruit employees to assist with future system tasks. Next, he planned to acquire a fishing boat, enabling him to fish with Lin Wan while simultaneously engaging in a business of guided fishing trips. By providing Su Wanshan with an excellent experience now, he aimed to cultivate clientele in preparation for the company's future launch. Oh, in that case, I shall not hesitate. Next time I fish, I will certainly prioritize your boat. Su Wanshan replied, oblivious to Zhao Ye's intentions, and eagerly nodded in agreement. After all, fishing is enjoyable no matter whose boat one is on. And why not take advantage of a prime fishing spot? Excellent. Let us exchange contact information. If you wish to fish in the future, just give us a heads up. And we guarantee attentive service, Zhao Yi added, pausing before enthusiastically continuing. Oh, by the way, We will provide meals on the boat at noon, so you need not bring any provisions. Very well. I will definitely seek you out for my next fishing excursion, Su Wanshan replied, nodding fervently. This time, he was not merely going through the motions. He was genuinely captivated. When one ventures out to fish, the most troublesome aspect is the matter of sustenance. A moment's lapse in attention can lead to an agonizing hunger pang. Now that he could relish a meal after fishing, he was certainly inclined to partake. After all, money was of little concern. The primary aim was to enjoy oneself. He chuckled. Hey, little boss, may I join you on your boat for fishing next time? Could we perhaps switch places? Indeed, indeed. We would love to fish on your boat as well. We too desire to change spots. Yes, yes. Boss, do you have a membership card for your boat? If so, I would like to obtain one. Money is not an issue. At that moment, others grew anxious, voicing their desire to switch positions. Calm down, he chuckled. I assure you, I possess considerable expertise in locating fish. Allow me to offer you some guidance shortly, and I guarantee that each of you will experience a bountiful catch today. Observing the impatience of the anglers aboard, a subtle smile played upon Zhao Ye's lips. His earlier loud declarations were merely a tactic to attract their attention, and indeed, it proved effective. Now, all he needed to do was showcase a modicum of skill, and he was confident that these seasoned fishermen would be drawn in. Cough, cough. Young man, are you not merely boasting? Do you truly possess such talent? One of them inquired. Indeed, we are all seasoned anglers with decades of experience. Do not attempt to show off before us. Another added. Ah, yes, yes, yes. They murmured in agreement, furrowing their brows at Zhao Ye's words. While we cannot deny your luck may surpass ours, claiming to have real skills is a different matter. It is absurd to think a young lad could outperform us, each with years of fishing experience. There must be limits to one's boasting. Well, you shall soon discover whether my claims hold water. Just wait until I reel this fish in. I promise you will not be disappointed. Zhao Yi replied confidently while playing with the fish. He laughed heartily, for without the ability, he would not dare to take on such a challenge. Today, he was determined to showcase his true prowess to this group of fishermen, thereby paving the way for future business opportunities. With a loyal following, he anticipated a steady stream of customers in the days to come. Very well, I shall witness your skill. If you truly possess such talent, your boat will be my first choice for future fishing trips. However, should you be merely boasting, do not be surprised when my words turn sharp, one of them threatened. Indeed, if you prove your abilities, I will also choose your vessel. But if you are just full of hot air, do not forget my reputation as a master of words, another chimed in. Seeing Zhao Ye's unwavering confidence, the anglers felt a mix of skepticism and curiosity. They resolved to observe whether he truly possessed the skills he claimed. If he did, they would be impressed. If not, they would not hesitate to speak their minds. Amused by their veiled threats, Zhao Yi merely smiled, unperturbed. These individuals have now become the unsuspecting catch on his hook, and shortly, he will reel them in like a prized fish. None shall escape. With this thought in mind, Zhao Yi tightened his grip, and soon the struggle with the fish approached its climax. Splashing sounds echoed. As everyone focused their gaze, they beheld yet another exquisite fish. This time, even larger than the previous one, estimated to weigh no less than 5 pounds. Witnessing this spectacle, the anglers present were filled with admiration, their faces turning a shade of envious purple. If this is merely luck, it can be overlooked. However, if it is indeed genuine skill, then it would be extraordinary. Nevertheless, upon reflection, there is a certain anticipation that Zhao Yi possesses true talent. In this manner, they too may indulge in a bit of soup, correct? My esteemed elder, I shall relinquish my position to you. Do you recall the spot where I was fishing just now? That area has been prepared with my special bait. Do ensure that you do not cast your line amiss. Once my father-in-law assists in bringing the large fish aboard, Zhao Yi promptly beckoned to Su Wanshan. Naturally, he would not foolishly claim to possess the ability to sense the presence of fish. Instead, he fabricated a story about a secret bait. However, it is worth noting that this special bait is not mere fabrication, as it indeed exists within the offerings of the company's marketplace. This bait is significantly superior to most available on the market. Zhao Yi had initially planned to exchange it for a factory in the near future. Consider this an early advertisement. All right, I remember. I'll give it a try. Upon hearing Zhao Yi's invitation, Su Wanshan eagerly rubbed his hands together and cast his fishing rod. All right, you fish for now. I'll attend to the others. Zhao Yi nodded and proceeded to Su Wanshan's fishing spot. Instead of immediately baiting his hook, he retrieved a packet of bait he had exchanged from the system and, smiling at the onlookers, declared, "Behold, this is the true skill I speak of, my ancestral secret bait. Just a handful will surely attract all the fish in the vicinity." After a moment's pause, he produced a packet of vegetarian fish pellets and another of meat-based pellets, adding, "Of course, while the bait can attract fish, the effectiveness of catching relies on the bait itself. These two recipes are also my family's legacy. One is for catching herbivorous fish, while the other targets carnivorous species. With a combination of this bait and two types of bait, alongside a fishing rod, one can fish to their heart's content." Wow, young boss, are you advertising now? Is this bait truly as impressive as you claim? Indeed, don't exaggerate. I've used the best bait available, and none have proven to be as remarkable as you suggest. Ah, right. The fishermen, upon hearing Zhao Ye's words, widened their eyes in disbelief, exchanging glances filled with amusement and irritation. They had expected Zhao Ye to possess genuine skill in locating fish, only to find he was merely promoting his product. Quite absurd. Hey, don't be skeptical. The effectiveness of an advertisement is determined by its results. I shall now demonstrate the prowess of this bait and pellets. In response to their doubts, Zhao Ye promptly opened the bait packet and addressed the crowd. "This spot hasn't yielded a bite for the elder who fished here earlier. I will now sprinkle the bait and then switch to my secret pellets. Observe the results closely." Without waiting for a response, Zhao Ye grabbed a handful of bait and scattered it in an area with a notable number of red spots. He then took a bowl, added some meat and vegetarian fish pellets, and mixed in a bit of water, crafting a ball of bait the size of a fist. "All right, now I shall begin fishing. Everyone, pay attention." Nodding with satisfaction, Zhao Ye addressed the crowd before commencing to bait his hook and cast his line. With a swift motion, the hook plunged into the water, prompting the assembled anglers to eagerly insert their rods into the rod holders and curiously gather behind Zhao Ye. They gazed intently at the bobber floating on the surface, silently calculating the passage of time. They were keen to discern whether the bait was genuinely exceptional or merely a figment of Zhao Ye's exaggeration. Tick-tock, the seconds ticked away, and approximately 30 seconds later, the bobber, gently swaying with the ripples, suddenly sank beneath the surface, vanishing from sight. Witnessing this spectacle, every individual present inhaled sharply in astonishment. Immediately, excitement erupted among them. "Wow, a big black bobber. Has it truly caught a fish? Is this for real? Is the bait really that effective? My goodness. It seems this young proprietor is indeed truthful. The bait must be an ancestral secret, remarkably potent. Hey, young proprietor, how much for this bait? I can't wait to get my hands on some. My rod is itching for action. Oh yes, I want some too." In an instant, doubts about Zhao Ye evaporated, and all they desired was to procure a share of his secret bait to unleash their prowess. "Please, everyone, remain calm. I have not yet begun mass production of this bait, so I cannot sell it to you at the moment. However, every guest present today is welcome to a complimentary trial. Once I commence mass production, I shall notify you promptly. I kindly ask for your support then." Observing their fervent enthusiasm, Zhao Ye chuckled as he skillfully played the fish, offering his explanation with a grin. These baits were exchanged for fishing tokens, and he certainly wouldn't part with them for mere monetary gain. Money may be easily earned, but fishing tokens are not easily acquired. He would never engage in such a misguided endeavor. Ah, is that so? What a pity, but experiencing it even once is quite worthwhile. Indeed. Let us have this experience first. By the way, dear proprietor, do ensure you inform me once you commence mass production. Yes, let us exchange contact information. And remember to notify me at the earliest opportunity once production begins. Although it is regrettable that the goods are currently unavailable, the opportunity for a singular experience is something they can reluctantly accept. Of course, there is no alternative. After all, the stock is simply non-existent. Very well. I shall create a communication group shortly and add you all. Once mass production is underway, I will promptly issue an announcement. After a brief pause, Zhao Ye shifted the conversation and said, "If you have friends who are passionate about fishing, feel free to invite them into the group. We can share photos of our catches or discuss excellent fishing spots, allowing us to exchange insights and improve our fishing skills. Naturally, if anyone catches some rare fish or has needs for particular species, they can share within the group, fostering collaborative transactions and enabling everyone to earn a bit of extra income." Upon hearing Zhao Ye's suggestion, the group of anglers reflected on it and found it quite agreeable. Thus, someone nodded and said, "Yes, dear proprietor, this idea is splendid. As fellow fishing enthusiasts, Sharing and exchanging experiences is indeed a joy. Absolutely, the proprietor is correct. Working in isolation is unwise. Collaborative discussions are far more enjoyable. Once you establish the group, please add me at once. I have numerous friends who share a passion for fishing, and we can certainly bring them in together. Indeed, I would like to join as well. I run a fairly sizable aquaculture company and frequently require certain catches, especially rare fish. When you're ready to sell, please post in the group. I assure you the prices will be fair. Me too. In an instant, the anglers began to chatter excitedly. Perhaps no one anticipated that this small group, initially comprising only a handful of individuals, would eventually expand into the largest fishing exchange and trading community in China and even the world. Zhao Yi, the group's founder, became an idol and a legend among fishing enthusiasts. In the ensuing moments, the anglers aboard Lin Zhangwo's boat were in a frenzy. Ever since they began using Zhao Yi's secret bait, every single one of them started reeling in fish. The delightful sound of water slicing echoed repeatedly, harmonizing with the joyous laughter of the anglers, creating a symphony of happiness. Zhao Yi, are you also considering starting a fishing guiding business? Lin Zhangwo, who had been silent until now, suddenly inquired softly of Zhao Yi. It could be considered a side venture. Zhao Yi paused for a moment before explaining. I have registered a travel fishing company and am preparing to recruit some employees. Currently, it is just Lin Wan and me, and taking a trip out to the river feels like a waste of resources. Thus, I plan to accommodate some fishing enthusiasts along the way. Once I have more staff, it will no longer be feasible to do so. Of course, if business flourishes, I might consider purchasing additional boats and hiring dedicated personnel for management. Oh, I see. Lin Zhangwo hesitated, contemplating his response before finally saying, I initially intended to bring your uncle and others along to work with you. But it seems that that's not possible now. Then why not come over? I haven't bought the boats yet. So Lin Wan and I can join you for fishing, Zhao Yu replied, momentarily taken aback, then smiled, half-jokingly adding, of course, if you would like. You can also join my company. I assure you that you will earn more than you did previously. Having the entire family of his father-in-law, who were seasoned fishermen, under his wing would be ideal. After all, you would need to hire staff sooner or later, and it would be advantageous to have some talent in reserve. As for the annual salary in the hundreds of thousands, it was inconsequential to him. Join your company? Lin Zhangwo stared blankly at Zhao Yi, momentarily speechless. He had initially thought of bringing Zhao Yi into the fray, yet now the tables had turned. Yes, by joining my company. Not only will I offer you a generous salary, but I will also provide you with comprehensive benefits. I assure you, you will not suffer any losses, Zhao Yi said, sensing his father-in-law's bewilderment and pressing the advantage. Well, let's discuss this later. I need to return home and consult with my family to see if they are willing to come and develop this opportunity. We can address the rest afterward. Lin Zhangwo finally came to his senses and waved his hand dismissively. To be honest, he was somewhat tempted by Zhao Yi's offer. Yet there was a tinge of reluctance and awkwardness. After all, he had previously been the captain of a boat, considered an independent boss in his own right. Now, working for Zhao Yi would mean being an employee, and worse still, for his own son-in-law, which felt somewhat uncomfortable. All right, you can come over and give it a try. You've seen the customer flow here. It should be no less than your outings at sea, and it is considerably safer, Zhao Yi concluded, not wanting to pressure his father-in-law further. Having said what needed to be said, he was content to leave it at that. Thus, the next invitation will not seem abrupt. Time passed swiftly while continuously fishing, and before long, it was nearly 7 in the evening. With a soft chime echoing in his mind, Zhao Yi finally received his 6th payment of 500 yuan for the day, signifying the completion of his 6 hours of clocked work. Company, 10,000 Realms Fishing Group. Blue Star Branch System Binding Number, 9527 Employee. Zhao Yi Employee Level. Fishing Team Leader, 3850100000. Subordinates, 0. Can recruit 1 formal worker. Wage, 500 yuan per hour clocked in. 2 days physical condition, 13. Normal is 10. Skills, Divine Culinary Arts. Divine Driving, Divine Stock Trading Items. 1 set of folding kitchen utensils, 1 set of Jiaglon Banquet, 1 Raptor Vehicle Lottery, 0 tasks, none fish harvest currency, 21,000. Upon reviewing his employee information, Zhao Yi nodded in satisfaction. His promotion experience was nearing 4,000 points, and his fish harvest currency had exceeded 20,000. The afternoon's catch was commendable, though he felt a tinge of disappointment for not having caught the 9-colored fish. However, This was entirely within reason and expected. "Father, it's about time for us to head back." Closing the information panel, Zhao Yi called out to his father-in-law beside him. "All right, I shall go start the boat." Lin Jiangwo replied with a nod, then greeted the other fishermen before dashing to the cockpit. After a series of honks, the fishing boat gradually made its way toward the riverside dock. Upon reaching the shore, the owner of the seafood company, Li Xianjin, leaped off the fishing boat first. Moments later, he returned with a fish transport vehicle. They had previously agreed on selling all the fish to him, while the pricing and weighing had already been settled. They were merely awaiting the loading and payment. With coordinated efforts, the fishermen swiftly loaded all the fish onto the transport vehicle. Then came the eagerly anticipated payment process. The sound of notifications chimed repeatedly as each fisherman received their payment, their faces adorned with joy. After all, they had utilized Zhao Yi's secret bait today and encountered a school of Chaozue fish, yielding abundant rewards, each person earning at least 2,000 yuan. This is astonishingly impressive for them, considering that they often operate at a loss. At this moment, the notification of account deposits for Zhao Yi and Lin Jiangwo chimed in. As Zhao Yi's father-in-law, Lin Jiangwo undoubtedly received preferential treatment. Consequently, his earnings surpassed those of the others, amounting to nearly 5,000 yuan. In contrast, Zhao Yi excelled remarkably. Today he had caught over 100 pounds of yellow croaker, each weighing no less than 2 to 3 pounds, with a total value approximately double that of Lin Jiangwo's earnings. The remarkable achievements cannot be overlooked. "Zhao Yi, I have decided to return directly and will not be stopping by your home. Please convey my regards to Xiao Wan." After tidying up his belongings, Lin Jiangwo addressed Zhao Yi. Returning now?" Zhao Yi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly interjected, No, it's already dark. Navigating the waters at this hour is unsafe. You must stay with me for the night and depart in the morning." "It's quite all right. You needn't worry. I frequently sail at night. I am quite adept at it." Lin Jiangwo waved his hand dismissively. "You should head back now. Just drive carefully." Without waiting for Zhao Yi's response, he strode into the cockpit and soon set sail, leaving the dock behind. Watching the fishing boat gradually diminish in size, Zhao Yi shook his head in resignation. They had promised to enjoy the pickled fish together. Why had he suddenly left? With a sigh, Zhao Yi gathered his equipment and made his way to the parking lot. Driving towards his new abode. "Yay, Daddy, you're back. I missed you so much." Upon entering his home, Zhao Yi was greeted by his adorable daughter, who rushed towards him. "Indeed, Daddy missed you too. Have you eaten?" Listening to his daughter's sweet voice warmed Zhao Yi's heart, reviving his weary body. "Not yet. I wanted to wait for you to eat together." It's already 8 o'clock. You mustn't wait for Daddy next time. Children need to eat on time to grow tall. Do you understand?" "Okay, I understand. I will be good and eat on time next time." "Yes. You are truly Daddy's good girl. Come, let us have dinner together." Zhao Yi ruffled his daughter's hair and took her hand, leading her to the kitchen. "Honey, you're back. Go wash up. There's just one dish left before dinner is ready." Upon seeing Zhao Yi enter the kitchen, Lin Wan turned with a radiant smile as she stirred the pot. "My dear, why are you preparing so many dishes today?" Hearing Lin Wan's welcoming words filled Zhao Yi with warmth anew. A man does not require much after a long day outside. The simple kindness of a greeting from his wife and child, followed by a warm meal, is enough to bring him joy. Today is our housewarming, so of course, I must prepare a feast." Lin Wan replied cheerfully. While cooking, life requires a sense of ritual. Previously, we had no means, but now that we do, we must cherish it. Pausing momentarily, Lin Wan hesitated before suggesting, "Darling, do you think we should host a housewarming banquet and invite relatives over for a meal? It would be a great opportunity to bring your parents as well. Let us forego the banquet. As for my parents, we can wait a couple of days." Zhao Yi pondered and replied, "The children will soon be on summer break, so we can return to the village, settle our debts, and then bring my parents over." "Oh, that sounds good." Lin Wan nodded thoughtfully before shifting the topic. "Oh, by the way, where's my father?" "He has returned home. He insisted on leaving now, and I could not dissuade him." With a sigh, he conceded to his father's temperament and decided to let it be. "You should hurry and take a shower. Dinner will be ready soon." "All right." When Zhao Yi emerged from his bath, Lin Wan and the two little ones had been waiting for quite some time. Once Zhao Yi settled at the table, the four of them began to feast heartily. Although Lin Wan's culinary skills could not quite compare to Zhao Yi's, the dishes were nevertheless delightful, especially given their hunger. Thus, the table was soon cleared of most of the food, with the majority finding its way into Zhao Yi's stomach. It was simply a matter of good health allowing for a hearty appetite. After the meal, Zhao Yi instructed Lin Wan to take the children to wash up while he took it upon himself to wash the dishes and pots. By the time he completed his tasks, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Finally, the couple had some time alone together, in the soft glow of the dim lights. Upon the plush bed, Zhao Yi and Lin Wan leaned against the headboard, their breaths quickening with anticipation. It had been nearly half a year since they had been together. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. In this moment, they embodied that sentiment. Feeling a nervousness that left them uncertain of how to take the first step, an atmosphere of flirtation lingered, and a rosy haze seemed to envelop them. Time passed. And eventually, Zhao Yi could no longer contain himself, leaning in first. After a flurry of soft rustling, the moon outside blushed, and the chorus of crickets grew louder. An hour later, Zhao Yi reclined against the headboard, a triumphant expression on his face, while Lin Wan lay contentedly in his embrace. Neither spoke, simply listening to each other as heartbeats, feeling love swirl around them. The night passed in silence. The following morning, at 8 o'clock, after breakfast, the family of four donned their sun-protective clothing and boarded the vehicle, heading towards the fishing spot where they had previously caught two-color fish. The children had insisted on joining them for fishing the night before, claiming they wanted to help earn some money. Reluctantly, Zhao Yi and Lin Wan acquiesced. "Sweet daughter, are you tired? Do you want Daddy to carry you?" Zhao Yu asked as they walked along the mountain path, his daughter trailing closely behind him. "Daddy, I'm not tired. I can manage," Zhao Xiaomi replied decisively, shaking her head. She then asked, "Daddy, are you tired? Do you need help carrying the fishing rod?" "No need. Daddy can carry it. If you get tired, just let me know, and I'll carry you," Zhao Yi said, gently ruffling his little girl's hair with a look of affection. "Papa, I'm tired. I need to be carried." Before Zhao Yi could finish his thought, Zhao Xiaoli chimed in eagerly. "What do you mean tired? What do you mean carried?" Faced with his son, Zhao Yi did not indulge him. He firmly replied, "A young man like you should not complain of fatigue after walking such a short distance. You should be tougher than your sister and mother. Don't you feel ashamed? Dad, you are biased. You favor girls over boys. Do you believe I will jump into the river and end it all, leaving you without descendants?" Upon hearing his father's words, Zhao Xiaoli pouted defiantly, threateningly raising his chin. "Hey, you little rascal, do you wish for me to become childless? Very well, then, jump away. With your sister at home, we shall not be bereft of descendants." Zhao Yi found amusement in the antics of his rebellious son. What sort of absurd television dramas are these children engrossed in day after day, learning such nonsensical threats? How dare he use childlessness to intimidate me? If provoked, I shall swiftly create an alternate account, a secondary persona. After all, I am a man who battled for over half an hour last night. I certainly do not need a son like you. Father, I am your own flesh and blood. How can you treat me this way? Weren't we once the closest father and son? Zhao Xiaoli, realizing that even the threat of childlessness could not sway his father, could only sulk and feign innocence. Of course love does not vanish, it merely deepens. My love for you is profound. So please, do not test my patience too much, for if I were to become truly deep, you might find it unbearable, do you understand? Observing his son's woeful expression, Zhao Yi could not help but chuckle. This young lad simply cannot be treated with kindness, otherwise he would dare to turn the world upside down. Alas, if one can rely on their father, even as Sao could climb a tree, I suppose I must depend on myself. The little cabbage lies fallow in the field. And at 2 or 3 years of age, Zhao Xiaoli let out a sigh and began to sing about the little cabbage. His expression, tinged with a subtle sorrow, was irresistibly amusing. A soft chuckle escaped, followed by giggles from Lin Wan and Zhao Xiaomi. Even Zhao Yu couldn't contain himself, breaking into a gentle smile. The young boy is undeniably charming, contributing to the lively atmosphere with his playful antics. Amidst laughter and merriment, the group of four finally arrived at the riverbank. Early in the morning, the place was bustling with people, and all the prime spots had already been claimed. Consequently, Zhao Yi and his companions pressed further into the crowd. "Hey, Zhao, you made it. Why didn't you come yesterday?" After walking a short distance, Zhao Yi suddenly heard someone calling out to him. Instinctively glancing ahead, he spotted Zhang Guqing waving at him from about 10 meters away. "Ah, Mr. Zhang, you were here so early." Zhao Yi responded with a cheerful smile as he approached. "I was out on the river with the boat yesterday, so I couldn't make it. How's the fishing?" "Oh, is that so? I thought you were just slacking off." Zhang Guqing chuckled, nodding and shaking his head simultaneously. "I've only just arrived myself. I haven't even started yet. Pausing for a moment, he turned to Lin Wan and the two children, inquiring, Are these your wife and kids? Yes, Zhao Yi affirmed, then proceeded to make the introductions. Well, we shall take our leave now and continue exploring. I will join you. Perhaps you could offer some guidance to this old man, Zhang Guoqing replied. By the way, this is my grandson Zhang Mingyu. You should get acquainted. You can assist each other in the future. Very well, Zhao Yi acknowledged, nodding towards the young man indicated by Zhang Guoqing. He then led Lin Wan and the children deeper into the area. Zhao Yi pondered to himself. This old man seems overly enthusiastic. It's rather peculiar. I cannot fathom Zhang Guoqing's intentions. Why is he being so courteous to me? And why bring his grandson along? A mere commoner like myself, with no power or influence, mingling with the descendants of officials? As the saying goes, flattery without cause is suspicious. The old man might be harboring some ulterior motives. I must remain vigilant. With this thought in mind, Zhao Yi instinctively became more cautious. It is not that he is being overly dramatic. Rather, those who rise to prominent positions often possess cunning intellect. Of course, he is aware that the other party is unlikely to pose any real threat to him. After all, there is no enmity between them, and he is merely an ordinary citizen with nothing of value to offer. The sound of rustling leaves filled the air. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Zhao Yi and his companions soon arrived at a stretch of the river devoid of any presence. Upon activating the fish finder radar, Zhao Yi nodded to himself and called out to the group. This place looks promising. Let us fish here. With that, he chose a spot for himself, set down his gear, and began to prepare. Observing this, Lin Wan promptly followed suit, positioning her equipment a few meters away. Lastly, she did not forget to present two exquisite short rods to her children. At that moment, Zhang Guoqing, hastily accompanied by his grandson, positioned their equipment on the opposite side of Zhao Yi, assuming a ready stance. Thus, the group of 6 found themselves arranged, with Zhao Yi at the center, flanked on his left by Lin Wan, while the 2 little ones were sheltered between the 2 adults. To his right, in the direction they had arrived from, were Zhang Guoqing and his grandson. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Before long, the group diligently prepared their fishing rods, attaching bait and casting their lines. Plop, plop. One by one, the hooks descended into the water, creating ripples that spread outward. The floats gradually rose, and now it was a matter of whether the fish would grace them with their presence. Swoosh, plop. At that moment, Zhao Yi followed suit, casting his fishing line into the water. As the splash echoed, the system's prompt resounded within his mind. Ding. Detection indicates that the host has commenced work. Salary calculation has begun. Ding. Project task released. Catch 300 pounds of freshwater fish. Task rewards will be distributed based on the host's efficiency of completion. 1 day for excellent, 2 days for good, 3 days for fair, 5 days for average, over 5 days for poor. 300 pounds, you say? For 2 individuals to achieve excellence. That poses quite a challenge. Upon hearing the system's project task, Zhao Yi couldn't help but furrow his brow. This morning, he had already secured Lin Wan's signature on the contract, thus she was now his official employee, capable of assisting him in fulfilling the task. However, averaging it out, each person would need to catch 150 pounds. While Zhao Yi himself found this manageable, it presented a considerable difficulty for Lin Wan. Well, if it cannot be accomplished, so be it. Completing the task is meant to foster a better life, not to impose undue pressure on oneself. To insist otherwise would be to lose sight of the essence. With this thought in mind, Zhao Yi relaxed his brow, and his mindset seemed to elevate to a higher plane. Glancing at the bobber in the water and noting its stillness, Zhao Yi, feeling somewhat idle, turned to tease his son beside him. Oh, son, your rod-holding posture is quite commendable. Yet, Zhao Yi's jest was not entirely unfounded. Zhao Shaoli's grip on the rod indeed resembled that of a seasoned angler. The little fellow, clad in a white sun protection outfit and donning a sun hat, sported a black life preserver around his waist, standing upright with poise. With his right hand gripping the rod, he focused intently on the 7-star bobber gliding atop the water. Aside from his small stature and shorter rod, he appeared very much like a regular fishing aficionado. Dad, come on, I'm an experienced angler. I go fishing with Mom every week, you know? Zhao Shaoli retorted, maintaining his gaze on the bobber, a rare expression of incredulity crossing his face. Haha. So, when you go fishing with your mom, do you actually catch anything? Of course we do. If you don't believe me, just ask Mom. Last week, I caught a half-pound crucian carp. Zhao Shaoli quickly glanced at Zhao Yi, pride radiating from him, before promptly turning back to stare at the bobber. as if its escape depended on his unwavering attention. Oh, really? Should we have a competition today? Not by weight, but by who catches more. If you win, I'll take you to Grandma's house during summer vacation. How does that sound? Come on, Dad. Do you think I'm 3 years old? I'm a 6-year-old first grader, you know. I can go to Grandma's all by myself. No need for you. Zhao Xiaoli shot a disdainful look at his father. Then, gesturing animatedly, he declared, a competition is fine, but if I win, you must enroll me in a martial arts class. I want to learn skills and become a hero. What? You want to learn martial arts? And become a hero? Zhao Yi gazed at Zhao Xiaoli as if she were a fool, utterly at a loss for words to express her bewilderment at the flailing of limbs. This young man must have indulged excessively in the works of Jin Yong, becoming utterly enchanted by them. What era is this? Is there still such a thing as martial arts? And heroes? The heroes are all confined within. Yes. I wish to learn martial arts. I yearn to master the 18 dragon-subduing palms of the valiant Xiao Feng and the 6 meridian swordplay of Duan Yu. Zhao Xiaoli's face was alight with excitement. Feeling unsatisfied, he switched the fishing rod to his left hand and extended his right, his 5 fingers incessantly flicking towards Zhao Yi. Accompanied by the sounds of "bu" emanating from his mouth, it appeared as though he was conjuring the 6 meridian swordplay against Zhao Yu. My dear, this son of ours is beyond manageability. Perhaps we should consider having another. As Zhao Yu watched her son's fingers nearly poking her face, she couldn't help but feel a wave of exasperation. This troublesome son, you wish to learn the 6-pulse divine sword. I can accept that, for in my youth, I too aspired to master it. Yet, why are you always gesturing towards me? Do you intend to eliminate me the moment you acquire the skill, so that you may inherit my fortune? Father, what do you mean? I merely wish to learn martial arts to protect you. Why can't I pursue that? Before Lin Wan could respond to Zhao Ye's words, Zhao Xiaoli, standing nearby, became anxious. This father is truly exasperating. Why does he insist on wanting to exchange sons at the slightest provocation? What do I mean by that? Zhao Yi, hearing this, irritably pointed at Zhao Xiaoli's gesticulating fingers and retorted, look at what your hands are doing. What do you mean? I'm merely channeling the 6 meridians divine sword. Don't you think it's incredibly cool? Zhao Xiaoli, bewildered, instinctively made 2 more gestures. Indeed, you are invoking the 6 meridians divine sword, Zhao Yu replied, his expression darkening as he suddenly raised his voice and exclaimed, but why on earth are you directing it at your own father? Do you wish to shoot me dead? After a brief pause, Zhao Yi, visibly displeased, continued, if I were to send you off to learn the 6 meridians divine sword, and you mastered it only to aim it at me, how could I possibly survive? I still wish to live a few more years. For the sake of my continued existence, could you refrain from becoming a great hero? Ah, Zhao Xiaoli gasped, her mouth agape, momentarily at a loss for words. The onlookers, witnessing the scene, found it difficult to suppress their laughter, their faces flushed with embarrassment. What an extraordinary pair of father and son they are, one dares to speak, while the other boldly responds, creating an illusion as if there truly exists a place to learn the 6 meridian sword. Father, are you serious? Zhao Xiaoli was oblivious to the thoughts of others. After a moment of silence, he stared blankly at Zhao Yi and said, I am merely a first-grade elementary student. How could I not know that the 6 meridian sword is fictitious? Pausing for a moment, he looked at Zhao Yi with the expression of someone observing a fool. Father, you cannot possibly believe I genuinely wish to learn the 6 meridian sword, can you? Is that not the case? This time, it was Zhao Yi who was taken aback. A first-grade child, afflicted with a touch of youthful delusion, aspiring to learn the 6 meridian sword. Was that not entirely normal? After all, he had once harbored the same desire. Was that so peculiar? Ha! Father, you are truly childish. I am no fool. How could I genuinely wish to learn the 6 meridian sword? That is merely a creation of television. It cannot possibly be real. Furthermore, even if it were true, I would not pursue it. Do you not know the popular saying nowadays? What saying? Zhao Yi instinctively inquired. No matter how skilled one is in martial arts, one still fears a kitchen knife. You possess a divine sword, while I wield a handgun. If you refuse to submit, I shall take you down with a single shot. Zhao Xiaoli replied with remarkable confidence, clearly having recited this line many times before. My goodness, where on earth did you learn such rhetoric? Zhao Yi gazed at his son in utter disbelief. At this moment, he yearned to pry open the young man's mind, eager to discern the contents within. He chuckled. Such modesty. This was developed in collaboration with my classmates. Impressive, isn't it? Impressive, my foot. Who told you that no matter how skilled one is, one cannot fear a kitchen knife? Zhao Yi retorted, a look of disbelief etched on his face. Can an ordinary person wielding a kitchen knife truly defeat a martial artist? Have you not seen how one can disarm an opponent unarmed? In the realm of corporate markets, there exists the extraordinary skill of divine martial arts. According to its description, as long as one's physical prowess is sufficient, one can evade bullets, let alone a mere kitchen knife. This young lad truly knows nothing, merely fabricating tales. Father, please. That's just boastful nonsense. Isn't it? Zhao Xiaoli retorted defiantly. A classmate of mine has a father who is a military uncle, and he has stated that those celebrities on television possess no genuine martial prowess. It's all for show. After a brief pause, he shifted his tone and added, however, he also mentioned that practicing martial arts can strengthen the body, so I wish to enroll in Taekwondo. What on earth do you want with Taekwondo? If you genuinely wish to learn martial arts, I can teach you myself one day, and I assure you it will be far superior to that trivial Taekwondo. It is a commendable desire for his son to pursue martial arts, yet Taekwondo was certainly not the right path. He contemplated swiftly acquiring supreme martial skills, enabling him to teach his son authentic Chinese Kung Fu. If one is to learn, they must learn the best. After all, Chinese Kung Fu is the mightiest of all. Father, you also possess martial skills? Zhao Xiaoli's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Zhao Yi, his expression brimming with curiosity. Others could not suppress their intrigue, casting inquisitive glances at Zhao Yi, their eyes filled with profound inquiry. Cough, cough. Of course, your father has many skills. In a few days, my mastery will be complete. Then you shall witness the prowess of Chinese Kung Fu. Zhao Yi coughed nervously, hastily diverting his gaze to the bobber in the water. In front of his wife and child, he must not lose face. Besides, claiming to possess such abilities cannot be deemed mere boasting. After all, his physical prowess was evident, and a couple of individuals would hardly pose a challenge, thus qualifying as having some martial ability. Furthermore, he would eventually acquire supreme martial skills. At that point, claiming mastery would be far from boastful, wouldn't it? Yet, even now, he felt a twinge of unease at his claims. Fortunately, at that moment, the bobber began to move. A frog. It's coming, Zhao Yi exclaimed, quickly raising his right arm and thrusting the rod to catch the fish. Whoosh. The familiar, melodious sound of water slicing through the air suddenly resonated, captivating the attention of all present. Zhao Yi's previous assertions were instantly forgotten. With the inquisitive gazes of the crowd dissipating, Zhao Yi let out a long sigh of relief. One must not boast recklessly. Should one take it seriously, that could lead to disastrous consequences. This lesson is worth remembering. Just as Zhao Yi had managed to endure the first wave of energy from the fish below the surface, Lin Wan and the others began to reel in their catches one by one. In an instant, the melodious sound of water slicing through the air resonated throughout the venue. Hey, Dad, could you possibly give me a longer fishing rod? This one is far too short to catch any sizable fish. The first to catch a fish was Zhao Xiaoli, who had a small fish dangling from his hook. Upon seeing the fish, Zhao Xiaoli immediately expressed his dissatisfaction to Zhao Yi. You wouldn't be able to handle a longer rod. If you don't believe me, I have a 3.6-meter rod in my tackle bag. You could give it a try. Zhao Yi, while skillfully maneuvering the fish, chuckled and gestured towards the tackle bag nearby. Teaching someone is often futile. However, when it comes to practical matters, one lesson is sufficient. Zhao Yi, understanding his son's lofty ambitions, chose not to deter him, but rather to allow him to learn through experience, confident in his ability to manage any potential risks. Dad, don't underestimate me. I can definitely handle it. I'm quite strong. Perceiving his father's skepticism, Zhao Xiaoli retorted defiantly. He then quickly set aside the short rod and grabbed the 3.6-meter fishing rod with newfound enthusiasm. After deftly attaching the bait, he positioned the rod and stood up abruptly, gripping it tightly. Dad, watch closely, I'm lifting it. Indeed, you have lifted it, but can you cast it? Zhao Yi chuckled, shaking his head in amusement at the sight of his son struggling with the lengthy rod. What a tenacious little fellow. Despite his modest height, he dared to wield such a long fishing rod. It was akin to a child attempting to wield a sword far too large for him. All right, I'll cast it now. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoli immediately released his left hand to grab the hook. However, as he did so, the rod began to tip towards the water, and his right hand could not stabilize it, prompting him to hurriedly retract his left hand to barely maintain control of the rod. How's that? Is it too strenuous? Perhaps you should set it down and use the short rod instead. No, I can do this. I will succeed. Zhao Xiaoli, filled with determination, gritted his teeth and made another attempt. This time, he managed to grasp the fishing rod with one hand while holding the hook with the other. However, when he attempted to cast it out, the fishing rod tumbled down, and despite his vigorous efforts to regain control, he could not stabilize its descent. With a resounding splash, the rod plunged into the water, sending a cascade of droplets flying, some of which landed on the nearby Zhao Yi, leaving him in a state of bemusement. "Well, you truly are a mischievous child, aren't you? Tell me, did your father mislead you?" With one hand gripping the rod and the other patting the water off his clothes, Zhao Yi chuckled and gently advised, "Perhaps you should revert to the shorter rod. Even if you manage to cast it, you won't be able to reel in a catch. If the fish is sizable, you might find yourself submerged. Do you understand?" Pausing for emphasis, Zhao Yi earnestly continued, "Son, we should only undertake endeavors commensurate with our abilities. Never overreach, for that would bring harm to both ourselves and others. Do you comprehend?" "Father, I understand, but I still wish to attempt it once more." "Very well. Then give it a try. Just be careful not to injure yourself." Zhao Yi shook his head in resignation, yet nodded with a sense of satisfaction. This young lad is indeed quite stubborn. However, this trait has its merits. A boy's tenacity is far preferable to one who surrenders at the slightest challenge. "I understand, Dad. I will prioritize safety," Zhao Xiaoli replied, nodding. He then methodically retracted the fishing rod segment by segment, only to extend it once more, ultimately raising it slowly with both hands. This time, the young lad has truly outsmarted himself. Instead of separating his hands to cast the rod, he began to sway the fishing pole back and forth, gradually lifting the hook. As the amplitude of the hook's motion increased, he suddenly exerted force and cast it outward, successfully launching it into the water. "Wow, brother, you are amazing. You really did it," exclaimed Zhao Xiaomi, who was beside him, filled with admiration upon witnessing Zhao Xiaoli's success. "Indeed, my son, impressive." Lin Wan followed suit, giving a thumbs up in affirmation. "Dad, I did it. Isn't it cool?" Zhao Xiaoli beamed at Lin Wan and Zhao Xiaomi, then turned his gaze towards Zhao Yi. Compared to his mother and sister, he yearned more for his father's approval. This may well exemplify the bond between father and son. Indeed, it is quite impressive. However, do not let pride cloud your judgment. Catching a fish is what truly merits admiration, though I suspect you may not succeed. Zhao Yi nodded, first expressing affirmation, then dousing the enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction at the thought that the little one might actually manage to cast the rod and, with cleverness, employ his intellect. Yet, he refrained from showering excessive praise. After all, as a father, he must adopt a stern demeanor. Otherwise, with the boy's penchant for bravado, who knows how insufferable he might become. "Dad, do not underestimate me. Today, I will definitely catch a fish with this long rod," Zhao Xiaoli declared, initially beaming with joy. Then turning with a resolute expression, fixating intently on the bobber in the water. "Indeed, I believe in you, but we must let facts speak for themselves, mustn't we? Anyone can boast, yet how many can truly deliver?" Zhao Yi advised. "Son, remember my words. When we can act, let us refrain from mere talk. It is only after accomplishing our tasks that we can speak, which lends greater credibility to our words, does it not?" Seeing his son in such a determined state brought joy to Zhao Yi's heart, yet his words remained unyielding. "I understand, Dad. I will strive to act rather than boast," Zhao Xiaoli replied without looking back. Zhao Yi opened his mouth in bewilderment, yet ultimately chose silence. Nevertheless, in his heart, he had resolved that upon the conclusion of this semester, he would indeed seek a change of schools. Just look at what has become of this education. Such foul language is utterly unbecoming. Time passed slowly, and soon Zhao Yi concluded his fishing excursion, having successfully landed a substantial grass carp weighing around 7 or 8 pounds. With great delight, he and Lin Wan placed the fish into the keeper, and he was poised to bait his hook for another cast. At that moment, the float of the little Zhao Xiaoli nearby finally began to stir. Observing this, Zhao Yi hastily set down his fishing rod and approached the young boy from behind. "Just in case." "Dad, I can do it," Zhao Xiaoli exclaimed, his gaze fixated on the bobbing float. As soon as he noticed its movement, he wasted no time. With all his might, he yanked the fishing rod upward. However, the rod was rather cumbersome for him, having been submerged in the water prior to this moment. When he abruptly lifted it, the resistance from the water combined with the rod's weight caused his cheeks to flush crimson. "I can do this." As he raised the rod halfway, the little one summoned all his strength and shouted. It seemed that this was the only way he could muster the energy to contend with the weight of the rod in his hands. At last, he triumphed. He managed to lift the rod completely. Just then, a tremendous force surged from the tip of the rod into his hands, causing him to stumble forward uncontrollably. "Dad, help me." Upon witnessing this scene, the boy was momentarily stunned. Instinctively, he clutched the fishing rod tightly while calling for his father's assistance. "Xiaoli, let go quickly." Lin Wan and Zhao Xiaomi, witnessing the unfolding chaos, were immediately alarmed. They frantically urged Zhao Xiaoli to release the rod. Yet, Zhao Xiaoli remained obstinate, ignoring their pleas. He held onto the rod with unwavering determination, allowing the fish beneath the surface to drag him toward the river without the slightest intention of relinquishing his grip. At this moment, the crowd remained oblivious to the thoughts of the young lad. Was he unwilling to let the fish slip away? Or did he possess unwavering faith in his own endurance? "Ah, you reckless boy, truly fearless." As Zhao Xiaoli was perilously close to plunging into the river, Zhao Yi grew anxious. He swiftly extended his hands, firmly grasping the young one's shoulders, while admonishing him with a mixture of exasperation and humor. "You mischievous rascal. How can you be so foolish? You're on the brink of falling into the river, yet you refuse to let go. If I were not here, you would surely drown today." Pausing momentarily, Zhao Yi continued to pull the young lad back, saying, "Speaking of which, you little scamp, having watched so many martial arts shows, you only remember the 18 dragon-subduing palms and the 6 meridians divine sword? Have you not heeded the wisdom of discernment? A true man must know when to take up and when to let go. Are you incapable of learning?" With a scoff, he added, "Knowing you cannot hold on yet refusing to release your grip, aren't you just lighting a lantern in the restroom, seeking your own demise?" Sighing, Zhao Yi lamented, "Alas, how could I, such a clever man, have given birth to such a foolish child? Remember this, do not force what you cannot achieve. Wait until you possess the capability to attempt it again and never commit such folly again. Do you understand?" With a playful grin, the young boy replied, "Oh, Dad, I'm not foolish at all. I know you are right behind me and would never allow me to fall into the water. If you weren't here, I would have let go long ago, all right? Ah, so it's my fault then." Zhao Yi was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head in bewilderment. The lad is uncertain whether his words hold any truth. If they do, it would indeed be justifiable to trust his father. He chuckles. "It's neither your fault nor mine. Dear father, please assist me in reeling in the fish. I can scarcely hold on any longer." "Very well, you cheeky rascal. Just wait until I reel in the fish to see how I'll swat your backside," Zhao Yi retorted, rolling his eyes in exasperation before taking the fishing rod and commencing the task of reeling in the fish. The fish was not particularly large, and Zhao Yi soon had it dancing above the water surface. "Oh my, son, what remarkable luck you have." At the moment Zhao Yi caught sight of the fish in the water, he could not suppress his astonishment. He truly did not expect that his Navi son had managed to catch a 2-colored carp, although it was not of considerable size, weighing only 3 to 4 pounds. The fortune was indeed impressive. It is well known that most anglers spend a lifetime without ever encountering a 9-colored fish. Yet, Zhao Xiaoli, at the tender age of 6, had already landed one, marking a unique milestone in the annals of fishing history. "Huh? Dad, what's wrong?" "Hee, is this fish I caught very impressive?" Zhao Xiaoli, standing tall, looked far and wide. However, he could not discern the type of fish floating in the water as clearly as Zhao Yi. Nevertheless, upon hearing his father's praise, he astutely realized that his catch must indeed be quite significant. Thus, he curiously peered around while unable to prevent a beaming smile from spreading across his face, resembling the endearingly foolish son of a landlord. "Indeed, it is quite remarkable. It is the same type of fish we consumed a couple of days ago." Casting a glance at his silly son, Zhao Yi chuckled and nodded as he reeled in the line. A fool may have foolish fortune, and through sheer randomness, he had caught a 2-colored carp valued at over 10,000. Any other angler witnessing this would surely be envious. "Zhao Yi, I will offer you 10,000 for this fish. Would you sell it to me?" While tears may not flow, envy was undoubtedly present. Just like the grandfather and grandson duo, Zhang Guoqing and his grandson, who appeared as if they had bitten into a lemon, sour and disheartened. Not only did they lack Zhao Yi's luck, but now even his 6-year-old son surpassed them, which was indeed somewhat disheartening and embarrassing. However, adopting the philosophy of if you cannot win, join in, Zhang Guoqing quickly approached and made an offer to purchase the fish. Old Zhang, why are you buying? Is the last blue fish not enough?" Zhao Yi inquired, puzzled by Zhang Guoqing's sudden proposition. Every 9-colored fish is precious. How could one ever have too many?" After a brief pause, Zhang Guoqing pointed to his grandson, Zhang Mingyu, standing behind him, and said, "Xiao Yi, to speak frankly. Today I brought Mingyu along not only for you to meet, but also to request your assistance in catching a few more two-colored fish. They are of use to him." "Oh." Xiao Yi looked with surprise at the refined Zhang Mingyu, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, and then asked, "Would you mind sharing what purpose they serve?" According to Zhao Yi's intentions, he did not plan to sell any more 9-colored fish in the future. Why sell this valuable item to others when it could be used to nourish my wife and children? He now possesses a house and a car, and is no longer in need of money. If Zhang Guqing and his grandson cannot provide a valid reason, he would not consider selling it. "Brother Zhao, the situation is as follows." At this moment, Zhang Mingyu interjected before Zhang Guqing, candidly stating, "I am a grassroots civil servant, and I have a significant job transfer coming up. The leader overseeing this transfer is in urgent need of the 9-color fish, so I intend to leverage some connections." "Oh, I see. In that case, I shall consult my son. Since it is he who caught the fish, it would be inappropriate for me to make decisions on his behalf." Zhao Yi cast a surprised glance at Zhang Mingyu, a hint of bemusement in his eyes. Shouldn't leveraging connections be conducted discreetly? Is it truly appropriate to speak so openly? "Son, this gentleman and his uncle wish to purchase your fish. Do you wish to sell it?" Shaking his head to dispel any strange thoughts, Zhao Yu turned to Zhao Xiaoli, for he believed that a competent and enlightened father should not make decisions for his son. To cultivate independent judgment in a child, one must refrain from making all decisions on their behalf. Otherwise, they may grow up lacking resolve or becoming indecisive. "Dad, is this fish really worth a lot? How much can it be sold for?" Zhao Xiaoli glanced at the Zhang grandfather and grandson, hesitating before asking. 10,000. Wow, that is a considerable sum. Zhao Xiaoli was taken aback. Previously, when Zhang Guqing mentioned it, he had been too busy grinning to comprehend. Now, hearing his father's words, he felt utterly bewildered. His annual allowance barely amounts to a few hundred, and he had never encountered such a large sum before. The sum of money felt overwhelming, almost too hot to handle, instilling a sense of trepidation in him. Contemplating this, he turned to Zhao Yi and timidly proposed, "Father, if you give me 100 yuan, I shall sell it to you." "Oh, you wish to sell me a fish worth 10,000 yuan for merely 100? Are you quite certain?" Zhao Yi inquired, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he regarded Zhao Xiaoli. "Yes, I am certain." Observing the ambiguous smile on Zhao Yi's face, Zhao Xiaoli hastily nodded in affirmation. "Huh, I must say, you are rather foolish. At times, you exhibit a certain cunning. When I deem you intelligent, you display an astonishing degree of ignorance, rejecting 10,000 yuan for a mere 100. Truly, you are both dim-witted and timid," Zhao Yi remarked, shrugging his shoulders in disdain as he looked at his son. He had intended for the boy to make his own decisions and had no desire to claim the entire sum, yet the lad was too apprehensive to seize the opportunity. This leaves one speechless. "Father, I am not foolish. Do not think that I would be easily swayed by a mere 10,000 yuan. Even the few hundred yuan I receive as New Year's money is not spared from your grasp. I find it hard to believe that you would generously allow me to possess such a sum." Zhao Xiaoli glanced sideways at Zhao Yi, wearing an expression that suggested she had seen through his intentions long ago. "Ahem. Nonsense. When have I ever taken your New Year money?" Zhao Yi coughed awkwardly a couple of times and quickly shifted the topic, urging, "Are you certain you want to sell it to me for 100 yuan? Should I be certain?" Seeing her father's serious demeanor, Zhao Xiaoli felt a twinge of temptation. This amount is indeed 10,000 yuan. If he had 10,000 yuan, he could purchase countless spicy snacks for the girl sitting beside him, perhaps winning her affection in the process. "You rascal. Are you inquiring of me, or am I to inquire of you? Let me ask you one final time. Would you sell it to me for 100 yuan? Zhao Yi was oblivious to the lofty aspirations of his son. Had he known, he would surely have given a thumbs up in admiration. "Yes, indeed. I desire 100 yuan, for if I were to take the 10,000, I fear you would leave me with not a single cent." After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Xiaoli managed to suppress his avarice and dreams of a wonderful future with his girlfriend. Alas, this child lacks the vision required. Zhao Yu sighed inwardly. To be honest, he wished for his son to have the audacity to seize that 10,000 yuan. In his view, money need not be spent, but one must possess the courage to grasp it. Such boys are destined for success. Daughters ought to be obedient and demure, while sons must possess audacity and boldness. This is because he himself has always been a daring individual since childhood. Otherwise, he would not have had the courage to start a business immediately upon graduation, utilizing all the family's savings. Even without any connections, he managed to achieve remarkable results. His foundation lies in his boldness, driven by a fearless spirit. Of course, reckless behavior such as drinking and driving should not be included in this equation. This is not audacity, but rather a lack of foresight. With a swift motion, the fish was pulled ashore, ultimately sold to Zhang Mingyu for the sum of 10,000. Son, are you still going to fish? After concluding the transaction and handing over the catch, Zhao Yi cast his line while inquiring of Zhao Xiaoli. I think I'll refrain from fishing for now and wait until I grow a bit older, Zhao Xiaoli replied, shaking his head as he picked up his small short rod. He was not foolish. Having nearly fallen into the river, would he dare to attempt it again? Not every time would his father be present. And should he find himself alone, what a disaster that would be. At least you possess some self-awareness. Remember this. Always act within your capabilities, especially when your parents are not around. Recklessness can lead to misfortune, and there will be no one to advocate for you. Gently ruffling the little one's head, Zhao Yi nodded with a sense of satisfaction. His time was not wasted, and though he did not gain the experience from the recent fish, it was a bittersweet loss rather than a complete disappointment. As time passed swiftly, the hours of fishing flew by, and soon it was 11 o'clock. Company, Wanjia Fishing Group. Blue Star Branch System Binding. ID 9527 Employee. Zhao Yi Employee Level. Fishing Team Leader. 605810000. Subordinates. 1 Full-time Employee. Recruitable 0. Salary. 500 yuan per hour workdays. 2 Physical Condition. 13. Normal 10. Skills. Master Culinary Arts. Expert Stock Trading. Elite Driving Items. 1 set of folding kitchenware. 1 set of Jiaglon Banquet. 1 Raptor Vehicle Lottery. 0 Task. Catch 300 gene of freshwater fish. Current progress. 125. 3 gene. Fish coins. 32. 600 after glancing at the employee information sheet. Zhao Yi nodded in satisfaction. Fishing alongside another brought different rewards. In just a short morning, they had caught over 120 gene. His promotion experience had already exceeded 6,000, and at this rate, Zhao Yi was confident he could achieve another promotion by day's end, while also completing the project tasks excellently. Dear, it's nearly time for lunch. Please keep an eye on the 2 little ones while fishing and be cautious. I shall prepare a meal for you all. With a contented sigh, Zhao Yi closed the employee information sheet, baited the hook, and cast it into a seemingly fishless spot before propping the rod against the fishing box. He then stood and called out to Lin Wan. With a purposeful stride, Zhao Yi made his way towards the area where the equipment was laid out. Soon, he crouched before a large aluminum alloy box and pressed a metallic button located at its center. With a satisfying click, the lock sprang open, and the lid lifted to reveal an array of neatly arranged kitchen utensils within. He retrieved each item, placing them beside him, then grasped and pulled at the 4 corners, causing 4 metal legs to extend with a swift motion. Next, he flipped the box over, and with a few deft tugs, a 2-meter-long and 1-meter-wide aluminum table emerged before the onlookers. Wow, darling, where did you acquire such impressive kitchen tools? They are remarkable. Lin Wan, who had been observing Zhao Yi intently, exclaimed upon witnessing this spectacle. Earlier that morning, she had planned to bring packed food from home, but Zhao Yi had insisted on cooking on-site for lunch. Initially believing he was merely teasing her, she was astonished to see his preparations materialize. By chance, I found it quite suitable for our fishing outing, so I decided to purchase it, Zhao Yi replied cheerfully while arranging the stove on the table. Indeed, the equipment proved to be quite practical. The aluminum alloy was lightweight, and carrying it on his back had posed no burden at all. Truly, the adage that products from the system are of exceptional quality could not be more accurate. Daddy, let me assist you. Dad, I want to help too. The 2 little ones, captivated by the novelty of the items, abandoned their fishing rods and rushed to Zhao Yi's side, their eyes brimming with curiosity. All right, you can help your father. Let us wash these by the river first, Zhao Yi said, nodding and affectionately ruffling their hair. He then gathered the pots, pans, and vegetables purchased from the market and proceeded to the riverbank to clean them. Of course, preparing a fish was also essential. With rhythmic sounds of chopping and sizzling, Zhao Yi began the meticulous process of cooking, slicing vegetables, igniting the stove, pouring oil, and stir-frying with grace. His movements, though in an outdoor setting, radiated the artistry of a master chef. Soon, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, captivating the senses of Zhang Guoqing and his grandson, who were fishing nearby. They couldn't help but sniff the air and swallow hard in anticipation. Has Xiao Lin or Xiao Yi ever worked as a chef? Zhang Guoqing inquired, glancing back at Zhao Yi as he cooked. He hasn't been a chef, but he learned from a master and cooks quite deliciously. If you don't mind, would you care to join us for a meal afterward? Is that appropriate? Lin Wan, somewhat taken aback, dismissed Zhang Guoqing's previous remarks, pondering instead the implications of whether it was suitable to dine together. As long as I can savor this mouth-watering cuisine, nothing else matters. Not in the slightest. Of course, it is fitting since you are friends with my husband. Sharing a meal is indeed appropriate. Lin Wan nodded with a sense of pride. Truly, whether young or old, anyone who lays eyes on the dishes prepared by their beloved spouse cannot escape the undeniable allure of their flavors. Very well then. In a moment, my grandson and I shall shamelessly join in for a meal. Haha, no worries at all. In the midst of lively chatter, Zhao Ye's first dish was ready. As the dish was lifted from the wok, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, intensifying the senses. Shaolin, let us take a look at how Zhao Yi cooks and learn a thing or two, suggested Zhang Guoqing, abandoning any thoughts of fishing. After greeting Lin Wan, he quickly stowed away his fishing rod and hurried towards Zhao Yi, practically jogging with excitement. Wow, Dad, this dry pot cabbage is absolutely delicious. It's so crisp and fragrant. I adore it, exclaimed one child. Indeed, Dad, I would give this dish 101 points. Please, may I have another bite? Hearing the children's praises and witnessing their expressions of sheer enjoyment, Zhang Guoqing and his grandson, who had just approached, swallowed hard in unison. Ahem, Zhao Yi, might I trouble you for a taste as well? Just a small piece of cabbage will suffice, he ventured, unable to contain his desire. Realizing his eagerness, he awkwardly gestured with his thumb and forefinger to indicate a mere morsel. However, his fervent gaze betrayed that a little was merely a polite understatement. Haha, very well. Each of you grab a pair of chopsticks, and I shall serve you a bit to sample, Zhao Yi replied, amused yet generous. He had already prepared enough food for the two of them, and with their bold request, there was no reason to refuse. Great, exclaimed the grandfather and grandson in unison, their faces lighting up with joy as they fetched a pair of aluminum bowls and chopsticks, presenting them to Zhao Yi with both hands. Here, give it a try. It might not rival the grand feast you've had before, as it's merely a simple home-cooked dish, but I hope you enjoy it, Zhao Yi said, generously serving several pieces of cabbage and a few delicate slices of beef into each bowl. Without delay, he called out to Lin Wan by the riverbank, Darling, stop fishing and come eat. As he shouted, he prepared 3 sets of chopsticks, filling each bowl with a substantial portion of food. 2 for the eagerly waiting children and 1 for Lin Wan. Zhao Yi was no fool. With others indulging, his wife and children certainly deserved the same. As for himself, he was indifferent. After all, chefs typically do not crave their own creations. Although he did not share this particular trait, he found little urgency in satisfying his own appetite. Indeed, Brother Zhao, your dishes are truly remarkable, rivaling even those from the Summer Sea Hotel, if not surpassing them, praised Zhang Guoqing, savoring the flavors. Zhang Mingyu, who had been rather reserved, took a bite of the dish, and his eyes instantly lit up. As a scion of a prestigious family, he had savored countless culinary delights throughout his life, yet this simple dry pot beef with cabbage compelled him to crave more. He had just paid close attention to the seasonings used by Zhao Yi, which were mostly quite basic. If Zhao Yi were to be provided with a full array of condiments, he could scarcely imagine the exquisite flavors that dish would possess. Well, if you enjoy it, that's great. I merely threw it together, Zhao Yi said with a modest smile. Zhao Yi, do be cautious with such statements. If other chefs hear you, they might chase you down the street wielding their spatulas. Zhang Guoqing interjected after finishing his meal in just a few bites. I have tasted many dishes prepared by renowned chefs, even at state banquets, but those dishes pale in comparison to yours. Pausing for a moment, he raised his thumb in appreciation and added, your culinary skills are truly unparalleled among all the chefs I have encountered. Ah, you flatter me. I merely follow the rustic ways of the common folk. How can I possibly compare to masters of state banquets? Zhao Yi replied, laughing as he waved his hand dismissively. Zhang Lao and Zhang Xiong, I am but an ordinary fisherman, not a chef. If you find it delicious, do indulge a bit more. But please do not spread the word. I have no desire to become a chef for the elite. Very well, if you wish to remain obscure. We certainly won't divulge your talents. However, it is somewhat unfortunate that such remarkable culinary skills go unrecognized, Zhang Guoqing lamented. I am certain that with your expertise, if you were to open a school, you would undoubtedly rise to become a culinary deity in due time. Haha, let's not go that far. My aim in learning to cook is to prepare meals for my wife and children, not to serve others or seek fame. Perhaps it is your very mindset that has honed your skills to such a remarkable degree, Zhang Guoqing chuckled. Perhaps, Zhao Yi shrugged. Continuing to converse with Zhang Guoqing while deftly stir-frying the shredded potatoes in the pan. This dish is adored by both children and Lin Wan, and he is more than willing to prepare it. As time passes, half an hour slips by in the blink of an eye. Amidst the roaring flames, the final dish has finally emerged from the pot. Subsequently, without a word, several individuals gather around the aluminum table and commence their meal. The sounds of chopsticks clattering and chewing fill the air, punctuated by silence. The Zhao family of four exhibits a commendable dining etiquette, considering it is not their first experience. In contrast, the grandfather and grandson duo, Zhang Guoqing, present a less refined spectacle, wielding their chopsticks with a fervor that suggests they have not eaten in days. Here, the aroma wafts through the air, signaling that a meal is being savored. As the diners reach the halfway point of their meal, a sudden loud shout pierces the air. Instinctively, they turn to see a group of individuals, clad in sun hats and protective clothing, resembling avid fishermen, standing at a distance. "Hey there, we are fishing nearby. Is that delicious meal you prepared?" exclaimed a lanky middle-aged man, eagerly inhaling the fragrant air. His remark provoked a chorus of voices from the others. "Indeed, it smells exquisite. Who prepared it? Would you sell me a portion?" "Yes, I would like to buy a serving as well. If I cannot taste this dish today, I might lose my motivation to fish." "Absolutely, this dish is simply too aromatic. If I miss out, I might not sleep well tonight." In an instant, these fishermen encircle the table, eagerly swallowing their saliva while their eyes fixate on the dishes laid out before them. Their expressions of hunger resemble that of a lovesick man gazing at a beautiful woman, yearning to indulge. "I apologize, but we only have enough food for our family. It cannot be shared," Zhao Yi quickly interjects, noting the eager glances directed at the bowls. With 7 or 8 individuals present, the meager serving would not suffice, especially since they themselves have not yet had their fill. "Oh brother, could you possibly whip up a little more? I see you have rice and vegetables left. How about we trade some fish for your assistance?" Yes, we will pay. We assure you, it will be worth your while." "Indeed, brother. We are all fishing companions here. It's fate that brings us together. Please assist us. Please, brother, you look like a kind soul. You must help us, or we will lose our motivation to fish this afternoon." As Zhao Ye's refusal echoed in the air, a chorus of pleas erupted from the crowd. Their eager, beseeching gazes, the pitiful expressions they wore, and their relentless insistence made Zhao Ye's scalp prickle with discomfort. Honestly, a group of grown men showing such desperation was quite an eyesore. For the sake of a mere meal, they were willing to forego both fate and benevolence. This motley crew truly perplexed him. It is no wonder that it is often said that the most audacious individuals in this world are the seasoned drivers and the angling aficionados. Indeed, the truth has proven itself. Dear gentlemen, let us not be hasty. I might be persuaded to comply, but I do require one condition in return. Given that these were all men of stature, their willingness to lower themselves was not lost on Zhao Yi, who wished to show a modicum of compassion. Yet, he harbored his own intentions, for there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, is there? "What condition?" they inquired eagerly. "As long as we get our meal, and you don't ask us to leap into the river, we are amenable." Yes. "As long as it does not contravene the principles of our fraternity, we are agreeable." "Exactly. As long as it is lawful, feel free to state your terms." "Indeed. As long as you do not covet my wife, I have no objections." Upon hearing Zhao Ye's willingness, the crowd erupted in joy. However, when they learned of the condition, a hint of caution flickered in their eyes. Nonetheless, their words remained brimming with bravado. "As long as it is lawful, does not breach our code, and certainly does not involve taking your wives, I request merely that you add us to your fishing group. In future fishing endeavors, please prioritize my fishing boat." Zhao Yi shook his head in exasperation, gazing at these crafty individuals who resembled monkeys in their antics. They spoke of camaraderie, yet their responses were a barrage of conditions, each attempting to outdo the other. Some among them, perhaps with uniquely peculiar thought processes, even suggested the absurdity of coveting one another's wives. It was beyond comprehension. If he were not intent on gathering more clients, he would not deign to engage with such bizarre notions. His own wife was stunning. Why would he ever entertain the idea of vying for another S? "Of course, I will agree. Brother, please open the group. I wish to join immediately." "Indeed, I thought you would present a more daunting condition. This one is so agreeable that I would have sought to join regardless." "Certainly. I must join as well. I am already anticipating another opportunity to relish your exquisite meals. They must be delectable. Yes, yes, I too wish to join. If I may inquire, does fishing from your boat include meals? At Zhao Yi's words, the anglers momentarily paused, then hastily fumbled for their phones. Eager to join Zhao Yi's group, it would be foolish not to join a group that promised such delightful meals. Rest assured, meals are included when you fish from my boat. I guarantee attentive service and no hidden charges. Nodding, Zhao Yi retrieved his phone and presented the QR code for the fishing group, inviting them to scan it. After all, he and Lin Wan would also require sustenance while on the boat. Thus, preparing meals for several individuals becomes a matter of ease. This could indeed augment our income. So why not? While expressing this sentiment, Zhao Yi swiftly finished his meal and reignited the stove. In no time, an array of exquisite stir-fried dishes and a beautifully braised fish graced the table. The tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, inciting the fishermen's inability to restrain themselves as they eagerly reached for their chopsticks. The clattering of utensils echoed, a delightful cacophony of metallic chopsticks clashing, stainless steel bowls colliding, hearty bites being savored, and contented murmurs filled the atmosphere, creating a scene that would make anyone's mouth water. Gulp. It was remarkable, having just filled his stomach. Witnessing the fray for food sparked a renewed craving within Zhang Guoqing. As he resumed his fishing position, he glanced back, unable to suppress a swallow. Were it not for the fact that he was truly full, he would have eagerly joined the fray. I share your sentiment. Zhang Mingyu nodded in agreement, then furrowed his brow. But, Grandpa, when we return home tonight, will we still have an appetite for dinner? Ah, you make a valid point. Zhang Guoqing pondered momentarily before smacking his thigh and turning to Zhao Yi. By the way, Xiao Yi, hasten to add me to your group. From now on, I shall follow your lead. Zhao brother, include me as well. Though I may not have time ordinarily, I will certainly seek you out for fishing whenever possible. Zhang Mingyu quickly produced his phone. After all, with such an extraordinary culinary talent, it would be wise to cultivate a connection. In the future, we won't need to dine at restaurants. We can simply board the boat, fish, and enjoy a meal. What could be better? Indeed, welcome aboard. However, my fishing boat won't arrive for a couple of days. I will notify you all in the group once it's ready. Feel free to tag me or call directly if you're coming. Zhao Yi smiled, pulling out his phone to add both men to the group. He currently possessed over 30,000 fish currency coins, and if he persevered for a few more days, he should be able to accumulate enough to purchase a modest fishing boat. Splendid. Once your boat arrives, I wish to be among your first patrons. Ensure you prepare some delectable dishes for us. Certainly. I promise to provide a delightful feast. Haha, you best hurry. From today, I shall commence my dietary restraint, eagerly awaiting the grand opening for a sumptuous banquet. Haha, please don't worry. If my boat arrives late, I wouldn't want you to go hungry, as I could not bear the thought. Amidst the laughter and light-hearted banter, Zhao Yi retrieved his fishing hook and reattached the bait, casting it towards the densely populated red spots. The sound of the line slicing through the air echoed, and soon after, Zhao Yi abruptly lifted his fishing rod. The familiar sound of water being cut resonated throughout the area. A surge of formidable strength transmitted from the tip of the rod into his hands, bending the rod into a perfect arc. Given the intensity of the struggle, it was clear that the fish beneath the surface was no small catch. Ah, Boss Zhao, you are impressive. Not only are you a master chef, but your fishing skills are remarkable as well. Indeed, with the ability to cook and fish, Boss Zhao is truly exceptional. Certainly, with my years of fishing experience, I would estimate that Boss Zhao's catch weighs no less than 30 pounds. Quite remarkable. Yes, yes. Have you seen the muscles on Boss Zhao's arms? Just look at that explosive power. It's evident he is trained. Indeed, indeed. Look at Boss Zhao's waist. It possesses the legendary strength of a prime male. With such power, tackling a 100-pound giant would pose no challenge. The group of fishing enthusiasts, having finished their meals, had quietly gathered behind Zhao Yi and his companions. As soon as they witnessed Zhao Yi's impressive catch, they began showering him with compliments, their words dripping with flattery like honey. Ahem. Gentlemen, if you continue to praise me, I might lose the strength to fish. Despite Zhao Yi's thick skin, he found himself slightly overwhelmed by their exuberant accolades. Come on, we are here to fish. Why is it always about my muscles when you speak of my skills? And what about my biceps, my V-taper, my serratus muscles, and my chiseled abs? Ha ha ha. Boss Zhao, you focus on reeling in your fish. While we simply speak the truth, please don't take offense. Yes, indeed. We are straightforward people, and we only speak the truth. If you dislike our words, feel free to disregard them. Absolutely, we do not speak falsehoods. We are honest folk. Ahem. Upon hearing the banter from the fishing enthusiasts, not only Zhao Yi but also Lin Wan and Zhang Guoqing nearly choked on their water. Is this truly an honest person? Which honest individual would dare approach? Lured by the scent, seeking sustenance. Which honest soul would compliment another's physique while fishing, without any expectation of payment? Moreover, who among them would openly declare themselves as honest? They may possess striking features, appearing quite sincere, yet in reality, they are anything but. It is no wonder that within the fishing community, a saying persists: every angler is a talent, possessing eloquence that I find exceedingly delightful. Indeed, this statement holds true. For instance, at this moment, although Zhao Ye's face bears a hint of bashfulness, his heart brims with joy. After all, which man does not relish the compliment of having impressive muscles? Especially when it comes to a well-defined waist. That is the ultimate aspiration of every man. The melodious sound of water splashing persisted until, after half an hour, it gradually subsided. During this time, Zhao Yi and the other anglers had forged a profound friendship. It was inevitable. The sweet words they exchanged captivated Zhao Yi, leading to a natural camaraderie. In the meantime, these individuals took the opportunity to move their gear closer, intent on deepening their connections throughout the afternoon. Of course, sharing a dinner together would be the cherry on top. A few minutes later, a sudden splash broke the surface, revealing a slender fish adorned in a tricolor pattern. Upon sighting this creature, every single person present sprang to their feet, eyes wide and mouths agape, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief, almost identical. Even Zhao Yi, who had been standing, felt an urge to sit back down on his fishing box only to rise once more. Easy now. Take your time. Don't let it escape. After a considerable pause, Lin Wan took a deep breath, her voice trembling as she gently tugged at Zhao Ye's arm, offering a quiet reminder. Yes, Zhao Yi. Be careful. If this fish slips away, not only you, but I too will be sleepless for 3 days and nights, Zhang Guoqing chimed in, snapping back to reality. Indeed. Brother Zhao, take a deep breath. You mustn't be anxious. Zhang Mingyu followed suit, eager to lend support. Dad, you are the best. You can do it. Yes, Dad. I believe in you. Though the two little ones were unaware of the fish's rarity, they were astute enough to sense the gravity of the situation. Their little faces tense. They leaned closer to Zhao Yi, offering encouragement. Please, don't act like that. You're making me nervous too. This fish has been playing around for so long without escaping. It's even less likely to do so now. Besides, you've seen plenty of two-colored fish. We are seasoned individuals, after all. It's merely a tricolored fish, nothing to be overly astonished by. Observing the anxious demeanor of those around him, Zhao Yi, who had initially felt only excitement, began to share in their tension. Thus, he took a deep breath and sought to reassure everyone. Darling, please don't speak. Focus on reeling it in carefully. If this fish gets away, I might just faint in the restroom. Yes. Zhao Yi, stop talking and concentrate on reeling it in. Do not be careless. Exactly, let us secure it. Only once it is landed can we truly relax. Dad, heed Mom's words. No talking, just focus on fishing. Indeed. Father, you must behave. Zhao Yi opened his mouth, shaking his head in exasperation. Deciding against further words, he dutifully began to reel in the line. Shaolin, perhaps you should take over. I cannot bear the thought of losing this fish. A few minutes later, Zhao Yi managed to pull the fish to the shore. At this moment, Zhang Guoqing, who had been poised with the net in hand, found himself trembling with uncertainty, hesitant to make a move. After all, this rare three-colored fish was of immense value. Should it escape, who would take responsibility? Well then, let me take the net. Upon hearing this, Lin Wan hesitated for a brief moment before nodding and accepting the net. This fish belongs to her family, and it is only fitting that she should net it. Taking a deep breath, Lin Wan, trembling slightly, slowly lowered the net into the water. As soon as the net touched the surface where the fish was lurking, it shook its head and darted away, disappearing into the depths below. Startled, Lin Wan shivered and hurriedly reeled in the net. Darling, where's the fish? Did it escape? Unable to see the fish, her voice carried a hint of tears. No, dear, don't be anxious. It's just one fish. It's not that serious. Zhao Yi reassured her, his heart aching at her distressed expression. While a tricolored rice-level fish is indeed precious, it pales in comparison to a single strand of Lin Wan's hair. He certainly did not wish for her to be saddened over this fish. How can I not be anxious? How can it not be serious? This is a tricolored rice-level fish. With it, we could clear our debts. Lin Wan retorted, pouting. Haha, my love, we are living in such a wonderful house. Do you think I cannot manage that little debt? Zhao Yi chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. I have already prepared the money for our debts. You need not worry. Once the children are on summer break in a couple of days, we can pay it off. All right, then I'll net again, Lin Wan replied, gently nodding. Although her tension eased somewhat at Zhao Yi's words, her gaze remained fixed on the surface of the water, unwilling to look away for even a moment. After enduring 2 years of hardship, she could not easily shed her frugal nature. Even knowing Zhao Yu had money now, she still instinctively wanted to hoard it. Perhaps only when her pockets were filled could she alter her mindset. Of course, it could also be that she was inherently inclined towards wealth, which would only lead her further down the path of accumulation. How about you help me with the rod, and I'll handle the net. This fish is strong. You might not be able to bring it up. Zhao Yi observed her and shook his head with a wry smile. The woman has now become entirely consumed by the allure of wealth, and it is abundantly clear that reason has eluded her. She must take matters into her own hands. After all, until the fish is secured, uncertainty looms, and he genuinely fears that Lin Wan may not withstand the disappointment should the fish escape. All right, I shall take the rod, and you handle the net, he declared. Lin Wan nodded, her heart significantly lighter. The previous moment had genuinely frightened her. Witness the countless anglers who, at such a critical juncture, falter and later regret their inaction, wishing they could leap into the river to pursue their quarry. She had no desire to experience such a sensation. With a resounding splash, Lin Wan, with a positive mindset, seized the fishing rod and pulled the fish from the water. In an instant, Zhao Yi, with remarkable agility, scooped the vibrant, tricolored fish into the net. Lift it up, he bellowed. His muscles taut as he effortlessly hoisted the sizable fish weighing nearly 30 pounds. However, to their astonishment, the net in Zhao Yi's grasp, unable to bear the weight, emitted a sharp crack. In the very next moment, amidst the horrified gazes of onlookers, it snapped in two. To compound their misfortune, as the fish and net plummeted, the hook inexplicably slipped free. Lin Wan instinctively gasped, caught off guard, and stumbled back several steps before regaining her balance. Oh no, the others exclaimed in unison, equally shocked by the unfolding calamity. At such a critical moment, the net had failed, and the fish had escaped. Indeed, they were beset by misfortune. Splash! Just as the crowd gasped in disbelief, Zhao Yu had already leapt into the water, net in hand, determined to chase after the elusive prize. This is almost an instinctive action, without a trace of hesitation. Wow, Boss Zhao, such ferocity. This is not ferocity, it is merely a natural response. If it were me, I would be unable to resist as well. Indeed, a three-colored rice fish, such a rare species, who could merely stand by and watch it slip away. Quite right, I wonder if Boss Zhao will manage to catch it again. The old man climbing the tree seems a bit precarious. When Zhao Yi leapt into the water, the fishermen on the shore momentarily stood in stunned silence, followed by a flurry of discussions. At that moment, their hearts were conflicted. They hoped Zhao Yi would successfully catch the fish, allowing them to broaden their horizons. Even a photograph to boast about would suffice. Yet, the bitter pang of jealousy stirred within them, leading them to secretly wish for Zhao Yi to fail in his endeavor. In this way, they can attain a sense of equilibrium within their hearts. This is the nature of fishermen. They wish for their friends to catch fish, yet secretly hope that their friends do not surpass their own catches, an intricate web of emotions. Unbeknownst to Zhao Yi, who is submerged in the water, the thoughts of the fisherman on the shore are far removed from his mind. At this moment, his gaze is fixed intently upon a red dot below, aware that both the landing net and a splendid three-colored fish lie just beneath the surface. Once he has pinpointed the location, Zhao Yu swiftly extends his hands without hesitation, plunging them down. Whether by fortune or mere coincidence, at the exact moment his hands reach out, they happen to collide with the fish emerging from the landing net. One of his hands fortuitously slips into the mouth of the sizable fish. A surge of joy floods his heart. Without a moment's pause, he firmly grips the fish's mouth, while his other hand hastily embraces its body. Splashing ensues. With its mouth firmly held, the large fish is seized by both pain and fear, summoning all its strength to struggle. In an instant, the river is thrown into chaos, waves surging wildly. Yet, no matter how fiercely it fights, it cannot escape the grip of the hand within its mouth. In fact, the more it struggles, the more its mouth aches, and the grip around its body tightens, restricting its movements further. Soon, it finds itself in a warm embrace, and then, to its dismay, its body is lifted from the water. It watches helplessly as the life-sustaining liquid recedes farther away, realizing that its existence is drawing to a close. Gradually, it relinquishes its struggle, widening its eyes in a desperate attempt to memorize the visage of the human holding it, as if to imprint the moment before its impending fate. By heavens, I've really been caught. A sense of awe washes over Zhao Yi. Indeed, it is impressive. From now on, I shall no longer assist the elderly. I will only follow Boss Zhao. Ah, yes, indeed. With skills like that, fishing alongside Boss Zhao will undoubtedly bear fruit. Should a fish slip away, I shall simply let Boss Zhao retrieve it for us. What a splendid idea. You should inquire if Boss Zhao offers such a service. The fishermen on the shore, oblivious to the thoughts of the captured fish, are struck with astonishment and envy as they witness Zhao Yi hoisting the fish above the water's surface. It is a feeling akin to wishing they could trade places with him. However, Zhao Yi is oblivious to their sentiments. He is wholly absorbed in the moment. Cradling the now docile three-colored fish, his mind enveloped in thought. For at this moment, the system's notification chimes in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully caught a 29-pound three-colored fish. You have gained triple the weight in rewards, 3,100 experience points towards your promotion, and 8,000 currency units. Current task progress, 212. 300 pounds. Just this single fish elevates Zhao Yi's experience points to over 9,100. The task progress surpasses 200 pounds. And the currency units soar to a remarkable 40,000. This wave has truly been a windfall. Fortunately, I leapt into the water without overthinking it and serendipitously caught this fish. Otherwise, I would surely be lamenting in despair. My dear, why are you lost in thought? Come up quickly. Seeing Zhao Yi standing in the water with the fish, grinning foolishly, Lin Wan couldn't help but urge him with a hint of amusement. To be honest, Zhao Yi's sudden plunge into the water had genuinely startled her. At that moment, she had set down her fishing rod, intending to call him back. After all, while the fish is delightful, her husband holds far greater significance. Yet, as she laid down her rod and sprinted to the shore, Zhao Yi had already seized the fish. In that instant, her mouth fell agape in astonishment, and it wasn't until the nearby fisherman spoke that she regained her senses, prompting her to call out to him urgently. Huh? Oh. Upon hearing Lin Wan's encouragement, Zhao Yi abruptly awakened from his reverie, responding with a quick acknowledgement as he cradled the large fish and made his way back to shore. Although it was summer, being fully clothed in the water was rather uncomfortable. What is this? Unexpectedly, as he took a few steps, his foot encountered something slippery and hard that seemed to be alive. Oh, what a surprise, it's a fish. The fish-finding radar detected a red, leaving Zhao Yi momentarily puzzled. This object beneath my feet, though undeniably hard, cannot possibly be a fish. Could it be a soft-shelled turtle, or perhaps a tortoise? Contemplating this possibility, Zhao Yi hastily extended the three-colored fish he held to Lin Wan on the shore, saying, My dear, it seems I have stumbled upon something remarkable. Please take the fish and secure it. Huh. Oh. Now it's Lin Wan's turn to be stunned. It wasn't until she received the fish that she regained her composure, her face alight with curiosity as she inquired, What is this remarkable find? Could it be a gold chain dropped by another angler? Huh, what are you imagining? Zhao Yi chuckled. It's a living creature, one that can move. With a playful glance at Lin Wan, he bent down to investigate further. It's hard yet slightly soft, quite smooth, and has a flared edge. Indeed, it must be a soft-shelled turtle. After thoroughly exploring the object beneath him, Zhao Yi quickly deduced that he was indeed stepping on a soft-shelled turtle, and a remarkably large one at that. Based on the contours he felt while his hands were submerged in the mud, he estimated this creature to weigh no less than 30 pounds. Goodness! A 30-pound wild soft-shelled turtle, it surely rivals the rarity of the ordinary 9-colored fish. If this contraption were to be taken back, complemented by a few hens, and staged like a farewell my concubine, it would be simply exquisite. At this thought, Zhao Yi couldn't help but lick his lips. He promptly separated his hands and plunged them into the earth, seizing the unknown creature beneath his feet, which might be an old soft-shelled turtle. Rise, he uttered in a low growl, and with a sudden exertion of his arms, he hoisted the object above the water's surface. However, when Zhao Yi beheld the entity in his grasp, his eyes widened in sheer astonishment. Had it not been for his eyelids, his eyes would surely have fallen into the water and been swept away. Moreover, He was not alone in his astonishment. The others were equally taken aback. Upon seeing the colossal creature in Zhao Ye's hands, each one of them stood agape, disbelief etched across their faces. It was as if they had encountered a ghost. Nay, it was even more surreal. An old soft-shelled turtle? Surely, my eyes do not deceive me. Is this truly a tricolor soft-shelled turtle? After an indeterminate period, Lin Wan, cradling a tricolor rice-level turtle, was the first to break the silence. Her voice trembled, a mixture of excitement, uncertainty, and a hint of anxiety, creating a complex emotional tapestry. Zhao Yi, however, did not respond to Lin Wan. In truth, he was oblivious to her words. At that moment, a barrage of system notifications resounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have caught a 30-pound tricolor soft-shelled turtle, decimal not calculated, gaining weight x3, earning 4,000 promotion experience, and acquiring 10,000 fish coins. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your promotion experience has reached 10,000. You have been promoted to fishing supervisor, with a salary adjustment to 1,000 yuan per hour. The next promotion requires experience, 315,010,0000, decimal not calculated. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have been promoted to fishing supervisor. You may now recruit 3 formal employees and 1 fishing team leader. Formal employees will receive a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan, while the team leader will earn 10,000 yuan monthly, both dispersed by the company. Ding. Immediate promotion rewards issued. 50,000 yuan in cash, 50,000 fish coins, 1 advanced shore fishing rod, including line set, capable of catching up to 100 pounds, 3 low-level physical elixirs, and 5 lottery draws. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the project task with excellent efficiency. Rewards issued. 10,000 yuan in cash, 1,000 fish coins, and 10 lottery draws. My goodness, this is truly remarkable. But then again, can a soft-shelled turtle caught by hand be considered a catch? As the series of notifications finally ceased, Zhao Yu regained his composure, filled with elation yet tinged with confusion. However, the confusion quickly dissipated, for he had no time to ponder such matters. He needed to hurry ashore and prepare for his lottery draws. At present, he possesses a staggering 15 chances to draw lots, and he can hardly fathom the treasures that may await him. Dad, Mom, are you speaking to me? Did you hear that? Huh? Oh, what? His mind momentarily dazed, Zhao Yi hurriedly lifted the 3-colored soft-shelled turtle onto the shore, turning to Lin Wan and inquiring. Did I see incorrectly? Is that truly a 3-colored soft-shelled turtle in your hands? By now, Lin Wan had regained her composure, assured that her eyes were not deceiving her, and thus spoke again without a tremor in her voice. Naturally, despite her calmness, she still wished to confirm with Zhao Yi to ease her mind. Did she not? Ha! You are not mistaken. It is indeed a 3-colored soft-shelled turtle. Just look at the golden and silver hues paired with the green. Is it not abundantly clear? Quickly scrambling onto the shore, Zhao Yu beamed as he presented the 3-colored soft-shelled turtle to Lin Wan, cheerfully declaring, My dear, let us pack our belongings and return home. Tonight, I shall prepare a king lear feast for you and our child, ensuring it is so delectable that you might wish to devour your own tongue. Goodness, Boss Zhao. Are you actually going to eat that 3-colored soft-shelled turtle? As Zhao Ye's words echoed, before Lin Wan could respond, the fishermen, having regained their senses, gathered around, chattering excitedly. Boss Zhao, not only are you fortunate, but you are also quite extravagant. This 3-colored soft-shelled turtle must be worth at least several 100,000. Are you truly willing to consume it? Absolutely. This is far too extravagant. If it were me, I would certainly set up an entire fish tank, treating this turtle like a revered ancestor. Indeed, I feel the same. Having such a creature at home would be most impressive. Anyone who visits would surely commend us. Chuckling, Zhao Yi retorted, I lack for nothing in terms of money. Keeping it would require effort. Why not simply eat it and save the trouble? Upon hearing the fisherman's remarks, Zhao Yi responded with a question. Recently promoted and rewarded with 1 million, he truly was not in want of wealth. As for keeping it, if it were a turtle, he might consider it. However, for a soft-shelled turtle, he opted against it. After all, a soft-shelled turtle is akin to a turtle. Who would bother to raise a turtle for no reason? Especially the fisherman who suggested treating it like an ancestor. Now that was a character of talent. Isn't this akin to recognizing a turtle as an ancestor? With this thought, Zhao Yi glanced at the man, unable to suppress a laugh, however. His admirable restraint prevented him from doing so. Well, Xiao Yi, your statement holds merit. Indeed, wealth can procure sustenance. Upon hearing Xiao Ye's words, Zhang Guqing could not help but interject. Yet, on the other hand, this old turtle likely weighs 30 pounds. Surely, your family of 4 cannot finish it all, can you? If it proves too much, perhaps you might consider selling a portion? Pausing for a moment, he added somewhat sheepishly, of course, if you are willing to sell. I shall be the first to purchase. The price will undoubtedly be fair. Ah, yes. Old Zhang's words ring true. I too wish to buy. I am not greedy. I only desire the turtle's head. I shall offer 10,000. Ah, no. The head is a prized delicacy. You think 10,000 will suffice? I shall bid 20,000. No one else should compete with me. Very well, I shan't contest the head. I shall take a leg instead, and I offer 10,000. Yes, I too desire a leg, for the meat is succulent and would make a delightful broth. Heh, I am rather impoverished, Zhao boss. I wish to buy the shell to savor. I assure you, I won't let you suffer losses. I offer 5,000. By heavens, you, my friend, are not merely poor, but rather miserly. The skirt of the old turtle is the most delectable part, and you expect to purchase it for 5,000? Away with you. I shall bid 50,000. Once consumed, I can flaunt it. As soon as Zhang Guqing's words fell, the eyes of the fishermen brightened, and they eagerly raised their hands to offer prices to Xiao Yi. While they hesitated to part with the entire creature, they found the prospect of consuming a head or a leg somewhat acceptable. You fellows truly possess audacity. With your current approach, you would dismantle the entire old turtle, leaving me with naught but a shell. Xiao Yi remarked with a roll of his eyes. Hurry along to cooler climes. This delicacy is not for sale, not a single morsel. I have elders at home, and even 30 pounds would not suffice. Oh, Zhou boss, you mustn't be so harsh. There is enough to share. Please sell us just a little. If not, could we at least partake in a bowl of soup together? Ah, yes, I am not greedy. I merely wish for a sip of the broth. I too would only desire a small taste, just a tiny sip. Hearing the humble requests of the fisherman, Xiao Yi nearly acquiesced. However, realizing that a single old turtle would yield scant broth, he resolutely shook his head, saying, My apologies, everyone. But I truly cannot sell to you. Perhaps next time, if I manage to acquire another, I shall sell the entire creature to you then. For now, let us leave it be. After a brief pause, Xiao Yi did not allow further entreaties, waving his hand and declaring, I am drenched. Today's fishing ends here. Until we meet again. He then turned to Zhang Mingyu and inquired, Brother Zhang, can you manage to consume this tricolor rice-grade fish? Sigh, I desire it. Yet it is simply unattainable. This delicacy costs several 100,000. Even if I brought it to the old leader, he would not indulge. Perhaps it is best to let it go. Upon hearing Xiao Ye's inquiry, Zhang Mingyu shook his head with a sigh. If it were merely a 2-colored specimen, he would have gritted his teeth and invested in it. However, a 3-colored one was beyond his financial means, and acquiring it would only invite trouble from rivals. Well, we shall take our leave now. You two continue your fishing at your leisure. My dear, gather our belongings. It's time to head home. Xiao Yi nodded in agreement, refraining from further dialogue. After bidding farewell to Lin Wan, the family of 4 tidied their things and retraced their steps, leaving behind a group of fishermen who watched them with longing eyes. The old turtle was not purchased, and a meal was now out of reach, a truly sorrowful tale. My husband, you don't truly intend to consume that 3-colored turtle, do you? Once they were out of sight, Lin Wan paused, her expression revealing her discontent. Indeed. What of it? Xiao Yi replied, momentarily taken aback before nodding in acknowledgement. What else could there be? This is worth several 100,000. Can you truly eat it? Lin Wan retorted with an eye roll. Consuming it won't grant us immortality, and your leg is already healed. What purpose does it serve? Taking a moment, she earnestly advised. Darling, we may have wealth, but we shouldn't squander it. Our 2 children will have ample expenses in the future. Trust me, let us sell this old turtle. I fear it won't digest well. Oh, my dear wife, why do you always place such importance on money? Xiao Yi, with a resigned expression, gently flicked Lin Wan's pert nose and said, Haven't I already told you? Your husband is financially secure now. We needn't pinch pennies unnecessarily, all right? Pausing, Xiao Yi gazed affectionately at the 3 women in his life, softly asserting, while consuming this 3-colored turtle may not grant us eternal life, it indeed strengthens the body. You should recall our previous experience. Eating well can help us avoid illness, which is far better than spending money on hospital bills. Please, trust my judgment. Let us keep this delicacy for you all to savor. I desire nothing but your good health, do you understand? But this turtle is simply too large. How can we possibly consume it all? Perhaps we should keep some and sell the rest to Zhang and the others? Lin Wan persisted with her final argument. There was no denying that if it were converted into cash, merely carrying it would be exhausting, contemplating a single bite worth thousands. She truly felt reluctant to consume it all. Of course we can finish it, Zhao Yu replied without hesitation. My plan is to keep it for a couple of days, then bring it back home to prepare. This way, my parents can also partake. They have endured significant hardships in recent years and deserve a good supplement. Lin Wan was exceptionally filial, perhaps even more so than her son. Thus, whenever Zhao Yi mentioned her parents, it mattered not if it was one old turtle or 3 or 10. As long as Lin Wan had it, she would not hesitate in the slightest. Indeed, Lin Wan did not disappoint Zhao Yi. No sooner had Zhao Ye's words left her lips than Lin Wan, with a dissatisfied expression, complained, "Oh, is that so? Why didn't you say so earlier? I certainly want to sell it if it's for the in-laws." She then gestured towards the fish basket that Zhao Yu was carrying and added, "How about we keep this 3-colored fish and bring it back for them to enjoy?" Pausing for a moment, Lin Wan, with a heart full of concern, remarked, "They have truly endured a lot over the past 2 years. In the last video, they appeared quite gaunt." She continued, "When we return this time, to purchase more ginseng and reishi mushrooms, and prepare some traditional soup to nourish them well." "All right, I understand," Zhao Yu replied, "but let us forego the fish. It won't survive for long. We should enjoy it ourselves." Zhao Yu nodded, visibly touched. This wife truly leaves him speechless. He is utterly enamored by her. "No, you must either take it back to your parents for them to enjoy or sell it. And then give me the money so I can purchase some clothing and supplements for them." "All right then. I will contact the Li family to see if they're interested." Returning to her hometown will likely take about a week, and Zhao Yi genuinely cannot sustain the fish, so he can only helplessly nod in agreement. "Very well. Contact them now." With a bemused shake of his head, Zhao Yi obediently took out his phone and dialed Li Mingqi. After a series of exchanges, the call ended. And Zhao Yi, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "Let us go. Li Mingqi will arrive shortly. Just wait to collect your money, my money-loving wife." With that, he disregarded Lin Wan and called out to the 2 little ones before striding away. As he walked, he could not help but murmur softly to the children, "Your mother is such a little miser. She doesn't let us eat fish. What kind of a good mother is that?" With nearly 200 pounds of fish in tow, along with various kitchen tools and sundries, even Zhao Ye's robust physique was feeling the strain. Upon reaching the car, he hastily set down his load, stretching his legs and gasping for breath. After several minutes, he finally managed to recover. After a brief pause and a sip of water, Zhao Yi approached Lin Wan, who was busy placing fish into a large white bucket, and softly inquired, "My dear, what do you intend to do with these ordinary fish?" "Hiki. Naturally. I plan to sell them at a stall. Did you not see that I brought my electronic scale?" Lin Wan exclaimed, tossing the last grass carp into the bucket and pointing to the scale nestled in the corner of the trunk. "In total, we have over 100 pounds. Our family is about to earn over 1,000 yuan. How delightful." "Huh, we are setting up a stall?" Zhao Yi replied with a weary expression. "Why don't we simply sell them to a restaurant? I'm sure they would gladly accept wild fish." "No way. Those restaurant owners are quite unscrupulous. If I sell them for 11 or 12 yuan per pound, they'll only offer 8 or 9. I refuse to suffer such a loss. Selling over 100 pounds means we could gain at least 200 or 300 extra yuan. Why not use that money to buy something delicious? Since we have time and nothing else to do, it's better to earn a bit more, don't you think?" "All right then, I concede to your wishes." Zhao Yi shook his head, surrendering to her determination. He realized that Lin Wan's frugal nature had been fully awakened. When it came to money, she became particularly shrewd. As the saying goes in his hometown, a single cent lost is not easily forgotten. "Hee. Let us hurry then. We will set up near Linjiang Primary School. Don't worry, I will sell everything quickly." Seeing Zhao Yi relent, Lin Wan eagerly pushed against his back, cheerfully urging him on. "Don't push. If you push me again, I want to go." All right, I want to push. Just hurry up and don't dawdle," he replied with a playful huff. "I will dawdle. The fish want to let me eat, only knowing how to be sold. You money-obsessed fool." Thus, the two playfully jostled each other, exchanging banter, under the watchful gaze of 2 little ones, as they boarded the car, setting off towards Linjiang Primary School. Come and see. Authentic wild river fish, freshly caught live fish. Guaranteed fresh. Upon reaching the entrance of a rather upscale residential community near Lingjung Primary School, Zhao Yi had just helped Lin Wan set up their stall when he heard her bright voice calling out. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Yi's expression turned bewildered as he gaped at Lin Wan. He never anticipated that in merely 2 years, Lin Wan would undergo such a transformation. The once bashful girl had learned to loudly hawk goods on the street. It was truly astonishing, yet somewhat bittersweet. It was all his fault. Had he not given up on his own complacency, Lin Wan wouldn't have felt compelled to change. Reflecting back, he recalled how Lin Wan must have felt the first time she stood on the street, uncertain and shy, wanting to speak yet feeling embarrassed. It is well known that for someone with a timid disposition, to stand on a street corner and sell something is a challenge akin to asking a non-swimmer to plunge into the water to save someone. Zhao Yi could hardly fathom how Lin Wan ultimately pushed herself to overcome her inner barriers. Yet, he could imagine the mix of helplessness and indignation she must have felt, perhaps even wishing to find a crack in the ground to hide in. "My dear, I am sorry," he silently apologized to Lin Wan. With that thought, he abandoned his plan to hide in the car and draw prizes, instead quietly kneeling beside her. Now he understood. Lin Wan's fixation on money stemmed from her awareness of how hard it was to earn. From dawn till dusk, fishing and then standing on the street or at the school gate, she had to force herself to cast aside her shame and pride, calling out loudly to sell. Putting himself in her shoes, who wouldn't he become money-minded under such circumstances? Zhao Yi now realized that what he needed to do was not to change Lin Wan with a fistful of money, but to silently accompany her. If she wanted to sell fish, he would be there beside her. Even if he could earn more money fishing during that time, it mattered not. All that mattered was her happiness. "Miss, are these fish truly wild river fish?" Nowadays, many people pass off farmed fish as wild ones. After a while, an elderly woman approached their stall, scrutinizing the fish with a critical eye. Upon hearing her words, Lin Wan quickly beamed and explained, "Ma'am, these are absolutely wild river fish. My husband and I caught them just this morning by the riverside. Just look at the color and vitality of these fish. They are nothing like the farmed ones." The elderly lady was somewhat skeptical and hesitated. Observing her uncertainty, Zhao Yi swiftly grabbed a grass carp from the barrel and displayed it to her, saying, "Dear sister, look at these fish scales. Aren't they bright and orderly? Let me tell you, in the future when you buy fish, just pay attention to the scales. Only wild fish have such neat and lustrous scales. Farmed fish are always dull and lackluster." After a brief pause, Zhao Yi smiled gently and continued, "You see, judging fish is akin to judging people. Farmed fish do not engage in much movement, resulting in diminished vitality and lackluster scales. In contrast, wild fish resemble individuals who are accustomed to regular exercise. They are spirited, with vibrant complexions and a healthy sheen. Reflect on your past experiences with wild and farmed fish. Do you not find this comparison accurate?" Noticing the elderly lady deep in thought, Zhao Yi seized the opportunity to intensify his persuasion. "Dear sister, you cannot go wrong by following my advice. I can tell you are someone who has been physically active for years. If you doubt this, just compare yourself with the sedentary folks in your community. You will surely stand out as the youngest and most beautiful with the brightest skin." The elderly lady chuckled. "Well, based on your words, I shall purchase this fish. Give me 2 large grass carps, as my family is sizable. Compliments are always well received." As Zhao Yi's flattery echoed in the air, the lady couldn't help but touch her cheek, beaming with delight. In a joyful mood, she generously waved her hand, not even inquiring about the price, and directly purchased 2 large grass carps. Her demeanor had transformed remarkably from the initial hesitation. "All right, dear sister. Please hold on while I prepare your fish," Zhao Yi responded with a subtle smile, while Lin Wan, on the other hand, was overjoyed. She recognized her husband's eloquence, but was pleasantly surprised that even the community's elderly ladies were charmed by his words. Remarkable indeed, a skill worth emulating. Consequently, she quickly adopted Zhao Yi's term of endearment, referring to the lady as "dear sister," and adeptly tore off 2 large black plastic bags. Seizing the moment, she pulled out a fish and, with a beaming smile, inquired, "Dear sister, how about this one? Do you need help with the preparation?" "Yes, indeed. I would like one prepared for sour fish soup, sliced, and the other deboned and minced for fish balls," the elderly lady requested. Lin Wan felt a bit overwhelmed upon hearing the lady's demands. Initially, she had merely offered her assistance out of courtesy, expecting only the usual gutting. Little did she know the lady would be so direct in her requests for slicing and deboning. While she could manage the slicing, the deboning and mincing were beyond her capabilities. What to do? Would her husband's persuasive efforts go to waste? Oh, wait. I can't do it. But my husband certainly can. With this thought, she quickly cast a pleading glance toward Zhao Yi. With his excellent culinary skills, he should have no trouble with the debating task. Dear sister, please wait a moment. I will fetch a knife and assist you with the fish. Upon receiving Lin Wan's pleading gaze, Zhao Yi could only respond to the elderly woman with a bemused nod. This wife truly baffles me. After just finishing preparing the fish, wouldn't it have sufficed to weigh it directly? Why bring it up at all? Now look where we are, an unfortunate predicament, I suppose. Thankfully, I, your husband, am a culinary wizard. Otherwise, this order would surely have gone awry. With this thought in mind, Zhao Yi's hands moved swiftly as he retrieved 2 knives. Dear aunt, one for slicing and the other for deboning and mincing, correct? He picked up a fish and reconfirmed. Yes, make the slices thin and ensure the bones are thoroughly removed. We have children at home, and it would be troublesome should anything get caught in their throats. The elder woman offered her warning with concern. Rest assured, I am a professional. With a nod, Zhao Yi wielded his knife with precision, striking the back of the blade against Lin Wan, who had just weighed the grass carp's head. With a resounding thud, the fish immediately bent over, its vitality fading rapidly. Unperturbed, Zhao Yi continued his actions, driving the blade directly into the gills of the fish, applying a gentle force that cleanly severed one side of the vibrant red gills. In a matter of moments, he replicated the motion on the opposite side, removing the gills with remarkable efficiency. Once the gills were excised, Zhao Yi commenced the delicate task of scaling the fish. The sound of scraping resonating in the air until the fish was left bare, glistening with its newfound sheen. He then pressed down on the fish's body with his left hand, utilizing his right to carve a precise incision at the tail, angling the blade along the spine. In no time, the incision reached the midsection, and with a swift motion, he grasped the tail, pushing forcefully. The sharp blade sliced through the fish's back, halting only upon striking the firm head. Without hesitation, Zhao Yi continued, deftly striking down along the cleft he had created, and with a powerful chop. The fish's head was cleaved in two, its body sprawling open to reveal the innards. Swiftly, he reached in to extract the entrails, leaving only the pristine fish bladder. Following this, he fetched some water from a bucket to wash away the blood, scraping off the dark membrane from the belly, before commencing to slice the fish. With practiced ease, each slice was remarkably uniform, as though measured with a ruler. At last, within a few minutes, the grass carp lay completely disassembled. The fish fillets were separated from the bones with remarkable cleanliness, instilling a sense of reassurance in those who beheld the display. After finishing the fillets and packaging them, Zhao Yi proceeded to tackle another fish, applying the same meticulous technique and soon completing the disassembly. Next, he organized the fish bones and, wielding his knife, began to chop the fish filling. The rhythmic sound of the blade meeting the cutting board resonated like a drumbeat, Zhao Yi's elegant movements evoking the grace of a percussionist. The gentle clattering of the knife captivated an audience that had gathered unknowingly, their astonished gazes fixed upon Zhao Yi, clearly witnessing a master at work for the first time. Young man, you are impressive. I've never seen someone handle fish with such finesse. I shall return to buy fish from you again, an elderly woman remarked, raising her thumb in admiration after he finished with the 2 fish. After paying, she received her bag with a smile. I will ensure you receive a discount on your next visit, Zhao Yi replied with a grin. Zhao Yi nodded with a smile. Although he felt quite helpless inside, he knew that maintaining a cheerful demeanor was essential for business. Boss, please prepare a grass carp for me, just like you did before, deboned and minced. Young man, I would like one as well, sliced please. Young man, I would also like a fish. With a cheerful farewell to the elderly lady, Zhao Yi barely had a moment to catch his breath before being surrounded by a throng of elderly patrons. Listening to their clamor, he felt a peculiar mix of anguish and joy. Of course, the anguish was his, while the joy belonged to Lin Wan. However, seeing Lin Wan's delight as she collected money made his grievances seem trivial. Thus, adhering to the principle that his wife's happiness brought him happiness, he immersed himself in the task of preparing the fish. As time slowly passed, over an hour later, with the exception of a few remaining fish, the catch in the bucket had finally sold out. With a sigh of relief, Zhao Yi stood up, shaking his arms, and could not resist teasing Lin Wan. Wife, I feel rather unclean. I never imagined I would one day become a fish butcher. Giggling, Lin Wan replied, Darling, your efforts were worthwhile. I just counted, and we made over 1,600 yuan, quite a nice little profit. After a pause, she added generously, considering your excellent performance, I have decided to reward you with either an ice cream or a bottle of cold soda. Choose wisely. Oh, please. That's all I get after sweating for over an hour and dulling the knife? Just an ice cream to appease me? Zhao Yi looked at Lin Wan with a mock pout. Hee, do you want it or not? If not, I can save a few bucks. Lin Wan winked while tidying up. Yes, I want both. I want to savor ice cream in one hand and sip soda in the other. That would make me so happy. Zhao Yi gritted his teeth and helped clean up. Oh, that one tea do. You can only choose one. It's several yuan. Hee. Then I shall buy it myself. A few yuan is nothing to me. Giggling, Lin Wan replied. That is even less acceptable. Your money is my money. And my money is my own. You cannot use my money to buy your treats. Fine, as you say, but just know that next time, do not expect me to butcher fish again. I am a kind-hearted person and prefer not to be covered in blood. What? That is not an option. You must still prepare the fish. Perhaps this time it's ice cream, and next time it can be soda? No. I want ice cream in my left hand and soda in my right. I wish to revel in both. All right. Just promise to wear a smile while you fish next time. No frowning allowed, as it affects the business. Thus, the couple busily tidied up while engaging in a prolonged negotiation over their ice cream and soda. In the end, Zhao Yi emerged victorious, delightfully clutching an ice cream cone in his left hand and a soda in his right. However, upon noticing the numerous Häagen-Dazs tubs in the hands of their children, the allure of his modest ice cream and soda suddenly diminished. It was inevitable. The ice cream had cost merely 1 yuan, complemented by a 3 yuan bottle of soda, totaling a mere 4 yuan. Who could resist such a temptation? Fortunately, Lin Wan was merely teasing him. Upon noticing his displeasure, she cheerfully produced Häagen-Dazs ice cream from behind her, instantly lifting Zhao Yi's spirits. Of course, Zhao Yi was just being playful. He had no intention of allowing Lin Wan to indulge in that particular treat, choosing instead to savor the better portion himself. Likewise, Lin Wan was reluctant for Zhao Yi to have any of it, as she had intended to enjoy it all for herself. Thus, the couple found themselves engaged in a delightful tug-of-war over the ice cream. In the end, neither emerged victorious. They each relished half of the Häagen-Dazs, while sharing the other half of a different piece. Even the bottle of ice-cold cola was shared between them, each taking turns to sip. Such sweet affection brought them immense joy. In this scene, the two little ones in the back seat, licking their ice cream, were expressions of helplessness. They feel as though they have consumed something that has left them with a bloated sensation, rendering even the ice cream in their hands less appealing. Dear, I'm going to take a shower first. You and the kids should wash up quickly as well. Zhao Yu called out to Lin Wan as soon as they arrived home, then hurried into the master bathroom. As soon as he entered the bathroom, he eagerly retrieved 3 vials of low-grade physique elixir and consumed them one by one. In an instant, a warm current enveloped his entire being. The fatigue from the journey and the effort of catching fish dissipated in a heartbeat. Simultaneously, his muscles seemed to swell slightly, and his strength continued to surge. Delightful, he murmured, clenching his fists, savoring the immense power coursing through him. With his current physique rating of 16, he imagined that carrying 200 pounds of fish along the mountain path would now be a trivial task. While the physique elixir is indeed marvelous. Each time he drinks it, there lingers a sense of loss, akin to the fleeting warmth that vanishes like a final shudder, leaving his mind blank, yet craving for more. Moments later, as the warmth faded, Zhao Yi sighed, a desire for a cigarette creeping in. However, recalling the upcoming lottery, he was instantly invigorated. 15 opportunities awaited him. With a bit of luck, he might draw another vial or 2 of the physique elixir. The thought of relishing that delightful shudder again made him lick his lips in anticipation, promptly storing the vials away. With eager hands, he rubbed them together. Mentally instructing the system, commence the lottery. Let us start with a 5-draw. Beep, beep. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 100 packets of bear cookies. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 100 packs of napkins. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have drawn beep. Congratulations, host. You have drawn beep. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a discount shopping card. What is this nonsense? Upon finishing the 5 draws, Zhao Yi's face fell into a frown. Where was the promised physique elixir? Bear cookies? Why not just give me a bear? Fortunately, he had at least drawn a discount card, or he would surely have spat blood in frustration. Resolute, he decided to continue with a 10 draw, refusing to believe he couldn't land something worthwhile. His irritation lasted merely a moment before he gritted his teeth and prepared for another attempt. Beep. Received, starting the lottery. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 100 bottles of tiger oil. Wait, wait. System, could you explain what this tiger oil is? Are you certain this is legitimate? Upon hearing the first item drawn, Zhao Yu could not help but hastily interrupt the system. What on earth is this? Surely it cannot be intended for use at night. To think that such an item could be drawn is utterly absurd. Yet, I find myself harboring a flicker of anticipation. Ding. The item has been stored in the system's space, and the host may peruse the usage instructions at their leisure. Shall we proceed with the lottery? Hold on a moment. Let me finish reviewing the instructions before we draw again. Zhao Yi shook his head and hurriedly retrieved a bottle of Love Tiger oil from the system's space. However, upon reading the instructions, he was immediately struck by a wave of disbelief. What audacity to name such a mere condiment Love Tiger oil. A simple sesame oil for dressing vegetables, and yet it dares to bear such a grandiose title. What does this have to do with a tiger? A poor review. A 9-star poor review. System, proceed. After expressing his bewilderment, Zhao Yi quickly put away the tiger oil, then gritted his teeth and commanded the system. Beep. Acknowledged. Continuing the lottery. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have won a modified red BMW, parked in the parking lot downstairs. Oh, this is quite good. Just right for my wife. I was planning to buy her one in a few days. This saves me the trouble, Zhao Yi thought to himself. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have won another chance to continue. What the hell? How can I continue again? Even a pack of bear biscuits or some tiger oil would suffice. Zhao Yu couldn't help but grumble internally. However, it seemed that his complaints had irked the system, as the subsequent draws yielded either repeated chances or trivial items of no use. In a moment of desperation, he clasped his hands together, beseeching the system for mercy while fervently praying to the celestial deities of the heavens. Whether it was his sincere pleas that appeased the system or the divine beings truly opened their eyes, the subsequent rounds of the lottery brought him immense joy. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have won a complete set of the small bait production persona. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have won 10,000 fish currency. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired a bait formula. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained a divine martial arts skill. Ding. Host, your lottery attempts have been exhausted. Would you like to spend fish currency to continue the lottery? No more. No more. Zhao Yi grinned, hastily waving his hand. It was absurd. Having won such an abundance of exceptional items, what more could he desire? The divine martial arts skill alone was invaluable. With this ability, coupled with his robust physique rated at 16 points, he could easily overpower 10 ordinary individuals. In the future, as he further enhanced his physical capabilities, even the elite soldiers would appear as mere younger siblings to him. It is essential to understand that the combat prowess of elite soldiers is not to be underestimated. Typically, those with over 3 years of service possess a physique at least double that of an average person, equating to a score of 20 points according to the system's classifications. The special forces, in particular, boast an even more extraordinary physicality, often exceeding that of standard soldiers by at least a factor of 2, if not more. While Zhao Ye's physique may still fall slightly short compared to a 3-year veteran, the integration of divine martial arts would likely enable him to hold his ground in one-on-one encounters, perhaps even surmounting his opponents. Yet, one should not underestimate the divine martial arts. Reality, after all, is not akin to a novel. Divine martial arts do not equate to legendary techniques but rather encompass martial arts forms. Regardless of the strength of these forms, they require a corresponding physicality. Otherwise, even the most proficient forms would be rendered ineffective. As the saying goes, in the realm of martial arts, speed is the ultimate invulnerability, no matter how high one's skills. Raw power can shatter all. The essence of this statement lies in the notion that, regardless of how proficient one's martial skills may be, they pale in comparison to the significance of speed and strength. Moreover, speed and strength are contingent upon one's physical constitution. Without a robust physique, one cannot attain such attributes. Of course, under conditions of equivalent physical capabilities, Zhao Yi, possessing divine martial arts, would undoubtedly be invincible. However, in this era of peace, Zhao Yi places little value on such matters. At most, he employs them to teach children or occasionally to impress others when encountering formidable opponents, though their practical utility remains limited. In contrast to divine martial arts, the formulation of bait and the establishment of a small-scale bait production persona hold considerably greater importance. The bait formulation encompasses both attractants and pellets for both coarse and game fish. Once mass-produced, it is destined to captivate the global fishing community. The small-scale bait production persona is designed specifically for the creation of these baits. According to the information recently transmitted by the system, the persona is divided into two parts: the human component, which consists of 10 robots, and the setup, which refers to the production equipment. With 10 robots and a single production line, it is possible to produce 10,000 units each of 3 different bait types daily. This ensures that the bait formulation remains confidential while providing ample supply for the short term. Truly an impeccable arrangement. Having discussed bait, it is imperative to mention the 1,000 points of fish catch currency. Though this award may not seem daunting, it is indeed crucial. Previously, he had already amassed over 90,000 fish catching coins, and with the addition of this 10,000, his total reaches 100,000. With 100,000 fish catching coins, and utilizing the discount shopping card he had drawn earlier, he could procure a basic fishing boat from the company's store. Equipped with a bait production workshop and a fishing boat, his fishing venture would soon embark on a promising trajectory. At that time, his parents, younger brother, sister, and other relatives who had once supported him would be able to join him in a shared prosperous life. With this thought in mind, Zhao Yi eagerly communicated with the system, stating, "System, I wish to use the discount shopping card along with 100,000 fish catching coins to purchase a basic fishing boat." Beep. Purchase successful. The advanced anti-wind and anti-wave basic fishing boat has been delivered to the riverside dock. Please check it. Host. Understood. Zhao Yi nodded, suppressing the urge to rush to the dock immediately. With nearly 2 hours remaining in the 6-hour clock-in period, he decided to wait until after dinner to inspect it, thus fulfilling his clock-in requirement. Perhaps, if his wife and children were willing, they could spend the night aboard the boat together. Although this fishing boat is considered low-end within the company's marketplace, it undoubtedly belongs to the realm of luxury in the broader market. It is equipped with all the necessary amenities, built to withstand winds and waves, offering stability akin to that of a home. With a sense of determination, Zhao Yi hurriedly decided to take a shower, prepare a meal, and set off after dining. With her decision made, she eagerly shed her clothing, humming a playful tune as she indulged in her own whims. "Husband, is this boat truly that extravagant? Is this really our family's fishing vessel?" After showering and finishing her meal, Zhao Yi bid farewell to Li Mingqi, who had come to purchase fish and had also enjoyed a meal, before swiftly taking Lin Wan and the 2 children to the riverside dock. When Lin Wan witnessed the sumptuous sight of a 3-story fishing boat, her astonishment rendered her momentarily speechless, stumbling over her words in disbelief. Previously, she had thought the car in the garage was a delightful surprise. Little did she realize her perspective had been too narrow. In comparison to this magnificent vessel before her, the car seemed almost trivial, hardly worthy of mention. Just look at that pristine, gleaming hull. Observe the towering 3 decks, and notice the sleek, 30-meter-long silhouette adorned with the vibrant inscription "Night" grain in bold red letters. It was truly a sight to behold. The brilliance of it nearly blinded her, leaving her in a state of disbelief. Just 3 days prior, their household had been impoverished, yet now they found themselves amidst a lavish abode, luxury vehicles, and an opulent fishing boat, all in a matter of days. Who wouldn't feel bewildered in such a situation? Haha, what do you think? Are you pleasantly surprised by this revelation, my dear husband? Although Zhao Yu could not fathom Lin Wan's exact thoughts, her astonished expression made it evident that this surprise was quite overwhelming, leaving her momentarily dazed. However, he relished witnessing Lin Wan's bewilderment. It was endearing and gave him a sense of accomplishment. "My love, this surprise is so immense that I can scarcely believe it. I fear I might be dreaming," Lin Wan said, regaining her composure and gazing intently at Zhao Yi. "Quick, give me your arm. Why on earth would I do that?" Zhao Yi responded, momentarily taken aback, yet obediently extended his arm towards her. "Ouch! Why are you pinching me?" As soon as his arm reached her, she seized it and twisted it playfully, causing him to gasp in pain. "Hee, didn't they say dreams don't hurt?" I wanted to see if that was true. Lin Wan giggled as she released him, her eyes twinkling innocently. "Goodness, if you wanted to test whether it was a dream, why not pinch yourself? What was the need to pinch me?" Zhao Yi rolled his eyes in exasperation, muttering under his breath, "Here I am, a fool, naively offering my arm for you to pinch." At that moment, he felt rather aggrieved. Not only did he receive no reward for his surprise, but he also had to endure being pinched. Was this fair? Hee, pinching myself would hurt. "You know I am most afraid of pain," she replied. "Oh dear, this is a reward for you. Now, come on, Take me and the children to see our fishing boat. All right. With a smile, Zhao Yi felt his grievances vanish as he touched his lips, kissed by Lin Wan. He hurriedly jogged ahead, leading his family to explore the boat. It was a novel experience for him as well, filled with wonder. My love, this fishing boat is quite extravagant. How much did you spend on it? And just how much secret money do you have stashed away? From the lower deck to the uppermost suite, Lin Wan stood on the deck outside the luxurious penthouse, gazing at the shimmering river in the distance, feeling the gentle breeze caressing her cheeks. She closed her eyes, slightly entranced. Reflecting on the opulence she had just witnessed within the fishing vessel, she let out a soft exclamation, then turned her gaze intensely towards Zhao Yi. She vowed that she had never truly contemplated inquiring about Zhao Yi's wealth. She had assumed that after purchasing a car and a house, he would barely have enough left to repay his debts. Even if there were some remnants, they would hardly be substantial. Yet now, it was evident that she had vastly underestimated Zhao Yi's financial capacity. The lower level, situated beneath the cockpit, featured a total of 20 bunk beds, complete with bathing and sanitary facilities. The first level housed the cockpit, furnished with 2 genuine leather armchairs, and an area for tea and social gatherings. The second level comprised a kitchen and dining room, ample enough to operate a small restaurant. The third level boasted a spacious and luxurious suite, fully equipped with a television, refrigerator, and other appliances. Such an extravagant fishing boat, one cannot help but wonder what fortune it would require to acquire it. Forgive her for her lack of experience, as she cannot even begin to fathom the cost. It is worth noting that her father's fishing vessel alone exceeds $1 million. In comparison, this boat dwarfs it, akin to the disparity between an ordinary individual and a wealthy aristocrat, rendering any comparison futile. Clearly, the value of this fishing boat must be exorbitantly high. The thought of the towering stack of red bills spent on this purchase brings her to the brink of tears. One can only speculate how much wealth remains in the hands of this reckless spender after such an extravagant acquisition. At this moment, she could not help but ponder whether she should assume control of the family finances to prevent this extravagant man from squandering further. Aware of Lin Wan's piercing gaze, Zhao Yu felt a twinge of guilt and averted his eyes. Quietly and somewhat timidly, he responded, I don't have much left either. Aside from the 500,000 I owe, the rest is all in the stock market. Though he was unsure of Lin Wan's true thoughts, an unsettling feeling crept into Zhao Yi's mind, as if someone were eyeing his little treasure trove, sending chills down his spine. Not much. All in the stock market? Lin Wan replied, both exasperated and amused, recognizing that this extravagant man was clearly lying, unable to meet her gaze, a telltale sign of his guilty conscience. However, knowing that this money was earned through trading, she chose not to press the matter further. Instead, she shifted the conversation, expressing her concerns. Darling, you must be cautious with your stock trading. It's better to earn less than to be greedy. Greed is the greatest folly in the stock market. If possible, you should consider investing in tangible industries, something you can see and touch, which would surely provide a greater sense of security, wouldn't it? Yes, my dear. You need not worry. I am fully aware of what I'm doing, Zhao Yu reassured her, nodding vigorously. Yet, in his heart, he mused. How could tangible industries compare to the lucrative realm of stock trading? In just 2 short days, his investment of over $1 million in the stock market had already yielded profits of 20 to 30,000. A further investment of $1 million that afternoon would surely bring in at least another 20 to 30,000 the following day. What a jest! What enterprise could possibly generate such swift returns? Selling flour? Or robbing a bank? Therefore, while he would indeed engage in industry, he could not afford to cease his stock trading. Of course, these were merely side ventures. Fishing remained his true vocation. This is a point that Zhao Yi would never forget. Contemplating this in his mind, he noticed that Lin Wan was still furrowing her brows. He hastily shifted the topic and suggested, My dear, this boat seems quite nice. How about we spend the night aboard? Upon hearing this, Lin Wan felt a flicker of interest. However, after a moment's reflection, she shook her head and replied, Perhaps not. The boat tends to sway, making it uncomfortable to stay on. When I used to go out to sea with my father, I would often find myself in a deep slumber, never truly at ease. Ha! That was your father-in-law's boat. But our vessel is designed to withstand both wind and waves, ensuring safety and stability. I promise you'll sleep soundly until dawn. Oh, is that truly the case? Then perhaps we should stay for the night? Absolutely. When have I ever deceived you? I assure you, it will be as comfortable as sleeping at home. Very well, let us spend the night. I am curious to see if this boat truly lives up to its reputation. Ha ha ha, just wait and see. I shall head to the helm now. You can continue to explore with the children. Zhao Yi laughed heartily, gave a wave, and swiftly made his way into the cockpit. With a roar, the engine ignited, the anchor was raised, and the boat turned with seamless precision. The journey was smooth, cutting through the waves with ease. After half an hour, under Zhao Yi's expert navigation, the fishing boat anchored steadily in a broad expanse of river. Husband, are we fishing here? But we are almost at the sea, and my fishing rod isn't suitable for this. Just as Zhao Yi emerged from the cockpit, Lin Wan approached him quietly. Hee, I brought you here. Naturally, everything is prepared. Zhao Yi playfully tapped Lin Wan's delicate nose and then moved to the side, opening his rod bag to reveal two exquisite fishing rods, one black and one white. Anticipating that they would spend most of their time fishing from the boat, Zhao Yi had not neglected Lin Wan. After their last bath, he had spent the remaining fish tokens to purchase a fishing rod for her. Although this fishing rod may not be as exceptional as the one gifted by the system today, it is capable of catching 50 pounds, which is perfectly suitable for Lin Wan. Oh, darling, your thoughtfulness is truly commendable. Did you purchase this while grocery shopping? Upon spotting the two fishing rods, Lin Wan's face lit up with a smile as she nodded eagerly, then inquired, which one is mine? Is it the white one? Indeed, the white one is yours. This rod can catch 50 pounds, which should suffice for your needs. Zhao Yi replied with a smile and a nod. He had initially intended to say it was bought during the grocery run, but he was pleasantly surprised by Lin Wan's perceptiveness. She had already begun to piece things together. Truly impressive. A capacity of 50 pounds is just right. Any more, and I wouldn't be able to manage it, Lin Wan chuckled, picking up the white fishing rod and fiddling with it. In no time, she arranged a suitable line setup and attached the bait that Zhao Yi had just prepared. She then raised the rod above her head and forcefully cast it forward. Whoosh! The fishing line zipped through the reel, accompanied by a whistling sound as it soared towards the distant river. Plop! The hook splashed into the water, creating a slight disturbance that sent ripples radiating outward. What finesse! My dear, your technique is impressive, Zhao Yi exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he gave her a thumbs up. He was aware that Lin Wan was adept at fishing, but was astonished at how skillfully she handled the surf rod. It was simply remarkable. If a video were taken of that sequence, it would undoubtedly go viral. Just basic moves, nothing to boast about, Lin Wan replied with a playful smile. Turning back to Zhao Yi. Growing up in a fishing family by the seaside, she was well versed in both surf and sea rods, so it was hardly noteworthy. Yet, receiving praise from her husband filled her with a sense of pride. Ha ha ha, you must be quite skilled. Look at me, I still struggle with basic line setups. Compared to you, I truly feel like a novice, Zhao Yi laughed, gesturing towards his own rod. Previously, while using a hand rod, he believed fishing was a simple task, as it merely required having hands. However, upon transitioning to the surf rod, he realized that it indeed posed some challenges. Although he had memorized Lin Wan's series of maneuvers regarding the fishing techniques, he still felt somewhat clumsy when attempting to execute them himself. Let me show you. Just follow this, and then do that. See, quite simple, isn't it? Not exactly simple, but you, as my tutor, have made it quite manageable, he replied with a grin. Darling, have you smeared honey on your lips today? You are so sweet, Lin Wan said, beaming with delight as she playfully tapped Zhao Yi on the forehead. She then became serious and advised, setting up the line is quite straightforward. With a bit of practice, you'll master it. However, casting the rod can be tricky for beginners, as one can easily tangle the line or snag the hook. You must be particularly cautious about this. Oh, I recently observed that casting a fishing rod appears quite simple, merely lifting the rod above one's head and forcefully launching it. Zhao Yi paused momentarily, then, with a look of skepticism, raised the fishing rod overhead and imitated Lin Wan's earlier motion, casting it outward with vigor. However, to his surprise, the line only traveled a short distance before coming to a halt. Instinctively glancing at the reel, he was taken aback to find the line entangled in a chaotic mess. My dear wife, it seems there is indeed a certain level of difficulty involved. Noticing the amused glimmer in Lin Wan's eyes, Zhao Yi, holding the rod, scratched his head in embarrassment. He had certainly boasted too much, and the reality of his ineptitude struck him swiftly. How humiliating. Hand over the rod, and I shall assist you in untangling it. Lin Wan smiled gently, then took the rod from Zhao Yi's hands, deftly and swiftly organizing the line. She then lifted the rod above her head and addressed Zhao Yi. Darling, Allow me to demonstrate. Pay close attention. You must remember these key points. Your hands should move in this manner and then that, and when you cast, do not exert too much force. Be gentle. All right, I've got it. I'll give it another try. This time, I am confident I can succeed. After observing Lin Wan's demonstration, Zhao Yi felt a renewed sense of capability. He rubbed his hands together, quickly reeled in the line, and assumed his stance once more, attempting to cast it again. However, he soon realized that his confidence was merely an illusion. When it came time to execute, he remained the same novice, his cast resulting in yet another disaster. This and that. At that moment, although Lin Wan still wore her subtle smile, Zhao Yu couldn't shake the feeling that she was mocking him. This caused him to blush slightly, rendering his speech somewhat faltering. Fortunately, the two little ones were in the room engrossed in watching television, leaving only his wife present. Had their son witnessed this scene, he would have surely transformed into the great son, embarrassing him greatly. He chuckled softly. Dear, this is a perfectly normal occurrence. When I first cast my line, I also encountered numerous mishaps. There is no need for you to feel embarrassed. With practice, you will improve. Just remember to prioritize safety. Then I shall practice a bit more over there. You can continue fishing, he replied. Upon hearing Lin Wan's comforting words, Zhao Yi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, as a man, how could he allow himself to lose face in front of his own wife? Thus, he resolved to step out of Lin Wan's line of sight and dedicate himself to solitary practice. Thus, even if the line were to snap 1,000 times, as long as no one witnessed it, it would be of little consequence. With a swift motion, he did not wait for Lin Wan to respond, but instead dashed towards the bow of the boat, fishing rod in hand. The way her husband stubbornly clung to his pride was truly endearing. Observing Zhao Yi's hasty retreat, fishing rod in hand, Lin Wan couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. Goodness, how audacious of her to jest at her husband's expense. Just wait until he secludes himself in the mountains for 18 years, honing his skills, and returns to settle the score. Zhao Yi, possessing remarkably acute hearing, discerned Lin Wan's faint laughter clearly, despite its softness. This left him with a profound sense of wounded pride. Thus, he grasped his fishing rod and quickened his pace. Determined, he resolved that he would diligently practice his casting technique that evening. Failure to achieve mastery would mean foregoing sleep. The sound of the line slicing through the air echoed, followed by the splash of the lure hitting the water. After several attempts, he finally succeeded in executing a proper cast. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Yu could not help but break into a broad grin, experiencing a surge of joy akin to a bountiful harvest. After reveling in the moment, Zhao Yi composed himself and did not cease his efforts. He reeled in the line and continued to cast. It was only after a series of successful casts, free from tangles, that he nodded in satisfaction. He then retraced his steps to the rear of the boat, winking at Lin Wan before delivering a stylish, diagonal throw. However, to his dismay, the elegance of his cast was matched only by the awkwardness of the outcome. But I thought I had mastered the technique, he lamented, watching as the reel became a tangled mess, nearly bringing him to tears. Is this wife toxic? Why does everything seem to unravel in her presence? This is utterly unscientific. Ha ha ha. Dear husband, after practicing for over half an hour, is this what you wish to show me? Are you attempting to make me laugh myself to death so you can inherit my modest fortune? Lin Wan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Is this husband toxic? Just moments ago, she had already peered at him, and despite having mastered the technique, how did it explode in her hands? It's utterly amusing. Humph. I suspect our energies are misaligned. You stay here fishing while I go to the bow. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by Lin Wan's laughter, Zhao Yi snorted and once more fled to the bow with his fishing rod. Standing at the front of the boat, he tirelessly practiced for another half hour. By the time he had perfected the overhead cast, casting to the left and right with ease, he scampered back to the stern, eager to showcase his skills and redeem himself before the snow fell. Swish, swish, splash. As expected, this time there were no surprises. Zhao Yi executed a perfect overhead cast. Upon witnessing this, he cheekily winked at Lin Wan, his expression seemingly asking, "What do you think? Isn't my casting quite impressive?" Haha, dear, your casting skills are nearly on par with mine now. Truly remarkable, Lin Wan acknowledged, giving him a thumbs up. Haha, flattery, mere flattery. You're not lacking either. Let us learn from one another and progress together. Zhao Yi planted his fishing rod in the holder at the side of the boat and feigned a bow, full of playful antics. Enough, dear, don't make me laugh so hard. It's starting to hurt my stomach. She chuckled. All right then, let us focus on fishing. Zhao Yi nodded, suppressing his mischievous thoughts. Just then, the bobber he had cast not long ago began to stir. Quickly, Zhao Yi retrieved his rod from the holder, resting the top against his belly with his left hand, while his right hand began to reel in the line. Creak, creak. Swish, swish. Whoa. A massive catch right on the first line? As Zhao Yi executed a series of movements, an immense pulling force surged through his hands. Feeling that fierce strength, he confidently asserted that this was undoubtedly a giant. The 30-pound fish he had caught during the day paled in comparison to this formidable force, entirely on a different level. Dear, don't just reel it in. You should alternate between reeling and letting it run to tire the fish out. Otherwise, both the rod and line may not withstand it, and you won't be able to handle it either, Lin Wan cautioned, noticing Zhao Yi's fervent reeling, as if it might catch fire. Come now, who would be so reckless? Such a method, one fish caught, and a person is left utterly exhausted? Moreover, if this continues, she genuinely fears that the fishing line might snap with a sharp crack. Oh. Upon hearing Lin Wan's words, Zhao Yu pondered for a moment and agreed. Indeed, the previous bout of vigorous activity was truly exhausting. Even with his current robust physique at 16, his arms felt somewhat sore. He nodded, subsequently releasing the fishing reel, shaking out his arms and exhaling a sigh of relief. Swish, swish, swish. Just as he loosened his grip on the reel, the fish beneath the water regained its vigor. Goodness, the exuberance displayed was so wild that one might mistake it for madness, darting about with the line in a frenzied manner. Creak, creak. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Yi hurriedly grasped the reel again, though he refrained from pulling the line too tightly. It was only after the fish had swum a considerable distance that he began to reel and forcefully once more. Swish, swish, swish. Creak, creak. Wail, wail, wail. Thus, in a repetitive manner, Zhao Yi engaged in a tug-of-war with the fish for over an hour. Only when the fish's strength began to wane did Zhao Yi finally breathe a sigh of relief, beginning to reel in the line at a leisurely pace. Phew. No wonder those who catch large fish in videos appear utterly exhausted. Some even get pulled into the water. Truly, battling a fish is akin to grappling with a bull in the water. Without sufficient strength, one cannot withstand it. Indeed, the force exerted by a 100-pound creature underwater is not dissimilar to that of a bull. Lin Wan nodded in agreement. Recalling a moment, I remember once going to sea with my father, where I caught a yellowfin tuna weighing over 200 pounds. Its strength was immense, nearly lifting me off my feet. Thankfully, my father was there. Otherwise, you might not have seen me again. Oh, such an incident occurred? Zhao Yi nodded, a look of trepidation crossing his face. He contemplated the imminent need to take clients fishing, recognizing that similar dangers could arise. Thus, he suggested, tomorrow, I shall purchase some life jackets. In the future, we must wear them while fishing on the boat to ensure greater safety. Indeed, life jackets are essential, and it would be prudent to acquire safety ropes to secure to the railing. Our own safety is manageable, but when taking clients fishing, we must implement proper safety measures. Otherwise, should an accident occur, we could not bear the consequences. Lin Wan nodded thoughtfully, then inquired, by the way, the boat is ready. When do you plan to start receiving clients? Perhaps the day after tomorrow. Zhao Yi reflected for a moment, then added, tomorrow. I intend to take you and the 2 children to the amusement park. In the past, when I was fit and the children were small, we could not go. Now that they have grown and I have regained some semblance of strength, it is time to compensate for the childhood experiences they missed. Pausing, Zhao Yi gazed tenderly at Lin Wan and softly remarked, of course, I also wish to take you for a ride on the carousel. There is a saying that if one is inexperienced in the ways of the world, one should take them to witness the splendor of life. Conversely, if one has endured the trials of existence, one should accompany them on a carousel ride. The 2 children, still untouched by the world's complexities, shall be shown the grandeur of life, while you, having faced your share of tribulations over the past 2 years, I shall take for a ride on the carousel. Hoping to soothe your weary soul, Lin Wan blinked, remaining silent, as warmth welled in her eyes, and she felt an urge to weep. Over the past 2 years, she often contemplated returning to her maternal home with her 2 children. Yet, each time she envisioned Zhao Yi, limping and solitary in his desolation, her heart remained heavy with concern. Thus, with clenched teeth, she juggled the responsibilities of caring for her household while striving to earn a living. Only heaven knows how she persevered through these trying times. She vividly recalls her first venture into the marketplace to sell fish. A moment so distressing that she wished to vanish into the cracks of the earth. She remembers how Zhao Yu took all the money she possessed, indulging himself in gluttony at home while she was on the brink of despair. She recalls the countless instances of haggling for mere cents at the vegetable market. The memories of her numerous breakdowns flood back, yet each time, she managed to endure by clinging to the beautiful recollections of the past. She consistently reassured herself that this man would rise again, and he would once more stand before her, shielding her from life as tempests. Fortunately, her patience bore fruit. The perseverance of these 2 years proved to be worthwhile and not in vain. This man is worthy of her devotion. At present, she has finally begun to reap the rewards of her sacrifices. These days are truly delightful. If this is but a dream, please do not awaken. Let her linger in this moment a little longer. The gentle rustling and the creaking of time seem suspended, with only the soft whisper of the breeze caressing the hem of her garment, accompanied by the subtle sound of the fishing reel spinning in Zhao Ye's hand. Lin Wan remained silent, and Zhao Yi too refrained from uttering a word. In this moment, words are unnecessary. It suffices to feel each other's sentiments. The seconds pass by, tick by tick. With a resounding splash, a black fish over a meter in length emerged from the water. Startled, Zhao Yi swiftly turned the fishing reel, reeling in the line with haste. "What is this fish, my dear?" he inquired, observing its dark hue, which oddly resembled that of a dolphin. Soon, as the fish was drawn beneath the boat, the glow of the vessel's lights illuminated it, leaving Zhao Yi in a state of bewilderment. The creature, measuring over a meter in length and draped in a dull gray hue, bore a striking resemblance to a dolphin, exuding an unexpected charm. Yet, this was a river, not the vast sea. How could one possibly catch a dolphin here? Could it be that dolphins return to freshwater? Suddenly, to their astonishment, this dolphin-like being directed a spray of water towards them. Such audacity in a fish. Zhao Yi was still grappling with confusion when the creature, with its wide mouth agape, expelled a stream of water towards them. Fortunately, it lacked the strength to project its saliva high. Otherwise, the situation could have been quite troublesome. "Darling, this seems to be a Yangtze River dolphin." "Oh no, how did you manage to catch it?" "What? A Yangtze dolphin? What is the big deal?" "It's just a fish. Is it a protected species or something?" Zhao Yi was bewildered by Lin Wan's panic-stricken demeanor. With his limited knowledge of aquatic life, he was aware of dolphins but had never heard of Yangtze dolphins. Was it really that alarming? Catching a dolphin wasn't illegal. So how could catching a Yangtze dolphin constitute a grave offense? "Darling, you may not know what a Yangtze dolphin is, but you must have heard of the Yangtze River dolphin, right?" "What? Is this the Yangtze River dolphin?" Zhao Ye's eyes widened in shock as he asked incredulously. "Is this the same creature that wrestled with the giant panda, leading to a 3-year sentence, while even the golden cat watching the spectacle faced a 1-year sentence?" "Indeed. That is it. The Yangtze dolphin, also known as the Yangtze pig, is notorious for spraying water at people and has humorously been dubbed the Yangtze River rascal by netizens. It is a nationally protected species and classified as endangered. If we were to harm it, my dear, our situation would be dire," Lin Wan gravely affirmed. "Goodness, how could I be so unfortunate as to catch this creature?" Zhao Yi lamented, his face a portrait of despair. "Why on earth are you, of all beings, straying from the Yangtze River to this tributary? If you must wander, why do you have to be so gluttonous? Now look at the mess. Your mouth is snagged. Isn't it? For heaven's sake, if you wish to perish, that's your business, but don't drag me down with you. My good fortune has only just begun, and I certainly do not wish to inherit a silver bracelet." At this moment, Zhao Yu truly felt a sense of panic. This matter is no laughing matter. It is said that each one contains a tracking chip, and should any irregularities arise, the authorities will be informed. Zhao Yi could not help but wonder if the silver bracelet was already on its way. "Darling, this is not the time to scold the fish. We must quickly bring it up and first assess the extent of its injuries." At that moment, Lin Wan calmly stated, "If the situation is not severe, we shall simply remove the hook and return it to the water. I believe it will be fine. However, if it is more serious, we must promptly contact the authorities to strive for its survival. Even if there are repercussions, it would not be considered a deliberate offense." After a pause, Lin Wan bit her lip and softly added, "Darling, if the fish does not make it, you must say that I caught it. You are the one who earns outside and takes care of the children." "What? No, no. How can I, as a man, allow you to take the blame?" Zhao Yi exclaimed passionately upon hearing her words. "Do not speak of that again. If the sky were to fall, I would be the one to bear the weight." After a moment, he spoke solemnly. "Moreover, it is not yet so dire. The fact that it can still spit water indicates it is not dead. Let us first bring it up, and I will apply some medication to it. It should be all right. With that, Zhao Yi inserted the fishing rod into the rod holder, then picked up the landing net, opening the mouth of the net in preparation to catch the fish. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Wan, standing behind, had taken the fishing rod from the holder and was busily snapping several photos with her phone. Ah, you have quite the vengeful spirit. It was your greed that led to this, not my intention to catch you, yet you dare to spit water at me? As the net was lowered into the water, the fish below retaliated with another splatter of water towards Zhao Yi. However, this creature was now at its last gasp, akin to a frail old man of 70. Unable to muster strength even against the wind, it posed no real threat. Yet, this fish remained stubborn, continuing to spit despite its condition. Zhao Yi even suspected it was attempting to spit itself to death, hoping to take him down with it. All right, little fish, be a good baby. Once I rescue you, I will apply some medicine, and we shall cease this spitting, shall we? Watching the fish incessantly sputter, Zhao Yi felt a surge of anxiety and hurried to reassure it. Goodness, even a normal fish would not act this way. If it continues to sputter, what if it spits out blood? We would all be finished. With a heavy heart, yet swift hands, Zhao Yi expertly scooped the fish into the net. He understood well that any delay would only heighten the danger. Come on, let us get you up here. With a deep breath, Zhao Yi exerted himself and effortlessly hoisted the hefty creature weighing over 100 pounds. Fortunately, with a physical constitution rating of 16, his explosive strength was exceptional at that moment. Had it been during the day, success would have been uncertain. Good baby, Daddy will take care of you right away. And after administering the medicine, you won't feel any pain, he thought, pushing aside his awe at his newfound strength. He gently placed the street glider onto the deck and crouched down, reaching out to retrieve the hook. However, at that instant, a prompt from the system echoed in his mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully caught a 100-pound Yangtze River dolphin, earning 10,000 experience points, 20,000 fish currency, and an opportunity to fish on the wild forbidden star. Would you like to proceed immediately? Wow, such generous rewards for this street glider? Zhao Yi pondered, and system, what exactly is the wild forbidden star? Ding! The wild forbidden star consists of planets where humans cannot survive for extended periods. Due to the absence of human destruction, it is abundant in various high-grade medicinal materials, rare birds and beasts, particularly the 9-colored fish, and even more precious longevity fish. Consequently, the wild forbidden star serves as a mobile treasury for major companies. You and other employees from parallel worlds have been selected for training with the purpose of entering the wild forbidden star to assist the company in harvesting these resources. Naturally, while the company collects these resources, you will also gain substantial promotion experience, fish currency, and various rewards. Moreover, you need not worry about your safety if you encounter danger. This system will teleport you back instantly to ensure your life is not threatened. Oh, now I understand. Zhao Yi nodded, finally grasping the doubts that had been weighing on his mind. He had previously wondered why the fish he caught were not taken away, but only rewards were given. It was all part of this process. No wonder it is said that there is no such thing as a free lunch. By the way, system, how many days will I need to stay on the wild forbidden star each time? With his questions clarified, Zhao Yi felt a tinge of concern about the duration of his stays. He couldn't possibly tell Lin Wan that he was going on a business trip to fish. Could he? Ding. Given your current physical constitution, you can only remain on the wild forbidden star for 3 days. Staying beyond that would result in your body being ruptured by the high-grade atmosphere of the planet. What? 3 days at a time? If my constitution improves in the future, will I have to stay even longer? Indeed, host. As your constitution strengthens, your capacity to endure the high-grade atmosphere increases, thus prolonging your stay. However, you need not worry about time. The flow of time on the wild forbidden star differs from that of your world. A day spent there equates to merely a minute passing here, ensuring you won't miss moments with your wife and children. Oh, in that case, I have no issues with that. Oh, by the way, system, is there any way to heal this street glider at my feet? Zhao Yi was overjoyed. As long as it did not interfere with his time spent with his wife and children, and as long as it posed no danger, everything else was negotiable. However, in a fleeting moment, he recalled the formidable threat lying at his feet. If that creature were to perish, he would no longer be torn between venturing to the savage forbidden star or not. Do not worry, esteemed host. The company S Store offers the finest fish therapy solution, available for just 100 fish capture coins. Its effects will be evident upon consumption. Oh, splendid. Please expedite a bottle for me. I must hasten to rid myself of this calamity. Otherwise, I cannot shake the unsettling chill in my heart. Received. The purchase of the fish therapy solution has been successfully completed and is now stored in the system's space, accessible at your convenience. Excellent. Then you may rest now. Zhao Yi nodded repeatedly before promptly exiting the system. At this moment, Lin Wan's anxious voice, tinged with a hint of tears, echoed, "Dear husband, why are you in a daze? Hurry and remove the hook. This little creature seems to be on the brink of death." Oh, I'm on it, don't worry. I have medicine in hand that will ensure it survives, Zhao Yi replied, pressing down on the soft head of the fish while he began to extract the hook. With a series of sharp sounds, as Zhao Yi removed the hook, the fish began to thrash its tail in pain, causing the deck to resonate with loud thuds. "Come on, good baby, hold on. Daddy will fetch you some medicine right away. Once you drink it, you'll feel better." Seeing the fish thrash a couple of times before starting to convulse, Zhao Yi's heart sank. He hurriedly dashed into the cockpit and returned in mere seconds with a small vial of medication. He gently pried open the fish's mouth and softly reassured it, "All right. Good baby, open wide. Once we take this medicine, you'll be fine." "Dear, is that medicine safe? Perhaps we should call for help." Lin Wan's concern grew upon noticing that Zhao Yi was holding a bottle of clear liquid without any label. Although the incident of fishing an unfortunate catch was regrettable, it was not fatal. However, if this medicine proved harmful, the situation could become dire. Even a single peanut could pose a risk. "Rest assured, this medicine was given to me by my master before his passing. I carry it with me at all times. It has no effect on humans but is remarkably effective for fish." After comforting Lin Wan, Zhao Yi wasted no time, prying the fish's mouth open wider and administering the entire contents of the vial. Just as the medicine was swallowed, an urgent alarm suddenly blared from a distance. "Oh no! The police are really coming?" Zhao Yi exclaimed, startled, instinctively rising to look in the direction of the sound. Approximately 100 meters away, the sea was illuminated by flashing red, blue, and yellow lights as a blurred speedboat sped towards them. "Hurry to the cockpit and don't come out. Take care of the kids." Lin Wan's face turned pale at the sight, yet without hesitation, she chose to shield Zhao Yi from blame. "System, how long will this medicine take to work?" Zhao Yi did not respond to Lin Wan, but instead frantically communicated with the system in his mind. This is rather overwhelming. It has caught him off guard. If he is taken away, it will only worsen the situation. "Do not fret, host. It will take just 5 minutes to take effect. How can I not be anxious? If it takes any longer, the silver bracelet will be on my wrist." Zhao Yi exclaimed in frustration, yet he refrained from saying more. 5 minutes should not pose a significant issue. "My dear, listen to me. Please go to the room and keep the children entertained with the television. I will handle this matter. If the police come to question you, just say you know nothing. I assure you, there will be no problems. Trust me." With that, Zhao Yi did not wait for Lin Wan to respond, pulling her into the cockpit and retrieving a cloth to begin cleaning the bloodstains. This matter must be thoroughly resolved. Otherwise, the street performer will appear utterly pitiful, leading to potential misunderstandings. Time passed steadily, and just as Zhao Yi managed to cleanse the blood from the street performer's mouth, a police boat approached. "Hello, comrade. We are from the fisheries department. May I inquire if you have caught a Yangtze River dolphin? What is its condition? Is it in danger?" A tall, middle-aged man clad in uniform inquired, his voice grave. "Ah, greetings. Yes, there is indeed a dolphin. But it was not I who caught it. It seems this creature was being pursued by something, and in a frenzy, it leapt onto my boat and fainted." Zhao Yi fabricated, his demeanor calm and composed. He had no choice. He had to spin a tale. If these individuals learned that he had knocked the street performer unconscious, he would undoubtedly face days of wearing silver bracelets. He was looking forward to taking his wife and children to the amusement park tomorrow and could not afford to be confined to the state's cuisine. Naturally, he was not concerned about these men uncovering his deception. When he had wiped away the blood, the medication had already taken effect, and the injury inflicted by the fishhook had healed, leaving no trace. Otherwise, he would not dare to lie so boldly, would he? "Oh, being pursued? And it leapt onto your boat, fainting?" The tall man, Zhang, regarded Zhao Yi with an expression that seemed to question his intelligence. "Do you think I am a fool? Do you even believe such a ludicrous excuse?" After a brief pause, he suddenly shouted, "Quickly release the dolphin. You are now suspected of deliberately harming a nationally protected species, and even of illegal capture. You will face the consequences of your actions." "Oh, dear officer, why do you not believe my words? I am a law-abiding citizen who never lies. If you doubt me, You are welcome to come aboard and see for yourself. It is right on the deck, and I have not touched it at all. Zhao Yi remained unfazed, maintaining an air of tranquility. With no wounds on the fish, it was certainly not dead. What was there to fear? In just a minute or two, the street performer would awaken, lively and vibrant, and he would have nothing to worry about. Very well, I shall come aboard to investigate. Should I find anything amiss, prepare for the law's retribution. Observing Zhao Yi's unwavering calmness, Zhang Aimin began to harbor doubts. The tracking chip could only locate the dolphin but could not reveal its actual condition. Previously, the dolphin had been frantically thrashing about, leading them to suspect it had been caught by a fisherman. Upon sighting Zhao Yi's fishing boat, their suspicions were further solidified. Yet now, the situation seemed rather peculiar. Could it truly be, as this young man claimed, that it had been pursued by some larger fish and, in a panic, leapt onto his vessel? This scenario is not entirely implausible, however, given his extensive experience in the world. He is more inclined to believe that this river dolphin was indeed caught by the young man. Regardless of whether it was caught or leaped, a mere glance would reveal the truth. If it had leaped, he would have nothing to say. Yet, if it was truly caught by the young man, he would ensure that the youth experiences the rigor of the law's fairness. With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Aimin skillfully set up a ladder and swiftly ascended onto Zhao Yi's boat. Following him was a middle-aged female police officer carrying a medical kit. Please come this way. The river dolphin is over there. You must examine it thoroughly to avoid wronging an innocent. To be frank, I was fishing earlier, but this little creature was so restless that I couldn't catch a single fish, leaving me quite helpless. Upon their arrival, Zhao Yi promptly pointed to the dolphin on the ground, his expression tinged with a hint of grievance. His acting was superb, rivaling that of a seasoned film star. Oh, there are no wounds on its mouth, so it indeed wasn't caught, but there seems to be a faint scent of blood. Zhang Aimin inspected it and uncertainly addressed the middle-aged woman. Could you please assist in examining the dolphin's body to check for any injuries? Of course, she replied, nodding, and proceeded to open her medical kit, extracting various instruments to begin her examination. After a while, she relaxed her furrowed brow and nodded, saying, "It's not injured. It has indeed fainted. See, I wasn't lying, was I?" Zhao Yi exhaled in relief and quickly affirmed. It jumped up and knocked itself unconscious. That's exactly what happened. As a Chinese citizen, how could I engage in illegal activities? He paused briefly, then hastily urged, "Well then, officers, since it's confirmed that the dolphin is fine, why don't you take it away now? The hour is growing late. Let us each return home and rest." The street urchin is akin to a ticking bomb, and Zhao Yi is eager to send it away as far as possible, wishing never to lay eyes on it again. However, fate is not in his favor. Just as his words fade, the porpoise lying on the deck unexpectedly awakens. To Zhao Yi's astonishment, the creature immediately begins to vocalize towards him, its mouth opening and closing in a manner that leads Zhao Yi to suspect it is spitting at him. "Hey, you little rascal, what a grudge you hold. A true ingrate, having consumed my bait and ingested my medicine, yet upon waking, instead of expressing gratitude, you choose to spit at your benefactor. Truly outrageous." Witnessing this scene, Zhao Yi cannot help but roll his eyes and mutter under his breath. "It's fortunate for you that you are under state protection. Otherwise, I would toss you into the river, fish you out, cure you, and then do it all over again until I've had my fill of you, you little brat. All right, comrades, we extend our apologies for our previous conduct. Our interruption was unintentional. Since the porpoise has awakened, let us return it to the river and take our leave." Zhao Yi's voice is barely audible, yet Zhang Aimin and his companion cannot help but overhear. Realizing the porpoise's revival, they come to believe they had indeed misjudged Zhao Yi earlier. Swiftly, they align their legs, straighten their backs, and bow to Zhao Yi with smiles, expressing their contrition. "Ah, we are all part of one community, and it is my duty to safeguard this first-class protected species. Having boarded my vessel, it is my responsibility to ensure its safety. Should there be a next time, I will promptly inform you. After all, as a Chinese citizen, it is my obligation to protect it." Seeing this, Zhao Yi hurriedly waves his hand. He felt no embarrassment when he lied previously, but now he finds himself slightly flustered. Here he is, a criminal, being apologized to by the police. What a twist of fate. Well spoken. As Chinese citizens, we ought to respect our elders, cherish the young, and protect our animals. Young man, you are commendable, and I once again apologize for my earlier impoliteness. Goodness gracious, how sincere you are, dear elder. I cannot bear such treatment. I feel utterly ashamed. Please, Spare me your apologies. If you keep this up, I might just feel compelled to confess. As Zhang Aimin once more aligns his legs and bows, Zhao Ye's face reddens further. At this moment, he contemplated confessing in hopes of leniency, surrendering for a reduced sentence. However, fortunately, he retained his composure, suppressing the shame within him, and swiftly redirected the conversation, saying, "Comrade officer, let us hasten to return this little fellow to the river. We must not allow it to perish from thirst. That would be a grave transgression." With a resounding clap, he exclaimed, "Ah, yes, indeed, my young friend, you are right. We must promptly release it back into the river. Should it die of thirst, we would truly become eternal sinners." Upon hearing Zhao Ye's reminder, Zhang Aimin snapped to attention, striking his forehead in realization, and urgently gestured to the middle-aged woman to assist in lifting the fish. "Ah, you too. Rest easy. I will take care of this." Seeing them prepare to act, Zhao Yi swiftly stepped forward, scooping up the fish and carrying it to the edge of the boat to release it. His heart was already heavy with guilt. If he allowed the two to handle the release, it would be utterly disgraceful. "You possess remarkable strength, young man. Very well. We shall not linger. I am Zhang Aimin. Let us exchange contact information. If we encounter such a situation again, it is imperative that you inform us promptly." Noticing Zhao Yi had taken over their task, Zhang Aimin complimented him with a smile, then produced his phone, gesturing to Zhao Yi. "All right, I will add you. Should we find ourselves in a similar predicament again, I will certainly notify you at the earliest opportunity." Zhao Yi nodded in agreement, hurriedly retrieving his phone to add him. After exchanging contact details, Zhang Aimin and his companion retraced their steps down the ladder and soon departed in their boat. Zhao Yi remained at the edge of the boat, waving until their vessel vanished from sight, at which point he exhaled a sigh of relief. Lying was indeed distressing, yet, in society, one often finds it necessary to do so, leaving one feeling quite helpless. "Darling, you are quite impressive, even daring to deceive the police. By the way, did you often deceive me in the past?" At that moment, Lin Wan's ethereal voice suddenly resonated. "Ah, did you just hear everything?" Zhao Yi was taken aback. Instinctively turning around to find Lin Wan standing behind him, her expression a blend of amusement and mockery. Of course, Lin Wan nodded. "I have been standing at the cockpit door all along, and I heard every single word you uttered. As a devoted wife, she could not allow her husband to face peril alone. Earlier, when Zhao Yu had taken the cloth and stepped out, she had stealthily followed, positioning herself at the cockpit door, ears perked, ready to embody the role of a damsel rescuing her hero. Little did she expect that the heroic rescue would not unfold. Instead, she was treated to a grand performance of blatant falsehoods. The fabrications were so convincing that, had she not been aware beforehand, she might have believed them. At that moment, she questioned whether Zhao Yi, this so-called old six, frequently deceived her in the past. Thus, as soon as the police departed, she quietly approached Zhao Yi from behind and half-jokingly inquired, "Haha, dear, the moon is exceptionally round tonight. Shall we continue fishing and enjoy the view of it?" Unbeknownst to Zhao Yi, Lin Wan's thoughts were far from innocent. Observing her enigmatic smile, he felt an involuntary pang of guilt. In a bid to deflect the conversation, he hastily laughed and changed the subject. There was no denying the fact that he had told his fair share of white lies. Although well-intentioned, they were indeed lies. "Oh, where's the moon? I can't seem to see it." Lin Wan stifled her laughter, pointing towards the sky in a teasing retort. "Ah, is there no moon?" Zhao Yi, upon hearing her words, instinctively looked up, only to find the sky enveloped in darkness, devoid of any trace of the moon. "This is rather awkward." I scratch my head, and then I scratch my head again. In this moment, even Zhao Yi, with a face as thick as a city wall, found himself at a loss, ultimately resorting to scratching his head to mask his embarrassment. "Uft, my dear husband, you truly are remarkable. It seems that from now on, I must carefully consider every word that escapes your lips. Otherwise, if I were to be deceived by you and end up counting your money, wouldn't I be the foolish to chun that others speak of?" Cough, cough. "Oh dear, how could you say such a thing about me?" Zhao Yi quickly coughed twice to conceal his discomfort. With a serious demeanor, he declared, "As for the police officers, what I did cannot be labeled as lying. Rather, it is a strategic omission made with their best interests in mind. Wouldn't you agree? Imagine if I were to tell the absolute truth. Wouldn't the officers take it upon themselves to lecture me for an hour or two? Not only would that be a waste of their breath, but it would also squander precious time. With that time, wouldn't it be far more pleasant for them to return home and embrace their wives?" Pausing for effect, Zhao Yi gazed deeply at Lin Wan and shifted the conversation. Moreover, I swear to the heavens that I have never truly deceived you, if I ever did. It was only a benevolent fib. Thus, when it comes to matters of dishonesty, you can place your complete trust in me, your husband. Oh, your tongue could persuade even the dead to rise. I was once a naive girl, easily ensnared by your silver tongue. Lin Wan feigned a deep sigh, her expression one of mock melancholy. This time, I shall let it pass, but you must promise not to lie again, especially not to me. And certainly not in front of our children. I fear they may learn from you and become masters of deception themselves. Very well, should I encounter such a situation again, I shall allow the police to take me away for a proper reprimand, and perhaps enjoy a complimentary meal in the process. Zhao Yi breathed a sigh of relief, nodding in agreement. Oh, that won't do. If it happens again, you can't handle it that way. You are right. We must consider the police and not misuse public resources. My dear wife, is this truly the side of you that exists? Zhao Yi looked at Lin Wan with an expression of bewilderment. What do you mean? Lin Wan felt a twinge of guilt under his gaze. Tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear and playfully chiding, stop staring. In exceptional circumstances, I permit you to strategically withhold the truth. However, you must not engage in any strategic games with me, or else. As she spoke, she pinched her fingers and made a twirling gesture around Zhao Yi's waist. All right, I shall heed your words. Upon seeing the gesture, Zhao Yi instinctively covered his waist and nodded vigorously. However, a moment later, he stroked his chin and teasingly remarked, by the way, does that mean I am now granted permission to lie under certain circumstances? Bah, I only meant for special situations. I did not imply that you should become a master of deceit. Lin Wan playfully retorted before shifting the subject. So, will you continue fishing? No more fishing. I cannot bear the thought of catching a street urchin. Zhao Yi waved his hand and said, it's getting late. You should hurry and tend to the children's bedtime. I'll just go downstairs to use the restroom and freshen up. He had not forgotten about the wild forbidden star. According to the system, it was teeming with 9-colored fish, along with rare medicinal herbs and creatures. He was contemplating a lucrative venture, and if fortune favored him, perhaps he could bring back 1 or 2 small beasts, which would surely delight the children. All right, I'll also go up and take a shower. I feel quite sticky, Lin Wan replied, trusting him completely, and nodded as she made her way to the upper floor. After watching Lin Wan depart, Zhao Yu tidied up his belongings and hurriedly descended the staircase to the ground floor. Upon entering the restroom, he swiftly locked the door behind him. Hiss. System, I wish to venture to the wild forbidden star. Sitting on the toilet seat, Zhao Yi took a deep breath and commanded the system. Beep. Acknowledged, initiating teleportation. As the system's response echoed in his mind, darkness enveloped him. And when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an entirely different realm. It is daytime. Looking up, the sky is a brilliant blue, adorned with fluffy white clouds, as if one has stepped into a celestial paradise. With a gasp, Zhao Yu cannot help but inhale deeply. As the air fills his lungs, he feels an inexplicable lightness enveloping his body. However, before he can truly savor the moment, an uncomfortable pressure builds within his chest, akin to an impending explosion. System, what is happening? My lungs are not going to burst, are they? Panic rising, Zhao Yi hastily communicates with the system. Beep. There is no need for alarm, host. Upon your initial entry into the wild forbidden star, such an acclimatization process is quite normal. Once you have adjusted to the advanced air, this sensation will dissipate. When you next experience this feeling, it will signify that your body has reached its limit, necessitating a return to your original world. Oh, I understand now, Zhao Yi replies. Relieved, he nods, suppressing the discomfort within his lungs, and begins to survey his surroundings. Before him lies a sprawling mountain range, cloaked in dense jungle. Lush underbrush and towering trees abound, occasionally punctuated by the low growls of wild beasts, evoking images of the primitive forests he has seen on television. In truth, this is a primordial wilderness, far more daunting than anything depicted on screen. System, I require your assistance. Faced with such a terrifying environment, Zhao Yu finds himself at a loss, compelled to seek help from the system. Without its guidance, he doubts he could even locate a small puddle. Beep. Apologies, host. Due to the unique nature of the wild forbidden star, the system's teleportation energy cannot function properly, thus I am unable to provide you with substantial assistance. Since your entry into the wild forbidden star, I can only offer you a limited amount of informational support, alongside a premium fishing rod, a space fish pouch, and 3 survival items. Furthermore, from this moment on, The company's store will be closed, and you will no longer be able to purchase food or other items. In other words, within the wild forbidden star, you must rely solely on your own resourcefulness to survive. Goodness, does this mean I am left to fend for myself? Zhao Yi is taken aback after hearing the system's words. As an ordinary person from the modern world, he has never encountered the challenges of wilderness survival. How could he endure in such a harsh environment? With the echoes of wild beast roars lingering in his ears, Zhao Yi can hardly suppress the urge to flee. This system is utterly frustrating. Had I known it would be like this, I would never have entered, no matter the cost. However, it seems I might still have the chance to leave, right? With this thought, Zhao Yi softly inquired of the system, is it possible for me to return now? Beep. Indeed. However, upon your return, the system will be unbound, and you will be dismissed by the company, thereby breaching your contract. Consequently, all that you have acquired during your time here will be reclaimed. What kind of game is this? Upon hearing the system's response, Zhao Yi couldn't help but curse. Heartless company, devouring people without a trace, a truly deceitful affair. At this moment, Zhao Yi was utterly disheartened. What he had initially presumed to be a leisurely fishing endeavor had now transformed into a harrowing struggle for survival in an alien wilderness. And he found himself unable to refuse this fate. This is truly exasperating. A heartless system, I must inquire. If I refrain from entering next time, will I be free from repercussions? After venting his frustrations, Zhao Yi calmed himself and posed the question to the system. If that is the case, then I shall endure this ordeal just this once. After all, if I choose not to return, the company will have no hold over me, right? Beep. The host must enter the wild forbidden star once every 10 days to complete the fundamental task, to catch a fish. Failure to do so will result in a breach of contract and termination. Goodness, this leaves no room for escape. Zhao Yi contemplated unleashing another tirade. Yet he ultimately restrained himself and inquired. So, according to your assertion, I am bound to continue this endeavor. Any refusal equates to a breach of contract and dismissal? Beep. Not at all, dear host. As long as you manage to surpass the fishing executive and ascend to the position of company director, you shall then become the boss. At that point, you may work if you wish, or choose not to, and no one will interfere. Oh, I can be promoted to the boss. Zhao Yi's eyes sparkled, and the weight of his earlier frustration dissipated in an instant. By heavens, in pursuit of the esteemed position of boss and a life of leisure, I shall give it my all. With newfound purpose, Zhao Yi promptly addressed the system. System, what are those 3 survival gear items I possess? Hurry and provide them to me. I am ready to commence my work. At this moment, Zhao Yi brimmed with vigor. Was survival merely a trivial matter compared to the position of a boss? The system beeped, indicating the retrieval of 3 pieces of equipment, an axe, a juga crossbow, and a dog-beating stick. What on earth? Zhao Yi exclaimed in discontent. I can comprehend the axe and the crossbow. But what on earth is the significance of this dog-beating stick? No, I demand a replacement. I don't casually hack at tree branches. The system responded, apologies, host. This is standard beginner equipment and cannot be exchanged. Shall I proceed with the retrieval of all items? Who decreed that? Zhao Yi lamented, incredulous. Is there a hole in their brain? In this desolate wilderness, where am I supposed to find a dog to beat? Utter nonsense. One day, when I ascend to the position of a boss, I shall certainly replace it with a shotgun. Bang, bang, bang. Even a tiger would kneel. With a resigned sigh, Zhao Yi muttered, all right then, let me take the dog-beating stick. I'm curious to see what dares to bear such a formidable name. The system acknowledged, received. Suddenly, a greenish-blue stick materialized before Zhao Yi, plunging into the ground with a thud. The stick was over a meter long, its tip adorned with a rugged, reddish-brown texture. Surprisingly, it did exude an aura befitting its name. As he wielded it, the wind whistled around him, and it felt rather substantial, emanating an undeniable authority. Striking it against a dog would likely be quite painful. Indeed, it seemed the company provided equipment had its merit. While it may not be effective for beating dogs, it should suffice for probing through bushes or scaring off snakes, pests, and vermin. Nodding in satisfaction, Zhao Yi swung the dog-beating stick a few more times before he proceeded without further delay. He ambled forward along the foot of the mountain, brandishing the stick and tapping against the underbrush that lay ahead. It matters little whether or not one strikes. The shot comes when one does. Goodness, the presence of serpents, insects, and pestilence is indeed abundant. Alas, why have I yet to see a water source? If this continues, I fear I might perish from thirst. As time ebbs away, Having traversed nearly 2 hours, Zhao Yi finds himself parched, fatigued, and irritable. Although he has never experienced wilderness survival, he understands the imperative of locating a water source promptly. However, after 2 hours of following the mountain path, he has yet to encounter even a small puddle, which is utterly disheartening. Were it not for the allure of his esteemed position, and were he not reluctant to abandon the comfortable life he has only recently attained, he would be inclined to turn back forthwith. This is truly excruciating. Sigh, should I ascend the mountain and take a look? After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Yi cast his gaze toward the peaks. Roar. Yet at that moment, the fearsome growl of a wild beast echoed in his ears, causing him to instinctively retreat a few steps, terrified that a tiger or bear might suddenly leap forth. Curse it, I have the system to fall back on. Why should I be afraid? Up the mountain I go. Once the wild roar subsided, Zhao Yi hesitated for a few more minutes, but finally gritted his teeth and resolved to ascend. After all, the system assured him that should he encounter danger, he would be transported back. What was there to fear? Moreover, if he remained clever, he might avoid a fateful encounter with a beast. Even if misfortune struck, and he did, he possessed the Zhuge crossbow. He could still escape. What was there to fear from being torn apart by wild animals? Besides, if fortune smiled upon him, he might even stumble upon a beast's den and casually bring back a few cubs. Wouldn't that be even more delightful? With this thought, Zhao Yi swiftly retrieved the Zhuge crossbow from the system, holding it in his left hand while wielding a dog-beating stick in his right. Cautiously making his way up the mountain, it must be said that Zhao Yi possessed a certain audacity in his character. Were it a more timid soul, the intermittent roars alone would have been enough to terrify them into a state of panic. Where on earth am I headed? In the blink of an eye, Zhao Yi had been trekking up the mountain for over 2 hours, during which he encountered several dangerous situations. Although he managed to navigate each one, the ensuing panic left him disoriented. Presently, he found himself uncertain of what lay ahead or where the path behind him might be. Moreover, he was parched and fatigued, the tension weighing heavily upon him, leaving him with a sense of utter exhaustion. Thankfully, he could rely on the system to return him directly. Otherwise, despair would surely have driven him to madness. After trudging for another 10 minutes, Zhao Yi spotted a large boulder and promptly sat down upon it. He could go no further. In his current state, he required rest to regain his strength, lest he find himself unable to flee from a beast should he encounter one. Roar. Alas, misfortune often strikes when one least expects it. Just seconds after he settled, a resounding roar of a beast erupted, startling him greatly. With a sudden jolt, Zhao Yi sprang to his feet, brandishing the Zhuge crossbow in a defensive stance while straining his ears to discern the direction of the sound. Roar. This was not good. It seemed the beast was heading in his direction. He needed to flee. The second roar was noticeably louder than the first, sending a wave of terror coursing through Zhao Yi. Grabbing the dog-beating stick beside him, he disregarded all sense of direction and fled without a second thought. Panting heavily, he ran, losing track of time and distance. It was not until the sounds of the beast faded into silence that he finally halted. Curse it. The next time someone claims that binding a system leads to soaring heights, I shall not hesitate to unleash my wrath upon them. Gasping for breath, Zhao Yi intermittently expressed his frustrations. 3 days in, with a house, a car, and savings, yet I don't feel it's sufficient. I am literally running for my life. Previously, Zhao Yi believed the company's system was generous, facilitating rapid financial growth, creating an atmosphere ripe for soaring success. However, it has become abundantly clear that such generosity is a mere illusion. Given the current intensity of work, he would not consider it excessive even if the demands doubled. After several minutes of heavy breathing, Zhao Yi finally had the opportunity to survey his surroundings. Oh my, is that a waterfall? Suddenly, Zhao Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at a sheer cliff several hundred meters away. Water cascaded from the heights like the Milky Way descending from the heavens, akin to the fountain of life flowing onto the earth, a sight of breathtaking beauty that filled him with joy. How unexpected! With the heart to cultivate flowers yet yielding none, and inadvertently planting willows that flourish, who would have thought that amidst the chaos, I would discover a source of water? Truly, there is no dead end in life. Overjoyed by this revelation, Zhao Yi neglected his need for rest and immediately dashed towards the waterfall. As he approached, the sound of rushing water became increasingly distinct. This alleviated the tension in his heart all at once. Previously, he harbored some concern that his fatigue might have induced hallucinations, but now it was evident that everything was indeed real. At last, he approached the scene. It turned out to be a subterranean river. one and leading into a cave of moderate size. The depths were unknown, as was the potential for an end. The opposite side stretched infinitely, and Zhao Yi was oblivious to its destination. At that moment, however, he was far too preoccupied with quenching his thirst, willing to drink until he burst. Gulping eagerly, he stowed his gear and cautiously descended the not overly steep cliff towards the riverbank. Finally, he reached the water's edge and savored the long-desired drink, which was nothing less than spring water. The flavor was exquisitely sweet and refreshing. Zhao Yi swore that he had never tasted such delightful water throughout his life. Even the spiritual water he had purchased from the company's store paled in comparison. Of course, it was also possible that his prolonged thirst had heightened his appreciation, much like a starving man relishing even the most spoiled food. Oh, how refreshing! After quenching his thirst, Zhao Yi let out a burp. He then reclined by the riverside, a look of contentment washing over him as he sighed. Ah, the days of yore were far too comfortable. This is quite beneficial. It sharpens my will, enabling me to better care for my wife, children, and family. Although Zhao Yu lived in the countryside, he had not truly toiled through hardship throughout his life. Upon graduating from university, fortune smiled upon him as he established a company. Life was not opulent, yet it was indulgent in its own right. Following the car accident, aside from enduring some discomfort in the hospital, the majority of the suffering was borne by Lin Wan. Subsequently, after binding to the system and joining the company, his quality of life began to ascend steadily. This has also resulted in his willpower being remarkably feeble. Just as when he first entered the wild Forbidden Star, his immediate thought was to retreat rather than to persevere. Similarly, 2 years ago, when faced with a mistake of his own making, his first instinct was to evade responsibility instead of embracing it. Were he to swap places with Lin Wan, Zhao Yi, upon introspection, would likely find himself incapable of sustaining the same resolve for 2 years. Previously, when he believed that the Yangtze River Dolphin Street rogue had perished, Lin Wan was quick to prepare to take the blame on his behalf. Conversely, the former version of himself would have found it exceedingly difficult to act in such a manner. This is not a matter of lacking affection for Lin Wan. Rather, it is a reflection of his character flaws and inadequacy in the resilience expected of a man. In this regard, Lin Wan, as a woman, has outshone him significantly, which is indeed somewhat embarrassing to acknowledge. Fortunately, he has now come to this realization, and thus, he plans to utilize the wild Forbidden Star to hone his willpower. He aspires to transform into a formidable man, one who dares to brave the winds of adversity, rather than remain the timid figure who retreats at the first sign of trouble. In light of potential dismissal from the company, he felt no trepidation, for he was equipped to confront any challenge that lay ahead. With a flurry of thoughts, Zhao Yi abruptly sat up. His next endeavor was to embark on fishing, first to address his basic needs. Following that, he intended to construct a shelter for rest, as this was a long-term undertaking rather than a mere fleeting pastime. System, please retrieve my fishing rod and fish keeper, Zhao Yi called out to the system. Ding. Acknowledged. With the sound of the system's response, a rod bag and a fish keeper materialized at his feet. Upon unzipping the rod bag, he discovered 2 fishing rods, one a 6.3-meter hand rod and the other a sea rod, accompanied by a complete set of tackle. Zhao Yi was genuinely pleased with these rods. There was no denying it. According to the descriptions in the company's marketplace, top-tier fishing rods were exceptionally formidable, capable of withstanding any fish, with the line being equally resilient. It could be said that with such a rod in hand, the world was his oyster. Regrettably, these rods could not be taken outside. They were confined to the untamed realms of the Forbidden Star. The spatial fish keeper was even more extraordinary. Although it appeared similar to an ordinary fish keeper, its essence was that it could hold an infinite amount of fish, all while maintaining a manageable weight, as if it were a conventional keeper. It was truly a miraculous artifact for storing fish, quite astonishing indeed. Alas, this remarkable item was also restricted from being used beyond these confines. Furthermore, unlike the premium fishing rods, which could be procured from the marketplace, albeit at a steep price that Zhao Yi could eventually afford, the fish keeper was not available for purchase, leaving him with nothing but envy. Ah, system, you provide the fishing rod and fish keeper, but what of the bait? Zhao Yi inquired, perplexed as he rummaged through the rod bag, finding no trace of bait after an extensive search. In the depths of the mountains, one cannot expect to utilize fish bait without foraging for it. Should one resort to climbing trees to extract birds for bait, the host must independently seek out bait. As a gentle reminder, one may capture insects in the grass, hunt for meat, dig for earthworms, or gather seeds from wild plants. Very well. I shall rely on my own efforts. Zhao Yi contemplated voicing a few complaints, but recalling the need for self-improvement, he merely nodded in agreement. Though he could locate water, he firmly believed he could also procure bait. With a resolved mindset, Zhao Yi refrained from hesitating, grasping his dog-beating stick and making his way toward a patch of grass near the water's edge. Given his current capabilities, hunting posed a significant risk, yet capturing an insect should prove manageable. With a soft rustling sound, the dog-beating stick struck the grass, producing a gentle whisper. In an instant, numerous small insects either leapt, crawled, or took flight, scattering in all directions. Witnessing this, Zhao Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he swiftly reached out to grasp a grasshopper that was both jumping and flying. However, whether due to Zhao Yi's sluggishness or the grasshopper's swiftness, before his hand could near the creature, it bounded away, evading his grasp. Disheartened by this outcome, Zhao Yi retracted his hand, preparing to target another insect. Yet, in that moment, where did even a single insect's shadow remain? Ah, the wilderness indeed lived up to its reputation. Even the insects were formidable. Previously, he had thought himself quite strong, but now he realized he was merely an inexperienced novice, incapable of even capturing insects. Shaking his head, Zhao Yi couldn't help but chuckle at his own folly. The pride that once lingered within him dissipated completely in that moment. What could he possibly be proud of at his level? There are always those stronger than oneself, and the wilderness harbors insects he could not conquer. What pride could he possibly hold? Perhaps one day, when he could confront a tiger barehanded within the wild, he could indulge in pride then. Setting aside his arrogance, Zhao Yi resolved to adapt. He ceased striking the grass with his stick and instead lowered himself to the ground, lifting his rear and cautiously parting the grass, meticulously searching for insects. Of course, his mental focus was heightened, as he feared the possibility of unearthing a snake. If the insects were already swifter than he, encountering a snake would surely spell trouble. Time passed by second. After several minutes, Zhao Yi rose to his feet, his face smeared with dirt, reflecting a profound sense of defeat. The insects moved with an alarming swiftness, or perhaps it was his own sluggishness that hindered him. Each time they seemed so close, yet he could never grasp them, eluding his grasp as if they were phantoms. It felt akin to chasing old six. Each attempt led him to believe he was on the brink of success, only to fall frustratingly short. What was more exasperating was that when he remained still, old six would too, merely waiting for him to reach out, at which point it would dart away to an unreachable sanctuary. Watching him with an inscrutable expression, were it not for the lack of expression on the insects, Zhao Yi might have suspected that these elusive old six were mocking him internally, whispering, "Fool, come here." Unfortunately, he had no evidence. Even if he did, it would be futile, as his speed could not rival theirs. Sigh. It seemed that with his current physical condition in this wild forbidden star, he could only prey on the immobile plants. With a bitter smile, Zhao Yi resigned himself to this truth. He had no intention of digging for earthworms. What could be done? If the insects were so formidable, how could earthworms fare any better? Moreover, lacking tools, armed only with an axe, who could predict whether he could even unearth them? Thus, it was far wiser to seek out some fruits or seeds from the plants. At least these would not scamper away. With a snap of resolution, Zhao Yi brushed off the weeds clinging to him and set forth, wielding a stick in hand. After a leisurely journey filled with stops, he finally beamed with joy. Beans. Indeed, he had stumbled upon several wild edamame plants. The stalks towered over those from his hometown fields, more than twice their height, each pod brimming with plump, vibrant green crescent moons that were a delight to behold. He reached out to pluck a pod, splitting it open to reveal beans the size of his pinky finger. Translucent and glimmering, they resembled tiny green silkworms. Had he not known they were beans, he might have suspected they were the fabled heavenly spices from martial arts tales. Gulp. System. Can I eat this? Staring at the beans in his palm, Zhao Yi could not suppress a swallow. After running for hours, he was already famished. Although he had quenched his thirst, it was no substitute for food. Now, confronted with such enticing beans, he was genuinely eager to consume a few. Ding. Edible. All flora and fauna within the wild forbidden star absorb premium air, rich in nutrients from their inception. Therefore, not only can they be consumed, but doing so will also enhance your physical constitution. Frog fun, why didn't you mention this sooner? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi could not help but roll his eyes. Had he known earlier, he would have gathered a handful of grass to eat. This way, one won't have to run away on an empty stomach. However, It is not too late now. After all, there are beans to eat, which are certainly preferable to mere grass. With a satisfying crunch, a bean is tossed into the mouth and swallowed after a few chews. The flavor is rather unimpressive, as it is raw, but upon finishing, a subtle warmth spreads through the body, minuscule yet undeniably present. Instinctively, I open the employee information sheet. Company, Universal Fishing Group, Blue Star Branch. System binding, ID 9527. Employee, Zhao Yi. Employee level, Fishing Supervisor 1-400-010-0000. Subordinates, 1 full-time employee, can recruit 3 full-time employees, 1 team leader. Salary, 1,000 yuan per hour. Attendance, 3 days. Constitution, 16. 001, normal is 10. Skills, godly culinary arts, godly driving, godly stock trading, godly martial arts. Items, 1 set of folding kitchenware, 1 set of Jianglan banquet, 1 Raptor vehicle, 1 BMW Mimi, bait formula, 1 small bait production persona. Lottery, 0. Tasks, none. Fish capture currency, 22,000. Not bad. Eating 100 beans can enhance my constitution by a single point. There should be more than 100 beans here. So boosting my constitution by 1 point should not pose a challenge. Upon noticing the increment of 0.001 in the constitution column, Zhao Yi felt a surge of joy. Although it cannot compare to the essence of constitution liquid, this is free. After all, free is certainly more delightful than spending money. With these thoughts in mind, Zhao Yi eagerly reached out to pluck the bean pods. A few plants yielded only dozens of pods, which he quickly cleared away. After removing his clothing and wrapping the pods, Zhao Yi hummed a little tune as he made his way toward the riverbank. Next, he intended to fish while munching on the beans to enhance his constitution. It was a pity, though, that he lacked a pot and fire. Otherwise, the flavor would surely be exquisite. Before long, Zhao Yi returned to the riverbank. Without a moment's pause, he picked up his fishing rod, secured the line, and prepared to cast with a bean attached as bait. However, when he instinctively activated the fish-finding radar to seek out potential catches, he discovered to his dismay that the radar was non-functional. Alarmed, Zhao Yi hurriedly inquired of the system, "What is happening? Is the fish-finding radar also out of service? Without it, I must rely solely on fate. This efficiency is simply too low." As the day drew to a close, one couldn't help but ponder the extent of one's gains. Perhaps it was even less fruitful than when he had been gathering beans. Indeed, the host mused. Apart from one's innate abilities, external forces were rendered ineffective in this desolate forbidden star. The fish-finding radar also required the energy of this system to operate, making it impossible to activate here. Alas, words failed him. Zhao Yi nodded, a look of resignation upon his face, murmuring, "No wonder the old saying goes, rely on mountains and they may crumble, rely on people and they may flee." It seems this adage applies to the system as well. What a letdown. Sighing, he resolved that without the system, he could still locate water sources, gather beans, and surely catch fish as well. With this thought, Zhao Yi cast aside his doubts. Gripping the fishing rod in his right hand and the bait in his left, he leisurely threw it out into the water. Splash! The hook plunged into the depths, and Zhao Yi pushed forward slightly, savoring the moment as he shelled beans and munched on them. Surrounded by picturesque mountains and clear waters, with a fishing rod in hand and beans at his side, he felt an unparalleled sense of comfort and ease. Time drifted by slowly, and after consuming over 100 beans, he finally gained a point in physique when the buoy in the water began to signal. With a rush of urgency, Zhao Yi sprang to his feet and swiftly raised the rod to hook the fish. The familiar sound of water slicing through echoed as he felt the rod bend into a crescent shape. "What a catch!" he exclaimed, for it was indeed a substantial fish, living up to the reputation of this wild forbidden star. Engaged in a battle of strength against the fish beneath the surface, he murmured to himself, estimating its weight to be no less than 50 pounds. If a mere 100 beans could enhance his physique by 1 point, how much would this 50-pound fish contribute? Zhao Yi eagerly anticipated the moment he would feast on it. After nearly an hour of wrestling with the creature, Zhao Yi finally coaxed it to the surface. Gazing at the enormous fish bobbing in the water, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness! Truly, this wild forbidden star is remarkable. Even a grass carp can grow to such proportions. If I were to bring this back to Blue Star, it would surely dazzle the eyes of many avid anglers." In Blue Star, a grass carp weighing 20 to 30 pounds was already considered a rarity, unlike the one before him, which he estimated to exceed a meter in length. As for its weight, Since it had yet to fully emerge from the water, Zhao Yi could not ascertain its exact mass. But he was certain it weighed at least 50 pounds. Who wouldn't envy such a magnificent fish? If someone else were to catch it and present it before Zhao Yi, he would undoubtedly feel a twinge of envy. After a few more minutes of struggle, the grass carp finally broke the surface, revealing its belly. Wow, a tricolor at that. He laughed heartily. Such a resource was truly extraordinary. Upon discerning the scales of the grass carp, Zhao Yi was instantly filled with elation. The system had indeed not deceived him. This savage forbidden star was truly a paradise for anglers. With such resources at hand, if the fishermen from Blue Star were brought here, they would not only conquer the mere mountains before him, but could likely scale the heights of the Himalayas as well. Suddenly, it struck him, system, have you forgotten to provide me with a landing net? How am I to hoist such a massive creature without one? After his moment of amusement, Zhao Yi swiftly reeled in his line. Soon, he had dragged the large grass carp to the shore, but when he instinctively sought the landing net, he was left in utter disbelief. At this moment, he suddenly recalled that the system seemed not to have provided him with a fishing net. The system noted that, in the absence of a net, the host could directly hand over the fish to the system, which would yield 10,000 experience points for promotion alongside 10,000 fish currency and a lifespan increase of 10 days. What the heck? Is the system playing tricks on me? Zhao Yi remarked with evident dissatisfaction. Are you deliberately withholding the net to prevent me from bringing the fish ashore, forcing me to return to the company? The system replied, apologies, host. This is a company policy, and it is beyond the purview of an ordinary system such as myself. May I inquire if you wish to return this fish to the company? Don't rush. First, enlighten me on the meaning of this lifespan increase, Zhao Yi huffed. Though he refrained from further argument, life is replete with schemes. After all, a company of such magnitude has the right to toy with its small employees. It was unfortunate for him to be just a worker, destined to endure these trials. Perhaps one day he would ascend to the position of a boss and effect change. But realistically, if that day were to come, he likely would not alter the system, for he too would then be a boss. After all, who among them is not a little unscrupulous? They are not philanthropists, and without a few tricks, how could they earn the loyalty of their employees? The system responded. To clarify, the lifespan increase refers to an extension of life. 10 days of lifespan can indeed augment your existence by 10 days. You may allocate it to yourself or bestow it upon others. Oh, that is rather impressive. Zhao Yi's eyes sparkled with avarice, and he eagerly inquired. If I continuously possess lifespan points, could I not attain immortality, living forever? Indeed, host, theoretically speaking, it is possible. In the world where the company headquarters is located, ordinary individuals can live for 100 or 200 years. Here, currency equates to lifespan points. Should you rise to the position of director, you will encounter a vastly different world. Splendid. Then swiftly take this fish. I truly anticipate that day. Who would not desire immortality? Previously, such thoughts had seemed futile, but now that opportunity loomed before him, he was resolute in his efforts. Even if eternal life were unattainable, living for a century or two sounded delightful. Of course, the condition was to accompany his wife and family. Living alone would render immortality rather meaningless. As for eating fish, that was trivial. He would only dine once he caught something of lesser value. After all, who could resist the allure of extending one's life over a mere meal of fish? The system confirmed. Reward has been dispensed. The employee information has been updated with lifespan points. Please review your details. Company, Multiverse Fishing Group, Blue Star Branch. Bound system, number 9527. Employee, Zhao Yi. Lifespan, 32 years. Lifespan points, 10 days. Employee level, Fishing Supervisor 2400100000. Subordinates, 1 full-time employee can recruit 3 full-time employees, 1 team leader. Salary, 1,000 yuan per hour. Convertible lifespan of 0.1 days per hour. Check-in, 3 days constitution, 17, normal, 10, skills, master culinary arts, master driving, master stock trading. Master martial arts items, 1 set of folding kitchenware, 1 set of Jianglan banquet, 1 Raptor vehicle, 1 BMW Mimi, bait formula. 1 small bait production unit character design, 1 set lottery, 0 tasks, none fish harvest currency, 32,000. My goodness, system, have you made an error? With my current robust constitution, I could only live to the age of 62? Upon seeing the updated remaining lifespan, Zhao Yi was instantly jolted. This is utterly absurd. With a physical constitution rated at merely 17, enduring an hour of exertion feels as though one could be struck down by an ox. How could it possibly be that only 30 years of life remain? Nowadays, individuals typically live into their 70s or 80s. After all this time, how can one be below the normal threshold? This must be a mistake, without a doubt. Beep. Physical constitution does not dictate the upper limit of lifespan. Genetics determines that. According to this advanced system's high-tech assessment, it is indeed true that you, the host, have only 32 years of life remaining. This information is authoritative and beyond dispute. Genetics determines lifespan? Zhao Yi was momentarily stunned, and upon regaining his composure, he asked in a state of panic, "So, does that mean my parents won't live long either?" Beep. Indeed, one of your parents will not exceed your lifespan by much. What? How can this be? Zhao Yi murmured in disbelief. My father is 51 this year, and my mother is 50. By this standard, does that mean one of them has only 10 years left? The thought that he could not repay his parents while they were still alive struck him painfully, especially as he had just begun to flourish and provide for them. Fortunately, he could now earn lifespan credits to extend their lives. Yet, this large fish only yielded 10 days of lifespan credits. At this pace, would he be able to sustain them? But I also have my fishing wages, which can be converted into lifespan credits. What good is money? Of course, converting it into lifespan is far more desirable. With this thought, Zhao Yi promptly instructed the system. System, quickly convert my wages into lifespan credits. Beep. Received. Your current wages have been converted from Blue Star currency to 0. 1 days of lifespan credits per hour. Very well, he mused. If I fish for 10 hours a day, that amounts to 1 full day of life. With potential promotions and raises on the horizon, it shouldn't be too difficult to ensure that my parents, my wife and children, as well as my siblings and father-in-law, all live to 100. With some effort, extending their lives even further might not be impossible. With this reassuring thought, Zhao Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him and nodded in satisfaction. However, a moment later, another question arose in his mind. He quickly addressed the system. By the way, does the time I spend fishing in this desolate forbidden star count towards my wages? Beep. Indeed, host. Regardless of where you fish, it is considered as wages. Additionally, the edamame you harvest can also be returned to the company, yielding 1 day of lifespan credits for every 10 pounds. Other crops, medicinal herbs, fruits, as well as rare birds and beasts, anything edible found within the forbidden star can be returned to the company. Oh, the company accepts these items? Zhao Yi inquired with curiosity. System, could you enlighten me on the purpose these items serve for the company? Beep. Naturally, the company sells them. People need to eat. And the world in which the company operates consists of ordinary individuals who also require sustenance. Such premium items, which have absorbed superior air since their inception, are highly sought after by the affluent in lifespan credits. Oh, I see. Had you mentioned this earlier, I might have been provoked by the multitude of beastly roars to charge forth in excitement. With a stroke of fortune, my haphazard shots from the repeating crossbow could have felled a mighty tiger. What a significant toll that would exact on my lifespan. Zhao Yi nodded in agreement, then shook his head, his expression tinged with a hint of regret. Ding. A gentle reminder, dear host, please refrain from courting danger. Given your current inability to even capture insects, rushing forward would only lead to a grim fate. 9527. It seems you are quite unpopular within the company system. Are you not? Zhao Yi rolled his eyes in response. This wretched system, spouting such blatant truths? Beep. Host, how did you come to know? I had thought the system would remain silent, yet to my surprise, it responded. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi immediately let out a cold chuckle, his expression one of disdain as he remarked, Heh, it is because you are too fond of speaking the truth. Remember next time, please refrain from uttering such blatant truths. Beep. Ha ha. Hearing the system's beep without any further words, Zhao Yi couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even the system seemed at a loss for words because of him. Who else could achieve that? That said, Zhao Yi was indeed somewhat curious. Was this system 9527 under human control or merely a collection of data? Would there ever come a day when they might meet? Whoosh. Plop. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Zhao Yi reattached another edamame and cast it into the water. He did not bother to inquire about this matter with the system, for even if he were to know, it would hold no significance. It was far better to preserve a sense of anticipation. Whoosh. Splash. Before long, Zhao Yi caught another fish. Raising his fishing rod, he found this one to be modest in size, a two-colored bream weighing just over a pound. The diminutive creature was effortlessly lifted from the water by Zhao Yi, who, with a slight exertion, hoisted it onto the shore. The sound of splashing echoed as he promptly inquired of the system regarding the value of the fish he had just caught. Beep. Promotion experience, 200. Fish currency, 300. Lifespan value, 0, 1 days. How rather meager, Zhao Yi remarked, shaking his head as he removed the fishhook. At such a low price, I might as well keep it for myself. After all, I had not sufficiently satisfied my hunger earlier. Pausing briefly, he licked his lips and murmured to himself, I wonder if this two-colored bream, having absorbed the essence of high-quality air, possesses a delectable flavor. It should surely be tastier than the two-colored carp I consumed previously. With that thought, he tossed the lively bream into the fish basket already resting in the water. Grasping his fishing rod, Zhao Yi contemplated rebaiting and casting again. But after a moment's reflection, he set it aside. It had been morning upon his arrival, yet now the day had advanced well into the afternoon. And having already caught 2 fish, it was time to prepare for the long term. First, he needed to devise a way to create a stone pot and stove to ignite a fire for cooking, thereby filling his belly. Following that, he would need to fell timber to construct a shelter. The wilderness was rife with wild beasts, and without a proper refuge, he would be left with no choice but to sleep in the trees. While a night or 2 in the branches might be manageable, prolonged periods would be untenable. Thus, building a shelter became imperative, and it needed to be completed swiftly. He had no desire to slumber in the trees only to fall and meet his demise. Nor was the arboreal perch entirely secure. Who could say a snake might not coil around his neck during a deep slumber? With these thoughts in mind, Zhao Yi wasted no time and immediately set to work. Perhaps owing to his high luck attribute, he soon discovered a slab of blue stone, thick enough to withstand fire without cracking, measuring approximately 4 to 5 decimeters in length and width, a perfect candidate for a flat-bottomed stone pot. With the pot secured, constructing the stove became a mere trifle. An abundance of stones lay at his disposal, and he easily arranged them into a rudimentary circular form, leaving an opening in the center for firewood, thus successfully erecting a stove. Of course, to ensure longevity, Zhao Yi took the time to shatter some stones with his axe, mixing them with water and clay to provide a solid masonry finish to the stove. Indeed, quite satisfactory, he mused, surveying the haphazard stove with a nod of approval. Although it may not have been aesthetically pleasing, its sturdiness was commendable. It should serve its purpose without issue for a considerable time. Next on his agenda was to gather kindling to ignite the fire. Time was of the essence, and he pondered whether the method of friction, as demonstrated on television, would indeed yield flames. With one hand gripping an axe and the other clutching a dog beating stick, Zhao Yi rose and strode towards the nearby woods. Before long, he returned with a substantial bundle of dry firewood, which included a thicker piece of deadwood. The rustling of leaves echoed around him. With the firewood gathered, Zhao Yi wasted no time. He first carved a small hole in the center of the deadwood with an arrowhead. He then placed some dry grass inside, took out a sharpened stick, and inserted it into the hole, exerting all his strength to twist it vigorously. To his delight, smoke began to rise. Realizing the grass was smoking, Zhao Yi quickly leaned in and exhaled forcefully. With that powerful breath, a flicker of flame ignited, signifying the successful culmination of his first attempt at fire by friction. With the fire established, Zhao Yi took his axe and began to clean the insides of a bream. The fish was soon prepared, and next came the task of brushing it with oil and frying it. The sizzling sound filled the air. As moments passed, the delightful aroma of fried bream with fava beans wafted through the atmosphere. How fragrant! Zhao Yi couldn't help but swallow as the enticing scent of fish enveloped him. Surprisingly, even without any seasoning, the combination of fish and a few fava beans emanated such a delightful fragrance, a true testament to its quality. Biting into the fish, Zhao Yi's eyes lit up. The exterior was crisp while the interior remained tender, with a hint of delicate fragrance making it incredibly palatable. If only there were some seasoning to enhance it further, his culinary skills would surely impress even the most discerning of diners. His hunger intensified, and he relished every bite of the delectable bream. Before long, the fava beans were gone, and he had thoroughly enjoyed one side of the fish, leaving nothing behind. Just as he was about to turn the fish over to savor the other side, he unexpectedly felt a tug on the fishing rod he had set up earlier with the bream's innards. Displeased, he reluctantly set down his chopsticks and picked up the fishing rod to reel in the catch. With a swift motion, the familiar sound of slicing through water resonated once more. Suddenly, he felt an immense and fierce force jolting through the rod. Whoa! Zhao Yi, initially relaxed, was caught off guard by the vigorous pull, nearly losing his balance and falling into the river. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure, squatting down and bracing himself against the rod while blocking it with his foot, managing to stabilize himself just in time. In all, he realized the remarkable potential of this resource. A mere piece of fish innards had attracted such a formidable creature. It was evident that prosperity was within reach. With a wide grin, Zhao Yi engaged in a contest with the underwater fish, his eyes brimming with exhilaration. However, this thrill was short-lived as his complexion soon flushed a deep crimson. The formidable force exerted by the large fish beneath the surface was overwhelming, akin to a tidal wave crashing down. Consequently, Zhao Yi was compelled to adjust his stance, resting the fishing rod upon his thigh, and employing the leverage to pull upwards with all his might. The fishing rod quivered violently, occasionally straightening out, each surge from the fish threatening to slip from his grasp. At this moment, Zhao Yi resembled a solitary boat adrift in a vast ocean, enveloped by tumultuous waves, perilously close to capsizing. Fortunately, he had always persevered through the trials. After all, if the fish eluded him, he would merely feel a pang of frustration for a few moments. Yet, if the fishing rod were to be lost, what joy would remain? Time trickled by, each second marked by the violent splashes of water that reverberated for nearly half an hour before gradually subsiding. At last, he exhaled a sigh of relief, having endured the ordeal, though he wondered what he had actually hooked. Could it be an alligator? As the pulling force lessened slightly, Zhao Yi finally felt a semblance of ease. Heaven knows how he had managed to endure that arduous half-hour. His drenched and disheveled appearance revealed the extent of his exertion. He quickly crouched down, propping the fishing rod against the ground, securing it between his legs as he embraced it. Leaning back, he sought to recuperate his strength, relying on the formidable fish's pull to aid his recovery. The previous struggle had nearly drained his energy. Without recuperation, he would be unable to continue the battle. From what he had gleaned from watching videos, it typically took others several hours to reel in a creature weighing 100 pounds. Though he possessed a slight advantage over the average angler, this underwater behemoth surely surpassed that weight. Thus, he had merely weathered the initial onslaught. A long journey still lay ahead. Indeed, scarcely had he rested when the formidable creature beneath the surface renewed its efforts. In an instant, Zhao Yi felt as though a bull was tugging at him. Recognizing the urgency, he tightened his grip on the rod, leaning back further, harnessing his entire being to resist the great fish. At that moment, Zhao Yi pondered the consequences if the fish were to suddenly relent. Surely, he would tumble headlong into the water. Fortunately, the fish was oblivious to Zhao Yi's plight, consumed solely by its instinct to escape. As time flowed once more, an hour had slipped away in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the large fish beneath the water once again displayed signs of fatigue, seemingly unable to stir the waves any longer. From here on, Zhao Yi merely needed to methodically engage in a battle of endurance, certain to deplete the creature's strength. Then would come the most gratifying moment of reward. Just as the formidable fish posed no further threat, and Zhao Yi prepared to change his stance to catch his breath, he was unexpectedly startled by several satisfied grunts emanating from behind him. What on earth? Zhao Yi was momentarily taken aback, instinctively turning to look. Upon first glance, his expression darkened instantly, a surge of expletives threatening to escape his lips, yet he found himself unable to utter a single word. How could he? When faced with such an adorable creature. A monkey, indeed, a little one adorned with golden fur. If Zhao Yi was not mistaken, this was a golden snub-nosed monkey. And a juvenile at that. The small primate squatted there, roughly the size of a kitten, its fluffy golden coat enveloping its small white face, exuding an undeniable charm. Yet, this little rascal was oblivious to the norms of civility, indulging itself with great enthusiasm. The object of its feast was none other than the half of the bream that Zhao Yi had yet to finish. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Yi felt a mix of irritation and apprehension. It is well known that monkeys can be quite troublesome. They are known to scratch and bite. Although golden snub-nosed monkeys are famously docile, one can never be too sure when it comes to wild animals. Zhao Yi's anxiety stemmed not from the diminutive creature before him, but rather from the potential arrival of its parents. He could only imagine a horde of monkeys emerging, surrounding him. Such a scenario would be truly dire. The little golden monkey, however, was blissfully unaware of Zhao Yi's trepidation. Upon noticing Zhao Yi's gaze, it showed no fear, continuing to clutch the bream and savoring its meal. After a few bites, it even turned to Zhao Yi, grinning and making a couple of cheerful sounds, conveying its satisfaction and friendliness. Little one, do finish your meal and depart swiftly. Do not cause me any trouble, Zhao Yi thought, shaking his head in vain as the monkey could not comprehend his words. With both hands gripping the fishing rod, he had little time to shoo the creature away. Moreover, he dared not drive it off, resorting instead to a verbal gesture. The little golden monkey, of course, did not understand Zhao Yi's words, calling out twice while continuing to nibble, its innocent white face reflecting a human-like expression of contentment. Well, what can I do? Let it be, Zhao Yi sighed, acknowledging the language barrier that hindered any form of communication. Surely, once it finished its meal, it would take its leave, wouldn't it? Suddenly, an idea struck him. System, how much is this little monkey worth? He inquired, turning his attention back to fishing. Beep. The juvenile golden snub-nosed monkey is valued at 100 lifespan points. Zhao Yi's eyes brightened at this revelation. System, can't you collect this little creature from a distance, as you do with fish? He asked eagerly. Beep. Regrettably, host. This system utilizes the fishing rod as a medium for collecting fish, while the collection of animals and plants necessitates the host's hands as the medium. Oh, I see. What a pity, Zhao Yi mused, having initially hoped that distance collection would allow him to avoid direct contact with animals for the sake of earning lifespan points. It appeared that this avenue was not feasible. Nonetheless, he had never truly considered capturing the little one for profit. Life is precious, but one must not lose their conscience in pursuit of it. Such a diminutive creature. The mere thought of it being taken by the system and sold for consumption sends a shiver down Zhao Yi's spine. He can be ruthless towards wolves, tigers, and leopards. Yet when it comes to such adorable beings, he cannot bring himself to harm them. Speaking of the system, amidst the plethora of skills available in the company's marketplace, is there perhaps one that allows for the understanding of animal speech? As he would often linger in this place, the absence of conversation would undoubtedly lead to a profound sense of loneliness. If he could engage in simple dialogue with the animals, it would surely alleviate some of that solitude. Ding. Some hosts require 50,000 fish currency. Your current fish currency is insufficient for purchase. 50,000. Zhao Yi mused thoughtfully, nodding. He currently possessed over 30,000 fish currency, and with the addition of this sizable creature in the water, it should suffice. However, is it not a tad extravagant to acquire such a skill for 50,000 fish currency? Yet, upon further reflection, a spark ignited in his eyes. If he could comprehend the language of animals, he could devise ways to cultivate friendships with them. And between friends, mutual assistance seems quite reasonable, does it not? For instance, he could request the parents of this little one to assist him in fishing and perhaps bring along some fruit for him to sample. That would not be too much to ask, would it? Of course, he must not only seek to take, for instance, while he cooks fish. He could share some with this little creature, thereby establishing a harmonious partnership. Furthermore, he finds himself in a dark expanse of mountains. While these monkeys are surely well acquainted with the terrain, perhaps, with their help, he could discover other treasures and venture into broader waters. With these thoughts firmly planted in his mind, Zhao Yi resolved that once he had reeled in this fish and accumulated sufficient fish currency, he would exchange it for the skill. Eek eek. Just as Zhao Yi was contemplating, the little creature behind him emitted a sound. Instinctively turning around, he noticed that the little one had consumed nearly half of the fish and seemed quite sated. Upon catching Zhao Yi's gaze, the little creature gestured towards the fish and then pointed deeper into the woods, seemingly inquiring if it could take the fish away. Well then, take it, take it. Zhao Yi was uncertain if his interpretation was correct, yet he nodded in agreement. After all, this little one had nearly devoured the fish. He certainly had no intention of eating it himself, so why not be a good Samaritan? Yet this little one truly does not regard him as a stranger. Having eaten its fill, it still desires to take some with it. How endearing. Upon receiving Zhao Yi's nod, the golden-haired monkey emitted a series of cheerful calls and then, clutching the fish, hopped away into the depths of the forest. Ah, how delightful. If only one could have such a charming little pet nestled in their arms. It would undoubtedly be a splendid experience. Zhao Yi smiled softly, and though he could not comprehend the meaning behind the little one's cries, an inexplicable joy washed over him. In that moment, had he not been preoccupied with walking his fish, he would have been tempted to keep the little creature close and affectionately ruffle its head. As he watched the little figure's silhouette fade into the woods, Zhao Yi withdrew his gaze and resumed his leisurely stroll with the fish. Time slipped away once more, and before he knew it, half an hour had passed. Just as Zhao Yi approached the conclusion of his outing, A commotion arose from the nearby thicket. Yip yip. Wow wow. Quack quack. 3 distinct calls rang out in succession. The first was a youthful, joyous sound, unmistakably that of the earlier little one. The second was gentle and slightly resonant, as if beckoning or alerting. The final call was deep and robust, resembling a warning. Zhao Yi turned to investigate, and indeed, he had not been mistaken. 3 golden monkeys emerged from the forest. At the center was the small creature he had previously encountered, the one that had been playful and mischievous. Flanking it were 2 larger golden monkeys, the one at the forefront being the one that had issued the warning, presumably the little one's father. This is a golden-haired golden monkey, notably large in stature, significantly surpassing the adult monkeys observed on Blue Planet. Considering its fluffy, dark golden fur, Zhao Yi estimated its height to be no less than 1.50 meters. Moreover, this formidable creature wielded a bone-crafted wolf-tooth club, exuding an air of fierce intimidation. The other monkey, slightly shorter, appeared to be the mother of this young one. The color is quite pleasing, with the fur exhibiting a subtle orange-yellow hue. The face is gentle, exuding an air of a devoted and nurturing presence. Moreover, this monkey is holding a large bunch of bananas, which brings great delight to Zhao Yi. Such a plethora of bananas, if sold to the company, must surely be worth a considerable amount of life essence. Indeed, his previous assumption was not unfounded. Cultivating a good rapport with the monkeys would undoubtedly yield an abundance of fruit. Eek eek, the little creature, caught in the middle, exclaimed excitedly upon noticing Zhao Yi's gaze. It was also keen to point at the bananas held by its mother, as if to convey, "I have brought you bananas in exchange for the fish I consumed." The other 2 monkeys remained silent, gazing intently at Zhao Yi, their eyes betraying a hint of anthropomorphic wariness. It was as if they were silently warning him. "Do not approach, hairless monkey. We are quite formidable." Observing this scene, Zhao Yi merely smiled and nodded at the little one before calmly turning away to continue his stroll with the fish. However, beneath this facade of calmness, his heart raced with anxiety. After all, his physical prowess was so lacking that he could scarcely catch a mere insect. How could he possibly contend with 2 adult monkeys? Moreover, the father monkey exuded an air of ferocity, his gaze fixed on Zhao Yi with a menacing intensity, as if to signal that any sudden movement on his part would result in a swift reprimand from the club in its hand. Faced with this situation, he was certainly reluctant to beckon the little one closer, for no one could predict whether the father monkey might suddenly lose its temper and strike him down. This is indeed a monkey infused with superior air, its strength and speed undoubtedly surpassing his own considerably. Should it turn hostile, he would find no opportunity to escape. Hence, it is imperative to swiftly reel in the fish in exchange for skills that enable him to comprehend the utterances of others, thus allowing Zhao Yi to feel a measure of reassurance. With this thought in mind, Zhao Yi summoned all his strength and began to pull with relentless vigor. After all, the fishing rod and line were indestructible. What was there to fear? Consequently, the once formidable fish beneath the water had already lost much of its energy. And with Zhao Yi's vigorous tugging, it soon broke the surface. Goodness, is this a giant yellow catfish? Or perhaps a tricolored one? Upon beholding the true form of the magnificent fish, Zhao Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression one of disbelief. The yellow catfish, also known as the yellow-bone fish or the yellow-mouthed fish, is a creature familiar to every Chinese person. This delicacy is both exquisite in flavor and appealing to the majority, particularly endearing to the elderly and children. However, in China, a typical fish weighs merely a few taels, with anything exceeding a pound considered a giant. Yet, the creature before us surpasses 100 pounds, and with its gaping maw, Zhao Yi harbors no doubt that it could easily consume that small golden monkey in a single gulp. Such a large yellow catfish, one might presume, could only be found in the legendary Amazon River on Blue Planet. It is truly astonishing to discover that this peculiar species exists in the cave river before my eyes. In this moment, Zhao Yi's anticipation grew ever stronger. He yearned to discover what other fish species he might catch. Just as he was filled with hope, a sudden, excited roar from a nearby monkey broke the tranquility. Instinctively turning his head, he noticed a family of 3 monkeys had approached him, unbeknownst to him until now. The father monkey, brandishing a bone-made wolf-s fong club, bared his teeth at a massive yellow catfish in the water, roaring with a fierce intensity. The look in his eyes was laden with deep-seated hatred, as if he harbored a vendetta. Meanwhile, the mother monkey stood alert beside him, guarding the little one behind her. The young monkey trembled with fear, hiding behind its parents, lacking even the courage to steal a glance at the enormous yellow catfish. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Yi pondered thoughtfully. While hastening his actions to reel in the line, he was apprehensive that if the father monkey failed to catch the catfish, his wrath might be redirected towards him. Thus, his immediate task was to swiftly draw the fish closer, allowing the system to claim it. As the colossal yellow catfish approached, the father monkey's roars intensified, seemingly reaching a critical juncture where he might strike at any moment. In response, Zhao Yi urgently urged the system in his mind. System, are you done yet? Hurry up and collect it. Be patient, host, the system replied. You must bring the fish to the shore before I can complete the collection. How can I not be anxious? Zhao Yi exclaimed. If I don't hurry, that male monkey will go berserk. Just look at that fearsome bone club. If it strikes the fish, fine, but if it accidentally hits me, you can consider yourself out of service. Rest assured, host, the system assured him. I am formally established. Even if you were to perish, I can simply serve another host. Zhao Yi rolled his eyes in exasperation. This insufferable system truly was a piece of work. Such words can indeed be uttered. How foolish he was to have anticipated their meeting, thinking of treating him to a meal someday. Now it seems he might as well offer him excrement. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully caught a giant yellow catfish weighing over 100 pounds, earning 25,000 experience points for promotion, 38,000 fish currency, and an additional 50 days of lifespan. Finally, as Zhao Yi steeled himself, anxiously gathering more fishing line, the system's successful catch notification resonated in his mind. Phew, that was close. As the fishing rod lightened in his grasp, Zhao Yi instantly felt a wave of relief wash over him. Glancing sideways at Monkey Dad, he noticed that the creature had now positioned itself beside him, brandishing a spiked club raised high above its head, as if poised to strike at any moment. Thud thud thud. System, quickly purchase the beast language skill for me. Zhao Yi hastily retreated a few steps, widening the distance between himself and Monkey Dad. This is indeed a beast, and currently, it is a creature consumed by rage. Zhao Yi dared not stand beside it. Should the colossal yellow catfish vanish, and this creature lose its target for venting its fury, he would find himself in dire peril. A notification sounded. Received. The divine beast language skill is now transmitting. As the system's prompt echoed, Zhao Yi's mind was instantaneously inundated with a wealth of information. Once he absorbed this knowledge, he reflected momentarily and, in an instant, comprehended the meanings behind the earlier calls of the three monkeys. In this moment, Zhao Yi felt a profound sense of gratitude that the system still allowed for the acquisition of skills. Otherwise, how could he decipher the meaning behind the monkey's calls? With the ability to understand the monkey's vocalizations, Zhao Yi's apprehension towards the monkey father diminished significantly. He set down his fishing rod, turned to the little creature, and with a beaming smile, inquired, Little one, are these your parents? Did you bring them to deliver bananas to me? As he spoke, Zhao Yi, fearing the little one might not comprehend, pointed towards the banana in the monkey mother's hand. Eek, 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 the little golden monkey exclaimed, unable to fully grasp Zhao Yi's words. However, upon seeing Zhao Yi gesture towards the banana, it enthusiastically nodded in agreement, flailing its limbs in excitement. Realizing that the little creature was indicating that it had eaten fish and that its parents had sent it to return the banana, Zhao Yi was utterly astonished. Could it be that the monkey father and mother possessed such high intelligence? They understood that their child needed to reciprocate for having taken something from another. Isn't it the case that these creatures, resembling humans yet adorned with fur, appear more refined than humans themselves? It is no wonder that monkeys are often regarded as intelligent. Upon closer inspection, it is indeed true. A gentle reminder, due to the absorption of superior air. The rare and formidable creatures within the wild forbidden star possess remarkably high intelligence, with the primate's intellect being on par with yours. Although verbal communication may elude you, you can engage with them amicably through gestures, enabling them to serve as your guides. I am confident that your journey in the wild forbidden star will yield abundant discoveries. As Zhao Yi pondered this with astonishment, the system's gentle reminder resonated in his mind. Upon hearing the system's message, Zhao Yi felt a surge of joy. Having intelligence is a blessing. It ensures that chaos is less likely to ensue. Thus, he need not be overly cautious. With this thought in mind, Zhao Yi's expression grew increasingly gentle. He beckoned to the little monkey with a smile, saying, "Ah, what a good little fellow you are. Come here, and let your brother pat your head. Later, I shall treat you to some fish." Yip yip yip. Perhaps the intelligence of monkeys is indeed remarkable. Although the little one could not comprehend human speech, it understood gestures perfectly. As Zhao Ye's hand signal fell, the little creature promptly wriggled free from its mother's grasp and hopped eagerly toward Zhao Yu. It then dutifully squatted at Zhao Ye's feet, gazing up at him with eyes brimming with joy and curiosity. What a delightful little creature. Zhao Yi smiled warmly and bent down to affectionately ruffle the little one's head. Its fur was soft and fluffy to the touch, quite pleasant indeed. At this moment, Zhao Yi harbored a deep desire to bring this little creature back to Blue Star, to raise it as a cherished pet. Such a delightful little creature. Surely, the larger one at home and the two smaller ones will adore it. Ribbit, ribbit, hairless monkey, where have you concealed the fish? Surrender it at once. I shall take vengeance for the little monkey. Zhao Yi was joyfully caressing the little one's head when suddenly, the irate inquiries of the monkey father erupted in his ear. Monkey brother, I haven't hidden anything. The big fish simply ran away. I couldn't do anything about it. Upon hearing the father's queries, Zhao Yi couldn't help but twitch his lips. What hairless monkey? Your entire family is composed of monkeys. We are human beings, do you understand? Of course. Though he felt disgruntled, Zhao Yi had no intention of offering an explanation. The monkey had never encountered a human before. Even if it were to be gently handled and spoken to, it would likely not comprehend a word. Well, a hairless monkey is a hairless monkey, after all, and it certainly does not lack for flesh. Grr, where have you hidden the fish? Surrender it at once, for I seek vengeance for my kin. With a resounding clap, upon hearing the father monkey reiterate his previous words, Zhao Yi smacked his forehead in exasperation and shook his head in resignation. He had forgotten that while he understood the language of beasts, the monkey was oblivious to human speech. Thus, without gestures, it was futile for the monkey to grasp his words. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Yi pointed towards the water, then at the fishhook, and with a gesture of his right hand, mimicked a fleeing motion, stating, "The fish has escaped, it has swum away." Fearing that the monkey might not comprehend, he raised the fishing rod and pointed into the water, explaining, "It has fled. If you wish to retrieve it, you must fish for it. Do you understand?" With that, Zhao Yi took the remaining half of the bream's entrails, affixed it to the hook, and cast it into the water. Subsequently, he extended the fishing rod towards the father monkey, simultaneously pointing at the rod, and then at the monkey's hand gripping the wolf-tooth club, mimicking a two-handed grasping motion. Indeed, Zhao Yi was cleverly persuading the father monkey to assist in the fishing endeavor. The monkey possesses great strength and long arms, and it is a sheer waste not to employ it for fishing. As for whether the monkey's father would claim the fishing rod for himself, Zhao Yi harbors no concerns. He had just inquired within his mind, and the system assured him that as long as he wished for it, the fishing rod could be instantaneously retrieved to the system's space. Of course, this is contingent upon the absence of any living creature attached to the rod. For instance, if the monkey's father were to grasp it firmly, or if it were ensnared by a large fish, the system would be unable to reclaim it. However, Zhao Yi is untroubled by this. If the monkey's father truly desires ownership, he cannot be expected to hold on to it indefinitely, can he? The possibility of being dragged away by a large fish does exist, yet one must invest effort to reap rewards. If it were indeed taken away, Zhao Yi would simply accept his misfortune. The monkey's father tilted his head, seemingly striving to comprehend Zhao Ye's words. After a moment, it pointed at the fishing rod and then at its chest, inquiring, can it catch big fish? Indeed, yes, with it, I assure you. We shall catch great fish. Zhao Yi eagerly nodded, his head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains, and he extended the fishing rod towards the monkey's father once more. This is indeed a free labor monkey. If this monkey fails to catch any fish, we can simply dispose of it, which would not diminish its value. How splendid. Upon seeing Zhao Yi nod, Monkey Dad hesitated for a moment before handing the wolf fawn club to Monkey Mom standing nearby. Then he exclaimed, "If you fail to catch a fish, you can hit that hairless monkey on the head." After saying this, he approached Zhao Yi, took the fishing rod, and mimicked Zhao Yu's previous stance, gripping the rod with both hands and gazing intently into the water. If I had known this earlier, I would not have allowed this monkey to fish. If it fails to catch anything, will I be the one to suffer? How many heads do I have for them to strike? Hearing Monkey Dad's admonition to Monkey Mom, Zhao Yi, on the verge of tears, looked at the two monkeys with exasperation. Ultimately, he could only begrudgingly pick up the little monkey and give it a playful roughhousing. If I can't handle an adult monkey, surely I can manage a little one, right? Unbeknownst to the little monkey, which was burdened by its parents' expectations, it blissfully closed its eyes. enjoying Zhao Ye's gentle yet firm handling. The hairless monkey exuded a fragrance that it relished. Chuckling softly, Zhao Ye couldn't help but smile as he observed the little creature nestled in his embrace, comfortably closing its eyes. He held it close, retrieved the sea rod, and proceeded to rig the line. The hand rod was designated for the monkey father, thus he had no choice but to employ the sea rod as a hand rod. After all, it wouldn't do for the monkey to assist in fishing while he rested, would it? As for constructing a shelter, that could wait. If all else failed, he could simply visit the monkey's home. At that time, he could stubbornly refuse to leave. Could this family of monkeys truly evict him? Sleeping in the monkey's abode, indulging in their fruits, and having them fish for him free of charge, such audacity. He mused joyfully as he swiftly completed the line rigging, then skillfully affixed the remaining fish entrails before casting his rod into the water. Swish, plop. Time trickled by. Approximately 5 minutes later, while the monkey father remained still, Zhao Ye's float began to stir. Whoosh. Noticing this, Zhao Ye quickly set the little monkey down and, with a sudden motion, yanked the rod upward to strike the fish. The sound of water splashing was unmistakable, and the force transmitted through the rod indicated it was no small catch. Quack, quack, quack. Observing Zhao Ye's commotion, the monkey father, just a few meters away, erupted into an excited roar. He set down his rod and dashed over, seizing Zhao Ye's rod with one hand and pushing him with the other. Thud, thud, crack. What incredible strength! Zhao Ye, caught off guard, staggered backward several steps before landing squarely on the ground. The sudden jolt elicited a grimace, and he instinctively considered unleashing a torrent of curses. However, recalling the monkey father's casual shove that had sent him sprawling, he prudently chose to remain silent. The disparity in strength was too great. Should he retaliate, the consequences could be dire. Thus, he resolved to endure the humiliation. Besides, what was a mere fall in comparison to the privilege of having free assistance with fishing? Yet, being bullied could not be left unaddressed. If that old monkey dared to knock him down, then he would not hesitate to take advantage of the monkey mother. With this thought, Zhao Ye rose, dusted himself off, and calmly returned to the previous spot by the monkey father. He picked up the hand rod, shifted to a new position, and cast again. His objective was to reel and fish swiftly, then pass the rod to the monkey mother for her to assist. How unreasonable was it to push him down and not expect her to work for free? He chuckled inwardly, redirecting his gaze toward the monkey father, who was still handling the fishing line. After a moment of observation, Zhao Ye couldn't help but marvel at the monkey's vigor. The fellow stood steadfast, gripping the fishing rod with unwavering resolve, indifferent to the mighty struggles of the aquatic behemoth beneath the surface. It was as if he were an immovable deity, exuding an overwhelming strength. Based on his physical constitution, Zhao Ye surmised that this individual possessed no less than 40 or 50 points of vitality. Otherwise, he would not be able to subdue the formidable fish lurking in the depths so effortlessly. Sighing, Zhao Ye gazed enviously at the monkey father, pondering when he might attain such a level of physical prowess. It was a wistful thought. He had once entertained the idea of surpassing the monkey in strength and giving it a playful shove, but now it seemed a distant dream. Suddenly, as if summoned by a sigh, the float in the water vanished with a swift motion. "Ha! Old monkey, your time has come. Your monkey wife must now lend a hand." Zhao Ye grinned and swiftly lifted his rod to strike. Whoosh! The struggle resumed, and the weight of the catch was no less than that of the previous one. Observing the situation, Zhao Ye hurriedly imitated the furious calls of the monkey father, contending with the powerful fish beneath while directing his shouts toward the monkey parents. He paid no mind to whether they could comprehend his utterances. He simply shouted with fervor. At long last, his efforts bore fruit, as the monkey father joined in with a resonant call. "Monkey wife, go capture the fish. We shall avenge our young." Upon hearing the furious call of monkey father, monkey mother acted without a moment's hesitation, discarding her wolf-toothed club and rushing towards Zhao Ye. Subsequently, she imitated monkey father's earlier actions, taking the fishing rod with one hand while forcefully pushing Zhao Ye's shoulder with her other hand. What a remarkable display! How astonishing it is! Whatever happened to the gentle demeanor one would expect from a mother monkey? At this moment, Zhao Ye felt an overwhelming urge to weep. His posterior throbbed with pain, far exceeding the discomfort inflicted by the previous encounter with the monkey father. He winced. It is true that like attracts like. The union of a violent male monkey and a fierce female monkey indeed creates a perfect match. Rising to his feet, Zhao Ye simultaneously rubbed his sore backside while inhaling sharply, quietly lamenting his plight. Yet, he would undoubtedly not forget to direct his fury toward the little monkey. In a fit of exasperation, his hands ruffled the soft golden fur of the small creature into utter disarray. In this moment, the little monkey must be doubting whether it has been entirely shorn of its fur. After releasing its pent-up anger, Zhao Yi nestled against a large stone with the little monkey in his arms, indulging in bananas while observing the two monkeys frolicking in the water. His heart brimmed with delight. He had anticipated that life on the savage Forbidden Star would be arduous. Yet he was pleasantly surprised to have swiftly found two formidable volunteers for labor. Though somewhat violent, such vigor was advantageous, as it fostered productivity. Thus, time slipped away rapidly as Zhao Yi relished his bananas while watching the monkeys. After consuming 4 or 5 large bananas, the underwater fish finally broke the surface amidst the furious squawking of the monkey father. It was a yellow catfish, indeed, a colossal tricolored specimen. It bore a striking resemblance to the previous one, with similar length and weight. Upon sighting this fish, the monkey father became even more animated. It appeared that its offspring may have fallen prey to the giant catfish. Consequently, upon spotting the fish, the monkey's cries grew increasingly fervent, prompting the monkey mother to join in the cacophony. Meanwhile, the little creature nestled in Zhao Yi's embrace, initially content with its bananas, swiftly shut its eyes and shrank further into his arms, trembling involuntarily. Witnessing this, Zhao Yi tightened his hold, increasingly convinced that this little one must have had a sibling, perhaps devoured by the giant catfish while drinking or playing in the water. It seemed likely that this little creature had been present at the time. Otherwise, its fear upon encountering the fish would be inexplicable. "Fear not, little one," Zhao Yi reassured. "I shall take you to gather firewood, and later, we will roast a fish for you." After glancing at the still caterwauling monkey parents, and then at the little one in his arms, Zhao Yi contemplated and stood up, making his way toward the woods. The two monkeys had assisted him in fishing. It was only fitting that he reciprocate their kindness. He resolved to indulge in a luxurious feast by roasting a fish. Consuming the flesh of the giant catfish would likely dissipate much of the resentment and fear harbored by the little family. Furthermore, the monkey parents were quite astute. Having feasted on his fish, they would likely continue to aid him in the future. Most importantly, once sated, they might be reluctant to leave, even when urged to do so. Thus, it became apparent that Zhao Yi could effortlessly manage them by occasionally treating them to sumptuous barbecued and pan-fried fish meals. Over time, the prospect of domesticating these monkeys seemed increasingly feasible. With this thought in mind, Zhao Yi cradled the little creature and made his way swiftly into the woods. The forest was strewn with dead branches, and Zhao Yi skillfully stripped several sections of bark to fashion ropes, soon gathering a few bundles of firewood. Once the firewood was collected, he unsheathed his axe and set about chopping down trees with vigor. In no time, he had constructed a barbecue grill and fashioned long wooden skewers for the fish. With everything prepared, Zhao Yi carried the firewood alongside the little creature back to the riverbank. At that moment, the monkey father's fishing endeavor was drawing to a close. The enormous yellow catfish, adorned in hues of yellow, gray, and brown, floated lethargically on the water's surface, its mouth opening and closing, clearly devoid of strength. "Brother monkey, I'll take the fishing rod. You pull the fish up," Zhao Yi called out, promptly setting down the firewood and approaching the monkey father. He pointed first at the fishing rod, then at himself, and finally at the catfish in the water, mimicking a pulling gesture. Upon observing Zhao Yi's gesture, the monkey father tilted his head in contemplation for a moment before hesitantly handing the fishing rod over to Zhao Yi. The monkey then squatted down, extending its paw, but unfortunately, it could not reach. In a flurry of excitement, the monkey urged Zhao Yi to pull the fish closer. Zhao Yi, understanding the urgency, nodded eagerly and began to reel in the line. With a splash, as he reeled, the monkey father's hand finally reached the fish's mouth. The monkey, whether it be an audacious creature by nature or simply bold in spirit, did not hesitate to thrust its hand into the fish's mouth, gripping it tightly and pulling it ashore. Splashing and thrashing, the fish, a large 3-colored catfish, writhed in agony, desperately struggling and sending waves of water cascading in all directions. However, even in the water, the massive catfish could not match the strength of the monkey, and once out of the water, its plight was even more dire. No matter how fiercely the catfish fought, it was ultimately pulled further from its aquatic home. At long last, this hefty creature, weighing over 100 pounds, was entirely out of the water, dragged onto the bank by the monkey. Upon reaching the shore, the giant catfish did not resign to its fate, but instead thrashed about, attempting to return to the river. Yet, escape was not an option. Amidst its frantic movements, a grim, bony mace descended with a thud upon its head. In an instant, the colossal catfish felt a dizzying sensation, as if it were seeing its ancestors beckoning from the depths. With a series of resounding blows, the monkey continued its assault until the once vigorous catfish lay still, devoid of even the slightest twitch. Breathing heavily, the monkey finally paused, reflecting on its earlier restraint in suppressing its urge to strike. Observing the catfish's head, now indented from the blows, Zhao Yi swallowed nervously, privately vowing to adopt a more cautious demeanor in future encounters, determined never to provoke such formidable adult monkeys again. If a creature of over 100 pounds could be so easily subdued, how could he expect his own head to withstand such force? The thought of his skull cracking open like a watermelon upon impact sent a shiver down Zhao Yi's spine, causing him to instinctively retreat several steps, distancing himself further from the formidable monkey. At this moment, in the eyes of Monkey Dad, he embodied the fierce and wrathful spirit of the legendary Wukong. A figure both fearsome and violent, to be admired from a distance but never approached. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Yi harbored reservations as he had just dispatched a fish. He then approached Monkey Mom, took the fishing rod, and resumed the pursuit. It appeared that the animosity within this male monkey had yet to subside. As he prepared to continue his rampage, "Oh dear, when will the cycle of revenge cease?" Zhao Yi mused, pondering whether he should offer some form of atonement. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Yi shook his head and promptly began to perform surgery on the fish with an axe. The sound of slicing filled the air as he skillfully extracted the entrails, meticulously cleaning them before skewering the fish with a large wooden stick. Subsequently, he set about constructing a barbecue rack, igniting a fire, and grilling the fish. Time slipped by, and in the blink of an eye, over half an hour had passed. When Monkey Dad had successfully caught another fish, Zhao Yi decisively instructed the system to collect it. Amidst the furious roars of Monkey Dad and Monkey Mom, he pointed to the perfectly grilled giant yellow catfish, its exterior crisp and its interior succulent, and mimicked the motion of eating. At the sight of Zhao Yi's gesture and the enticing aroma wafting through the air, the two monkeys instinctively sniffed, hesitatingly approaching. Though the sight of the fish ignited their hunger, the roaring flames instilled a sense of trepidation, leaving them timidly reluctant to advance. At that moment, Zhao Yi swiftly grasped a sizable piece of fish with her chopsticks and brought it to her mouth. After savoring it for a brief moment, she raised her thumb in approval and gestured towards the fish in a manner that indicated it was delicious. Once her gesture was complete, Zhao Yi paid no further attention to Erhu, but instead kindly picked up a fresh pair of chopsticks and delicately placed a piece of fish into the mouth of the little creature nestled in her embrace. Upon tasting the fish, the little one immediately squinted its eyes in delight, completely shedding any semblance of fear. "Oh, you little glutton," Zhao Yi chuckled affectionately upon witnessing this, before taking a generous bite herself, followed by a small morsel for the little one, both indulging in a moment of pure contentment. The fish is indeed succulent and tender, melting effortlessly in the mouth, and upon finishing, a warm current flows through the body, enhancing one's vitality. As the two monkeys observed Zhao Yi and the little one relishing their meal, they exchanged a few words before one could not resist and joined the feast of fish. The fish, weighing over 100 pounds, left little flesh after the bones were removed. Among the four, 1 human and 3 monkeys, excluding the little one, everyone had a hearty appetite, and ultimately, they consumed the entire fish with great gusto. Even the skeleton was thoroughly cleaned by the father monkey. Once the fish was devoured, dusk began to settle. The 3 monkeys exchanged pleasantries with Zhao Yi, signaling it was time to return home. Realizing the monkeys were about to leave, Zhao Yi, not wishing to delay, promptly gathered his belongings and, clutching a dog's stick, shamelessly followed them. After all, why would he forego the comfort of a ready-made monkey abode to construct a shelter of his own? Seeing Zhao Yi trailing behind, the 3 monkeys made no effort to shoo him away. Thus, with the 2 monkeys leading the way and Zhao Yi cradling the little monkey behind, they ventured deeper into the woods. After approximately 20 minutes of walking, Zhao Yi's eyes beheld a veritable paradise, untouched by the outside world. Here, towering ancient trees stretch towards the heavens, casting a shadow that obscures the sun. Adorning these magnificent trunks are exquisitely crafted tree houses, a sight of remarkable beauty. Were it not for the first-hand experience, Zhao Yi would scarcely believe that such abodes could be the handiwork of monkeys. Continuing alongside the monkey parents, a breathtaking peach orchard comes into view, with peaches resembling celestial fruits, their vibrant red hue glistening enticingly and exuding a fragrant aroma. Had he not just indulged in a hearty meal, Zhao Yu would have been tempted to pluck one for a taste. Beyond the peach garden, a vast expanse of banana grove unfolds, where clusters of green bananas, as thick as a child's arm, dangle joyously from the branches. Following this, a long river winds through the landscape, its origins and destination shrouded in mystery. The water, crystal clear yet unfathomably deep, resembles a gaze into an abyss. Finally, the trio of monkeys and one human arrive beneath the sprawling ancient trees that house the tree houses they had previously encountered. At this moment, 3 monkeys emerged from one of the tree houses. 2 appeared somewhat aged, adorned with wisps of white fur, while the third, diminutive in stature, was even smaller than the young monkey. This little monkey, possibly a female, bears a striking resemblance to its mother, adorned in hues reminiscent of her coat, with a hint of orange that is truly captivating. The little monkey, adorned with a delicate pink flower atop its head, exudes an irresistible charm. Upon seeing it, Zhao Yi felt an overwhelming desire to embrace the creature. The lively gathering of 2 smaller monkeys and 4 larger ones commenced a cacophony of playful chattering, occasionally gesturing towards Zhao Yi. With every glance from the other 3 monkeys, Zhao Yi responded with a cheerful nod and a broad smile. He had resolutely decided to settle down in this place for good. In such a breathtaking place, surrounded by charming monkeys, anyone who departs would be deemed foolish. As the monkeys engaged in brief communication, the elder monkey turned and retreated to the treehouse. Shortly thereafter, he emerged holding a bamboo tube approximately 20 centimeters in height, which he presented to the monkey father. The monkey father accepted the tube and approached Zhao Yi, gesturing as if to indicate drinking. He then placed the bamboo tube into Zhao Yi's hands while simultaneously emitting a series of encouraging sounds. "System, what is this?" Zhao Yi inquired anxiously, glancing between the monkey father and the bamboo tube. His hands, however, remained in motion, shaking the container gently before lifting the bamboo lid. In an instant, a rich aroma of alcohol mingled with the scent of fruit wafted toward him, tantalizing Zhao Yi to the point where saliva nearly escaped his lips. Previously, he had relished the taste of alcohol, but after much reflection over the past 2 years, he had resolved to abstain. Yet, upon inhaling this intoxicating fragrance, it seemed that the spirit of indulgence within him had been awakened once more. At that moment, a voice seemed to echo in his mind, urging him to drink swiftly, promising comfort upon consumption. "This is monkey wine, an exquisite elixir, esteemed host. You may sell it to the company. A single bottle extends one's lifespan by 100 days. Monkey wine?" Zhao Yu swallowed hard, murmuring to himself, "So the legends are true. Monkey wine truly exists?" He glanced at the pale yellow liquid within the bamboo tube, hesitating momentarily before succumbing to temptation and drinking deeply. Life is but a fleeting few decades. Without the system, he would only live to around 60. What harm is there in indulging in some wine? One must seize the moment. Moreover, this is the fabled monkey wine. How many have the fortune to taste it? And considering it is the superior variety from the desolate Forbidden Star, the number of fortunate souls who could partake must be even fewer. Thus, with the opportunity to savor it at hand, he felt compelled to drink every last drop. After all, there were no vehicles in this world. What was there to fear? With this thought, Zhao Yi opened his mouth wider, allowing the pale yellow liquid to flow in. An indescribable ecstasy washing over him instantaneously. "Ah, how I have squandered my life. What had I been drinking all this time?" He downed the entire bottle of monkey wine in one breath, unable to resist licking his lips and savoring the exquisite taste, exclaiming, "Such a delightful wine exists in this world. Its flavor is simply unparalleled. Surely, it rivals the celestial nectar described in Journey to the West." After a brief pause, Zhao Yu sighed wistfully, muttering to himself, "Yet, having tasted monkey wine, abstaining from alcohol in the future shall be an arduous task. I doubt I could stomach any of the so-called wines thereafter." However, this melancholy lasted only for a few seconds, as a tremendous warmth surged within him. In the next moment, Zhao Yi could not help but emit a blissful moan. There was no denying it. The sensation was overwhelmingly pleasurable. At this moment, he could not help but question whether he was on the verge of transcending to immortality. The ethereal sensation enveloped him, akin to being immersed in a hot spring. Warmth radiating from within, a comfort so exquisite that it was utterly irresistible. Time slipped away second by second. He lost track of how many moments had passed when the warm current dissipated, replaced by a refreshing clarity and a buoyant lightness in his body. System, display my information. Zhao Yu eagerly commanded, feeling his body anew. Beep. Company, Universal Fishing Group. Blue Star Branch Linked System. ID 9527 Employee. Zhao Yi Lifespan. 42 years lifespan value. 110 days employee level. Fishing Supervisor. 7400-010-0000. Subordinates. 1 full-time employee. Can recruit 3 additional full-time employees. 1 team leader. Salary. 0. 1 days per hour check-in. 4 days physique. 25. Normal is 10. Skills. Divine culinary arts. Divine driving. Divine stock trading. Divine martial arts. Divine beast language items. Set of folding cooking utensils. Set from Jianglan Banquet House. 1 Falcon. 1 BMW Mini. Bait formula. Small-scale bait production persona lottery. 0 tasks. None fish harvest currency. 52,000. Wow. This monkey wine is incredible. It boosted my physique by 7 or 8 points in one go. After reviewing the information, Zhao Yi exclaimed in astonishment within his mind. Also system. Why has my lifespan suddenly increased by 10 years? Is it due to this monkey wine? Beep. Indeed, host. The primary function of monkey wine within the wild forbidden star is to enhance life genes. However, as life genes strengthen, the effects of monkey wine will diminish correspondingly. Goodness. You unscrupulous system. I drink and gain 10 years of lifespan, yet you only grant me 100 days in return? That is exceedingly unfair. After absorbing the system's response, Zhao Yi initially expressed his grievances and then inquired with dissatisfaction, by the way, is there any way for me to bring these splendid items back to Blue Star? At this moment, Zhao Yi finally comprehended the truth. The system was indeed a nefarious one, and the company was equally unscrupulous. Therefore, it was far more advantageous to bring these valuable items home for his family's enjoyment. As long as one possessed a personal space, one could traverse between realms effortlessly. Oh, is that truly the case? Zhao Yi's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he eagerly inquired, where can one acquire this personal space? This object is quite remarkable. With it, one can bring back monkey wine and large fish to Blue Star, allowing family members to partake in the enjoyment together. Isn't it more advantageous than laboriously selling to companies for a mere pittance of lifespan value? You may purchase with fish currency, costing 10 million fish currency for 1 cubic space, or you might win it through a lottery. Goodness, how exorbitant! Zhao Yu shook his head and sighed, alas. This system is indeed merciless, having never intended for me to acquire it. At such a steep price, I'd need to catch 200 or 300 of those giant catfish. How long would that take? The personal space is a high-tech product. Its research and development costs are exceedingly high, so it's only natural that the price is steep. There's also a 1 in 100 million chance to win through the lottery. You are the luckiest individual I have encountered, so perhaps you might just win. Enough. Are you trying to deceive me? Zhao Yi responded with irritation. Do you think I am unaware? The lottery is surely controlled by you and the company. Such a coveted item would never be left to chance. Moreover, even if it were fair, that 1 in 100 million chance is utterly ridiculous. Lower than the grand prize of our Blue Star lottery. How can you even recommend it? You simply wish to swindle me out of my fish currency. Not a chance. I won't fall for it. Please do not doubt the fairness of the lottery. Our draws are supervised by the World Lottery Association, with no violations whatsoever. Furthermore, this system is not malevolent and does not induce spending. Please trust in my professional integrity. Really? Do I truly have a chance to win? Upon hearing the system's words, Zhao Yi felt a flicker of temptation. The allure of the space was irresistible. With such a space, he could bring monkey wine back to Blue Star for his parents, enhancing their life genes. He could also transport delightful food and drinks from Blue Star to foster bonds with the monkeys. Truly a win-win situation. Furthermore, he had another idea that necessitated space for carrying. If successfully executed, he could become the wealthiest individual on Blue Star and thrive in the world where the system resides. Yes, host, your usual lottery winning rate is exceedingly high, which is why I recommend you participate. Very well, I shall attempt it shortly. After all, fish currency is of little use here. Zhao Yi hesitated for but a moment, planning to try his luck at the lottery before sleeping. Even if he did not win the personal space, he should still be able to win something else. If he could obtain an item useful here, that would be even better. Just as Zhao Yi prepared to pose another question to the system, the voice of Monkey Dad reached his ears, prompting him to withdraw. Following the direction in which Monkey Dad pointed, he spotted a solitary treehouse perched atop a tree so vast that it would require several individuals to encircle it. The treehouse was sizable, likely intended for an adult monkey. Although Zhao Yu could not lay flat or stand straight within it, he should be able to crouch without issue. Is this where I am to sleep? Upon witnessing this, Zhao Yu pointed towards the treehouse and then at himself, subsequently placing his hands on his cheeks and tilting his head to mimic a gesture of slumber. Ued. Upon observing Zhao Ye's gesture, Father Monkey immediately grinned and nodded, replicating the sleep gesture. It must be noted that after several hours of interaction, this blend of verbal and gestural communication had become increasingly proficient between the human and the monkey. It is anticipated that before long, communication will no longer pose a challenge. Very well, thank you, Zhao Yi said, placing his hands together in gratitude, smiling as he nodded. He then took confident strides towards the treehouse. Intrigued by the abode of the monkeys, as a modern individual would be. Creak, creak. Ascending the spiral staircase constructed of wooden planks and vines, Zhao Yi slowly made his way to the first and second levels of the treehouse, where he beheld the interior arrangement. Of course, there was little in terms of decoration, merely a square space formed by wooden blocks. There was no bed. Just a corner with an unknown animal hide resembling that of a black panther, accompanied by a square object that could barely be referred to as a table. Bending down, Zhao Yi approached the hide, inhaling deeply. It bore no unpleasant odor. Upon touching it, he found nothing amiss. Thus he curled up and reclined upon it. Through the square openings in the roof, which could tentatively be termed windows, he gazed at the sky through the gaps in the leaves, where a bright and beautiful full moon hung high above. At this moment, Zhao Yi found himself yearning for his wife and children. Having been apart for an entire day, he felt an unsettling absence, especially at night when he could not embrace them. How delightful it would be if he could bring his family to share in the enchanting moonlight of this earthly paradise. After indulging in such musings for a while, Zhao Yi softly inquired of the system, "Are there others like me traversing this world?" Beep. No. In this desolate forbidden star, there can exist only one human. Since your arrival in this realm, you have effectively become its sovereign. This is your hunting ground. As long as you remain alive, no one else can claim dominion here. And without your consent, outsiders cannot enter. Oh, is that so? Zhao Ye's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he instinctively asked, "Does that mean even the CEO of our company cannot enter?" Beep. Indeed, this world has already attuned itself to your essence. Not even the CEO, nor the president, can gain entry. How delightful. This means that this world is my personal sanctuary. Zhao Yi exclaimed with excitement, sitting up with enthusiasm. This news is simply splendid. Previously, he harbored concerns about encountering other humans, which would inevitably lead to fierce competition. Now, however, with no one else around, he can leisurely explore this world at his own pace. All the treasures here are his for the taking, and none can escape his grasp. Indeed, one might interpret it as his personal realm. Ha ha ha, that's quite right. By the way, system, if I possess a personal space, can I bring some seeds from Blue Star and cultivate the land? Zhao Yi had been contemplating this before. If feasible, he would clear a few acres for planting. Given that time flows differently, 1 minute here equals a day back on Blue Star. If he were to plant anything casually, wouldn't he be able to reap the rewards upon his next visit? This is simply exhilarating. Your idea appears to be feasible, however. The other lords of the desolate forbidden stars are preoccupied with fishing, foraging, and hunting, and no one has ventured into this realm before. Thus the system cannot provide an accurate answer. Ha ha. No worries, I can conduct some preliminary experiments. If successful, I could establish a farm and a ranch. Even breed fish to sell to you. Surely, you would accept such offerings? As long as no pesticides are used and everything grows naturally, it should be acceptable. Ah, splendid. This presents a madcap opportunity to accumulate life value. Do not divulge this outside, dear system. Rest assured, host, I am one with you. Excellent, excellent. Nodding in satisfaction, Zhao Yu suddenly recalled something and shifted the conversation, saying, "By the way, system, you previously mentioned that no outsider could enter without my consent. Does this imply that with my permission, outsiders may indeed enter?" "Yes, host. When your relationship value reaches 90, they may enter with your approval." "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Zhao Yi exclaimed, eyes wide with excitement. "Had I known, I would have certainly brought my wife along. Damn it. Now I have to sleep alone at night without her embrace. How vexing. By the way, can you teleport my wife here now?" Zhao Yi felt a pang of regret. Why had he asked more questions before diving in? Otherwise, he could be cuddling with his lovely wife right now. Next time, I must clarify everything before taking action. Otherwise, I suffer immediate consequences. The system detected that your relationship value with your wife has reached 99, meeting the teleportation criteria. Shall I proceed with the teleportation? Teleport. Upon hearing the system's initial prompt, Zhao Yi felt a surge of joy and was about to command the teleportation without a second thought. However, before he could utter the word, a second gentle reminder startled him, causing him to promptly close his mouth. With a swift motion, Zhao Yi raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to his own cheek. How perplexing it is that one fails to remember. Just moments ago, I contemplated the importance of seeking clarity in all future endeavors, only to have that thought vanish in an instant. Fortunately, the system proved to be remarkably reliable at a crucial moment. Had it faltered and inadvertently transported Lin Wan here, it would have left me with a lifetime of regret. With that thought in mind, Zhao Yi chastised himself with several sharp slaps. He nearly jeopardized the life of his beloved wife. A few more slaps would hardly suffice to atone for the near calamity. After a few more strikes, he finally relented and directed his inquiry to the system. Ding. For any human other than the host, a minimum physical constitution of 20 points is required for their initial entry, with a maximum duration of 5 days. A requirement of 20 points, is it? Very well, I understand. Zhao Yi nodded, resolutely deciding to enhance his wife's physical constitution upon his return. In this splendid world, the absence of a wife leaves an undeniable void. Contemplating this, Zhao Yi inquired once more. By the way, system, with my physical constitution having increased so significantly, does that imply I can remain here for a longer duration? Beep. Indeed, host, your current constitution allows you to stay for 10 days each time. Oh, then if I return now, can the remaining time be preserved? It is merely the first day, and his physical condition has already improved so significantly. How could it possibly remain unchanged from this point onward? If this trend continues, there is no need for him to return. He might as well celebrate the new year here. However, one must consider the fact that each teleportation requires energy. In addition to the energy rewarded by the company, one may also expend lifespan points to enter, with each entry lasting 10 days, and carrying an additional person would extend it by 10 days. Goodness, is it truly that expensive? Zhao Yi hastily shook his head, deciding instead to linger here a bit longer, to accumulate more fish reward coins, which he intended to use to purchase vitality elixirs for his wife. After a moment's pause, without waiting for the system to respond, Zhao Yi waved his hand dismissively, stating, "All right, I've asked everything I needed to know. Now, let's commence with the 20 consecutive draws, with over 50,000 fish reward coins remaining." Zhao Yi was quite generous in his attempts at the lottery. Naturally, the more he drew, the greater the hope of obtaining a personal space. Received. Deducting 20,000 fish reward coins, the 20 consecutive draws commence. Congratulations, host, you have drawn 10 cream cakes. Congratulations, host, you have drawn. After a series of over 10 draws, he received nothing but trivial items and an assortment of food, causing Zhao Yi to wear a dismayed expression, internally cursing the system for its deceitful nature. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a hoe. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a shovel. Well, as he was preparing to cultivate the land, tools had conveniently arrived at his doorstep. How considerate. Yet, frustration consumed him, having squandered 20,000 fish reward coins without gain. Truly, it felt as if a heartless grandfather had opened the door to a heartless grandmother. Extremely disheartening. System, grant me 30 more draws. I can't take it anymore. Zhao Yi, in a fit of determination, nearly wagered all his fish reward coins. Received. Deducting 30,000 fish reward coins, the 30 consecutive draws commence. Congratulations, host. You have drawn. Keep up the good work. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 3 bottles of 5 liters of rapeseed oil. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 5 packs of 1 pound of barbecue cumin powder. In the blink of an eye, over 20 draws had passed, and Zhao Yi nearly choked on his own blood in disbelief. Keep up the good work, rapeseed oil, cumin powder. Was this truly what one would call good fortune? This is truly the embodiment of misfortune, isn't it? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 100 pounds of premium wheat seeds. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 100 pounds of premium rice seeds. The lottery has concluded, and the items have been securely stored within the system's space, available for retrieval at any time. Though once taken out, they cannot be returned. Woe is me. Zhao Yi weeps. With 50,000 fish-catching coins, this is all that was won. Not even a single skill was acquired. Such abysmal luck. Should the system dare to comment on his fortune again, he would undoubtedly erupt in fury. Fortunately, these items are still useful. At the very least, he need not worry about sustenance for the time being. Oh, little one, what brings you here? Zhao Yi, still enveloped in the gloom of the lottery, was suddenly surprised by the entrance of a little golden monkey. He quickly reached out to cradle the creature, rubbing its little head, and in an instant, his melancholy dissipated. In this unfamiliar world, perhaps only this little monkey could offer him a semblance of warmth. The little creature did not respond to Zhao Yi's words, but instead pointed towards the doorway. Oh, is that little sister monkey coming too? Come in, come in. Following the direction of the monkey's finger, Zhao Yi noticed a small head adorned with flowers peeking through the door. Upon seeing this, his eyes brightened, and he waved cheerfully. The moment Zhao Yi laid eyes on the little female monkey, he was instantly captivated. Her orange fur, diminutive frame, and that delicate, fragile monkey face resonated deeply with Zhao Yi's aesthetic sensibilities. At first sight, he yearned to gently ruffle her tiny head. But with a multitude of monkeys around and his ignorance of any potential gender distinctions within their realm, he hesitated to act. Now, however, this little female monkey had approached him of her own accord, and he felt compelled to embrace and indulge her. Oh, he exclaimed, as the little monkey shyly withdrew her head upon noticing Zhao Yi's beckoning gesture, resembling a bashful young girl whose cheeks flushed with color, utterly enchanting Zhao Yi's heart. The sight of the little monkey's sister instantly reminded him of his daughter when she was 2 or 3 years old, equally adorable and endearing. Little one, please bring the little monkey sister inside. Your brother has delicious treats for you. When the little monkey sister hesitated to enter, Zhao Yi felt a surge of inspiration. He gently nudged the little creature in his arms and pointed towards the doorway. As the little one stood and began to walk towards the entrance, he quickly summoned the system to retrieve one of the cream cakes he had drawn earlier. This delightful treat holds no resistance for young girls. Zhao Yi believed that for monkeys, particularly the younger ones, it would undoubtedly serve as a formidable weapon. He was quite confident that such a sweet delicacy would prove irresistible to the little sister monkey. Soon, she would nestle in his embrace, allowing him to playfully ruffle her tiny head. He chuckled softly. Outside, the 2 little monkeys remained oblivious to the peculiar man inside, who was cackling in amusement. After a brief tug-of-war, the bigger brother monkey ultimately succeeded in pulling the little sister monkey into the room. Upon bringing her inside, the elder monkey immediately turned to Zhao Yi, seeking recognition for his feat. However, when it caught sight of the cake held in Zhao Yi's hands, its eyes widened in astonishment. It seemed to wonder where this delightful confection had come from. It also appeared curious about the nature of this enticing aroma. Come, come. You too, do taste this, Zhao Yi urged with a satisfied smile, observing their reactions. He first retrieved a plastic knife and sliced the cake into 2 small bowls, handing one to each monkey. Then, he cut himself a small piece and set it in a bowl, lifting his fork to take a bite. Remarkably, the cake produced by the system was exquisite, sweet, yet not overly so. Even Zhao Yi, who typically did not indulge in cakes, found it rather enjoyable. As he savored the delectable treat, the 2 little monkeys emitted soft sounds of curiosity. They soon mimicked Zhao Yi, grasping the forks embedded in the cake and tasting a small morsel themselves. As the morsel vanished, the 2 little monkeys' eyes widened in astonishment, sparkling with innocent delight. In the next instant, they paid no heed to Zhao Yi, plopping down onto the floor and burying their heads in the cake before them. Even the presence of a tiger would likely fail to instill fear in them at this moment. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Yi couldn't help but wear a smile of triumph. He then set down his own cake and quietly moved closer to the 2 little monkeys. With gentle hands, he patted their soft, fluffy heads, relishing the delightful texture. After several affectionate strokes, Zhao Yi felt a surge of contentment and decisively scooped both monkeys into his embrace, one on each side. In that fleeting moment, he was utterly content. Cradling a young golden monkey in one arm, he pondered who else in all of China could boast such a sight. Time passed blissfully amidst the 2 monkeys indulging in cake and Zhao Yi's playful interactions with them, until the little monkeys let out a resounding burp, signaling their fullness. The younger monkey gazed at Zhao Yi, gesturing towards the cake and then towards the door, inquiring if he might take some cake back for their father. Very well, I shall deliver it to you, Zhao Yi replied, having no inclination to refuse. The cake held little allure for him, and it was better suited for the elder. Perhaps the old monkey, pleased by the gesture, would reward him with a bottle of monkey wine. However, Reality proved Zhao Ye's hopes to be unfounded. While the cake was graciously accepted, the monkey wine was not forthcoming. Upon returning from the monkey family's treehouse, Zhao Ye reclined on the hide and soon succumbed to a deep slumber. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, Zhao Ye was roused by the calls of the two little monkeys. It turned out that their father had summoned him for breakfast. The notion of monkeys having breakfast astonished Zhao Ye, yet he dismissed it as trivial. The meal consisted solely of fruits, a large, juicy peach accompanied by a banana, which he savored with delight. After finishing, Zhao Ye made a fishing gesture towards the elder monkey. Noticing some hesitation, he quickly followed it with a gesture indicating the consumption of fish. After a moment's contemplation, the elder monkey finally nodded in agreement. With the father's consent, Zhao Ye beamed and nodded in return. With a swift motion, he scooped up the two little monkeys and made his way towards the riverbank. Behind him, the father and mother monkeys, along with the elder monkey, followed closely, leaving only the grandmother monkey to guard the home. The sound of water rushing filled the air as the group soon arrived at the riverbank. This time, Zhao Ye chose not the waterfall from yesterday, but instead a spacious clearing near the peach grove, where he intended to cultivate the land during fishing breaks. With a flick, he retrieved his fishing rod, deftly affixing a piece of the giant yellow catfish's entrails before casting it into the water, then handed the rod to the father monkey. He replicated the process for his own rod, also baiting it with entrails and casting it into the water. The bountiful resources in this area were evident. For within just 2 minutes, Zhao Ye had a bite. Without hesitation, he raised his rod to hook the fish. As the rod arched, a resounding splash echoed, and indeed, he had caught another sizable creature. Struggling against the powerful fish beneath the surface, Zhao Ye gestured eagerly to the father monkey. Fortuitously, he was in a position to let the father monkey handle the fight while he focused on reeling in the catch. The father monkey accepted without hesitation, setting down his own rod to take over Zhao Ye's. With a seamless transition, Zhao Ye resumed fishing with his hand rod. The system's claims were not entirely deceptive. His luck was notably superior, at least in comparison to the father monkey. Hardly had he taken hold of the rod when he hooked another fish. This one was larger than the one the father monkey had caught. Despite his enhanced physique, he found it somewhat taxing. Observing Zhao Ye's struggle, the elder monkey quickly approached, pointing to himself and then to the fishing rod. All right, Zhao Ye nodded eagerly, handing over the rod without a second thought. With free labor presenting itself, he was wise enough to accept the help. As the rod found its way into the elder monkey's grasp, Zhao Ye stood by, watching as the elder monkey expertly maneuvered the fishing line, silently acknowledging the old adage that age brings wisdom. Remarkably, this elder monkey exhibited strength rivaling that of the father monkey. With both fishing rods now in the monkey's capable hands, Zhao Ye found himself with a moment of leisure. Thus, he arrived at the vacant plot behind and retrieved agricultural tools from the system's storage to commence tilling the land. The rhythmic sound of rustling echoed as he worked diligently under the midday sun, sweat trickling down into the soil. Who could fathom the toil behind each morsel on one's plate, every grain a testament to laborious efforts? In the blink of an eye, over an hour had passed, and Zhao Ye had successfully delineated the contours of a field. Of course, he could not have accomplished such a feat alone. He had the assistance of Monkey Mother. Speaking of Monkey Mother, Zhao Ye regarded her as a prodigy in farming. With proper training, he was certain that she would excel in agricultural endeavors. Thus, from the very onset of the tilling, Zhao Ye diligently instructed Monkey Mother in the intricacies of cultivation. Presently, she had surpassed him, the rural native, in skill, emerging as the principal workforce in the reclamation of the land. In this manner, the duo, one man and one monkey, labored to cultivate the earth, while not far behind. By the riverbank, an adult monkey and an elderly monkey leisurely tended to their catch. 2 juvenile monkeys frolicked in the midst, occasionally engaging in playful skirmishes, their laughter weaving a delightful tapestry of a serene paradise. The scene exuded a tranquil beauty, reminiscent of a pastoral idyll. Suddenly, a splashing sound pierced the air. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have caught a giant yellow catfish weighing 100 pounds. Experience gained, 25,000. Fish currency earned, 38,000. Lifespan increased by 50 days. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have caught an ultra-giant yellow catfish exceeding 100 pounds. Experience gained, 30,000. Fish currency earned, 45,000. Lifespan increased by 60 days. As the tilling progressed halfway, Monkey father and monkey grandfather finally drew the fish ashore. Observing this, Zhao Yi promptly summoned the system, collecting both fish in an instant. In a heartbeat, his experience points and fish currency skyrocketed, accompanied by the familiar chime of promotion echoing in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your promotion experience has reached 100. 000. You have been promoted to Deputy Director of Fishing with an adjusted salary of 2,000 yuan per hour. Currently stationed in the Untamed Forbidden Star. Salary distribution grants 0. 2 days of lifespan for each hour worked. The next promotion requires an experience total of 290, 001, 000. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have been promoted to Deputy Director of Fishing. You may now hire 5 full-time employees, 2 fishing team leaders, and 1 fishing supervisor. Salaries are as follows. Full-time employees 5,000 yuan per month. Team leaders 10,000 yuan per month. Supervisors 15,000 yuan per month. All disbursed by the company. Ding! Promotion rewards distributed. Cash 100,000 yuan. Fish currency 100,000 points. A top-tier surf casting rod, complete with a line set, remarkably durable. 1 intermediate vitality elixir, 10 lottery draws. Ah, the sweetness of promotion is indeed delightful. Each advancement yields substantial rewards. Regrettably, the next promotion demands a staggering 1,000,000 experience points, a daunting prospect that seems far off. With his hands resting on the shovel's handle and his chin propped atop it, Zhao Yi gazed blankly at the 2 monkeys, who were incessantly chattering about their catch. System. Initiate a lottery draw, all of it. Zhao Yi did not immediately comfort the 2 monkeys. Instead, he summoned the system to initiate a lottery. Beep. Acknowledged, the lottery commences. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have 150,000 blue star coins. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have 1 perseverance. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have 1. Without any surprises. The next 7 or 8 attempts yielded nothing of value, leading Zhao Yu to lose all hope in the lottery. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have 1 perseverance. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have won a personal space of 10 cubic meters. What? System, what is this last prize I have drawn? Zhao Yi stood up abruptly, indifferent to the shovel falling down. At that moment, his mouth gaped wide, and his eyes were filled with incredulity. He even doubted whether he was merely indulging in fanciful thoughts, perhaps experiencing auditory hallucinations. Ding. Host, you need not question. You have indeed acquired a spatial realm of 10 cubic meters. Astonished, Zhao Yi could not contain his excitement and burst into a raucous laugh, exclaiming, "Incredible, truly incredible." With the advent of this personal space, the desolate Forbidden Star would finally become his genuine sanctuary. He could effortlessly transport items both in and out, transforming him into a master of interdimensional logistics. It would be nearly impossible to resist the allure of flight. After his jubilant outburst, Zhao Yi suppressed his exhilaration and decided to experiment with the newfound spatial realm. It functioned splendidly. There was no need for physical contact. A mere thought allowed him to draw objects within a meter into the space. It was nothing short of a miraculous tool for wealth accumulation and travel. As for the monkeys, they had grown accustomed to Zhao Yi's sudden conjurations. Thus, they were not particularly astonished by his actions. However, Zhao Yi's recent laughter had irked the 2 monkeys near the riverside, who, in unison, began to screech at him in displeasure, seemingly ready to confront him. Calm down. Calm down. I shall assist you in catching fish once more. Observing the monkeys' furious expressions, Zhao Yi instinctively recoiled and hurriedly approached to take the fishing rod, baiting it before casting it into the water. These 2 are not to be trifled with. The image of Monkey Dad smashing fish with a wolf fong club is still vivid in our minds. If one were to provoke him, delivering a couple of blows would certainly lead to quite the spectacle. Time passes day by day, and before one realizes, Zhao Yi has spent a full 10 days within the wild Forbidden Star. In these past 10 days, Zhao Yi, alongside the monkey family, has devoted himself to fishing and cultivating the land, planting rice and wheat. Additionally, he procured a generous supply of peaches and bananas from Monkey Dad, as well as several bottles of monkey wine, all stored within his spatial compartment. System, I've spent a minute on Blue Star, which translates to a day here. After a day, that equates to 3 or 4 years passing. If I wait another 10 days before returning, won't the monkey family have aged and perished? As he prepared to leave, a look of concern washed over Zhao Yi as he addressed the system. After spending this time together, Zhao Yu had grown to regard the monkey family as his own. The thought of returning only to find Grandpa Monkey and Grandma Monkey deceased, and Monkey Dad and Monkey Mom aged, while his younger siblings, Monkey Brother and Monkey Sister, transformed into old monkeys, filled him with profound sorrow. Do not fret, host. Since you have bound yourself to this wild, forbidden star, time will flow in accordance with your presence. Upon your return to Blue Star, time in this world will reverse. For each day you spend on Blue Star, here only a minute will elapse. Oh, I see. That brings me comfort. I was worried that by the next time I returned, the entire monkey family would be gone. Zhao Ye's anxiety dissipated. However, a moment later, he shook his head in dismay and inquired, if time flows in such a manner, does that not render my previous agricultural plans unfeasible? Indeed, however, as long as you are on the wild forbidden star, the accelerated passage of time will allow your farming endeavors to progress at the same accelerated pace. Well, that seems plausible. After spending 10 days here, the seeds are beginning to sprout, while only a few minutes have passed on Blue Star. Ah, forget about that. It has been 10 days without my wife and children. I must return swiftly. Nodding resolutely, Zhao Yu dismissed his earlier concerns and instructed the system. I wish to return. Please initiate the transport. Received. Commencing transport. As darkness enveloped him, upon reopening his eyes, Zhao Yu found himself back in the restroom of the fishing boat. Gazing at the modern amenities before him and recalling the raw authenticity of life on the wild forbidden star, he momentarily felt as though he had stepped into another world. Chuckling softly, he reflected, having grown accustomed to the ways of primitive life, I find modern living somewhat disconcerting. With a bemused shake of his head, Zhao Yi hurriedly shed his clothes and stepped into the shower to cleanse himself. For the past 10 days, despite bathing daily, he only had one set of clothing, which had grown quite stale from constant wear. Moreover, the showers there primarily consisted of cold water, lacking the refreshing sensation experienced now. Consequently, he indulged in a lengthy bath, lasting nearly half an hour, until a series of knocks resounded from outside the door. Darling, are you all right? Why does it take so long to take a bath? I'm fine. I forgot to bring my clothes. Could you fetch me a set? Oh, certainly. Moments later, the knocking resumed. My dear, you look stunning. I miss you. Upon opening the door, he beheld Lin Wan, gracefully clad in a nightgown, standing outside. Unable to contain himself, Zhao Yu succumbed to the allure of an extended viewing of VLP subtitles for over an hour. After finishing his bath and dressing, Lin Wan regarded Zhao Yu with a peculiar expression, remaining silent as she observed him, as though his face bore a floral pattern. After a considerable pause, she hesitantly inquired, Did you truly venture to that desolate forbidden star? Are you certain you aren't deceiving me? Earlier, while bathing, Zhao Yi had disclosed the existence of the desolate forbidden star to Lin Wan. Given that she would soon accompany him there, he deemed it unnecessary to conceal the truth. Zhao Yu was confident that Lin Wan would keep this information to herself. Why would I lie to you? He replied, shaking his head, as his hand waved over the floor, revealing an array of items. Behold, these are the treasures I brought back from the Forbidden Star. Consuming them will enhance your physical constitution. You must partake of them diligently over the next few days to elevate your constitution to 20 points. Zhao Yi had just checked Lin Wan's constitution and lifespan through the system. Her constitution was rather low, a mere 9, yet her lifespan was impressively high at 99, making her a veritable matriarch of longevity. Thus, the immediate objective was to enhance Lin Wan's constitution. Incredible! This is truly astonishing. Your sudden recovery of mobility in your legs. Could it possibly be attributed to your journey to that forbidden star? Lin Wan exclaimed, gazing at the oversized peaches the size of a child's head, bananas as thick as her arms, and a giant tricolor catfish weighing 1 to 200 pounds. Her mind buzzing with disbelief. Well, something like that. There are indeed many valuable items there. I even met a family of monkeys, and next time, I shall introduce you to them. I assure you, you will adore the 2 little monkeys. Zhao Yu responded vaguely. Given the existence of the company and the system, which forbade disclosure, he could only speak in general terms regarding the Forbidden Star. Well, hearing all this makes me rather eager, Lin Wan nodded. However, she quickly recalled their 2 children and turned to Zhao Yi with a question. Can our son and daughter not go there? They can, but they are still quite young and need to gradually strengthen their constitutions. Sudden surges of power might attract unwanted attention. Previously, Zhao Yu had contemplated having 2 children, but ultimately decided against it. A mere 6-year-old, possessing a physique comparable to that of a 20-year-old, would inevitably attract attention. It would only be a matter of time before inquiries were made regarding the child, leading to an impending misfortune. Therefore, for the sake of safety, it is prudent to postpone such considerations for the future. Well, according to your assertion, a day spent in the wilderness of the Forbidden Stars equates to merely a minute on Blue Star, alleviating any concerns regarding the child. Lin Wan, being an astute individual, quickly grasped the ramifications of the situation, thereby abandoning the notion of taking the child to the wilderness of the Forbidden Stars. Indeed, your understanding suffices. By the way, you should consume all of this. Zhao Yi nodded, then raised his hand, producing 10 bottles of low-grade physique elixir in an instant. In the past 10 days, he has amassed a considerable fortune in fish tokens, sufficient to elevate Lin Wan's constitution to 20 points. As for the intermediate constitution elixir received from his promotion, he has already consumed it himself. Company, Wanjie Fishing Group, Blue Star Branch System Binding. No. 9527 employee, Zhao Yi lifespan. 52 years lifespan value. 1,510 days employee level. Deputy Director of Fishing Subordinates. 1 full-time employee. Can recruit 8 additional full-time employees, 3 team leaders. 1 supervisor, salary, 2,000 per hour, 0, 2 days per hour, redeemable only within the Wild Forbidden Star. Check-in, 14 days constitution, 32, normal is 10, skills, divine culinary arts, divine driving, divine stock trading, divine martial arts, divine beast language items, 1 set of folding kitchenware, 1 set of Jianglan banquet, 1 Raptor vehicle, 1 BMW Mimi, bait formula, 1 set of small bait production persona lottery, 0 Wild Forbidden Star, one-time tasks, none fish tokens, 80. 0000 upon reviewing the employee information sheet. The harvest of these 10 days has been remarkably fruitful. Each day, 2 monkeys assisted him in fishing, yielding several sizable catches. His lifespan value surged by over 1,500 days. With his usual indulgences, his life gene has significantly increased, and he now boasts 50 years of lifespan. Additionally, his promotion experience has climbed to 650,000. Though still distant from promotion, it is no longer an unattainable dream. His constitution has also surpassed 30 points, allowing him to remain in the Wild Forbidden Star for 2 to 3 weeks without issue. As for fish tokens, he had even more. After purchasing 10 bottles of low-level constitution elixirs, he still retained 800,000. Behold, the series of data. Starkly contrasting with his circumstances prior to entering the Wild Forbidden Star, is akin to trading a musket for a cannon, a magnificent transformation indeed. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that he has completed 2 weekly check-ins, one of which awarded him access to the Wild Forbidden Star. Naturally, with his current lifespan value assets, equivalent to a 10-day lifespan reward, he is rather indifferent to it. Darling, what is this? Lin Wan inquired, holding a bottle of low-level constitution elixir. Her curiosity piqued as she examined it from various angles. This is a constitution elixir that can enhance your physical condition. Do not concern yourself with its origin. Just drink it quickly, Zhao Yi explained, promptly opening a bottle to administer it to Lin Wan. Come on, dear, drink your medicine. No, I will do it myself. I am not delaying, and you are not Jean Lian. We could swap roles, and it would still be fitting, Lin Wan retorted with a playful glare, snatching the constitution elixir and downing it in one go. Gulp, gulp. Thus, as Lin Wan consumed the elixirs, Zhao Yi assisted her by opening the bottles, and before long, all 10 bottles of low-level constitution elixirs were entirely consumed. Oh. A few moments later, as the elixir took effect, Lin Wan emitted a captivating sigh. At this moment, she felt a warm current flowing rapidly within her, a sensation of comfort that was almost overwhelming. The effects of the body essence manifested differently for Lin Wan and Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi's physique transformed into solid muscles, his body becoming as sturdy as a mountain. In contrast, Lin Wan's skin became fair with a rosy glow, her figure growing more slender and firm, resembling a celestial goddess descended from the heavens. She was so enchanting that one could not help but be captivated. With a soft thud, upon hearing Lin Wan's voice and witnessing her transformation, Zhao Yi stood frozen in awe. The empty bottle he held fell to the ground with a clatter, yet he remained oblivious. He gazed at Lin Wan, lost in thought for what felt like an eternity, until he could no longer contain himself. He extended his hand and reactivated the 2-hour-long VLP subtitles. Darling, come. Remember we promised to ride the carousel together. Let us do it now. After a restful night, early the next morning, Zhao Yi returned the fishing boat to the dock and, without delay, took Lin Wan and their 2 children to the amusement park in the city. Upon purchasing tickets and entering the park, he immediately took Lin Wan's hand and led her to the carousel area. Thank you, dear. Lin Wan smiled brightly at Zhao Ye's call, nodding in appreciation as she allowed him to guide her onto the carousel. The cheerful jingling of music soon filled the air as the carousel began to turn slowly. There they sat side by side on two of the wooden horses, hands intertwined, gazing into each other's eyes. In that moment, their world revolved solely around one another, as if all the surrounding noise had vanished. Their gazes held an infinite tenderness, as if they had become one, indistinguishable from each other. Meanwhile, in the back row, Zhao Xiaomi and Zhao Xiaoli observed their parents with expressions of utter disbelief on their small faces. Here they were, taken out to play. Yet their parents were engrossed in their own amusement. Do you think we are superfluous right now? Zhao Xiaoli finally broke the silence. Her face contorted in confusion as she turned to Zhao Xiaomi. Yes, absolutely. I think we should have stayed home and watched Grey Wolf chase Beautiful Goat. Zhao Xiaomi nodded in agreement. Wait, that's not right. Zhao Xiaoli tilted her head in bewilderment and asked, isn't it supposed to be Grey Wolf chasing Happy Goat? Hee. You're so silly, Zhao Xiaomi chuckled, shaking her head as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Grey Wolf and Happy Goat are both boys. Only Beautiful Goat is a girl, okay? Huh. But can wolves and sheep really be good friends? Hee. They can. Isn't there a song called Wolf Loves Sheep? Cough. Cough. Sweethearts, what are you chatting about? Clearing his throat with a couple of deliberate coughs, Zhao Yi hastily intervened in the conversation between the two young ones. He feared that if he did not interrupt soon, the entire building might tilt toward Siberia. Sigh. What kind of animated series are these elementary school students watching nowadays? The Grey Wolf and the Beautiful Sheep? What is all this nonsense? Isn't it more enjoyable to watch the adventures of a mouse? Wouldn't it be more delightful to witness the battle between Ultraman and Godzilla? Hee. Daddy, we are discussing Grey Wolf and Beautiful Sheep. No, that's incorrect. Xiaomi mistakenly said Grey Wolf and Happy Sheep. Upon hearing their father's inquiry, the two little ones eagerly vied to respond. Ahem, my dear. Regardless of whether it's a wolf or a sheep, we must refrain from such discussions. We are here at the amusement park to have fun, not to converse about sheep and wolves, understand? Dad, come on. Are you sure you brought us to the amusement park to enjoy ourselves? Yes, indeed, Daddy. You have been gazing at Mommy without a glance in our direction. You must have brought her here for your own amusement. No way. Zhao Yi, feeling a bit flustered, quickly retorted, Daddy, this is to protect Mommy. She wouldn't try properly, and Daddy is afraid she might fall off. Yes, exactly that. Oh please, Dad, we are first graders now. Not 3-year-olds. Such tales won't deceive us. That's right, Dad. I, as a first grader, can ride just fine. How could Mommy not manage it? You can't trick us. Rubbing his head in embarrassment, Zhao Yi glanced awkwardly at the two little ones seated on the wooden horse, their arms crossed. He felt utterly exhausted. Are first graders nowadays truly this difficult to handle? When I was in first grade, I was still sniffling, and a mere candy could lead me astray. Is society advancing? Or was I simply too naive back then? It's quite perplexing, indeed. However, to be honest, this generation of children is incredibly hard to fool. It seems that in the future, I can no longer treat them like 3-year-olds. Seeing her husband in such a predicament, Lin Wan couldn't help but chuckle. But ultimately, feeling sympathy for him, she quickly intervened. All right, my darlings, let us spare your father. Mommy will take you to play now, shall we? Oh yes. I want to ride the bumper cars, and the pirate ship, and the Ferris wheel. I want to. I also want to go into the haunted house and fight zombies. The moment the little ones heard their mother's words, their focus shifted entirely, their expressions brimming with excitement. As for Daddy, he could go cool off elsewhere. Who has the time to engage in a staring contest with you? Phew. Noticing the children's attention had diverted, Zhao Yi breathed a sigh of relief, casting a grateful glance at Lin Wan. My wife is truly a lifesaver in critical moments. Unlike the two children, one clad in a rigid crocodile leather jacket, and the other in a breezy cotton coat, leaving one feeling chilled. They are no more endearing than the little monkeys in the desolate starry wilderness, who don't speak yet are so adorable. Time slipped by quietly. For the next several hours, the family of 4 indulged in merriment, experiencing nearly every attraction available. Only when the two little ones were utterly exhausted did they conclude their day at the amusement park, each cradled in an adult's arms. After enjoying a sumptuous meal outside, it was nearly 6 o'clock. Without pause, the family made their way to the riverside dock once more. Brother Yi, you've finally arrived. Which boat is yours? As soon as they reached the dock, the eagerly awaiting Li Mingxi approached swiftly, his excitement palpable. "Ha, have you been waiting long? It's that one, the night grain." Zhao Yi replied cheerfully, gesturing towards his fishing boat. He then greeted the other anglers with a warm smile before boarding the boat with his children and Lin Wan. That evening, Zhao Yi had arranged for night fishing, having previously notified the group in the afternoon about the outing. Initially, he anticipated a low turnout, but to his surprise, many had signed up, including Li Mingqi, who had hurried over from the city to join the fun. "Wow, this is impressive," Li Mingqi exclaimed as he boarded the fishing boat and took a tour. "Such an extravagant vessel, it truly befits you, Brother Yi." "Ha, it's all right," Zhao Yu modestly replied. "As you can see, there are resting areas below. Feel free to take a break when you get tired of fishing. Besides the top deck, you can explore all other areas." With a humble smile, Zhao Yu then retrieved a box of bait from the cabin. "This is the bait from your last fishing trip. Share it among yourselves. I'll head out to steer the boat now." With that, Zhao Yi paid no further attention to the group as he entered the cockpit to start the engine. The roar of the engine filled the air, and the fishing boat smoothly turned, heading towards the depths of the great river. This time, he steered his course once again toward the sea. Naturally, he would never dare to revisit the area where he had previously fished. After sailing for half an hour, Zhao Yi sounded the horn a few times before bringing the boat to a halt. At this point, darkness enveloped the surroundings, leaving only the beam of the fishing boat's spotlight illuminating the area. "All right, it's time to fish," Zhao Yi announced as everyone selected their spots without jostling for position. Grasping his fishing rod, he stepped onto the deck, casually choosing a spot to bait and cast his line. With a swift motion, the hook splashed into the water. Zhao Yi secured the rod in the holder and then moved to the adjacent fishing position, picking up Lin Wan's rod and mirroring his actions before placing it in the holder. Just as he finished, Lin Wan descended from above. "Have the little ones fallen asleep?" Zhao Yi inquired quietly, gesturing towards the neighboring fishing rod. "Yes, they are sleeping soundly. Today has truly exhausted them. They didn't even take a bath." "I just wiped them down," Lin Wan replied softly, resting her hand on her fishing rod. "Tomorrow morning, we'll nourish them a bit more. Gradually, their stamina will improve, and they won't tire so easily." "All right, I'm not well versed in this, so you can decide." As they engaged in casual conversation, approximately 3 minutes passed before Zhao Yi felt a tug on his line. With a swift motion, he lifted the rod while deftly turning the reel. The fishing line tightened, producing a sharp sound. The fish didn't seem large, as there was little resistance when reeling it in, prompting Zhao Yi to accelerate his retrieval. Soon, a round white creature, covered in tiny spines, broke the surface of the water. "Is this a pufferfish?" Li Mingxi, fishing nearby, asked with eager anticipation. "Brother Yi, can you prepare pufferfish?" "Of course, I can prepare it, but would you dare to eat it?" Zhao Yi responded with a chuckle, continuing to reel in the line. The toxicity of wild pufferfish is no joke. One careless mistake could be fatal. "If you're brave enough to eat it, I'll prepare it just for you." "Really? Aren't you a chef? Don't you eat it?" Li Mingqi asked, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Coming from a family that runs a hotel, he was well aware of the dangers associated with wild pufferfish. This delicacy, if mishandled, could bring even the divine to their knees. Initially, Zhao Yi's culinary prowess had instilled a glimmer of hope in him, wishing to bask in its glory, yet now that Zhao Yi intended to prepare it solely for him, he hesitated to partake. He understood that Zhao Yi would never intentionally poison him, but what if? What if he were to suffer from such a fate? Who would be accountable then? I shall abstain. While this dish is undoubtedly delectable, it is wiser to refrain from consuming something wild. After all, it is better to be safe than sorry. Zhao Yi shook his head and then jested. "Of course, if you wish to indulge, I would be more than willing to prepare it. With my culinary skills, crafting a pufferfish is hardly a challenge. There is a 99% chance it is safe. What do you say? Care to give it a try?" "No way." Li Mingqi quickly shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattledrum. "I am the sole heir in my family, with billions in assets awaiting my stewardship. I shall exercise restraint. Should I encounter that 1% of misfortune, would I not suffer unjustly?" Wealthy individuals cherish their lives. As a privileged second-generation heir, he did not wish to risk it all for a mere bite. Look at you. Timid and yearning for exquisite flavors, yet too fearful to take a risk. Truly pathetic. Zhao Yi laughed heartily, shaking his head. The pufferfish, one of the 3 delicacies of the Yangtze River, is craved by many who have yet to taste it. Alongside my culinary expertise, even a president would commend it. Given the opportunity, you squander it. How utterly disappointing. Pausing, Zhao Yi turned to Lin Wan with a gentle tone. My dear, if you find yourself hungry later, just let me know, and we shall dine together. The flavor is worth experiencing. Sure, I shall savor it thoroughly, Lin Wan replied without hesitation, nodding affirmatively. If Zhao Yi dared to serve her, she would not shy away. Between husband and wife, this fundamental trust remained intact. Ha! Mingxi, did you witness that? Your courage pales in comparison to that of my wife. Truly embarrassing. Zhao Yi remarked with satisfaction upon hearing Lin Wan's unwavering response, nodding approvingly. He then turned back to Li Mingxi with a teasing expression. What a jest! A master chef such as myself unable to handle a mere pufferfish? How absurd. The only reason I feigned reluctance was to tease you. Yet here you are, seemingly impressive yet so timid. How utterly speechless. Who said that? I would eat it. I am not timid. I simply do not wish to dine alone. Li Mingqi's face flushed crimson at Zhao Yi's jests, hastily defending himself. It would be ludicrous for a grown man to be outdone in courage by a woman. How could he continue to navigate the elite circles of Xiahai if such news spread? Very well, you said it, not I. Zhao Yi nodded, a playful smirk on his lips. To be candid, I have never prepared pufferfish before. I shall give it a go for our late-night snack. If you feel unwell after eating, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall escort you to the hospital. Do not endure in silence. Brother Yi, are you serious? Li Mingqi was taken aback, his lips quivering slightly as he weakly suggested. Shall we perhaps refrain from eating? If something were to go awry. My life is of little consequence, but it would certainly burden you, Brother Yi. Thus, for your sake, I believe it prudent to abstain, don't you think? Fret not. Your Brother Yi possesses a bold spirit and unwavering confidence in my culinary skills. You may indulge without fear, should you emerge unscathed. I shall confidently incorporate this dish into my repertoire, for the sake of your nieces and nephews. Would you be so kind as to make this small sacrifice and test the waters? Brother Yi, my dear Brother Yi, please spare me. I have an octogenarian grandfather, a 50-year-old father, and a puppy that depends on me. I truly cannot bear this. No worries. Should anything befall you, I shall care for your wife. Oh, wait. You have neither wife nor children, so I shall look after your grandfather and father. No need to worry. Brother Yi, I consider you a comrade. Yet you contemplate such treachery. I truly did not expect this from you, Li Mingqi declared earnestly, casting a serious glance at Lin Wan beside them. Sister-in-law, you must keep a watchful eye on Brother Yi. Engaging in such nefarious deeds could lead to dire consequences. Fear not, your Brother Yi is skilled in martial arts. The average person cannot best him. Lin Wan stifled a laugh and winked at Zhao Yi. Sister-in-law, is it truly wise to indulge Brother Yi in this manner? After a brief pause, Li Mingqi joked, by the way, sister-in-law, do you have a sister? Perhaps you could introduce me? Go away. Your sister-in-law is half of my wife. What are you thinking? Upon hearing Li Mingqi's words, before Lin Wan could respond, Zhao Yi pushed him away in discontent, exclaiming, do not utter such things again, or you shall find yourself regretting it. Brother Yi, are you truly that fierce? Li Mingqi blinked in surprise, then gave a thumbs up, declaring, I must learn from you. Brother Yi, I too must seek a family with a sister-in-law. Dear husband, when did my sister become yours? Just as Zhao Yi was about to boast further, Lin Wan leaned in and whispered ominously, I shall call Lin Ru shortly. I wish to inquire when she granted you half of her affection. My dear wife. I am merely looking out for our sister, Zhao Yi exclaimed, startled, and quickly leaned in to explain softly to Lin Wan, not all wealthy heirs are virtuous. I fear you might genuinely introduce her to this scoundrel, and what if she falls victim? What of wealthy heirs? They can provide Lin Ru with a comfortable life. I find it quite agreeable. I'll arrange for them to meet soon, so you no longer dwell on that half of affection. Lin Wan rolled her eyes and replied in a subdued tone. I was merely speaking in jest. How could I truly be preoccupied with that? At this moment, Zhao Yi regretted his own words, wishing he could take them back. How could he utter such a statement in front of his wife when there was no one to safeguard the door? If my sister-in-law finds out, it would be quite troublesome. That girl is not to be underestimated. She would surely peel off a layer of skin from him. Who knows you? Lin Wan rolled her eyes, but in a swift change of tone, she asked with a half-smile, Darling, speaking of which, Lin Ru is the campus belle. Do you truly not have any lingering thoughts? Go away, that little girl, a campus belle? Zhao Yi quickly waved his hand, stating, in front of you. She is merely a younger sister. Remember, you were also the belle of our school back in the day. After a pause, Zhao Yi added with a flattering tone. If you were to attend Lin Ru's school, she would willingly relinquish her title in a heartbeat. In my heart, you are a flower wherever you go. Haha. You certainly know how to flatter. I'll let this slide this time, but don't speak so carelessly next time. It could lead to misunderstandings. I was just blabbering earlier. I promise I won't speak thoughtlessly again. Zhao Yu nodded earnestly in assurance. Indeed, such words should not be uttered lightly. If they were to be misinterpreted by someone with ulterior motives, it would not matter to him as a man, but it would put Lin Ru in an awkward position. Hey, can you two act like decent people? Is it really appropriate to whisper sweet nothings in front of a single guy like me? At that moment, Li Mingqi's voice interjected. Go away. Find somewhere cooler to linger. Someone who is afraid to even eat a pufferfish deserves to be single for life. Zhao Yu retorted dismissively, rolling his eyes. It was precisely this fellow's loose tongue that nearly led to a misunderstanding with his wife. If circumstances allowed, he would have definitely taken this guy out for a little practice. Li Mingqi fell silent. You have a wife, so you think you're impressive. I can't argue with you. Let me just fish in peace. Splashing sounds filled the air. Despite the banter, Zhao Ye's hands remained busy. Finally, he managed to reel in a pufferfish that he had boasted about catching. To be fair, it was rather adorable, especially with its little mouth opening and closing. Puffed up in indignation, making one resist the urge to touch it. Of course, thoughts were one thing. No one would actually dare to touch it, considering those spikes were no joke. Ah, darling, look, I caught a pufferfish too. Just as Zhao Yi placed his pufferfish into the live well, Lin Wan also reeled in a catch. The puffy white belly floated on the water's surface, easily identifiable as a pufferfish from a distance. Wow, I caught one too, Li Mingqi exclaimed, quickly following suit. It seems we've stumbled upon a pufferfish hotspot. Zhao Yi nodded thoughtfully and turned to the fellow anglers behind him, asking, Fellow fishers, it appears we may have found a pufferfish nest. Do you think we should change our fishing spot? Given that this boat charged a hefty fee of 300 yuan per person for an evening of fishing, it wouldn't be fair to have them catch pufferfish all night. After all, wild pufferfish cannot be sold, and money does not grow on trees. They should allow the fishermen to recoup their costs, wouldn't you agree? Boss Zhao, do you truly know how to prepare pufferfish? Inquired a fisherman who had previously savored his culinary creations by the riverbank. Indeed, Boss Zhao, if you possess the skill, we shall not change our plans. I have yet to experience wild pufferfish. It would be a delightful opportunity to taste it, another chimed in. Absolutely. With your exceptional culinary prowess, the flavors of your pufferfish would surely be heavenly. If you can prepare it, we shall catch more and share a feast, added yet another voice in enthusiastic agreement. Quite right, echoed the sentiments of several others, clearly drawn by Zhao Yu's remarkable cooking abilities. Can you indeed prepare it? After all, it is merely wild pufferfish, a trivial task for someone of your talents. Zhao Yi, hearing their fervent remarks, nodded confidently. His extraordinary culinary skills encompassed numerous methods for preparing pufferfish, none of which posed any challenge to him. Haha, excellent. Let us fish here, for I am eager to savor the pufferfish you create, Boss Zhao. Yes, indeed, right here. If you can make even shredded potatoes taste divine, I can hardly imagine how exquisite the pufferfish will be, another fisherman proclaimed, his excitement palpable. Absolutely, let us fish here. I find myself nearly unable to contain my anticipation. The fishermen, recalling their previous experiences with Zhao Ye's dishes, were aflame with excitement, each adamantly insisting they would not change locations, come what may. At this moment, they fervently wished to catch a few more pufferfish to attain the freedom of indulging in this delicacy. Meanwhile, those anglers who had never savored Zhao Ye's culinary creations were filled with insatiable curiosity. After all, the pufferfish, one of the renowned 3 delicacies of the Yangtze River, is famously delectable. This peculiar creature, aside from its challenging handling, is nothing short of a treasure. Now that an opportunity to savor it has arisen, who could possibly resist? As for the 300 yuan, who among us would truly care? If one were to be deterred by such a trifling sum, they certainly wouldn't venture out at this hour. Regarding Zhao Ye's ability to create a potentially toxic fugu dish, they hold no reservations. After all, anyone capable of affording such an extravagant fishing vessel would surely refrain from engaging in reckless endeavors. Well, since you all exhibit such keen interest in fugu, let us fish right here. I shall undoubtedly showcase my skills shortly. Given that the seasoned anglers are unconcerned about the monetary stakes, Zhao Yi has no reason to decline. Conveniently, he is also quite intrigued by the illustrious reputation of the Yangtze River's 3 delicacies and is eager to taste them. curious to discover if they truly are as delectable as rumored. Excellent. Zhao Yi, we look forward to your demonstration. Let us hasten our fishing. The more we catch, the more we shall feast. Indeed, let us fish swiftly, for the sooner we do, the sooner we may indulge. With Zhao Yi's words, the anglers began to prepare their gear. At this moment, they sought neither grand catches nor valuable fish. Their sole desire was to catch pufferfish. There was simply an insatiable craving for them. If this scene were to be witnessed by other anglers, the uninformed would undoubtedly think them mad. Typically, they would toss pufferfish aside without a second thought, yet now they were in such high demand. What kind of logic was this? Was there even a fishing method to adhere to? Perhaps none of the onlookers anticipated that their current enthusiasm would spark a fervor for pufferfish fishing. Tragically, many lives had been lost in the wake of this craze. Brother Yi, no wonder Zhang Wuji's mother claimed that beautiful women are the most deceptive. Now it seems that handsome men are equally so. After Zhao Yi made this remark, Li Mingqi realized he had been duped. Instantly, he shot him a resentful glance, his expression one of profound grievance. This is hardly deceit on my part. It's merely your own timidity and lack of faith in my culinary skills. Zhao Yi chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Have you considered that if I weren't confident, would I dare to serve you? Your life is far too precious. I couldn't possibly afford to lose you. Are you implying that my mind is rather simple? Li Mingqi pondered for a moment and concluded that perhaps there was some truth to that notion. Well, it's understandable for a rich heir to be a bit simple-minded. Zhao Yi nodded in agreement. ISNT had often joked that the foolish son of a landlord is a common trope. Perhaps that refers to you. However, don't take it too much to heart. Folks like us would envy the chance to be called the landlord's foolish son, but we never get that opportunity. Brother, to be honest, I envy you. Li Mingqi rolled his eyes dramatically. Calling someone a fool without any decorum. How uncouth. Just because you possess a towering stature doesn't grant you the right to insult others. I hold a black belt in Taekwondo. Should you provoke me, the outcome of a confrontation could be uncertain. What does your eye-rolling imply, little brother? Noticing Li Mingqi's sulking demeanor, Zhao Yu struggled to suppress his amusement and continued to tease him. What I speak is merely the truth. If my family were as affluent as yours, I would gladly parade around with a sign declaring myself the landlord's foolish son without a care in the world. Pausing for a moment, Zhao Yi's expression turned somber. Regrettably, in this lifetime, I shall never have the chance to embody the landlord's foolish son. However, I shall strive for it, hoping that one day my son may have the opportunity to be regarded as such. Brother Yi, I concede, I was wrong. Li Mingqi, feeling defeated, quickly pleaded for mercy. Next time you offer me food, I promise not to hesitate for even a moment. Even if you asked me to eat something repulsive, I would devour it without complaint. Very well. Given your earnestness, I shall prepare a special dish of stir-fried pufferfish eyeballs just for you. This is a rare delicacy, unattainable by ordinary folk. Only those who call me brother shall partake. Zhao Yi cast a knowing smile at Li Mingqi. It is well known that pufferfish are poisonous, with their eyes being particularly toxic. As someone whose family runs a hotel, Li Mingqi certainly understands this. Zhao Yi was curious to see how this fellow would respond, wondering if he would once again question his culinary skills. All right, I shall indulge, if I furrow my brows even slightly. I will concede that I am the foolish son of a landlord. The corners of Li Mingqi's mouth twitched, yet this time he responded with remarkable decisiveness. He was not foolish. He knew Zhao Yi was jesting. Would he dare to consume the explosively stir-fried pufferfish eyes? Did Zhao Yi even have the audacity to offer them? Quite right. Remember, you may doubt my character, but never question my culinary prowess. In matters of cuisine, I am an authority, and I will accept no rebuttal. Satisfied, Zhao Yi did not allow Li Mingqi to linger on the topic any longer and deftly shifted the conversation. By the way, Mingqi, do you know anyone in Linjiang County? I am looking to rent a factory. Do you have any connections? Of course. How large of a space are you seeking? I'll take care of it. Li Mingqi replied without hesitation. As large as possible. If a big one is unavailable, I'll settle for several adjoining rooms. I plan to establish a comprehensive fishing tackle production facility, manufacturing everything from bait to fishing gear. A cramped space simply won't suffice. With a substantial amount of fishing bounty currency at hand, Zhao Yi aimed to create a full-fledged fishing tackle enterprise. Subsequently, he intended to open several fishing gear stores in the county. Whether they turned a profit was secondary. The primary goal was to establish an industry and bolster his reputation. Naturally, the products generated by the system would be of superior quality, surpassing most items available on the market, making growth and strength inevitable. As for how large and robust it could become, that would hinge on fortune and future developments. Leave it to me, Li Mingqi affirmed with a nod. As a second-generation affluent heir with assets in the hundreds of millions, renting a few workshops was hardly a challenge. Thank you. I'll treat you to dinner at my place sometime, Zhao Yu replied with a smile. With Li Mingqi's assistance, he would save considerable effort. If he had to search on his own, it would not only be troublesome but also uncertain whether he would find a suitable option. Of course, he also aimed to solidify this connection with Li Mingqi. After all, relationships thrive on mutual assistance. If one is reluctant to impose on others, it would be equally awkward for others to impose on him, thus limiting the depth of their relationship. A strong man has 3 helpers, Zhao Yu mused. Living on this blue star we call China. Even with a system at his disposal, he must cultivate his network. Otherwise, no matter how formidable he may be, it would be of little consequence. This also elucidates why he does not harbor disdain for Li Mingqi and is willing to cultivate a friendship with the grandfather and grandson. Zhang Guiqing. He is not an obstinate nor self-important individual, nor does he consider himself superior simply because he possesses a system, looking down upon others. Deep down, he remains that modest man, whose every action is motivated by the desire for his family to lead a better life. To ensure the well-being of his family, it is imperative to adeptly manage social connections. Otherwise, even with abundant wealth, one risks being merely a nouveau riche. When faced with difficulties, can one rely solely on financial means? Clearly, there are instances when even wealth cannot sway circumstances, as influential figures are seldom in need of money. The time spent idly fishing passed swiftly, and before long, it was midnight. At this moment, everyone had made substantial gains, with pufferfish in particular being caught in abundance, numbering in the dozens. Essentially, each individual had managed to reel in anywhere from 70 to 90 fish. Observing this, Zhao Yi called out to Lin Wan and began preparations for the evening's sumptuous pufferfish feast. As time passed, over an hour later, a tantalizing aroma wafted from the kitchen. Oh my, how delectable it smelled. I'm done fishing. I must indulge in the pufferfish. I too have lost interest in fishing. The pufferfish must be ready. And the fragrance is so enticing that my mouth is watering. Indeed, let us hurry. Let us hurry. My appetite is insatiable. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Upon catching a whiff of that rich aroma, every angler present, without exception, cast aside their fishing rods and surged toward the kitchen in a frenzy. At this moment, who still has the inclination to fish? The true pleasure lies in savoring the fish. Oh, how delightful. Dear mother, how can there exist such delectable fare in this world? Indeed, this is simply too exquisite. I feel as if I could swallow my own tongue in delight. Oh, how delicious, simply divine. I have resolved that henceforth, Boss Xiao's boat shall be my dining hall. Count me in, Boss Xiao. May I inquire about becoming a member? I will start with a payment of 10,000. I too shall contribute. I will deposit 50,000. 50,000 is trifling. I wish to pay for a full year. Planning to enjoy the New Year's feast aboard the vessel. As the fugu was savored, the fishermen around were moved to tears with joy. Each one indulged while clamoring to acquire membership, some even expressing a desire for an annual subscription, utterly mad with desire. However, what can be done? Once one has tasted this, who could possibly enjoy any other meal thereafter? Apologies, but as for membership, that is out of the question. I do not intend to host guests for fishing on a long-term basis. In a few days, I plan to recruit 10 fishing employees. And there will be more to follow, thus the spots for guest fishing will dwindle. Hearing the fisherman's aspirations for membership, Zhao Yi leisurely savored the fugu while shaking his head with a smile. After a pause, he shifted the subject, continuing, of course, if anyone present wishes to join my company, you are most welcome. It is 5,000 a month. The salary may be modest, but there will be ample meals provided. The fishermen present were seasoned veterans, and if he could recruit a few, it would be quite advantageous. Originally, Zhao Yi had intended to return to his hometown in a couple of days to see if any young people wished to fish. But now that he had the opportunity to attract experienced hands, he was eager to explore it, whether it be a lucky strike or not. Perhaps some hungry souls would be tempted? At present, he has 11 employee slots available, and his wife has already been promoted to a supervisor. Thus, he needs to recruit 2 team leaders and 9 regular workers. Naturally, the team leader positions are reserved for family, as one should not let the fertile waters flow to outsiders. The rest shall be left to fortune. Seasoned anglers are preferred, though he holds no disdain for novices. After all, with fish-finding radar and the company S bait, it would be difficult not to catch fish. Boss Xiao, We are not lacking in funds. Working for you is not an option. Indeed, fishing is our passion. If there are restrictions, it loses its charm. Quite right. Let us forego working. We shall come by when there are fishing spots available, and if you wish to purchase our catch, we can sell it to you. Exactly. As Zhao Ye's words settled, a silence enveloped the restaurant for several moments, before one by one, they expressed their refusal. Yet among them, there were also those whose interest was piqued. As soon as the words left their lips, a middle-aged man with a square face, approximately in his 40s, inquired, "Boss Zhao, do you accept novices who have little experience in fishing?" "Yes, as long as they possess good character and decent strength, I will gladly accept them." Zhao Yi replied with a smile, savoring a bite of fish. "Very well, I have a few comrades who are currently facing significant hardships. Their character is undoubtedly commendable, and their strength is assuredly substantial. If you are willing to hire them, I can give them a call tomorrow to come over." After a brief pause, the middle-aged man hesitated before asking, "Is the salary still 5,000? If they improve their skills, will there be a possibility of a raise?" "All right. Have them come over tomorrow. I will assess them first. The starting salary is indeed 5,000. But those who excel in fishing will certainly see an increase in their wages," Zhao Yi affirmed, nodding. With a smile, he continued, "My company aims to grow and strengthen. Hence the positions are categorized as per standard corporate practices. Regular employees earn 5,000 a month, team leaders receive 10,000, and supervisors earn 15,000. Moreover, exceptional fishermen will be rewarded with bonuses, and during festive seasons, there will be gifts. Rest assured, nothing will be lacking in this regard." "Ah, splendid. Then I shall bring them to see you tomorrow. By the way, have you considered joining my company? I can offer you a position as a fishing team leader." The middle-aged man, named Li Taiju, was quite skilled in fishing and possessed considerable strength. Zhao Yu had previously conversed with him and found him to be clear-minded, a true talent in the realm of fishing. Given that his comrades would be joining, appointing him as a team leader to oversee them would be immensely fitting. "I will think it over," Li Taiju replied hesitantly, still undecided. After retiring from military service, he had entered a state-owned enterprise where, despite earning only 7,000 to 8,000, the stability it provided was a significant advantage. A sudden switch to an unstable fishing job, despite his profound love for the activity, made it a challenging decision. After all, life was not solely about him. He had a large family to support. "Well, take your time to consider it. As you can see, my boat is not merely a recreational venture. You can rest assured regarding the stability of the position." Zhao Yu nodded, refraining from further persuasion. He then turned to address the others. "I have finished my meal. Please enjoy yours at your leisure. If you wish to continue fishing after your meal, do so. If you prefer to rest, feel free to sleep below. I shall take my leave from you all." After concluding his conversation, Zhao Yi ascended to the third floor amidst the calls of the crowd. With 6 hours already clocked in for the day, he was certainly disinclined to endure another sleepless night. Tomorrow, he had to take his child to school, alongside a multitude of responsibilities regarding the factory and recruitment. Rest was imperative. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Zhao Yi navigated the fishing boat back to the dock, bidding farewell to the anglers before plunging into a whirlwind of activity. In the ensuing days, he diligently managed factory operations and recruitment during the day, while engaging in night fishing, leading to a hectic lifestyle. Eventually, after several days of relentless work, Zhao Yi's enterprise began to find its footing. To start with the fishing boat operation, he had assembled a team of 8 veterans, alongside 2 auxiliary staff members. Even in his absence, the operation could function seamlessly. Transitioning from the fishing boat, he established a fishing tackle company, aptly named Grain Fishing Tackle, located in the Linjiang County Industrial Park. It was not a large factory, but rather a series of interconnected mid-sized facilities, each dedicated to producing its respective products. To achieve a comprehensive production line for fishing tackle, Zhao Yi invested nearly all of his fishing coin savings. Significant production lines were added for essential items like fishing rods and bait. The core technology was managed by robots, while less critical tasks were delegated to hired personnel, with Zhao Yi overseeing safety measures. Even the general manager he employed, Wu Qianshan, had no access to the core operations. In summary, the production line for fishing tackle was now operational, and the next step was to gradually increase output. Alongside manufacturing, Zhao Yi also strategized for sales. He secured several appropriately sized storefronts throughout the county, which he had simply renovated, awaiting the arrival of products to launch operations. Additionally, He instructed General Manager Wu Qianshan to establish online sales channels, employing a dual approach. However, this extensive endeavor had nearly depleted the several million he had previously accumulated. Furthermore, he sought assistance from Li Mingqi and Zhang Mingyu. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to accomplish so much in such a short span. This underscores the significance of networking during critical times. "Daddy, wake up. I miss Grandma and Grandpa. We need to go?" exclaimed Zhao Xiaomi and Zhao Xiaoli, the two little ones, as they rushed into Zhao Ye's room, lifting the covers. All right. Go wash up and have breakfast. I'll be there shortly," Zhao Yi replied, sitting up with a weary expression and stretching. Last night, the two little ones, excited about their holiday, had kept him up late, bouncing around on their beds. After they finally settled down, he and Lin Wan had engaged in a lengthy VLP session, leaving him utterly exhausted. Yet, despite the overwhelming fatigue, slumber eludes me, leaving me in a state of helplessness. The powerful and imposing vehicle glides smoothly along the highway, while two little ones in the back seat chatter merrily, their laughter filling the air. In the front, Zhao Yi drives, occasionally glancing back to remind the children to sit properly, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. A perfect portrait of familial bliss. After approximately 40 minutes, the vehicle turns onto a rural cement path, the essential route leading to Zhao Ye's hometown, Zhao Family Village. "Darling, it has been a couple of years since we last visited, and the village has undergone such significant changes," Lin Wan exclaims, gazing out at the transformed landscape. "The cement roads have been laid, and many families have even constructed new houses. It's truly remarkable. Indeed, if it weren't for this singular road leading into the village, I might have thought we were lost. The changes are indeed striking," Zhao Yi responds, nodding in agreement, a wistful expression on his face. Although 2 years is not an excessively long time, witnessing the village's transformation evokes a profound sense of nostalgia, as if he has been away for an eternity. At this moment, the anticipation of returning home in glory had dissipated, replaced by a faint sense of trepidation as he neared his hometown. He pondered how to confront his relatives and friends. Should he wear a gentle smile and be courteous, or adopt an aloof demeanor, choosing silence over conversation? Perhaps an embrace and a heartfelt cry would be more fitting. "Hey, darling, look over there in the field. Are those my parents? The figures do resemble them," Lin Wan inquired. Startled by Lin Wan's question, Zhao Yi turned his gaze toward their fields. He beheld two stooped figures laboring in the earth, seemingly engaged in weeding. With a sudden jolt, he slammed on the brakes. "Dad, Mom, what are you doing out here so early? Come up. Your grandchildren have come to see you," he exclaimed, throwing open the car door and calling out to the distant silhouettes. This is his parents, even if it's merely a silhouette. Despite their once proud spines now bent and their figures having withered, he can still recognize them at a glance. These are indeed his progenitors. "Zhao Yi, is that you?" Upon hearing the call, the elderly couple, toiling in the fields, felt a tremor pass through their bodies. They hastily rose and turned to look, but their vision had long since faded, and the distance only allowed them a vague glimpse of a vehicle parked on the road, with a tall, robust young man standing beside it. As for his identity, they could not discern at all. Thus, they could only tremulously respond with a call of their own. This voice, imbued with longing and disbelief, resonates deeply. Perhaps, in their subconscious, the figure they yearn for so intensely could never truly manifest here. For that is their son, and they are well acquainted with his character. "Mom and Dad, it's Zhao Yi, your eldest son has returned." Faintly, Zhao Yi hears his mother's quivering voice, and he can no longer contain himself. Silent tears cascade down his cheeks. With a voice nearly hoarse, he cried out, "Mom and Dad." There was no way to restrain his emotions. Upon seeing the faces of his elderly parents, etched with deep furrows and devoid of flesh, his heart felt as if it were being twisted by a knife, leaving him gasping for breath in anguish. What has he been engaged in these past 2 years? How can he so comfortably display his indulgence in the city? Approaching their 50s, they are indeed two middle-aged men who, just 2 years ago, boasted dark hair and a slightly stout physique. How is it that in such a brief span, their transformations surpass even those of the village? All of this is the consequence of his own misdeeds. But why must his parents bear the burden? Is this not a duty befitting a son? What a shame it is to be a son indeed. "Zhao Yi? Old man, is it truly Zhao Yi who has returned? I cannot possibly be mistaken, can I? I heard it too. Let us hurry and welcome our son back. His legs are not well, and we must not allow him to stand for too long." "Yes, indeed. Let us go. I wish to bring my eldest son home and prepare for him his favorite dish, braised fish." upon hearing Zhao Ye's voice once more. The elderly couple in the field were convinced that their eldest son had truly returned. Their weathered faces, etched with lines of hardship, instantly transformed with joy. They cast aside the grass they had been holding and, with a speed they would not normally possess, hurried along the narrow ridge towards Zhao Yi. In their haste, they stumbled several times, nearly falling into the field, yet they paid no heed to their missteps, continuing to dash towards Zhao Yi. As they drew nearer, and as Zhao Yi's visage became ever clearer, standing there with a stature as upright as a pine tree, their eyes brimmed with tears. Heaven knows how much they had missed their eldest son. Ever since returning from the hospital, they had longed to bring him home to care for him. Yet, their proud son had resolutely refused to return with them, even avoiding them when they attempted to visit again. This has caused their anxieties and torment to grow increasingly profound, with each passing day filled with intense longing. Today, their eldest son has finally returned, appearing more robust, and his legs seemed to have healed as well. In this moment, they gradually halted their steps, paralyzed by fear of venturing further. They dreaded the notion that this might be a mere dream. The closer they approached, the more they feared awakening from it. Countless times they had experienced such dreams, and each time they awoke, sleep eluded them, leaving them in unbearable anguish. Thud, thump, thump, thump. Dear parents, I have been an unfilial son. I am truly sorry. Witnessing their parents standing there, eyes reddened and expressions fraught with anxiety, Zhao Ye's tears surged forth like a torrential flood, breaking free from the confines of his eyes. With a resounding thud, he knelt before his elderly parents, his forehead striking the unforgiving concrete. As he repeatedly uttered apologies, he bowed fervently, as if this act could alleviate some of the guilt that weighed heavily upon his heart. Oh, my son, my dear son, please cease this. Your mother does not blame you. I understand your suffering. Yes, my son, please rise. As long as you are well. Your mother and I hold no grievances against you. Upon seeing Zhao Ye's forehead bleed from the impact, his parents realized this was no illusion. It was all too real. In an instant, their hearts ached profoundly, and they rushed forward, tears streaming down their faces, to support Zhao Yi. Mother and father. Feeling the warmth of their arms, Zhao Yi could no longer contain himself. He let his head rest upon the unforgiving concrete and sobbed aloud. A man may shed tears, but only when truly touched by sorrow. At this moment, his heart ached inexpressibly. In this moment, he yearned to weep before his parents, just as he did in his childhood. Oh, how he cried! My son, my dear son, how could you be so heartless? The sight of Zhao Ye's sorrow shattered his mother, Wang Xiaomei. Unable to bear it any longer, she struck Zhao Yi gently, her heart breaking with every sob. Simultaneously, she murmured words condemning Zhao Ye's perceived cruelty. Let it out, let it out. Once you have cried, you will feel relieved. Meanwhile, Zhao Ye's father, Zhao Zhenbao, silently fought back tears, gently patting Zhao Ye's back. A closer look would reveal his body trembling, as if he were straining against an overwhelming tide of emotion. This may well illustrate the distinction between a father and a mother. Oh, dear father, grandmother, do not weep upon witnessing your tears. Xiaomi feels the urge to cry as well. Unbeknownst to her, Zhao Xiaomi had alighted from the vehicle and, upon observing her father weeping, her grandparents in tears, and her mother discreetly wiping her eyes, she could no longer contain her emotions and began to weep fervently. Her sorrow was palpable, rivaling that of Zhao Yi. Oh, grandfather, father, my teacher says that we, as gentlemen, should not shed tears. Yet, in witnessing your anguish, I too succumbed to tears. Beside her, Zhao Qili had already been weeping. Although he had been resolute in maintaining his composure, reminding himself that he was a gentleman and must not vocalize his sorrow. However, with the cacophony of cries surrounding him, he too surrendered to the impulse to cry freely. Of course, even amidst his tears, he felt the need to justify his weeping, asserting that it was only due to the sorrow of others that he could not restrain himself. A chuckle escaped the adults, who had been engulfed in sorrow, as the antics of the two little ones transformed their grief into laughter. In an instant, the somber atmosphere dissipated, replaced by a radiant sense of joy. Indeed, a good cry can sometimes be a cathartic release of emotions. Just like the Zhao family at this moment, after tears and laughter, the gloom of the past 2 years finally began to lift. Father, mother, please get in the car, let us return home. With the back of his hand brushing away tears, Zhao Yi hurriedly assisted his mother into the vehicle, beckoning his father to join them on their journey home. This is indeed the main thoroughfare of the village, where a large family is caught in a whirlwind of laughter and tears, which, if witnessed, would be rather embarrassing. We are quite dirty. You should return first, and we will follow shortly. Yes, yes, Xiao Yi, you take Xiaowan and my grandchildren back while we walk home. The elderly couple, upon seeing the car so pristine, stubbornly refused to board. Very well, I shall accompany you back, Xiao Yi remarked, noting their resolute attitude without further persuasion. He turned to Lin Wan and said, Dear, please drive the car home. I will walk back with my parents. Father, mother. The changes in the village over the past 2 years are remarkable. Every household seems to have built new houses. Has prosperity finally arrived? As he supported his mother along the path, Zhao Yu casually inquired while observing the newly erected 2- and 3-story buildings. Indeed, the changes are quite significant, Zhao Jianbao, quietly following behind, explained. Last year, in the pond within the back of the Great Green Mountain, for reasons unknown, 9 colored fish suddenly appeared. Now, everyone has abandoned their work to fish there. Some lucky ones have caught a few fish and made a fortune, which is why they have built these houses. After a pause, Zhao Jinbao added with a hint of melancholy, Unfortunately, I lack that kind of luck. I always end up with nothing or only catch ordinary fish, never even a single 2-colored fish. Oh, 9 colored fish have appeared in the Great Green Mountain? Zhao Ye's eye sharpened, and he curiously asked, what colors are the fish that have been caught? Mostly 2-colored, with some 3- and 4-colored ones. The most valuable catch was a 3-pound 5-colored big crucian carp that Xiao Fei caught just a few days ago, which sold for 300,000. 5-colored big crucian carp? Zhao Yi smacked his lips, feeling a twinge of excitement. That must taste exquisite. I shall try my luck later as well. Although he had caught numerous 9-colored fish, he had never encountered the 4- or 5-colored varieties, especially the crucian carp. It was said that anglers favored big crucian carp above all, and as a professional angler himself, he simply had to experience the thrill of catching one. Ah, the taste must be divine. Otherwise, who would spend 300,000 on it? Zhao Jinbao remarked with a curious grin. I've heard that these 9-colored fish can enhance one's physique and even prolong life. I wonder if that is true. It is indeed true, Zhao Yi affirmed with a nod. I am currently working in the fishing industry in the county, and my leg has improved thanks to the 9-colored fish. Oh, so that's the secret behind your recovery. I was puzzled before, Zhao Jinbao said, enlightened. He then slapped his thigh and declared, I must go fishing when we return. I will abandon farm work and dedicate myself solely to fishing. I refuse to accept that my luck is so poor. Excellent. Let us fish together later and see who can catch a 9-colored fish first. Ha! You think you can outfish me? Well, my dear son, although fortune may not always favor me, my skills are undeniably commendable, he chuckled. Conversely, my fishing prowess may leave much to be desired, yet my luck is unassailable. Thus, the father and son engaged in delightful conversation about fishing as they made their way home. Upon their arrival, Zhao Jinbao and Wan Xiaomei were taken aback by the contents of the trunk, their mouths agape in astonishment as if they had encountered a specter. Where on earth did you procure these extraordinary items, my son? These peaches are the size of human heads, and those bananas are as thick as an arm. And what of this 3-colored soft-shelled turtle, not to mention the over 100 pounds of tricolored yellow catfish? Goodness gracious! Forgive their rural ignorance. Do city dwellers truly indulge in such delicacies? Ah, let us not ponder the origins. What matters is their delectable nature, Zhao Yi remarked with a smile, promptly handing a peach to each of his parents. Father, mother, to partake in these treats I specifically selected for you. Once consumed, they shall rejuvenate your vitality. How can we possibly eat something so large? Perhaps your mother and I might share one, leaving the remainder for my grandchildren, suggested Zhao Jinbao. Indeed, my son. Your father and I cannot manage a whole one. It is better suited for you. Not at all. Enjoy your share. There is plenty more where that came from. Zhao Yi insisted, unhesitatingly retrieving several more peaches, offering one to each of the little ones and Lin Wan. Come now, devour them. These are easily digestible and won't fill your stomach, he urged. Very well, Xiaomei, this is your son's thoughtful gesture. Let us indulge, Zhao Jinbao conceded, nodding at Wang Xiaomei before taking a bite. As Zhao Jinbao took a bite, his eyes widened in astonishment, and he could not stop himself from devouring the succulent peach. Juice splattering everywhere. Old man, mind your manners. Is this how one should eat? Wang Xiaomei chided lightly, observing her husband devour the fruit like a starved ghost. She then took a delicate bite of her own peach, and as the sweet flesh touched her palate, her expression transformed into one of sheer delight. She too, disregarding all else, began to voraciously nibble on the peach in her hand. On the other side, Lin Wan and the two little ones were not faring any better. Despite having already consumed several, they found themselves insatiable, unable to stop. The two children, clutching peaches nearly the size of their heads, devoured them with a speed rivaling that of the adults. "Dad, please inform Uncle and the others to join us for lunch. I'll also repay them the money I owe," Zhao Yu mentioned after everyone had relished the peaches. "Repay?" Zhao Jinbao's eyes brightened with curiosity. "Do you have the money now? If not, there's no rush. Your father can still manage. We can take our time. I do have the funds. I specifically withdrew 500,000 in cash for this trip. It has been nearly 2 years. It is high time I repaid them. And it is the perfect opportunity to treat them to a meal as a token of gratitude." Zhao Yi indicated towards a black, convenient bag tucked in the corner of the trunk, which contained the 500,000 in cash. "Well, if you have the money, then let us repay them. I will notify them right away." Zhao Jinbao nodded approvingly. "These people are not only our relatives, but also benefactors of our family. Now that it seems you are doing well, remember to look after them in the future." "Rest assured, Dad, I am well aware," Zhao Yi replied, smiling as he pointed at a massive 3-colored catfish. "This is what I have specially prepared. Let us ensure everyone has a hearty meal. This is not something ordinary folk get to enjoy." "All right, you've always been generous. I won't say anything further. Just manage it as you see fit." Zhao Jinbao nodded with a hint of regret. "For lunch, your mother and I will assist you. Write down what ingredients you need. I will go buy them. Your mother will handle the cooking, and you will be the overall director." "No need. I have already purchased all the ingredients and will handle the cooking myself. Your daughter-in-law will assist me. Today, you two can simply sit back and enjoy, while entertaining Uncle and the others." "What? You'll be cooking? Are you joking? Back then, you almost set the kitchen ablaze while preparing a dish. Are you sure you want to take on this task?" Cough. "One must not underestimate the capabilities of a person over a mere 3 days. I am no longer the naive lad from Wu. Just wait and see. I guarantee you will be unable to stop eating." "Very well. I shall see if you are merely boasting." Zhao Jinbao nodded, then waved his hand. "Time is of the essence. I will go inform your uncle, and you should start showcasing your skills." "All right then, let us split our tasks. Today, we shall host a splendid feast to honor you." Zhao Yi, with a cheerful smile, offered a respectful bow and then beckoned Lin Wan to commence their endeavor. As time passed steadily, it soon approached 11 o'clock in the morning. In the yard of Zhao Ye's home, a considerable gathering had formed, with people standing or sitting, men, women, and children alike. Conversations flowed, yet the expressions on their faces revealed a hint of distraction. It was inevitable. The air was saturated with an enticing aroma of delectable dishes, making it difficult for anyone to engage in meaningful dialogue. "Father, Uncle, the meal is ready." After an indeterminate passage of time, Zhao Ye's voice rang out, instantly igniting a lively commotion among the guests. Step aside. I am your elder. I shall take my seat first. Understand the hierarchy? Come now. Don't be ridiculous. This is not a banquet. It's a meal hosted by Zhao Yi. Who is dividing us by age? Indeed, Uncle. Do you not understand the virtue of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? You should yield to us younger ones and take the last seat. Well said, well said. What a spectacle it was. Everyone, disregarding the decorum of age, scrambled to the table, creating a cacophony of excitement. How delightful it was to witness such camaraderie. Standing nearby in an apron, Zhao Yu couldn't help but smile warmly at the scene. To be honest, he had found such moments somewhat bothersome in the past. However, after enduring 2 years of hardship, he now found this gathering to be heartwarming, enveloping him in a sense of bliss. Uncle, and to all my dear uncles, aunts, brothers, and younger siblings, Zhao Yu began, raising his glass after the raucous seat-grabbing battle had subsided and everyone was seated. I would like to offer you all a toast. I shan't indulge in lengthy pleasantries. Enjoy the meal and drink well. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. I assure you, I will oblige without hesitation. Present were those who had previously lent a helping hand to his family during their times of need. As the old saying goes, it is better to provide timely assistance than to enhance beauty. In times of adversity, those who offered their support were indeed like a lifeline in the snow. Zhao Yu was more than willing to reciprocate their kindness. Ha ha ha. As long as you are well, Zhao Yi, that is all that matters to me. We are all from the countryside and do not expect anything from you. Exactly. We are one family. Your grandparents passed away early, and it would be foolish for us brothers not to help one another. Right. Do not stand on ceremony with us. Just focus on your work and ensure a good life for your family. That is the greatest help you can offer us. Brother Yi, what they say is true. Your success will be our greatest support, and one day, when we step out into the world, we will have a remarkable cousin to boast about. With a hearty gulp, Zhao Yi realized he had perhaps been overly sentimental. He chose to say no more. All that was necessary was to cherish this bond, etched in his heart. In the future, whenever they faced challenges, he would be there to assist them wholeheartedly. Ha! Uncle will share a drink with you. It's a pleasure to drink with you, my boy. Indeed, I too take pleasure in sharing a drink with Xiaoyu. However, Uncle San advises you to limit your consumption of alcohol in the future. Should you indulge excessively, never should you take to the wheel. Yes, indeed. Having navigated through this challenging situation, one must not act foolishly again. Experience is the best teacher, and one ought to remember the lessons learned. Absolutely. While wine may be delightful, moderation is key. Rest assured, I shall keep your words close to my heart. Henceforth, I shall always have my wife accompany me. And if I partake in spirits, I shall entrust her with the driving. Zhao Yi received these admonitions with patience, nodding earnestly. Only those who truly care for you will persistently offer such counsel. Those who are indifferent would hardly concern themselves with your well-being. In the past, Zhao Yi was oblivious to this, but now he has come to understand, thus he is not impatient. Rather, he relishes the moment. Very well. You have always been clever since childhood. Let us not dwell on unnecessary words. Instead, let us indulge in some fine spirits. After all, in the village, once we finish drinking, we can simply enjoy a deep slumber without a care in the world. Indeed, the Maotai that Xiao Yi has brought back deserves several toasts. As a man in my 40s, this is my first time savoring it. Is it not a challenge for me? You find it challenging, yet we are at ease? Who among us has not tasted spirits for the first time? Ah, yes, indeed. Today shall be a night of revelry. Alas, who knows when we shall have the pleasure of drinking again? Uncle, dear relatives, should you desire to partake again in the future, do not hesitate to inform Xiao Yi. Though my finances may not be plentiful, I can certainly afford a bit of liquor. Upon hearing the words of several uncles, Zhao Yi beamed and gestured towards the corner of the living room where several boxes of liquor were stacked. You see, those are prepared for you. Each of you may take a box home, and when it is finished, I shall provide more. What? Those are for us? That simply cannot be. Each box costs several thousand or more. We cannot accept such a gift. Indeed. We shall merely benefit from your generosity. How could we take so much? Quite right. Xiao Yi, perhaps it is best to leave the liquor for your father. In the future, we can simply enjoy a meal together. Upon hearing that Zhao Yi had prepared a box of Maotai for them, the uncles quickly declined the offer. They were honest men and could not bear to take such a significant advantage from their nephew. What would others say if word got out? How could all this liquor be left for my father alone to consume? It would take an eternity. Zhao Yi chuckled and shook his head, saying, These are all for you. I have more for my father. Please, do not be so modest. As you previously stated, we are all family. A son buying a few bottles of wine for his uncles is nothing to refuse. Pausing for a moment, Zhao Yi continued, This liquor is rather heavy, so I shall drive to deliver it to each of you. Oh, wait, let my wife drive, and we shall go together to deliver it. Very well, since you insist. We shall graciously accept this liquor. However, please do not purchase it again next time. It is not easy for you to earn your money. All right, Xiao Yi.